a young nobleman faced his first battle, only to be nearly killed in a brutal orc ambush. In the year 3524 of the Divine Radiance calendar, the mighty Golden Empyrean ancient dynasty, 1,000 years old, was shaken by a major upheaval. The Northern Crystal Line, a crucial defense that had held firm for 5 centuries thanks to its unique geography, now required a new generation of knights to stand guard against the onslaught of 1,000,000 orcs. Among those forcibly conscripted was Vis, an 18-year-old noble with striking golden hair and a captivating beauty mark partly hidden beneath unruly bangs. Lacking skill with the sword, Vis was thrown from his horse and surrounded by orcs the very first time he set foot on the battlefield. If not for the desperate intervention of his loyal retainer, he would have been devoured on the spot. Now, with a broken leg, Vis could do nothing but recover in the camp. Though his injury was minor compared to death in battle, Vis, who carried the proud bloodline of silver, felt only shame. With a sharp crack, he hurled a valuable porcelain vase to the ground, shattering it and startling his dozing retainer, Quinn. Quinn, his black hair brushing his shoulders and brown eyes often earning him the nickname Half-Blood, had been Vis's companion since childhood, always the first to rush into a fight. Over the past 2 years, Quinn had grown impressively strong, able to wrestle even a bull. Scars from his recent rescue of Vis still marked his body. Suppressing his anger in front of his old friend, Vis listened as Quinn clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Focus on your recovery. Leave the battlefield to me." With that, the towering young man standing well over 6 feet rose to his full height, his bronze muscles bulging like sculpted granite. It was thanks to Quinn's formidable strength and the fact that their position was only a minor outpost facing nothing more than club-wielding, stony axe-bearing orcs, that they had survived at all. Quinn donned the family crest, grabbed his weapon and helmet, and strode toward the assembling troops. His imposing figure at the front quickly caught the attention of a fully armored knight, a member of the Empire's elite, the kind who could stand 10,000 strong against 1,000,000 foes. The knight tersely outlined a reconnaissance mission, promising meat as a reward to any who returned alive. Yet beneath the surface, this seemingly simple task concealed a bloody trap. The retainers were nothing more than bait, meant to lure 3,000 orcs into the mountain pass. Noticing the knight's pitying gaze, Quinn silently lowered his head. He knew the risks of battle, but he had his own reasons for stepping onto the field. Name: Quinn. Age: 18. Skill: Bestial Brute, Strength B. Progress until next skill draw: 95. Quinn stood at the edge of the dense forest, recalling the moment 2 years ago when he awakened memories of his past life. Back then, he was just a scrawny, undersized kid, but everything changed after the system granted him his first skill draw. The rules of the system were simple. As long as he hunted creatures with combat power above that of an average adult man, he would earn progress points. Once the progress bar was full, he could randomly draw a skill or piece of equipment from archers across all worlds and timelines. His first skill, Bestial Brute Strength B, came from a legendary hunter. This ability not only gave him the strength to strangle a lion, but also allowed him to intimidate weaker beasts and monsters. It enhanced his physique and increased the damage he dealt to magical creatures. Bordeaux town was famous for its fine wines, and its annual tax contributions were substantial. Quinn was born into the Sonley family. His ancestors had been knighted for their unique wine preservation techniques and had served the local nobility for generations. Growing up, he had played alongside the children of the nobles, and he was especially close to Vis. Now, as he gazed into the depths of the valley, Quinn's expression grew even darker. For the past 2 years, he had been honing his skills at the slaughterhouse, painstakingly raising his progress bar to 91. He hadn't expected that after entering the battlefield, just killing 2 orcs would push his progress all the way to 95. A sharp-eyed retainer noticed the change in Quinn's demeanor. This retainer had previously witnessed Quinn's heroic rescue of his noble master from an orc squad, and now approached him cautiously, asking, "Hey, did you notice something?" Quinn didn't answer. Instead, he silently picked a wildflower and put it in his mouth. The bitter juice sharpened his senses even further. He had no intention of sharing any information with these people. After all, they wouldn't be alive much longer. Still, the overly familiar retainer didn't seem to mind Quinn's cold attitude. "You used to be a hunter, didn't you?" The retainer watched Quinn chewing on the wild windgrass with a look of surprise. "That stuff does help you stay alert, but I've never seen anyone eat it raw before. People usually use it as medicine." This retainer, wearing the Iron Eagle family crest, came from a newly risen noble house. Like the Sonley family, the Iron Eagles suffered greatly during the last regime change, but thanks to the valuable furs produced in their lands, they gradually made a comeback. In the recent battle, this retainer hadn't hesitated to abandon his own lord and fight side by side with Quinn at the very front. Because of this, he had a true sense of the terrifying strength hidden beneath Quinn's steel-plated armor. Against the waves of charging orcs, Quinn was like a warship cutting through a stormy sea. Nothing the pig-headed warriors threw at him could make him budge. Quinn spat the chewed flower remnants onto the ground, following the group at a steady pace. Suddenly, a strange, foul stench drifted past his nose, immediately putting him on alert. As a former hunter, he recognized all too well the scent of a large beast marking its territory. The hunter retainer noticed it too, instinctively avoiding the paths that wild animals usually took, a reflex for any seasoned hunter. But there was one thing they both overlooked. This was a battlefield between the orcs and the Empire. There shouldn't have been any wild beasts here, except for the livestock raised by the orcs. The goat-head beastmen's siege rams, the dog-headed warriors' hounds, the bull-headed tribe's black cattle, and most importantly the pig-headed warriors' long-haired boars. It was these long-haired boars that made the pig-headed orcs the largest force among the beastmen. The boars bred rapidly, 7 or 8 piglets in a litter, ready to give birth in 5 months, reaching adulthood at 4 years, and living an average of only 10 years. A tribe of 3,000 could field a cavalry force of 500. Even if reduced to just 100 riders after a crushing defeat, they could recover in no more than a decade. Although the long-haired boars lacked endurance and couldn't form the tight formations of regular cavalry, they were extremely adaptable and could move freely through all kinds of terrain, giving the pig-headed warriors plenty of tactical flexibility. According to the information Vis brought back from the military council, there were about 500 boar riders this time, supposedly protected in the center of the formation. But the sound of rustling leaves reached Quinn's ears, and he instantly realized the intelligence was wrong. At that moment, a rock the size of a bowl came whistling through the air, striking a retainer square in the face. The man dropped without a sound. "Run! The pig-headed warriors are here. We can turn back now. Help me." Stones rained down like hail, and the entire unit was thrown into chaos. This information is absolutely incorrect. Quinn shoved aside the hunter's attendant who had been used as a human shield. The poor man's face was a bloody, mangled mess from being struck by rocks, and he could only let out faint groans clearly. He didn't have long to live. 20 boar riders were tightening their encirclement, trapping 60 knights attendants in the middle. These boar riders stood about 1.6 meters tall on average, their squat and sturdy builds making them surprisingly agile as they moved through the forest. They rode fierce tusked boars and carried slings and stone axes, their combat prowess far exceeding their comical appearance. The sound of pig hooves squelching through the mud sent chills down the spines of the 59 remaining attendants. The boar rider's skin was layered with thick folds of fat, and their sharpened tusks gleamed menacingly. Instead of ordinary leather armor, they wore gruesome bone armor pieced together from the skulls of their enemies. Unlike his restless subordinates, the boar rider's captain remained remarkably calm. He locked eyes with Quinn from a distance, directing his troops to close in on their prey. "You those humanshamil handle, oink." He barked in broken common. This linguistic simplicity was a result of the Elven Emperor's creation myth, a tale in which the Emperor stripped other races of their linguistic gifts, leaving even newborn goblins only able to speak basic common. Although it was 20 against 60, this situation actually allowed individual strength to shine. Each of these boar riders was a warrior among warriors, capable of taking down beasts 3 times their own size alone. "Food! Food! Food!" The boar riders roared as they charged, while the attendants broke ranks in panic. They dropped their weapons and scattered, desperately trying to flee back to the camp. But out here in the wilds, escaping from orc pursuers was nothing but wishful thinking. These attendants had never seen real battle, they were just tools used by the nobility to gather spoils. Quinn ignored the doomed attendants and focused on the boar rider's captain. Despite being fully armored and mounted on a ferocious tusked boar, the captain eyed Quinn warily even though Quinn was armed with nothing but a woodcutter's hatchet. Before the captain could act, Quinn stepped forward, eyeing the boar, which trembled under the influence of his skill but refused to back down. Quinn couldn't help but offer genuine praise. "Heh, you've raised him well. He's called me best brother, oink," the captain replied, an unusually serious expression crossing his ugly, pig-like face as he returned Quinn's respect. The overwhelming presence brought on by Quinn's massive build wasn't just intimidating to humans, it worked just as well on these orcs. The wild boar rider captain fixed his gaze on Quinn's imposing figure, silently calculating his options. In the world of orcs, size often equated to strength, and he knew it well. Recognizing the threat Quinn posed, he had ordered his squad to prioritize eliminating the smaller followers first. Carefully, the captain watched Quinn's every move. When he noticed Quinn's indifference to the lives and deaths of his own followers, a cruel grin crept across his face. "Arrogance, if that's your fatal flaw," he thought, pulling a leather strap from his boar's saddlebag and securing his bone axe tightly to his wrist. He crouched low, pressing himself close to the boar's back to minimize the obstacles posed by the forest terrain. Quinn mirrored the action, taking on the stance of a predator ready to pounce. The air grew tense, as if time had frozen, 2 hunters poised, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The captain gently stroked his boar's back, and years of partnership meant the beast understood instantly. Its muscles tensed like a coiled spring, and it charged forward like a battering ram. In a flash, the distance closed. The bone axe traced a vicious arc, aiming straight for Quinn's vital spot. With a sickening thud, the axe buried itself in flesh, but the captain's expression soured. Quinn hadn't bent down to gather strength. Instead, Head grabbed the corpse of a follower killed by a falling rock, using it as a makeshift shield. The axe lodged deep in the body, refusing to budge, and the captain's hand was trapped. Before he could react, Quinn's massive hand closed around his throat and yanked him off his mount. Even then, the captain tried to draw the bone blade at his waist, but Quinn only needed a slight twist of his wrist. A sharp crack echoed, and the captain's neck snapped instantly. A system notification chimed. Burst kill sharpshooter system at your service. Skill draw ready, 100. Drawing new skill Ashina style. The newly acquired skill originated from a legendary spearman at the peak of his power-up, battle-hardened martial art, refined through countless life-and-death encounters. It allowed the user to wield 3 weapons simultaneously with ease, channeling thunder with airborne footwork. Additional abilities included mastery of the cross spear, proficiency with a single-handed sword, and a significant boost in draw speed. Skill distribution in progress. Please wait. This is how you're supposed to hold the blade. An unexpected surge of muscle memory made Quinn draw his bone blade. The weapon, measuring 1 meter and 30 centimeters, felt weightless in his grip, as if he were wielding an ordinary one-handed sword. For the boar rider captain, this was the trusted weapon he relied on in battle. But here, deep within the dense forest, limited space forced him to switch to a bone axe instead. Quinn seized the moment, thrusting the bone blade straight at the tusked boar's throat. The razor-sharp tip pressed in, the flesh first denting, then splitting open under the pressure. With a swift flick, a gaping wound appeared on the beast's neck. Thick, crimson blood gushed out like boiling stew. The boar convulsed, collapsed, and within seconds, lay motionless. The sensation of the kill was intoxicating. Quinn was no longer a green newcomer. Sharpened his skills trekking through forests, slogging across swamps, hunting bandits, and nearly losing a leg to a trap before finally settling in at the slaughterhouse. Yet none of his previous kills had ever delivered such a rush. With a quick motion, he flicked the blood from his blade and turned to face the charging boar riders. Having witnessed their captain's brutal death, they had abandoned all previous orders. Their eyes now burned with vengeful fury. It wasn't loyalty, just the instinctive response of pack creatures facing a threat. Through the rustle of fallen leaves, an elite rider urged his tusked boar forward, closing the distance rapidly. Clearly a veteran, he controlled his mount with precision, raising his weapon and preparing to strike. Perfect. Quinn reacted as if Head faced such ambushes 1,000 times. Despite his massive frame, he twisted aside with surprising agility, dodging the powerful downward swing. In that split second, he caught the shock in the rider's eye. She hadn't expected Quinn to evade such a lethal blow. The bone blade flashed cold and swift in Quinn's hand, slicing upward from below. A sharp hiss, and blood spurted out as vessels were severed, painting a red arc at the base of an old tree. The tusked boar and its rider crashed to the ground, silent and still. Just 3 short of the next skill upgrade. 2 tusked boars and a pig-headed rider didn't yield much experience. But that was to be expected if climbing to the top was as easy as hunting these low-level creatures. It wouldn't be much of a challenge. Besides, the experience value depended on the strength of the opponent. For instance, the captain was worth twice as much as an ordinary boarman. To grow stronger quickly, you had to hunt stronger foes. Still, with these targets charging at him, Quinn had no intention of letting any escape. He shifted his stance, casting a sidelong glance at the 18 remaining boar riders. With both hands gripping the bone blade, he raised it to eye level, took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with determination. It was time to act. Quinn stepped out of a pool of blood, leaving dark red footprints with every stride. Behind him lay a mound of boarman corpses. He wiped his now dulled bone blade and casually sliced off a haunch from a tusked boar, hoping to upgrade his next meal. Although the army usually shared meals from a communal pot, no one complained when someone brought back fresh spoils from the battlefield. Most of the earlier retinue had already been wiped out, some dead, others fled. Quinn frowned, pondering the odd number of boar riders. According to boarman tradition, they would send their smaller kin as scouts, so the group head just slain were likely the weakest among their ranks. No wonder they'd fallen so easily. Yet, even these rookie boar riders were an unstoppable force against ordinary people. If met with resistance, they would command their tusked mounts to attack as well. In essence, soldiers facing boar riders had to defend against 2 threats: the weapons of the boarmen and the deadly tusks of their mounts. Quinn's gaze fell on the body of a retainer beside him, impaled and lifeless. Against such force, the thin leather armor offered little protection from tusks as sharp as daggers. This retainer had tried to fight back with a steel pitchfork, but it had little effect. The tusked boar was no mindless beast. It dodged threats, aided by its rider, easily avoiding the fork's thrust. This retainer's death had shattered the group's last hope of resistance. After that, no one dared raise a weapon again. Quinn picked up the fallen man's steel pitchfork and slung it over his back. Weapon +1, he thought. While it wasn't a pike, it would do in a pinch. Unfortunately, most of the dead retainers only carried machetes and pitchforks, their leather armor barely fitting. In the past, Quinn might have looted their coin pouches, but ever since Head acquired his second skill, such small gains felt meaningless. Greater wealth awaited him on the vast lands ahead. The crystal line stretched endlessly, with 20 fortresses standing sentinel atop this natural barrier. After centuries of construction, the engineers of the Golden Empire had forged a boundary of civilization itself. Beyond the line, the orcs dared not advance. Within, the empire yielded not an inch in natural order. The fortresses formed a nearly unbroken chain, each one a bastion of strength. Any assault on a fortress would see reinforcements from at least 3 neighboring strongholds within a day. The treacherous terrain prevented the orcs from amassing their forces for a full-scale attack. Their endless hordes could only trickle through like a narrow stream. Even if the orc empire doubled its border forces, it would make little difference unless they could bypass the line through the territory of high-level magical beasts, which was impossible. No mortal force could withstand such legendary threats. Even the mighty orc empire dared not confront these creatures heathen, not even for the chance to outflank the Golden Empire. If it were possible, the orcs wouldn't have been locked in stalemate at the crystal line for centuries. Thornlance Fortress, positioned at the front, was one of the strongholds that faced the brunt of the orc attacks. At that moment, the knight in command frowned, his sharp, hawk-like eyes surveying the handful of disheveled retainer knights who had managed to escape. That barbarian half-blood seems to be dead. So, you say you ran into a squad of Borman riders and managed to escape? The knight said coldly. Falsifying military reports is a capital offense. As compensation, he paused, his gaze shifting to another group. You'll be leading the charge in the next beast tide. He was referring to the masters of these retainer spawns in the game of power, conscripted and discarded on the battlefield. Instantly, the nobles' faces turned pale with fear. They knew all too well what it meant to be in the vanguard. Furious curses spilled from their lips, blaming the commoners for lying to save themselves. The knight watched their outburst with amusement, enjoying the panic on their faces. Just then, a guard hurried over and whispered, Lord Polypo, another retainer has returned. If he's back, call his master as well. They'll both be at the front for the next attack. The knight was about to continue when he noticed the astonished look on the guard's face, as if something extraordinary had happened. What's so different about this one? Tell me, where did you find that knife? The knight looked up, meeting the gaze of the tall, blood-stained man before him. Quinn, with 2 freshly butchered boar legs slung over his shoulder, was even more imposing than the knight in full armor. The knight had already decided to use this brute as cannon fodder. In his eyes, these exiled nobles sent to the border were nothing more than expendable resources, they're only worth lying and being used up on the battlefield. As for this lowly attendant, he could be disposed of at any time under any pretext. Quinn scratched his head, sensing that the knight was deliberately picking a fight. However, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he slid the bone blade into his belt, a faint smile appearing on his dust-covered face. Actually, I found it in a forest about 5 kilometers north of the fortress, Quinn replied calmly. There was an entire patrol of orc cavalry dead. They looked like scouts sent to clear the woods. I'm not sure if you were aware of that. Polypo, who had been indifferent a moment before, stiffened at the news. His eyes sharpened behind his helmet. He immediately turned to his fellow knights and barked out orders. Rally all the knights. Those cowardly scouts must have taken one quick look and jumped to conclusions. If the orcs grouped all the boars in the center, there's no way they could have counted their numbers accurately. Drawing on his battlefield experience, Polypo quickly analyzed the situation. This must be a pure cavalry unit, around 2,000 strong, maybe 3,000 if you count the war boars. To command such a force, their leader has to be a seasoned veteran. With time running short, Polypo's urgency grew. Orc cavalry, fighting in perfect sync with their mounts, were a nightmare to face in open terrain. If they didn't act fast, the enemy would call for reinforcements and surround them. Catching sight of the trembling attendants nearby, Polypo snapped. What are you looking at? Your crimes will be dealt with later. All of you get back now. He then turned to Quinn. And you show some respect when you address your superiors next time. Polypo was now completely convinced by Quinn's story. The bone blade reserved only for orc cavalry squad leaders, the 2 oversized boar legs, and the attendants' earlier statements all pointed to the same conclusion. Cavalry. Polypo shouted, his voice urgent. I want everyone assembled in 30 minutes. Lock up all those damn scouts. When I return, I want every last one of them executed. Watching the knights hurriedly lead their squads out, Quinn's face remained calm and composed, a faint smile playing at his lips. As the grateful gazes of the knights' attendants followed him, he stepped into his own tent. As a nobleman's attendant, he naturally shared a tent with his master. Weiss, a privilege reserved for those of their status within the fortress. Weiss, I'm back. Guess what I brought for you? Quinn's words trailed off as he froze in the doorway. The sight before him left him speechless. A silver-haired woman was leaning beside Weiss, her slender fingers pinching his cheek. Weiss' handsome face looked helpless, golden bangs in disarray across his forehead, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. My brother should have been born in Namliang, Quinn thought to himself. The sudden rustling of the tent startled Weiss, but when he saw it was Quinn, he immediately brightened and introduced, Quinn, this is Miss Herschel. She's incredible transcendent healer, really, like a knight among doctors. Miss Herschel, this is Quinn, my attendant. He's the one who saved me on the battlefield. He might look strong now, but he used to be small and skinny. The woman turned, giving Quinn a clear look at her. Neatly cropped silver hair, a crisp white coat, and a strikingly aloof face. Hands in her pockets, she exuded the cold distance of a snow lotus blooming high on a mountain, beautiful, but inaccessible. She's stunning, Quinn thought, but still not as good looking as my brother. When she saw Quinn enter, the doctor stood up and carefully tucked Weiss' blanket around him. Her voice was cool and distant. Your injuries have mostly healed. You're free to move around now. Her tone barely concealed her dislike for Quinn, or rather, her distaste for the two bloody pig legs he was carrying. With the faint scent of medicine trailing behind her, she brushed past Quinn, pausing at the exit to dust off her coat where it had brushed against him. Once she was gone, Quinn set the bone blade down in the corner. Weiss sat up in bed, taking a sip of water as he explained, don't mind her, Miss Herschel is just particular about cleanliness. The blanket slipped from his shoulders, revealing his slender frame, the thin shirt clinging to his body with sweat. I don't mind, Quinn replied. You nobles always have strange habits. A touch of OCD is nothing unusual. He suddenly noticed something odd. Wait, why do you look like you've got a bit of chest fat? Looks like you haven't been working out at all. He started to poke Weiss' chest, then pulled back when he saw the blood on his own hands. You're disgusting, go to hell, Weiss shouted, kicking off the blanket and aiming a foot at Quinn's chin. But after being bedridden so long, his body couldn't handle the sudden movement, and he toppled backwards. Quick as a flash, Quinn caught Weiss by the ankle and hoisted him up. Weiss was left dangling upside down, his long legs pressed together, toned muscles faintly visible beneath pale skin. He squirmed in the air, looking for all the world like a wriggling white snake. Put me down. Nope. You wretch. Useless, my lord. My leg's gonna break a. Haha. You fell for it. Take this. You really think those skinny arms and legs can beat me? Villain, I order you not to resist. Can't hear you. Then take another kick. No, seriously, you'll break my leg. Not far away, Herschel suddenly paused in her steps. As a transcendent, her sharp hearing caught the sounds of roughhousing from inside the tent. She glanced back, puzzled noble and commoner. Still, if it was that man, perhaps he was worthy of such a privilege. She unconsciously touched her neck, feeling a trace of cold sweat. In the moment she had shown her distaste, she had sensed a fleeting but deadly intent from the man holding the bone blade. If not for her own unique abilities, she would never have noticed it. Facing someone like that, she knew better than to provoke him. He was the kind of man who would act without hesitation, slicing her throat as easily as slaughtering livestock. On the distant battlefield, a pig-headed warrior, towering over 3 meters tall, stood on the open plain and roared at the group of knights he had surrounded. Where's the strongest among you? I am Hechelu, the second champion of the Bristlefong tribe, the giant slayer. Before the god of war, I challenge you to a duel. Despite his massive size, Hechelu did not appear clumsy. Instead, his body radiated explosive power. His entire form was covered in grotesque, mysterious patterns that shimmered with a dark metallic sheen under the sunlight, as if his muscles were forged from steel, exuding limitless strength. Unlike other pig-headed warriors, Hechelu gripped 2 black tusks meant to grow from his mouth in his hands, wielding them like a pair of razor-sharp blades. With every word he bellowed, a terrifying shockwave rippled through the air. A few weaker pigfolk who ventured too close were knocked unconscious by the force of his voice alone. Only his fellow tribesmen could withstand his thunderous roar. Surrounding Hechelu were 50 warriors of his kind, each only slightly shorter than him, and similarly adorned with those strange markings. Even more striking were the beasts they rode, giant tusked boars as large as Asian elephants, their fangs having grown from daggers' eyes to the length of great swords. 50 extraordinary pig-headed warriors, 50 monstrous tusked boars, backed by 5,000 boar riders in tight formation, and over 20,000 infantry streaming in behind them. This formidable army faced just 2,000 dismounted human heavy infantry. Even though the humans maintained a tight defensive formation, fear spread among their ranks as they faced the overwhelming tide of enemies. Commander, don't let him provoke you. If we hold our ground, we can fight and retreat at the same time, a knight urged the tall, heavily armored figure at the center of the formation, but was cut off with a raised hand. The commander was clad in solid steel armor, its robust design shining with a cold metallic glint under the sun. The grim, intimidating style of his armor made him stand out among the other knights. As he heard the knight's plea, 2 golden lights flickered beneath his helmet. Only I can face him, and only he can face me. His deep, commanding voice rang out from the heart of the formation, like an anchor stabilizing the wavering morale of his troops. The knights knew well that while powerful supernaturals could slaughter ordinary foes at will, once outnumbered and exhausted, even they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Still, the knight tried to dissuade him. Hechalu is a Ancient Millennium hero among the pig folk. He once hunted Cloud Peak giants alone in the frozen wilderness, led 2,000 riders on a 3-day raid to sack 2 holy church cities 8 years ago, and 3 years ago, defeated the abyssal demon Lord Nightmare Knight in single combat in the arena, 3 feats no mortal could hope to achieve. There was one more thing he left unsaid. Though Hechalu had only 3 legendary deeds to his name, not a single knight commander from any of the 20 fortresses on the Crystal Line could hope to defeat him on Eonon. Only the Legion commander of the Crystal Line's 100,000-strong army, the most accomplished student of the Golden Empire's greatest hero, famed for slaying dragons and immortalized in bardic tales, could claim certain victory against him. If the knight commander were to face Hechalu alone, he would surely fall within 100 blows. Now, the knight commander stood motionless, but his gaze beneath the visor was far from calm. The warrior knew full well he was no match for his enemy, but at this moment, he had no other choice. If he faltered, his entire unit would perish because of his command. Gently stroking the mane of his warhorse, he murmured to himself, then resolutely grabbed the double-head axe from the ground. As he prepared to raise his weapon, a spectral image of a fierce tiger appeared behind him, ready to respond to the boar-headed hero's challenge in the name of the Golden Order. Just then, a messenger on horseback raced toward him, waving the regimental banner and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Captain, stop! Good news from the rear. The Palapo Knights have led the heavy cavalry and scattered the boar-headed cavalry, clearing a path for our retreat. The Iron Guard, Earth Dragon, and Chaos Knight orders are on their way to reinforce us. The Legion commander has ordered the whole army to fall back along the road." The boar-headed hero stood several hundred meters away, idly running his fingers over his tusked weapon as he motioned for his restless warriors to hold back. He had clearly heard the messenger's announcement. In single combat, he was confident of victory, but against 4 knightly orders, his chances plummeted. More importantly, if he allowed himself to be drawn into a prolonged fight, the casualties among his people would only mount. Although the boar-headed warriors were similar in size to humans, their equipment lagged far behind. Even Hechalu's bone armor, without any supernatural enhancement, couldn't compare to the humans' most basic chainmail. A reckless assault would only result in unacceptable losses. "We're just going to let them go, Pugy?" one of his subordinates asked, unwilling to give up. "Don't be impulsive. Once the prophecy is fulfilled, we'll have plenty of chances to face them." "Pugy, full retreat." An hour later, in the commander's quarters at Thornlance Fortress. "The reinforcements were a lie." "Yeah." "Did the senior know I led the troops out without permission?" "Yeah." "Am grounded for 2 months?" "Yeah." 2 armored figures sat facing each other, each trying to read something in the other's eyes, but neither found any answers. At last, the knight commander slammed his hand on the table and roared, "I am the Empire's fiercest tiger, and I can't even launch an attack on my own terms?" "No, you can't." Palapo answered firmly. "We're built for defense, not offense. The boar-headed vanguard we encountered was bait, and our scouts gave us the wrong information. If the false report hadn't scared them off, we might not have made it out alive." "Is that so? You saw it yourself. Our heavy armor is made for holding the line. Around the fortress, we have miracles that lighten our gear. As long as we hold our ground, not even 100,000 beastmen will break our defenses." Palapo wanted to wipe the sweat from his brow, but his armor was in the way. Sharing a room with the commander was always nerve-wracking. He worried the man might lose his temper at any moment. "Palapo, you may have saved my life, but you know me, if I can't let off some steam, I'll have to take it out on you. You're the only one tough enough to handle my fists." The commander raised a gauntlet fist the size of Palapo's head. Palapo quickly waved his hands in protest. Having already served as a punching bag more than a dozen times this month, he hurriedly said, "I found a commoner who's sure to amuse you." At this, the commander's eyebrows rose beneath his helmet. "A commoner? If he's not interesting enough, you'll have to take his place." Night had fallen. Though the Thornspear Fortress was not large, it housed over 20,000 people, about 15,000 support staff, and 5,000 soldiers. Whenever new conscripted nobles arrived, they were assigned to the vacant lots on the southern side of the fortress. As mentioned before, most of these nobles were losers in the game of power, and their fates boiled down to 2 grim options: die as cannon fodder on the battlefield, or survive the grueling training to become a knight, barely holding on to their title so their distant families could eke out an existence. The training for nobles in the camp was essentially hands-off. Once the training plan was handed out, success depended entirely on individual talent. The regimen was harsh: at least 2 hours of exhausting physical exercise each day, followed by 4 hours of meditation. Only after more than 3 months of this could one hope for a slim chance at success. Quinn, lacking noble blood, had almost no hope of becoming a knight through this training. His odds were less than 1 in 10,000. But he had a secret weapon. "Weiss, tonight's dinner is my special pork trotter soup, made with love." "That's disgusting. Just cook dinner. Why do you have to give it such a gross name? If you think it's gross, don't eat it." "I want it anyway." Sitting on the bed, Quinn looked every bit the carefree young noble. ignoring all etiquette as he reached straight into the soup for a pork trotter. The food in the camp was predictably awful. In fact, the meals provided to the nobles were downright appalling. 2 rock-hard pieces of bread, a thick soup floating with strange wild greens and insect remains, and some nearly rotten fruit made up their daily fare. As a retainer like Quinn, his meals were even worse and didn't even qualify for the fruit or thick soup. At first, many nobles protested the food, feeling insulted by the knight commander, arguing that even prisoners shouldn't be treated so poorly. But now, a week had passed, and only a third of the original nobles remained. No one complained anymore. Mealtimes were silent and subdued. After Weiss finished his dinner, Quinn cleaned up and got ready to take care of his own hunger. That morning, had taken 2 hind legs from a boar, traded one for a short stint in the kitchen, and spent 4 hours slow cooking the other in a large iron pot. His buddy had a small appetite and ate just a little, leaving most of the pork shanks simmering in the pot. The longer it cooked, the more flavorful it became. But before Quinn could reach the kitchen, a soldier called out, "Hey, yeah, I'm talking to you, no offense. The commander wants to see you." Usually, soldiers were arrogant toward knight retainers, but as this soldier approached Quinn, he felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. Standing before Quinn, he was instantly overshadowed, feeling insignificant in comparison. No matter how bold he might have been, he could only speak in a hushed tone. With a look of fear, he said, "The commander's waiting inside. You can go in yourself." Compared to Quinn, the soldier was even more afraid of the knight commander. The current commander of Thornspear Fortress had once killed a dragonfang beast with his bare hands, earning widespread fame and ultimately rising to lead the Knight Order. That dragonfang beast belonged to the chieftain of the Saberfang clan, a prominent group within the Tigerhead tribe. As for the chieftain himself, he was killed when the captain drove a broken tooth through his throat. That bloody victory propelled the then vice-captain into the position of the new leader. When Quinn stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by devastation everywhere. The ground was pitted with craters of varying depths, and broken stones and debris were scattered all around, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. In the moonlight, 2 heavily armored knights sat side by side. Even with Quinn's impressive height of nearly 2 meters, the larger knight still towered over him, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. The shorter knight was none other than Bilibo, whom he had seen earlier that day. Though the 2 knights had restrained their auras, they still radiated an intimidating, suffocating pressure. Their gazes, sharp and predatory like big cats eyeing their prey, lingered on Quinn with a hint of amusement. "Captain," Bilibo was the first to speak, his raspy voice tinged with excitement. "This commoner must have barbarian blood. He managed to wipe out an entire squad of orc cavalry on his own, even without any supernatural power. If we train him properly, that's enough." The captain's deep voice cut him off. Bilibo didn't need to see his expression beneath the helmet to know the captain was very pleased with this toy. The captain leaned forward slightly, moonlight casting a silvery glow on his armor. "Quinn, that's your name, isn't it? I should thank you for warning Bilibo today. If not for you, I might have paid a steep price escaping those orcs." He went on, "I walked right into their trap. 3,000 orcs marching openly down the road. Who could resist attacking? I planned to ambush them from both sides. With our strength, it should have been easy. But I didn't expect their ambush, and I nearly suffered heavy losses." Bilibo wiped away a cold sweat in secret. He admired how the captain could describe his own reckless pursuit of glory so casually. Especially now, with the power struggles in the capital spilling into border territories, the captain needed some achievements to secure his future. Though this operation had been risky, it had taught him a valuable lesson. "All right." The captain suddenly clapped his hands together, the metal echo ringing out crisply. "There are 2 reasons I called you here. First, to formally introduce ourselves. Second, to see if you have what it takes to become a knight or a warrior." Before he finished speaking, the captain rose abruptly. In an instant, an invisible wave of force erupted from him, like an ancient beast awakening, making Quinn's skin prickle with goosebumps. "It's a shame you have neither noble blood nor barbarian heritage. You're just a commoner with a strong build." But the captain paused. "I have my ways. Tell me, do you want to become a warrior?" Without hesitation, Quinn nodded. "Yes. Extraordinary power is also divided into levels: elite, legendary, epic, and mythic. Even the lowest tier, elite, is enough for a warrior to easily wipe out an entire squad of boar riders. In the Golden Empire, any soldier who reaches the elite level through the knight's training method instantly gains status equal to that of nobility, and their path to promotion in the army becomes wide open. Legendary warriors, though only the 2nd tier, are already worlds apart from ordinary people. They often achieve feats like slaying 1,000 enemies single-handedly or standing against tens of thousands, and even the leaders of knightly orders are usually only at this level. Within the Golden Empire's 500,000 strong standing army, there are only 5 epic-level warriors among the 7 major legions. The commander of the 3rd Legion guarding the northern Crystal Defense Line, the commander of the 4th Legion overseeing the eastern Abyssal Prison, the commander of the 6th Legion stationed in the southern Azure Forest, the commander of the 2nd Legion patrolling the western Yellow Earth Road, and the commander of the 1st Legion who defends the royal capital. These figures are destined to be remembered in history. Sheer numbers mean nothing to them, as each one has the power to single-handedly turn the tide of battle. As for the highest level, Mythic, only 2 people in the entire Golden Empire have reached it, the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal. To become the Empire's heir, the sole requirement is to be the first among one's siblings to break through to the Mythic level by any means necessary. Similarly, the position of Grand Marshal, who commands the 500,000-strong army, also demands Mythic-level strength. This overwhelming power, enough to destroy nations, is the very foundation on which the Golden Empire has stood for 1,000 years. For ordinary people, the most direct path to extraordinary power is the Knight's training method, but it places great emphasis on bloodline purity. For someone like Quinn, a peasant without knightly heritage, only the most desperate options remain, such as the flower sacrifice. This ritual is the last resort for those without talent, prepared by the barbarians. Legend has it that the goddess of the hunt possesses unparalleled beauty, far beyond even the most exquisite flower in the world. Her followers offer up their most precious trophies to show their devotion, and the barbarians are among them. Once the flower sacrifice begins, the supplicant must, within an hour, hunt down prey worthy of the goddess' satisfaction. Those who succeed gain power. Those who fail lose their sanity and transform into beasts, doomed to chase the goddess forever. As Polypo listened to the commander's explanation, he keenly picked up on a crucial point. What truly satisfied the goddess wasn't the prey itself, but the thrill of the hunt. A true hunt meant a life-and-death struggle between evenly matched opponents, where both sides had a real chance of victory. That was what made it truly exciting. At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 2 knights. So if I kill an elite, does that guarantee they'll become a warrior? The commander burst into deafening laughter, golden light flashing beneath his visor. He slapped the young knight's helmet with gusto and shouted, Polypo, this guy is really something else. Remember, kid, every creature you slay is an offering to the goddess. And the more impressive the offering, the better. The goddess favors the strongest warriors, do you understand? Bang! The Grand Knight suddenly plopped down, his gaze sweeping toward Quinn in the distance. With a casual wave, he said, now, you can get lost. 5 minutes later, the captain was devouring his meal, one hand gripping a chunk of fatty meat, the other holding a flatbread. With a bone in his mouth, he glanced at Polypo beside him and asked, Polypo, are you sure you can hold back all those elite orcs on the battlefield? Polypo, still chewing on a bone, looked up in confusion and replied, huh, weren't you just sending him to his death? The young knight had always assumed the captain just saw Quinn as prey for his amusement. He never expected the captain actually intended to train him. Smack! The captain suddenly slapped the back of Polypo's head, raising the pig's trotter in his hand angrily. Are you kidding me? What kind of person do you think I am? I've only got one ritual device left to communicate with the goddess. I really think he's got potential, so I want to give him a chance. Don't think I'm just playing around. He took a big bite of the pig's trotter, grumbling as he chewed. Seriously, are you up to the task or not? Polypo lowered his head, quietly lifting his bowl and sipping the trotter soup in small sips. After a moment of silence, he muttered, sorry, Captain, I'm afraid I can't do it. The captain bit through the soft cartilage with a loud crunch, his eyes widening even further. Fine, whatever. We'll call Maris. She doesn't like things to get too bloody, unlike Lily. She's even more reliable than Maris. After all, she's an Order Knight. You should really learn from Lily, just look at her training. You're both Order Knights, but she can knock you out with a single punch. Lily was a prime example of the Order Knights, a unique system of the Golden Empire, known for their formidable defense. As for their offensive power, that took years of training to develop. The captain's bodyguard, Lily, was exceptionally gifted and relentlessly hardworking, pushing her combat abilities to the limit. Even elite enemies struggled to match her. Among the captain's guards, she was the most powerful. At that moment, Lily was probably still training hard on the practice grounds, unlike Polypo, who always hung around the captain, chatting and wasting time. Seeing the captain's usual carefree demeanor, Polypo rolled his eyes in resignation and shot him a deadpan look. Captain, I'm a command-type knight. If you make me fight elite orcs unknown, I might have to switch to guardian skills. But then you'd lose the only knight under your command who can lead 5,000 troops. Haha, I was just joking. The captain grinned, clearly unconcerned. Why so serious? Come on, eat more meat, maybe you'll grow taller and tougher. Polypo rolled his eyes again, muttering to himself, guess he'll stop growing then. He fell silent, focusing on his meal, savoring the pig trotter, and occasionally letting out a satisfied munch. The captain continued enjoying his food, letting the matter drop. All right, that's enough. The pig trotters really are great today. Come on, everyone, dig in. The captain called out cheerfully, showing not the slightest worry about the challenges ahead. The prophecy is about to begin. Are you ready? Hechalu asked in his deep, booming voice, chewing on a charred leg of a humanoid creature. Grease dripped from his thick tusks, glistening eerily in the firelight. This was the orc tribe's way of survival: plunder, devour, grow stronger. Here, food and population were one and the same. Orcs from other tribes often ended up as delicacies on the tables of the strong. At their chief's words, the surrounding tribesmen immediately set down their food, their eyes blazing with fanaticism. The prophecy from 20 years ago still burned in their hearts. Back then, the high priest of the Bristlefang tribe had sacrificed his life to obtain 3 prophecies from the goddess. The Bristlefangs would conquer the smaller tribes nearby. They would cross the layers of mythical beasts and break through the heart of the crystal line. And on the battlefield, an invincible hero blessed by the god of war would rise. The first prophecy had already come true. The weaker neighboring tribes had become their food, with only a few survivors left as slaves. The second prophecy was about to be fulfilled. They had discovered a divine relic that could hide them from the fearsome mythical beasts. As for the third prophecy, though its outcome was still unknown, it filled every orc with hope. Perhaps they themselves would be the chosen one. Hecheloo swallowed the last piece of meat, fur and all, and raised his blood-stained tusks to shout. The Blackblood, Razorfang, and Steelclaw tribes, each with 50,000 elite warriors, have agreed to fight alongside us. The Tigerfolk, Serpentfolk, and Ravenfolk have also pledged their support. We have gathered 20 legendary heroes, an army of 400,000, and my brother the Bristlefang King Zuho completed 7 great feats and defeated the Titans. Within a month, we will break through the crystal line and claim those fertile lands. The Bristlefang tribe will accomplish what the Empire could not achieve in centuries, and our names will be forever carved in the halls of the god of war. In the name of war, someone shouted, and the entire plain erupted. Thousands of orcs raised their weapons, their voices rising in waves. In the name of war. In the name of war. After 20 years of waiting, their moment had finally arrived. Meanwhile, above the border fortress, dark clouds pressed so low it seemed they would crush the walls. The new recruits thought it was just bad weather, but the veterans, those who had served more than 5 years, knew better. This was the work of the orc priests, using supernatural rituals to empower their army. A bloody storm was about to break. As long as the orcs are shrouded under the dark clouds, their physical abilities will be greatly enhanced. Quinn, it's time to head to the battlefield. Oh, I've come down with a fatal illness that strikes the moment I enter battle, Weiss replied, his face pale. If that excuse actually worked on the Knight Commander, I'd go along with it, Quinn snorted, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Reluctantly, Weiss donned his armor, the heavy metal plates clanking dully as he moved. He stepped into the stirrups and swung himself onto his horse, the leather saddle creaking beneath him. Led by Quinn, their horses picked their way through the muddy camp toward the nobles' assembly point. This time, they weren't being sent as the vanguard. The surviving nobles weren't necessarily the strongest, but they were definitely obedient. Those who managed to survive the culling were at least literate and capable of understanding basic battle plans, making them excellent candidates for officers. So, they couldn't just be sent to die meaninglessly. They should at least die for a reason. Knight Commander Belippo stood atop a hastily assembled wooden platform, his voice booming as he issued orders. The moment he finished, a nobleman stepped forward from the crowd, his voice shrill with panic. You want us to charge out on horseback at the most dangerous moment and break the enemy's lines? Impossible. Absolutely not. The noble's voice trembled with fear. I saw there are at least 30,000 orcs out there. If we charge, we'll never make it back. I won't do it. I'd rather be killed outright than be eaten by those monsters. No. Before he could finish, Belippo swooped down on him like a hawk on a rabbit. His iron grip seized the noble by the leg, yanking him off his horse. The noble's boots flailed helplessly in the air as he screamed in terror. In full view of everyone, Belippo ripped off his helmet, revealing a handsome face framed by silver hair. It had to be said few nobles were plain-looking, but seeing them panic in terror didn't quite match their handsome appearances. These were faces you'd expect to see living happily ever after with a princess, not shrieking on a battlefield. The knight's overwhelming strength began to crush the steel armor, the metal groaning under the pressure. The noble's face turned bright red as he struggled to breathe, his voice fading as his eyes rolled back. Brutality was considered an admirable trait in a knight commander, and Belippo embodied it perfectly. You commoner, over here. This horse is yours. You're leading the charge. The knight planted a boot on the noble's shoulder, grinding the silver-haired aristocrat into the mud, and pointed at Quinn. The most important thing for a knight commander was to instill genuine fear in these cowardly nobles. No, Quinn replied calmly. What? Not brave enough to lead the way? Belippo's eyes narrowed dangerously. I don't want the horse. I want that sword. Mine's too dull, Quinn said, nodding toward the weapon at the noble's waist. With a swift kick, Belippo sent the silver-haired noble's sword tumbling from its scabbard to the ground at Quinn's feet, the blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Fine, take the sword. But if you end up in the second row, they'll snap your neck like a grape. Belippo threatened, his voice cold and deadly serious. Instead of being intimidated, Quinn burst out laughing, his cheerful demeanor making it seem as if he were off on a picnic rather than heading into battle. He bent down to pick up the sword, tested the edge, and grinned. No problem with that, Filippo. But tell you what, if I make it back, how about we have a duel? Filippo just snorted in disdain, flicking his sleeve as his armor clinked sharply. If you make it back alive, I won't mind getting my hands dirty. Think of it as a little lesson in respect for your superiors, courtesy of the captain. Perfect. I'm glad you're up for it. Quinn slung the noble's sword at his side, giving Filippo a broad, enthusiastic grin, though his eyes glinted with danger. Suddenly, Quinn felt a nudge at his waist. He turned to find Weiss gently prodding him with his foot. Quinn, Weiss whispered anxiously, his eyes full of concern. Why do I get the feeling you're really angry right now? No, I'm not angry at all. I'm perfectly fine. She spoke softly, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips. I just want to rip out the tongue of a certain disrespectful fool, break their limbs, and leave them helpless in bed, praying day and night to the gods, never daring to cross me again. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous drums of war shook the air, mingling with the constant roar of battle cries. Across the hills, an unending sea of pig-headed warriors gripped their weapons, densely packed and waiting atop distant ridges. Though eager and ready, they all held back, awaiting a single command, the moment to lay down their lives for the future of their tribe. But it was not the famed hero Hechelu who stood at the center of the army. Instead, it was a female pig-headed warrior named Shwerki. She was massive and imposing, 3 pairs of fatty breasts exposed across her chest, her body marked with crimson patterns, and in her hands, she wielded a giant axe as tall as her shoulders. Among all the beastfolk tribes, pigheads had always been seen as weak. The tiger people, snake people, centaurs, minotaurs, and elephant people, these powerful races could claim at least 2 epic heroes and over a dozen legendary warriors at any given time. In contrast, the pigheads hadn't produced even 10 legendary warriors in the past century. But this time was different. The Beast Emperor himself had promised that if they broke through the crystal line, the lush and fertile lands beyond would belong to the pigheads. With such rich soil and their extraordinary ability to breed, their tribe would surely rise. Sheer numbers alone would be enough to produce an epic hero. Mom, the priest has finished the divine blessing. Oink oink. Mom, all the children are ready. Oink oink. Mom, when can we attack? Oink oink. Shwerki raised her meaty hand, and the excited crowd of pigheads instantly fell silent. In a rough voice, she declared, I'm challenging the fort's commander to single combat. I may not be Hechelu, but I am a dual legendary hero. That mere knight commander of Thornlance Fortress within 50 rounds. They'll drag him back here and make him bear my children. She squeezed her thighs around the war boar beneath her and slowly approached the fortress. 10 heavy ballistae trained their sights on her, but the boar only snorted impatiently. Shwerki grinned, lifting her giant axe and pointing it at the largest armored figure atop the fortress walls, her challenge unmistakable. The hot-tempered commander could not stand the provocation. He leapt straight from the 20-meter-high fortress wall. The impact of his heavy armor landing was so great that even the soldiers above could feel the tremor, but the commander stood unscathed, chest out, striding confidently toward the female pighead, bare-handed as fists, empowered by legendary strength, every bit a match for her axe. Shwerki swung down from her war boar, hefting her axe as she locked eyes with the commander. I am Shwerki, 4th champion of the Bristletusk tribe. I heard you ran away last time when you saw Hechelu. Surely you won't run again, coward? To her surprise, the commander of Thornlance Fortress stood as tall as she did. Looks like you're not just a coward, but a mutt as well. And you're nothing but a beast. While the pre-battle trash talk was hardly meaningful, it only added fuel to the tension between the two sides. On the wide-open plain, Shwerki slowly raised his massive battle axe, its sharp blade pointed directly at the leader of the knights. The commander stood his ground, catching the axe head firmly with his right hand, and the two were instantly locked in a breathtaking contest of strength. The female orc's body tensed abruptly, veins bulging like serpents across her skin as dark red patterns glowed with an eerie light, flowing as if alive and radiating an aura of legendary power. Not to be outdone, the knight commander's armor groaned under the strain, jets of scalding steam hissing from every seam like a steam engine on the verge of explosion. This was a pure contest of power, a battle both commanders understood well. At this level, ordinary skills were irrelevant, only raw, primal force could determine the victor. Every clash of strength tore open meter-long cracks in the ground, while violent gusts howled like wild beasts across the plain. Any warrior below the level of legend would be obliterated in an instant by this collision of might. After only a few tense seconds, the two seemed to reach an unspoken agreement and withdrew their strength at the same time. Shwerki wiped his axe across his chest and flashed a vicious grin. To match me with just a single strand of legendary power, no wonder you're known as the Tiger Slayer. Barbarians have their warriors, orcs have their champions, but we knights of the Golden Empire aren't so easily overpowered by mere legendary strength, the knight commander replied with a mocking tone. Yet, he knew full well that in a fight to the death, his chances of victory were only about 30%. The miracle ballista atop the fortress capable of threatening even legendary fighters were the real reason Shorky dared not go all out. Shorky licked his lips with a thick tongue. When I take you alive, we'll see if you can still talk so arrogantly. They say southern barbarians are the most brutal, let me see for myself. With that, he swung onto his war boar and retreated leisurely to his own lines. As he withdrew, countless orcs surged forward like a tide, a dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Defensive drums thundered from the fortress, and 1,000 elite soldiers formed up in perfect order, bracing themselves under orders to hold the line at all costs. Blessed by the fortress miracles, these well-trained soldiers stood firm, unyielding even against an enemy many times their number. Their shields and spears formed an impenetrable wall of steel, cutting down the charging orcs one by one. Though the enhanced orcs were fierce, they still couldn't break through the elite chainmail of the Golden Empire's warriors. The tidal wave of attackers broke against the human wall and ground to a halt. Like fresh pork meeting a butcher's blade within moments, the field ran red with blood. In just 2 short hours, the casualties among the pig-headed warriors had already surpassed 1,000. Standing at the rear, Shorky watched with cold, indifferent eyes, not even blinking. He hadn't launched his mass mobilization plan, yet that was reserved for after the crystal defenses were breached. For now, his main concern was whether this wave of attacks could deal a decisive blow to the fortress. If these ordinary pig-headed soldiers, the most numerous and weakest among his troops, could even tear a small gap in the defenses, it would be enough for him to reap enormous benefits. Even if the attack failed, it would still exhaust the enemy's strength. And when the defenders were completely worn out, "Hewer, it's your turn." "Yes, mother." Hewer's reply was deep and steady. He drew the sharp bone blade from his waist, and, leading 200 boar riders, let out a piercing, sky-shaking howl. Squeezing his legs, the giant boar beneath him surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. This was no ordinary beast, it was a warrior-class monster, handpicked by the tribe, massive and muscular, thundering across the battlefield like an unstoppable force, kicking up clouds of dust in its wake. At the very front, Hewer charged ahead, his figure glinting like a cold, deadly blade, aimed straight at the enemy lines. In the distance, the cavalry unit surged forward like a roaring tide, drawing ever closer. The overseer immediately shouted orders, commanding the frontline troops to retreat and open a path. Then, with a furious wave of his arm, he roared, "You parasites, charge!" Though fear still lingered in the hearts of the nobles, under Polypo's oppressive authority, not a single one dared hesitate. Their eyes wild, they pulled tight on their reins. Their warhorses neighed and stomped the earth, surging out of the fortress at full speed. Polypo watched as the nobles followed his orders to the letter, a satisfied, cold smile spreading across his face. At that moment, a cloaked figure silently appeared at his side. "Melis, your target is that fat swine. You know what to do." The shadow moved with the grace of a swallow, her silhouette slender and agile. She leaped from the fortress, clad in a standard-issue military cloak and carrying a long sword. From behind, it was clear she was a woman. Moving swiftly, she blended seamlessly into the charging noble cavalry, vanishing into their ranks. At the very front, the noble knights were encased in heavy armor, riding powerful warhorses bred for battle. Combined, horse and rider weighed over 500 kilograms. When they charged, they would either break through the enemy lines or be utterly destroyed. And leading the vanguard was Weiss and his horse. To his left, Quinn spread his arms wide, excitement written all over his face as he shouted, "Charge! Charge! Don't fall behind, Weiss. Don't rush Meslo down." Weiss panted anxiously. "I don't have armor. If the pig-headed ones start throwing rocks, you need to shield me." "Huh, don't worry." Quinn grinned like a child. "You're covered in armor other than that pig-headed elite. No one can get through your defenses." "What? He can break through my armor." Weiss' voice shot up several octaves. "Stop, stop. I don't want to die. Ha ha ha. Here comes the rain of stones." Clang, clang, clang. Before he finished speaking, a barrage of stones whistled through the air, pelting Weiss' armor with a series of crisp, metallic clinks. Leading the charge, most of the stones bounced off his armor, barely affecting his horse. But the nobles behind him weren't so lucky. The stone rain pounded down like a torrential storm. Half the warhorses fell, crying out in pain, and their riders were thrown into chaos. We're the only ones left at the front. Quinn shouted with glee. Aawa. The stone barrage lasted less than 10 seconds. Both sides had already crossed hundreds of meters of battlefield, and now their spearheads' collision was imminent. That orc warrior, the one who could cleave both horse and rider in two with a single strike, was now almost within arm's reach. At the critical moment, Quinn suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, as if some force had descended. The next instant, a dazzling ray of light slashed across the battlefield, and a clear, powerful female voice rang out. "Rainbow Sword." The head of the boar knight captain flew off his shoulders, and both he and his massive tusked mount crashed to the ground. Blood gushed forth, revealing a fatal wound on the forehead of the beast beneath him. Even as the giant pig's head hit the earth, its expression remained fierce, as if victory over the fortress was within reach. The cloaked woman quickly turned and retreated into the stronghold, leaving the bloody battlefield to the nobles who had charged out to buy time. Vis, get off your horse. Don't make yourself an easy target. Oh. Clang. The moment Vis' feet touched the ground, a rock came hurtling through the air and struck him squarely on the head. Instantly, his mind spun, blood blurred his vision, and he stood there dazed, completely at a loss. Shhhk. A sharp sword sliced through a soft artery clean, precise, with the practiced skill of a seasoned butcher. Under pressure, blood fanned out, forming a crimson curtain that completely blocked what little Vis could still see. What are you doing, Vis? Never mind, just stand there and don't move. Quinn planted his feet and lunged, his sword thrusting straight through a boar-headed enemy's throat without resistance. Before the first foe even hit the ground, 3 more boar knights charged at him. Unfazed, Quinn simply pulled Vis in front of himself. Get over here. Oh. Through the haze, Vis realized he was now facing 3 vicious boar men. With no real training to speak of except for some childhood games with the servant, she could only swing his spear wildly in panic. The boar men exchanged mocking glances, their movements perfectly coordinated, as if they'd rehearsed it 100 times. One locked down Vis' spear, another spun a sling, and the third aimed a bone blade at a gap in his armor. Now fall back. Oh. Stumbling backward, Vis felt Quinn's tall figure dart past him. With a single sweep, Quinn's sword flashed in a silver arc, slashing across the throats of all 3 boar men. Only one managed a strangled scream before collapsing. Clutching its severed windpipe and writhing on the ground, none of them escaped death. 53% until the next skill draw, Quinn calculated silently. With the ones I took down earlier, I'm not even halfway there. Ha. Quinn laughed heartily, his sword moving as if it were an extension of his own arm, swift, precise, and merciless. Every strike whistled through the air, brimming with lethal intent and power. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. The boar knights couldn't even track his movements. They only saw their comrades falling one after another. Amid the chaos, Quinn looked like a killing machine, wielding nothing but a standard imperial longsword as he single-handedly slaughtered his way through the enemy ranks. Trash. More trash. You're all trash. Quinn shouted, slashing down his foes, his voice brimming with exhilaration. This is fun. So much fun. Come on. Come on. Come on. He spread his arms wide, his whole body caked in dark red blood, standing tall beneath the stormy sky like a war god, unyielding at the heart of the battlefield. What's wrong, you beasts? Afraid to come any closer? He had completely mastered the style of Ashina, the unity of footwork, sword technique, and instinct. Every muscle, every thought, perfectly attuned to the rhythm of battle. This art forged in blood and fire was made for moments like this. Most of these boar men stand no taller than 1.6 meters, making them easy targets to cut down. Ordinary wild boar men couldn't even scratch him, let alone cause any real harm. Quinn stood atop a mound of boar men corpses, his already imposing figure made even more striking against the mountain of flesh and blood. Blood dripped from his longsword. The blade pointed directly at the group of hesitant wild boar riders ahead. Ha! He laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. What's wrong, you cowards? Afraid to come at me? A system notification flashed in the corner of his vision. 100 until next skill draw. On the distant fortress walls, over 40 order knights kept a close watch on the unfolding battle. Clad in matching silver-white armor, every eye was fixed on that lone warrior fighting against the odds. Whoa, what's with this guy? He's a total beast, a young knight exclaimed in awe. He's not afraid of dying at all. Doesn't he know the old sow is just over the hill? Even if Schwerke doesn't step in, a single elite boarman would be enough to finish him off. Haha, the Blackman boarman's about to join the fight. Let's see if he can handle it as easily as slaughtering chickens, another knight jeered. Did he use some kind of miracle item? How can a mortal body have that kind of strength? Asked a bespectacled knight, clearly puzzled. Fool. An older knight beside him shook his head dismissively. All that killing comes from pure skill, at least 20 years of swordsmanship. With that alone, he's on par with any of us. What's the point, though? Another knight argued. He still can't break through the elite boarman's defenses. One slash barely scratches the surface. Eyes, mouth, armpits, anus. A short but sharp-eyed knight interjected. If he aims for those spots, with his strength, he just might pull it off. Captain, what do you think? Prompted by the question, the Order Knight's captain perked up. He stared theatrically at Quinn for a few seconds, then gave Polybo, the knight who'd spoken, a light slap on the head. I think he'll be fine. If his swordsmanship is that good, the captain turned to Polybo. Polybo, send word to let an elite boarman test him. If he dies, the captain suddenly frowned. Wait, I did give him the divine tulip. If he dies, that's a waste. Polybo, who was monitoring the battlefield, waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. I had Lily hide among the nobles and slip out with them. It'll be fine. Wait, didn't we send Maris out earlier? the captain asked, confused. She was just a decoy, Polybo explained. We wanted the old sow to think we'd withdrawn our knights, when in fact, our strongest is still hidden among the criminal cavalry. Whatever level of elite she sends against that commoner, we'll be ready to strike first. Polybo punched the fortress wall, his eyes gleaming slyly beneath his helmet. Order knights are extremely valuable to the fortress, and elite boarmen are just as rare for their kind. Out of a 200,000-strong army, there are fewer than 1,000 elites. Everyone we kill is one less they have. He continued. Even if she realizes we tricked her, she can't catch Lily. After all, she's one of only 2 here who can beat an elite boarman rider Unyanon. She'll easily hold out until you can support her, Captain. If they lose 1 elite, Shwerky might not care, but if they lose 2 in quick succession, that'll really hurt. Boarman sighed. Hewer is dead. Who's next? Shwerky's voice rang out among the boarman ranks. He'll go. A male boarman, as tall as the female hero, stepped forward. He was a rare specimen, even more massive than the war boars they rode, and none of his kin dared underestimate him. His muscles were as hard as steel, his tusks gleaming coldly clearly, had claimed resources meant for the war boars to grow so large and powerful. Pooling all their resources into themselves, they planned to become a legendary hero first, and then use their newfound legendary power to help the tusked boar reach the same realm risky strategy that yielded unexpectedly impressive results. The hero's massive, mountain-like physique was living proof of its success. Now, with just one final step left before leading its boar companion into the legendary ranks together, there was no way it would let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Take good care of my brother, Pudgy. Entrusting its beloved mount to a younger clan member, it gripped its twin bone blades tightly, ready to charge forward only to be stopped by Shwerky. Humans are cunning. Send 2 more, Shwerky said gravely. Even before the words had fully left his mouth, 2 elite warriors stepped forward, heads held high. Every elite boar warrior longed to become the hero of prophecy. Confidence blazed in their eyes. To them, even the human assassin who could kill their kin in an instant was nothing more than a minor nuisance, easily crushed. As long as they stayed alert, their bone hammers could turn that little pest into pulp. Don't underestimate the enemy. Shwerky gently patted the 3 brothers' heads, warning them sternly. Humans may be weak, but there's a reason the Golden Empire has held us off for centuries. Fighting beneath the fortress puts us at a disadvantage. Don't worry, Mother Pudgy, the 3 brothers replied in unison. Unless the enemy sends more than 5 elites, their lines will be torn apart by us. And if they really do send more than 5 elites, or someone truly vital to the Golden Empire, you can unleash your legendary power. That's our strategy. As soon as they finished, the burly boar warrior led the 2 cavalrymen in a wedge formation toward Quinn. On the battlefield, morale was as important as strength. If Quinn was allowed to rampage freely, it would crush the boar army's fighting spirit and rob the soldiers of their courage. These beasts really picked the wrong time, Quinn muttered, wiping his longsword and narrowing his eyes. The burst kill archer system is at your service. Skill draw available, 100. Drawing skill acquired, riding EX. A skill derived from a certain Santa archer. Ease level riding theoretically allows mastery of any mount, even dragons, but with a Christmas twist, greatly increased proficiency with special mounts, reduced with standard ones, and a significant attack boost while mounted. Weiss, snap out of it, Quinn shouted. Huh, oh, the young noble, lost in the atmosphere of battle, finally came to his senses. Spin that yo-yo. I can't take on those 3 idiots. Quinn nimbly vaulted onto the horse, raising his shield in front. Though the fine steed could still gallop swiftly even with 2 riders, it couldn't quite match the speed of the elite boar warriors. They had already scattered the enemy formation, and Quinn's solo efforts had even forced the boar cavalry to retreat and regroup. But now the situation was dire. The dual-blade boar warrior suddenly burst forth, breaking away from his companions like a phantom and charging after them with relentless fury. Humph, think you can run? In less than 30 seconds, the pig-headed warrior wielding twin blades had already charged up behind Quinn. It was the first one to step out of the ranks, and its explosive speed on 2 legs even surpassed that of the tusked boars. It shouted loudly, "Coward! Are you too scared to raise your blade against the strong?" Cursing inwardly, Quinn yanked his reins and brought his warhorse to an abrupt halt. He grabbed his now useless shield, leaped onto the horse's back, and sprang high into the air. A moment later, the fine-bred warhorse was hacked into 3 pieces, blood spraying through the air in a grisly display. The twin-bladed pig-headed warrior burst from the bloody mist like a beast from legend, an opponent no ordinary human could face. It slammed its feet into the ground, unleashing its full strength, and swept both blades toward the back of Quinn's neck like a demon claiming its due. If those blades could slice a horse into quarters, a human would fare no better. In that critical instant, a war hammer as tall as a man came hurtling from afar, intercepting the twin blades just in time. The clash of steel and iron rang out, deafening and fierce, sending up a shower of sparks. Quinn could smell both the stench of bone and the sharp tang of metal at the same time. But he didn't look back. Instead, he vaulted forward and nimbly landed back inside his own lines. He set his trusty shield no, his brother gently on the ground, patting him on the waist. You head back for now. I've still got unfinished business. What business? Vis, still reeling from his narrow escape, watched as Quinn strode away from the fortress, pulling a small flower from his belt as he went. The pale yellow petals trembled gently amid the chaos of battle, drawing the eyes of nearby soldiers and even catching the attention of the elite pig-headed warriors not far away. At that moment, no one could say what the most beautiful flower in the world was, but for everyone who saw it, the answer was suddenly clear. It was a flower offered to the gods. Make way. After nudging aside a short knight in his path, Quinn stood before the twin-bladed, pig-headed warrior. The creature instinctively stepped back, sweat beading on its brow. A flicker of doubt crossed its mind. Wasn't it a bit much to use a miracle item on a small fry like itself? After all, only legendary heroes could create such artifacts, each one powerful enough to threaten or even instantly slay another legend. But nothing happened. Quinn simply looked focused, lowering his head in thought. How did that prayer go again? Let me see. He fished a slip of paper from his pocket and began to murmur, in the name of the gods, I challenge you to a unknown duel, offering my very being to the most beautiful goddess in the heavens as the ultimate hunt. A breeze swept by, carrying away the tulip petals. The pig-headed warrior stared at Quinn, a dangerous light gradually appearing in its eyes. It realized it might be the sacrificer. Perhaps both of them were. The goddess power flowed from their toes upward, and only the victor would taste that divine sweetness. Ha ha ha. The pig-headed warrior laughed, its tone mocking. Just a human, not even a true knight. Daring to provoke me like this? You've got guts, I'll give you that. How dare you challenge a warrior from the main Tusk tribe? The boar-headed warrior burst into raucous laughter, his muscular arms raising two bone blades high above his head. His tusks gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. To kiss the feet of the god of the hunt is the greatest honor for our tribe. He roared, his voice brimming with fervent devotion. In this world, the duties of the gods of hunt and war did not conflict, and it wasn't unheard of to draw power from both. In fact, some smaller orc tribes worshipped only the god of the hunt. Quinn, who had received the goddess message as well, wore a completely different expression. He curled his lip and scowled. Disgusting. Can't that goddess come up with a better metaphor? I'm not licking anyone's filthy feet unless they're in white stockings. He planted a foot on the corpse of a noble at his feet, his sword still dripping blood. Standing tall, Quinn fixed a sharp gaze on the twin-bladed boarman. Fat pig, this is my first time fighting a transcendent beast. Don't let me down. Your first time? How a flicker of disdain passed through the boarman's eyes. Then let me show you the true strength of the main Tusk tribe. Without a word, both the soldiers of the Golden Empire and the boar warriors instinctively stepped aside, clearing the ground for a unknown duel. Part of it was reverence for the gods, but it was also because divine retribution was very real in this world. The Golden Empire's god of order was absolutely neutral, unlikely to attack or provoke other deities. Soon, Quinn found himself surrounded only by the carnage of battle bodies of boar soldiers, cavalry, human soldiers, and nobles strewn about in disarray. There's no time to hesitate, he told himself. Clang. The heavy bone blade crashed against the imperial longsword, sparks flying. Feeling the force transmitted through the bone blade, the boarman grinned wildly. Suddenly, his bulging arms exploded with power, knocking Quinn's sword aside. Thud, thud. Quinn was forced back 2 steps, his immense strength overwhelmed for the first time. Still, he realized the gap between them wasn't insurmountable. It wasn't as hopeless as an adult facing down a child. With the boarman's bestial strength, it was more like a 14-year-old boy up against a grown man. Before Quinn could catch his breath, the boarman lunged, ferocious intent clear in his eyes, bringing both bone blades down in an shaped strike toward Quinn's chest. Quinn's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, gripping his sword with both hands and thrusting it straight at the boarman's throat. Sometimes the only way to survive was to attack. Scree. 3 blades clashed, sending up a shower of red-hot sparks. Amazingly, the heavy bone blades were forced aside along the sword's edge, and Quinn's sword drove straight for the boarman's throat. Too slow. The boarman sneered, tilting his head just enough for the blade to miss. The strike that should have pierced his throat or at least severed an artery only left a shallow red line across his rough skin. Quinn leapt back out of range, and after this exchange, he had a sense of their relative strength. If he had to put it in numbers, it would be boarman elite attack 10, defense 10, speed 7, skill 7. Himself attack 6, defense 2, speed 5, skill 50. Let's see what I can do with this power. Quinn tightened his grip on his sword, a determined glint in his eyes. It didn't matter if his eyes couldn't see nor if his body couldn't keep up or if he was weaker than his opponent. None of that mattered. Clang. Sword and bone blade clashed violently once more, separated by only a few centimeters. Quinn could clearly see the fear in his opponent's eyes. As long as my sword keeps up, that's all I need. Clang, clang, clang. Clang. Each strike rang out like a hammer striking iron, the sharp sound echoing in the ears of both the Imperial soldiers and the Orc warriors. Quinn dared not relax, nor let his guard down for even a moment. His heartbeat almost matched the rhythm of the crashing blades. In this fight for his life, he could only rely on the agility of his two weapons and strength nearly twice that of his enemy to make up for his lack of skill. One mistake, and the razor-sharp Imperial sword would pierce straight through his vital organs. The Orc, though incredibly strong, paid a steep price for every swing. One moment's carelessness, and Quinn's sword would run him through. What's the matter, Piglet? Getting nervous? Quinn sneered, taunting with a cold smile. As the twin-bladed Orc swung with all his might, Quinn suddenly dropped low, dodging the attack with ease, as if had predicted it all along. But the Orc wasn't about to let him escape so easily. His arms swelled, veins bulging and muscles growing until he seemed to be bursting with savage energy, sending out a powerful shockwave. The sheer force felt as though it could tear anything apart. This was the Orc's bloodline at work, a berserker's frenzy, an ability granted by the god of war that allowed Orcs to unleash overwhelming power for a brief moment. Now, every fiber of the Orc's body was brimming with this strength. With a guttural roar, the Orc charged Quinn like a wild beast. Each swing of his blades came with unstoppable force. One swipe tore through the air, the edge flashing down like lightning. Quinn barely had time to react, his sword struggling to block such ferocious attacks. Yet, Quinn didn't flinch. Calm and precise as ever, he ducked low at the exact moment the Orc struck, narrowly avoiding a blow that could have shredded his armor. In the next instant, Quinn's sword shot forward like lightning, stabbing straight at the Orc's chest, aiming for a vital spot. But something was wrong. The blade hit resistance, as if it had struck a thick hide. The tip barely penetrated 2 centimeters before being stopped by the Orc's dense muscle. At the same time, the other bone blade swept in, slashing cunningly at Quinn's arm. This was the Orc's last desperate counterattack, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Trading injury for life? Quinn smiled faintly, already making up his mind. His strength was beyond ordinary, but against an Orc in this state, any mistake could be fatal. Every instant, his mind raced to find the best move. But he was out of time. The sword was knocked from his hand by the Orc's overwhelming defense, leaving Quinn no chance to recover his weapon. A mere mortal, and yet you dare threaten me. The Orc bellowed, his eyes burning with shame and rage. Head cast aside all restraint, throwing himself at Quinn with everything he had. Quinn knew there was no room left for hesitation. The decisive moment had arrived. Ding! Instead of the heavy clang of metal against metal, there was now a crisp, light sound as one weapon was knocked away by another. The sharp blade traced a perfect arc through the air, spinning and catching the sunlight in dazzling flashes that reflected onto the snarling face of the dual-bladed boar-headed warrior. Lost in the fantasy of imminent victory, his eyes shone with a greedy longing for the power of the goddess of the hunt. But his daydream was shattered by the sudden, merciless thrust of a spearhead. Quinn's spear, swift as a dragon breaking the surface of the sea, struck with precise timing and accuracy, driving straight into the boar-headed warrior's eye. The cold tip pierced through soft tissue, reaching deep into the vulnerable brain. Once belonging to a long-dead noble, this iron-forged spear had now found a new master amidst the chaos of the battlefield. What a pity. You didn't make it to the second phase, Quinn murmured softly as the boar-headed warrior collapsed. A gentle breeze carried the whispers of prophecy, and the power of the huntress quietly descended. Though the clash lasted barely 2 seconds in the eyes of onlookers, every knight and boar-headed elite present had witnessed a duel of skill beyond mortal limits. Where did that kid learn such technique? One knight muttered. He must have at least 5 years of battlefield experience. Luckily, he doesn't hit hard enough. He can't pierce our armor. Captain, which god's miracle did he receive? The captain, towering at 2.5 meters, let out a hearty laugh. I'm a warrior, so naturally he was granted a warrior's miracle. The goddess of the hunt is also the goddess of beasts. Her followers may lack strong defenses, but their overall abilities are more well-rounded than those of the Order Knights. Remember the day I used the beast's restraint miracle? The knights fell silent, recalling the terrifying scene when the captain ascended to legend and tore apart the Tiger-Man hero with the power of the trapped beast. Suddenly, an urgent voice broke the silence. Captain, what's that old sow doing? Stop her. She's about to unleash a legend. In the distance, the boar-headed hero Schwerke was swinging a sling, gathering momentum. Ballista. Ready the ballista now? At that moment, a clear female voice sounded in Quinn's ear. Step back a bit. He turned and saw the short knight who had earlier blocked the dual-bladed boar-headed warrior for him. Beneath the heavy armor, the voice belonged to a girl of about 15. What's wrong? Quinn took a step back, eyeing the girl in front of him with curiosity. She looked no older than 15 or 16. Though she was small in stature, she carried herself with a seriousness beyond her years. She replied solemnly, Schwerke is about to unleash her legend. Since you're someone the commander values, let me handle this for you. The promotion from elite to legendary wasn't complicated. All it took was a great deed acknowledged by the gods. Shorki already had two such feats to her name, the most notable being when she led her kin to repel a flight of wyverns. Each adult wyvern possessed a single strand of legendary might. Elites had twice that power, and their leader wielded the strength of 3. Yet Shorki had brought them down from 100 meters in the air with nothing but a sling. Admittedly, the frenzied dance of 100 elite boarmen had amplified her power, but it was more than enough to cement her own legend. Legend unleashed falling dragon blood. As the tale was invoked, the sling in Shorki's hand began to spin at a dizzying speed. The ordinary-looking weapon brimmed with compressed miracle power enough to shatter even the legendary Hechalu. The fierce wind forced her kin to retreat. They all understood their matriarch was about to go all out. With a deafening roar, the sling shot forth like a meteor, trailing a fiery tail for dozens of meters as it hurtled toward Quinn from 3 kilometers away. At the critical moment, the petite knight stepped forward. She stood just over 1.6 meters tall, but exuded the presence of a fortress wall. Hoisting a massive iron hammer as tall as herself, she planted her feet firmly on the ground. She's going to get herself killed, isn't she? Quinn asked, concern in his voice. No way, the young knight replied confidently, knocking her hammer against the ground. As long as I stand here, I am the bulwark of the Empire. When the flaming meteor, nearly 5 meters wide, closed within 100 meters, the fortress miracle activated. Any foreign projectile would have its power reduced by 90%, unless it reached the level of an epic. Watch closely. Here's your first lesson. Miracle power is nullified by a greater miracle. With a thunderous boom, the young knight was sent flying, crashing through a group of soldiers like a cannonball. You've got to be kidding. After all that bravado, I actually thought you could stop it, Quinn muttered, measuring the distance she'd been thrown and silently thankful he hadn't been the one to take the hit. The knight quickly scrambled to her feet, brushing dust from her armor. Quinn tapped her helmet with concern. You all right? I'm fine, she replied, though her hands were numb from the impact. Still, she felt it was worth it. The clouds overhead parted, and a golden miracle descended, bathing Quinn in radiant light and causing him to grow instantly to over 2 meters tall. The young knight nudged Quinn's lower back, signaling for him to lean down. In a hushed tone, she asked, can the power of the god of the hunt make someone taller? Not for me. Of course, just asking for a friend who could really use it. Retreat. Retreat. The battlefield echoed with the angry shouts of the pig-headed warriors. Amidst the littered corpses, groups of them fled in panic, scattering like a receding tide. In this battle that had raged for half a day, over 1,000 pig-heads had fallen, while the humans had lost fewer than 30. Such a lopsided casualty ratio had long since become the norm in their clashes. The 5,000 defenders of Thornlance Fortress were all clad in heavy armor. Even the most ordinary soldier wore chainmail crafted by generations of borderland smiths. While this mass-produced armor was not as protective or comfortable as the finest plate, its sheer availability ensured that every soldier in the fortress was well equipped. In stark contrast, the pigheads were still stuck in the Stone Age. Their weapons were mostly stone spears, axes, and hammers. Only the strongest Borrider captains in the tribe were allowed to wield bone weapons enhanced by supernatural power. These were the only arms capable of piercing the human's chainmail. After the fighting ended, a sense of ease filled the fortress. Many new recruits had been blooded in this battle, earning honors that would have marked them as elite soldiers anywhere else. The knights who defended the walls had only watched the battle from above. The enemy commander, Shwerki, possessed such overwhelming ranged power that only one order knight in the entire fortress could withstand him alone. If the order barrier was activated and the knights advanced, they would lose their speed advantage and risk being picked off by the enemy's elite. That night, in the commander's courtyard, a woman stood to the left while 3 knights of varying builds lined up on the right, and Quinn stood in the center. The commander slapped the medium-built Polipo hard on the shoulder, sending him staggering. Lily, petite and barely over 5 feet tall, couldn't help but laugh at the sight. She always made a point to avoid such greetings from the commander. The tall and cautious Melis, cloaked and leaning against the wall, watched Quinn from a distance. The commander threw an arm around Quinn's neck and drew him close, pressing him against his own armor as he made a solemn promise. Kid, I want to ask about your past. In my personal guard, what you've done before doesn't matter. Even if the Grand Inquisitor of the Order himself comes from the Empire, he won't lay a finger on you. There's just one thing that isn't fair to you. I can't tell you my name yet. Once we've driven off the pigheads, we'll take you to St. Law Fortress to have your order's sigil engraved. Then, they'll tell you. In this world of miraculous powers, names carried special significance. Except for a few renowned before joining the military, the commanders of the Crystal Line's knightly orders all kept their true names hidden, showing themselves only in their armored forms. Even for trusted confidants, it's necessary to brand them with an order sigil just in case they're captured by orcs and brainwashed. Lily, I remember there's a set of armor I used to wear in the warehouse. Find it and make a few adjustments. Also, feel free to pick any warhorse you like. As long as it doesn't have an owner in the fortress, it's yours. From now on, you'll move next to my quarters actually. With both you and Melis here, it's better if you move across the hall. Your rations will be double the standard soldiers warriors like us always burn through more. I've arranged everything for your food, clothing, and lodging. This is the treatment for elites. Every order knight in the fortress enjoys these privileges. In fact, once you step into the extraordinary ranks, as long as you don't commit high treason, even acts like pillaging or arson rarely result in harsh punishment, though such things happen very rarely. Order knights of the Golden Empire are expected to uphold discipline not just on the battlefield, but in every aspect of their daily lives, influenced by the god's power. Deep down, they simply can't break the rules. These elite transcendents are truly the foundation of the empire. The resources needed to train just one elite could raise 100 ordinary soldiers. Becoming an order knight requires daily training not just for physical strength, but for the routine itself. That consistency is favored by the gods. Only those with this scent are qualified to take the trial of the god of order. The trial is simpler than the god of the hunts, but it's still a formidable challenge and you only get one chance in your lifetime. If you fail, earning the god of order's favor again is nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the god of the hunt's trial can be attempted as many times as you want after all. If you fail, you simply go report to the goddess yourself, which is its own kind of ending. To this day, Quinn still isn't sure how valuable his elite status is, but he can sense that he's considered extremely important, treated almost like a personal confidant. So, he raised his own requests. Commander, I have 2 more requests. The commander smiled, looking generous. Go ahead. As long as it's nothing outrageous, they'll grant it. Even if it's a little much, I won't refuse. Quinn was the only one among 100,000 troops who had gained the power of the huntress. Now that there was a second, the commander was determined not to let him go easily. Quinn continued, First, I'd like to have my master live with me. We don't need a separate room. We can squeeze in together. Standard soldier rations are fine for us. The commander waved it off without a second thought. No problem. I remember you used to be his attendant, right? But now, your status is far above his. Even if you flogged him, I guarantee his family wouldn't dare complain. Quinn shook his head and refused. He treated me well before. I can't let him suffer now. The commander nodded, his respect growing. Loyalty definitely a plus. All right then, you don't need to share a room. He can choose his own quarters, and his rations will match the knight's standard as well. So, what's your second request? At this, Quinn's eyes sharpened, taking on a hint of danger. The aura radiating from the berserk warrior gradually locked onto Polipo, who was standing beside the captain. Quinn raised his arm, his thick fingers pointing directly at the medium-sized knight's helmet, his voice steady and resolute. I challenge him to a duel between knights. No rules until one of us yields. With a thud, the captain dropped to the ground, quickly shoving Polipo forward, eager to rid himself of any responsibility. I accept your second condition as well, he blurted out. Bathed in moonlight, the 4 captain of the large knights, medium-sized knight Polipo, small knight Lily, and the cloaked Malice stood in a row. Strangely, none of them seemed surprised by Quinn's request. It was only natural for someone who had just gained new power to want to test their strength. Especially for Polipo, the weakest member of the group, who had inevitably become Quinn's first target. Polipo flexed his joints, producing the sound of metal scraping, his eyes beneath the helmet glinting silver. Despite his bulky armor, he moved with surprising agility and took his place directly opposite Quinn. Rookie, now I remember, Polipo said with a sneer. Didn't you want to spar with me before? As one of the top 5 duelists among the dozens of order knights at Thornlance Fortress, this drill officer's confidence was unmistakable. He deftly drew his standard longsword and planted it into the ground, then raised his empty scabbard, the eyes behind his visor shining with disdain. What do you say? The scabbard alone should be more than enough for you. Polipo had already worked it out in his mind, judging by the captain's attitude. This warrior blessed by the god of the hunt would soon join the honor guard. That meant Polipo would no longer be the weakest among them. Now was his chance to use his veteran experience to finally secure a spot just above last place. As Polipo taunted him, eager for the fight, Quinn's tone remained as calm as if discussing the weather. He even offered a considerate reminder. Are you sure you want to use only the scabbard? Your sword's right there, you can pick it up anytime. Polipo waved him off with a generous smile and strode forward confidently, spreading his arms wide as if deliberately exposing all his weaknesses. No need to get serious for you, rookie. Come at me, show me what you've got, and then, wham. Before he could finish, Quinn's massive hand slapped him hard across the helmet. Polipo's world spun as if had been struck by a sledgehammer, everything tilting and reeling. Before he could even register the disorientation, a hand like an iron vice clamped around his neck, effortlessly lifting his 1.75-meter frame off the ground. The Order Knight flailed helplessly like an octopus stranded on land. The scabbard in his right hand had long since fallen, but he didn't even notice. Ready to yield? Or would you like to grab your weapon first? Quinn asked with a polite smile, sounding more like he was inviting Polipo to dinner than offering a surrender. Then, with a casual toss, he threw the drill officer down beside the sword stuck in the ground. When Quinn received the goddess blessing, he hadn't felt anything particularly special. Little by little, though, he realized he could see farther, jump higher, run faster, and his strength kept growing. By the time he truly noticed, he had already become extraordinary. Maybe it was because he found himself in a Western fantasy world, rather than the kind of Xianxia universe where characters have dramatic revelations about their true selves. But Quinn felt he now understood his system a bit better. The bestial strength in his arms wasn't fully under his control in his human form, and even after reaching a superhuman level of physical ability, he had only glimpsed a fraction of its true power, yet even that was enough to give him a massive boost in strength. The same was true for his mastery of the Ashina style. Quinn clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power inside him. Just a day ago, he could only draw out about 20 of the potential from these two skills. Now, he could wield them at full strength. Simply put, after becoming an elite, his power had increased at least fivefold. Sir Baripo Knight, Quinn said, a confident glint in his eyes and a slight smile on his lips. If you want to forfeit, now's your chance. 5 times. 5 times stronger. The commander and Maris exchanged a glance, both clearly shocked. After all, even before reaching superhuman status, Quinn had been able to go toe-to-toe with elite orc warriors. Now, with his strength multiplied fivefold, facing him was like facing a human-shaped beast for any order knight. Sir Knight, do you wish to surrender? Quinn grabbed Baripo's armored leg and dragged him across the ground, 2 hot breaths flaring from his nostrils. His blood was boiling, his body running at full throttle. He wasn't yet fully attuned to the goddess power flowing through him, which made it a bit awkward to use, but that was fine. He'd have plenty of chances to get used to it. As he dragged the heavily armored knight, Quinn caught the faint sound of Baripo's muttering. Peasant. You filthy mongrel. Baripo suddenly shouted, almost hysterical. The order knight rammed his sword scabbard at Quinn's stomach with all his might. But the scabbard didn't budge an inch. Quinn caught it easily and, with a slight squeeze, bent the steel scabbard out of shape. Do you want to surrender? Quinn asked again, his voice eerily calm. Mongrel. Baripo kicked off with both legs and managed to break free from Quinn's grip, his eyes now full of venom. He had to make his opponent cripple his arms and legs if he had to. Even if there were legendary-level doctors in the fortress, this mongrel would be bedridden for at least half a year. Baripo snatched up a long sword that was stuck in the ground nearby and took up a fighting stance, clearly ready to go all out. Quinn, on the other hand, just casually took his own weapon from his waist, gestured at Sir Knight, then tossed it aside. It was a blatant taunted direct response to Baripo having lost his weapon earlier. Seeing this, Baripo abandoned all rational thought. Like a crazed beast, he charged at Quinn with his sword raised. In the Golden Empire, society was divided into 4 classes: golden-haired royals, silver-haired nobles, mixed-haired nobles, and commoners. Golden and silver hair were most common among the nobility, but many golden-haired nobles had royal blood without the right to inherit, making them second-tier aristocrats like Quinn's good friend, Weiss. For black-haired peasants like Quinn, even gaining noble status through military merit didn't give them much political value. Golden and silver hair marked the elite because the royals and the first nobles were uniquely compatible with the power of the God of Order, able to wield legendary-level divine power. Other noble bloodlines could only hope to become Order Knights at best. To go beyond that, to gain power above the Order Knight, they would have to accomplish the impossible and ascend to legendary status. Don't be fooled by the nearly 20 legends stationed at the Crystal Line. This accounted for 1/6 of all legendary power in the Empire. In a nation of 20 million, there were just over 100 legendary human warriors. That's why golden and silver-haired nobles possessed an innate sense of superiority over everyone else. Baripo was no exception. Deep down, this Order Knight looked down on mixed-haired nobles and commoners alike. But in an unknown duel, that arrogance gave him no advantage. Quinn clapped his hands together, catching the blade between his palms, then twisted and snapped the sword in half before launching a powerful kick. Boom. The Order Knight, who had tried to catch the blade barehanded, slammed into the wall, leaving a massive crater. Fortunately for the courtyard, the commander's walls were made of half-meter-thick stone blocks, otherwise, the wall would have collapsed from the impact. Quinn strode forward, crouched next to the dazed knight, and flicked the steel helmet with his finger, his tone full of mockery. Sir Knight, do you surrender now? Mongrel, came a furious growl from beneath the helmet, the sound of gritted teeth unmistakable to Quinn. The once proud knight, Palipo, now lay sprawled on the ground, chest pressed to the earth, limbs pinned, and unable to move. Sir Knight, do you yield? Quinn asked lightly. If your skill matched even half the strength of your words, I'd have been flat on my back by now. Unfortunately, it seems your bite isn't even a fraction as tough as your bark. Quinn's words were like a spark to dry tinder, igniting the Order Knight's rage. But Palipo could only feel the weight pressing down on him, his body firmly trapped, unable even to roll over. All he could do was gasp for breath like a fish out of water. Sir Palipo, how about calling me Master Quinn? Quinn teased. If you do, he'll call this duel a draw. Or just bow to me twice, and he'll let you up right away. The courtyard fell silent. The commander sat nearby with arms crossed. Maris leaned against the wall, and Lily was perched on a small stool, snacking without a care. None of them made any move to help their companion. Realizing he was stuck, Polipo simply lay there in silence. Quinn saw through his ploy. Polipo was relying on the defenses of the order barrier to outlast him, refusing to admit defeat. Quinn picked up the broken sword from earlier, its remaining blade less than 30 centimeters, but still gleaming ominously. The other three looked on in confusion. A regular blade shouldn't have been able to breach the order barrier at all. This was rooted in the balance of power between the god of order and the god of the hunt. The Berserker favored offense, while the Order Knight specialized in defense. Specifically, Berserker, attack 10, defense 5, speed 7. Order Knight, attack 5, defense 12, speed 3. The Order Barrier added an extra 12 points of defense, while the Berserker's Trapped Beast boosted all stats by 5. But Quinn had fully mastered the swordsmanship of Ashina. Moonlight shimmered along the broken blade, every movement seamless, his energy and focus condensed at the sword's tip. To the others, it looked like he simply flicked his wrist. A sharp, agonized scream tore through the courtyard. Polipo writhed on the ground, the back of his armor split open, exposing the fine fabric beneath. Just as Quinn prepared to strike again, a huge, bear-like hand stopped him. The commander had appeared behind him without a sound, an overwhelming aura filling the air. That's enough. I concede on Polipo's behalf. The commander barked, signaling to Lily to drag the still screaming Polipo away before he embarrassed himself any further. Watching as Polipo was dragged away, screaming, Quinn spread his hands casually, a faint smile on his lips. I wasn't quite finished having fun, but since you've spoken, I'll let it go. The captain frowned and asked, what did Polipo do to you before? Do you have some kind of grudge? Not really a grudge, Quinn shrugged. He just always threw his weight around as the overseer and made things difficult for me. Now that I've fought tooth and nail for this extraordinary power, I had to make a point, don't you think? If it weren't for your sake, Captain, I would have broken all his limbs right there. Thinking of the captain, Quinn felt a twinge of complicated emotion. The captain was the one who gave him the chance to become extraordinary, maybe hoping to help him change his life. But in Quinn's view, it only sped up what was bound to happen. With his special advantage, he would have become powerful sooner or later. It was just a matter of time and bodies. Still, the captain had indeed sent Lily to protect him. No elite warrior would risk serious injury to save an ordinary soldier unless ordered to do so. Lily's role as the captain's personal guard was proof enough. Today was Quinn's third time on the battlefield. The first time, had only cared about running for his life. The second, he was mopping up weaklings. The third time, he faced a deadly crisis. If Lily hadn't leapt from the ranks just in time, those 5 elites could have rampaged through the Golden Empire's formation and taken his life along the way. You really are so petty, the captain sighed, shaking his head. Quinn had been chosen by the god of the hunt, proving they were on the same side, but his personality definitely needed some work. That night in the barracks, the young nobleman bounced with excitement. Quinn, how did you do it today? That pig-headed guy was dead as soon as you faced him. You're amazing. I've never even seen you practice swordsmanship. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, you're my retainer now, right? That means we can go home. Order Knights get leave, and if you serve on the frontier for 20 years, you get a huge payout. Enough to buy back our family's vineyard. By candlelight, hope flickered in the young master's bright eyes. Since arriving at the Crystal Line a few weeks ago, this was the first good news had heard. In the Golden Empire, Order Knights held a status equal to mid-level officers. Even if their families lost out in political struggles, having an Order Knight meant the family wouldn't suffer Mashat worst, just a longer term of service. Quinn, you should become the Guardian Knight of House Songli. Didn't you always love the slaughterhouse? You can have every slaughterhouse in the whole territory. I don't need the slaughterhouse anymore, Quinn replied absent-mindedly, tidying up their simple belongings: a set of plate armor, a few changes of clothes, and some scattered weapons. After fighting on the battlefield, Quinn had long lost interest in the menial work at the slaughterhouse. Now that he had secured some starting capital, hunting down bandit groups or seeking out monster lairs was far more efficient than anything the slaughterhouse had to offer. Weiss, however, didn't quite understand and looked at him with curiosity. So what is it that you want? He asked. Quinn met his gaze, his voice low but firm. Pray. Weiss seemed a bit confused. He jumped onto the bed, waved his hand with dramatic flair, and declared, fine. I'll give you the mountain areas of my entire territory. Quinn replied coolly, that's too small. Weiss waved his other hand, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Then I'll give you all the mountains in the province. Quinn gave a faint smile and answered calmly, I only own 3 small towns. Standing with his hands on his hips, Weiss crossed his arms and traced an exaggerated circle above his head, boasting, once you earn some military merits, you'll be a great noble. By then, he'll have even more land to give you. Quinn scoffed. Still not enough. Weiss then made the ceremonial gesture of an imperial noble, tracing a circle in front of his chest, and striking a heroic pose. Then he'll give you the entire Golden Empire. Quinn shook his head helplessly. Come on, there's no way I could ever earn enough merits to be granted the whole empire. Can I at least imagine it? Weiss refused to give up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Quinn pushed him aside. Then keep dreaming. With a laugh, he scooted toward the head of the bed and teased, but if you're moving, take the blanket with you. Haha, he'll definitely be a great noble one day, Weiss laughed as he started moving the bed. Quinn rolled his eyes. Stop dragging my leg. If we're moving, help me pack up. Move complete. Quinn finally had a small room of his own. Not long after, he received an unexpected visitor. I think your name was Melee something? Quinn asked politely as he walked to the door. The unexpected visitor was the cloaked figure who had been watching earlier melees. She was one of the few non-order knights at Thornlance Fortress and possessed extraordinary powers. Melee's figure was mostly hidden beneath her loose cloak, with her face and body almost completely concealed. Even so, Quinn recognized her easily from the special bracer on her exposed wrist. It was a miraculous artifact, something only a legendary figure could forge. The miracle within that bracer bore a resemblance to the power inside Quinn, suggesting it had been crafted by the commander himself. Quinn gently took Melee's soft, delicate hand, raising an eyebrow at the smooth, warm feel. Her grip was not gentle like most women. Instead, she seemed to be testing something, holding onto his hand firmly. Melee spoke softly, let's talk outside. I know a quiet place. Quinn was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, thinking to himself, wow, this is the first time a girl has asked me out. Looks like I'm luckier than I thought. At night, the fortress was unusually quiet. Under the moonlight, the towering walls and spires cast deep shadows, bearing witness to centuries of conflict and the calm that followed. This stronghold had endured countless wars, yet it still stood firm, now lying silent beneath the night sky as it awaited the enemy's arrival the next day. Within the cold stone corridors, the sound of armored boots striking the ground echoed sharply. As the night patrol passed by, the soldiers' gazes instinctively shifted to Quinn, who walked beside Milasai, their eyes filled with curiosity. Quinn wasn't well known among the regular troops, but they all recognized the captain's longtime personal guard. Though she usually kept herself hidden beneath her cloak, tales of her exploits as the third strongest warrior in Thornlance Fortress saving countless comrades on the battlefield were well known. Only someone extraordinary can take on these elite supernaturals, one soldier whispered. And that woman in the cloak is among the very best. If she's got a tall man with her, there's got to be a reason. Still working this late. The captain's guards sure don't have it easy, another muttered. I thought our month of night shifts was rough enough. At least we don't have to fight in the daytime defense. I'd rather be on the walls. Though the soldiers kept their voices low, Milasai and Quinn, with their heightened senses, caught every word. The two simply exchanged a knowing smile, ignoring the chatter. The fortress was vast, but their destination wasn't far. After about half an hour on foot, they arrived at a small house. It looked like any other guest house from the outside, but the neighboring buildings showed no signs of life. The stone walls were as thick as those surrounding the captain's own courtyard. Inside, there was no light, only a bed and 3 wooden safes. After leading Quinn inside, Milasai gestured for him to close the door. The only light came from the moon shining through a small window. She slipped off her cloak, folding it neatly, and placing it by the bed. In the dim glow, Quinn could make out her slender figure, her custom-fitted leather armor, accentuating her tall, graceful lines. Her arms, in particular, moved with a soft, almost otherworldly fluidity, each motion casting shifting shadows that mesmerized the eye. As she reached to close the window, moonlight illuminated her delicate profile. Her arched brows lifted slightly, a subtle smile playing at her lips. Her nose was straight and refined, her features distinctly East Asian, exuding a natural elegance. Her skin was smooth, though her lips looked a bit pale, and a lock of deep purple hair clung to her neck. When she glanced at Quinn, her gemstone-like eyes revealed a flawless slave's brand burned into her right cheek, a permanent mark from a branding iron. With the window shut, the room was plunged into total darkness. This is the confinement chamber, Milas's voice broke the silence. Unless the captain's holding someone here, no one comes within 100 meters of this place. There's also a soundproofing enchantment. No matter what we do in here, no one will hear a thing. Well, that's interesting, Quinn replied. So, when do we start? Now. Now. Clang. 2 blades clashed in the darkness, the sparks from their collision briefly illuminating their faces, both wearing the same exhilarated grin. In an instant, they broke apart and retreated to opposite corners of the room. Maris crouched low, one hand gripping her long sword, the other braced against the ground, poised like a predator ready to strike. She grinned menacingly at her opponent. Quinn, that's your name, isn't it? I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're a real swordsman. There's no way that useless Belippo could ever be your match. She bared her teeth in a feral smile. I still haven't gotten over not being able to cut him down earlier, just because the captain was watching. My hands are itching for a fight. Quinn's expression remained calm. During their handshake earlier, He had already noticed the calluses on her hand, the unmistakable marks of someone who had wielded a sword for years. Before he could dwell on it, Maris sprang forward like a shadow, moving so fast that even Quinn, with all his experience, struggled to track her. He could only react on instinct, swinging his sword up to guard his body. In the darkness, Maris couldn't see Quinn's movements clearly, but her countless life-or-death battles had honed her instincts. She predicted his defense the moment his hand moved. With a flick of her wrist, her blade blurred into a ghostly pattern, the tip darting for Quinn's throat like a venomous snake. But Quinn unleashed a sudden burst of brute strength, sending a shockwave that shattered her deadly swordplay and forced her back. He countered, swinging in a diagonal slash aimed at her shoulder. It looked like a simple strike, but in Quinn's hands, it carried enough power to cleave a person in two. Maris was forced to retreat, catching her breath in heavy gulps, while Quinn's attack sliced through empty air was still a step too slow. Huh, Maris panted. You beast, your strength is just like the captain's. Tell me, is the god of the hunt really some giant god? Blaspheming the gods is a serious crime, Lady Maris. That's hardly the way to make it into the legends. Maris just shrugged, unconcerned. My strength doesn't come from the gods. Miracles never favored mongrels like us. She shot Quinn a glance. Of course, you're the except I own a farm boy passing the god's trial is a miracle all by itself. By the way, have you ever read those old storybooks? She asked suddenly. The ones about the ancient kingdoms in the Far East? They say their warriors spoke through their swords. The men were tall, with red hair and red eyes. The women were enchanting, with blue hair and blue eyes. They didn't believe in gods only in strength, and they connected through swordsmanship. Quinn eyed her waist-length, wavy purple hair, and asked, curious, so, you're a mutation? A vein throbbed at Maris' temple. You really have no manners. Even if you're right. She grew serious. Let me be honest, the captain trusts you, but he trusts everyone. I'm not so sure a random country boy could really pass the god's trial. But she paused. Your swordsmanship is the real thing. That kind of skill only comes from years of hard training. And that's what I need from you. As a swordsman, if you want to become a legend, there's only one way. Raise your skills until they rival the legends themselves. She smiled slightly. Quinn, it might sound contradictory, but I don't think you dislike me, do you? Quinn stroked his chin and shook his head. Other than Belippo, he actually had a good impression of the rest of the guards. Then, lend me your strength. Let me climb to new heights on the foundation of your swordsmanship, places I've never reached before. So basically, you just want to fight, right? Quinn hadn't even finished speaking when he suddenly paused. In the darkness, a sharp flash of sword light erupted, just like the one he had used earlier to cut through Polypo's armor. It was the crystallization of focus, willpower, and spirited embodiment of his entire being. It could slice through steel and bring down even a centaur in a single blow. Melis twirled her wrist, spinning her sword into a beautiful yet deadly arc. If you can help me become a legend, I'll pour every ounce of my power into forging a miracle for you. Quinn scratched his head nonchalantly. I'm not too concerned about miracles. My main worry is that I might actually kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, both of them moved at once. Melis' swordplay was wild and unpredictable, honed through countless life-and-death battles. Every strike targeted a vital point, always ready to trade injury for victory, closing in and limiting her opponent's space with relentless pressure. But Quinn's Ashina-style swordsmanship was even more formidable. Decades of combat experience had been distilled into his every move. If he weren't deliberately holding back to avoid injuring her, Melis would have been overwhelmed already. Inside the cell, the two figures became blurs of motion. Their blades clashed and sparked, exchanging more than a dozen blows in an instant. Sword shadows intertwined, and the force of their strikes left countless needle-thin holes in the walls. Such swordsmanship. Melis' eyes burned with feverish excitement. Since the day I first picked up a blade, I've never met anyone like you. I have to defeat you. This is incredible. You've never had any formal training, and yet you can match me blow for blow. Please, let me claim your head. Quinn was just as exhilarated. The last time he killed a twin-blade boar warrior, he only gained 13% progress. This woman was clearly much stronger. Whoosh. Their moves tore through the darkness with explosive speed. Melis lunged to pursue, but Quinn suddenly stepped back, drawing his sword to his waist. A wave of lethal intent washed over her, forcing her to instinctively retreat. But in the cramped Formator Square cell, there was nowhere to escape from the impending, deadly strike. Quinn's killing intent locked onto her completely. This was far beyond the reach of an ordinary swordsman. Without hesitation, Melis unleashed her trump card, the rainbow sword. 7 colors of light filled the cell, illuminating her blood-streaked skin beneath shattered leather armor. But she still drove her blade straight for Quinn's heart, compressing her sword energy into a 2-inch razor-sharp thrust. Clang! Her blade struck only an afterimage. In the next instant, Quinn swung his sword through the air from a distance. A flash of cold steel, and a crimson line traced across the woman's body. He sheathed his sword. A spurt of blood blossomed. Herschel is a military doctor, a fact mentioned in earlier chapters. As an extraordinary level physician within the army, she holds a position of great importance at Thorngun Fortress. Even the commander relies on her expertise for certain professional decisions. At this moment, Quinn carefully laid the gravely injured Melis on the hospital bed, glancing at the petite silver-haired military doctor before him. He couldn't help but ask, "Whoa, you're one of the commander's personal guards? With those skinny arms and legs, can you even fight?" Herschel's brows knitted slightly at his words, clearly not impressed by her initial impression of him. Still, she remained focused on her work. Melis was deathly pale, with a shocking wound running from her shoulder to her abdomen. The cut was clean, muscles splayed open, and blood continued to seep from damaged vessels. If not for Melis' extraordinary physique, she might not have survived. Ignoring Quinn's question, Herschel raised her hands. Strands of light, almost alive, danced over Melis' wound. This was no simple healing magic, but a precise surgical procedure. Powered by supernatural force, countless threads of light acted as sutures, expertly clamping blood vessels to stop the bleeding and closing the wound at perfect angles. Such refined technique would have taken over 50 years of clinical experience to master in her previous life. In just 10 minutes, the ghastly wound was completely closed. Under the continued influence of her powers, the deep, bone-revealing gash faded until only a faint pink scar remained. Although the injury reached her organs and bones, she was brought in time. The wound is clean, and her constitution is strong. She should recover after a night's rest. However, Herschel's frown did not ease. Melis was the third strongest at the fortress apart from the commander and Lily. No one could defeat her in single combat. Anyone capable of injuring her so badly must be an elite of extraordinary strength, posing a serious threat to the fortress. Even more concerning was the perfectly clean cute and unheard-of technique among the orc tribes. If such a skill could allow the weak to overcome the strong on the battlefield, it was bound to give rise to a new legendary figure. Turning to Quinn, Herschel set aside her reservations for the sake of the fortress strength. "You two come here. If your wounds aren't treated in time, they could cause complications." As white light enveloped him, Quinn's injuries quickly healed, leaving only a thin layer of scab. His injuries weren't serious, only been grazed by the clash of sword energy, with the deepest cut barely 2 centimeters deep. Quinn glanced down at the wound on his arm. The blood had already clotted. Compared to him, Melis' condition was much more concerning. "Are you just going to leave her like that? Aren't you worried about inflammation or infection?" Quinn frowned. "Aren't you afraid of fever, dizziness, or the wound festering?" Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that concepts like inflammation and infection didn't even exist in this world. The Golden Empire's economy and civilization were stuck at a medieval level, and its medical practices were just as primitive. Ordinary doctors could do little more than stop the bleeding, after which a patient's fate was left to chance if they survived. It was sheer luck. If not, they were simply buried. Extraordinary doctors, on the other hand, were different. As long as the patient didn't die immediately and their torso was intact with minimal blood loss, they could almost always be saved on the spot. The only question was how much miracle power it would take. To ordinary people, this seemed nothing short of angelic, and it was the main reason Herschel held such an important position at Thornspear Fortress. She not only treated the wounded herself, but also led all the medical staff. Most battlefield first aid techniques had been learned from her. Inflammation? Infection? What's that? Herschel raised an eyebrow, her short silver hair swaying slightly with the motion. "My medical skills are a gift from the goddess of plenty. Are absolutely correct. If there's a right way to heal in this world, I've at least heard of it." There was a professional confidence in her tone. "Those terms you mentioned must be some kind of folk nonsense invented by charlatans. As for wounds festering, that's impossible. Unlike the Holy Church, my power doesn't heal directly. Instead, I use miracle energy to substitute for the process of cleaning and dressing wounds, achieving instant healing. Do you understand?" Quinn nodded. "I think I get it. It's like a one-click sweep function." He explained using gaming jargon. "The goddess of plenty uploads a save file. You load it, use a bit of miracle energy, and bam, full recovery. That's pretty convenient. Does the god of the hunt have this ability too?" Herschel shook her head. "I'm not sure. You could ask the captain." No. Her silver hair hung naturally over her shoulders, and her white coat was thrown on casually, outlining her well-proportioned figure. She still looked a bit sleepy, probably because she'd been called out in the middle of the night. The silver-haired doctor sat in her chair, poured herself some water, and scribbled notes as she asked, "Now, tell me which orc tribe injured you. He'll prepare a special remedy." Quinn was still marveling at the extraordinary healing, and reflexively asked, "What orc tribe?" The doctor frowned. She really didn't like people like Quinn, who was dirty and lacked even the most basic manners. Even the captain listened to her, at least most of the time, and he was the captain. Still, she kept her patience and explained, "Didn't you get hurt carrying out the captain's orders?" But she wasn't expecting his next answer. "No, we were just sparring." Quinn grinned, eyes shining with excitement. "Too bad I used too much force at the end and broke my sword, otherwise she'd be in 2 pieces by now." He scratched his head sheepishly as he recalled the scene, still caught up in the thrill. Meanwhile, under Hersel's stunned gaze, he pulled out his broken sword, the jagged edge a perfect match for Melis wound. The moment Melis regained consciousness and saw Hersel, gratitude was the last thing on her mind. She didn't even ask about her injuries. Instead, she clung tightly to Hersel's arm, her eyes full of anxiety, her voice trembling on the verge of tears as she pleaded, "Hersel, please, don't tell the captain. They'll be locked up for days if you do." Desperation colored every word. In that instant, Hersel seemed every bit the stern, unyielding older sister. Melis slumped at the edge of the bed, looking utterly defeated. When she stood before the other two guards, she was silent and lifeless, her eyes hollow. She barely responded unless the captain spoke directly to her. But left alone with Hersel, she reverted to a mischievous younger sibling, shamelessly begging for leniency. "Do you realize what you did wrong?" Hersel's scolding tone was laced with exasperation, but there was resignation in her voice as well. After all, this swordswoman had a long list of past offenses. "You really dared to cause trouble like this?" Hersel lightly reprimanded her, but Melis only grew bolder. She leaned in close, her tone conspiratorial. "And listen, let me tell you, Quinn's actually a good guy. He might look like some big oaf, but he's a lot kinder than you'd think." She paused, lowering her voice. "Just because I glanced at him one extra time, he wanted to chop me down, so what do you think? Is that the sign of a good person?" Hersel doubted Melis' words. She glanced over at Quinn, who was sitting nearby, waving at her in a friendly manner. His gaze swept over her for only a moment, but Hersel's sharp instincts caught the subtle focus of his eyes, her neck, chest, abdomen, and legs. A chill ran down her spine, and in that instant, she had a clear, unsettling thought. "He's calculating exactly how to disable me, how to take my limbs, or render me helpless." Her expression grew cold as she reached a final conclusion. This man is nothing short of a killer. Noticing Hersel's narrowed eyes, Quinn paused, puzzled. Did she notice something? He shook his head and forced a relaxed smile. Melis caught Hersel's reaction and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. "See, Hersel? That big guy's totally harmless. Stay away from people like him," Hersel replied, her tone icy but tinged with reluctant concern, which left Melis momentarily speechless. While the two were bantering, Quinn picked up a pouch of gold coins, weighing it in his hand with obvious satisfaction as he listened to the clink of metal. 50 coins. I've been saving for ages. That's no small fortune, he thought, his eyes lighting up. Suddenly, he pumped his fist in the air. Wow, I'm rich. This is more pocket money than I've had in years. He cheered, oblivious to the two women's changing expressions. Oh right. Coming back to himself, he straightened up, his tone suddenly respectful and earnest. "If there's nothing else, ladies, I'll take my leave. It's late, and I should be heading home." This time, his words carried genuine respect. Gone was the joking, carefree attitude from before. After Quinn left, the room fell silent once more, leaving only Melis and Hersel behind. The silver-haired doctor flicked the swordsman hard on the forehead and said, "This is right before battle. If anything happens, the commander will definitely hold us responsible. Even if I don't report it, you won't get off easy." When have the orcs ever truly attacked? At most, they circle the gates for a bit and then leave. If they really had the strength to take the fortress, they wouldn't have spent centuries just wandering around outside. Maris was clearly unimpressed. The Orc Empire had 6 legendary heroes, but it also bordered the world's 3 major human powers: the Holy See in the west, the Golden Empire in the south, and the Federation of Nations in the east. Each of these human factions had no more than 3 mythic heroes apiece. If the orcs ever concentrated all their power in one place, the 3 human forces would immediately unite against them. The leaders of these nations knew all too well that if one fell, the others would follow. That's exactly why no mythic-level orc hero had ever attacked the Crystal Line. As for the epic-level orc champions, there were always imperial generals of equal rank to hold them off. Thanks to the miracles that blessed the defensive line, a single epic hero from the Golden Empire could stand against 10 Orcish epic heroes without issue. At first, they could only hold off 3, but as the fortifications grew stronger and the miracles of the fortress became legendary, the gods' power manifested more and more, making the defense nearly unbreakable. That's how it became invincible today. For years, orc sieges had always been just a way for them to control their population. Take the Boarmen. For example, they had some fighting ability and a bit of animal husbandry skill. But if their numbers weren't kept in check, they'd quickly exhaust their own resources and then flood into other lands, sparking bloody civil wars. Then there were the smaller orcs, like the Ratmen, who had little combat ability and no use for animal husbandry. They just wasted food and had no territory of their own in the Orc Empire, living in the dark underground and, if discovered by other orcs, ending up as toys or food. These facts were common knowledge among the knights. That's why everyone treated the orc assaults as routine this time. There might just be more of them, and they'd be using the priest's miracle powers. Miracle power didn't just strengthen the orcs in battle. It also made them fearless, at least temporarily forgetting they were just cannon fodder sent to die. Within a month, once their numbers were cut by more than half, they'd retreat on their own. Maris was absolutely confident in this. But before she could finish, the doctor flicked her forehead again. That doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If either of you actually dies, the consequences would be disastrous. We want you know our limits, Maris replied, quickly covering her head as Hessel threatened to flick her again. But this time, the doctor tapped her arm instead. Maris' eyes flew open and she let out a small, involuntary gasp, quickly biting her lip to stifle the sound, only letting out a faint whimper through her nose. There was no mark on her skin, but she felt a confusing rush of numbness, itching, and pain like ants crawling and biting her all at once. Only for a moment, but leaving behind a lingering ache. If a healer ever used these skills in combat, the results would be terrifying. This basically means Herschel isn't physically strong enough. She can only pick on the slow-moving Order Knights. But as soon as she faces someone faster, like Quinn, she's outmatched. That's why, when she confronts Quinn, she feels a real sense of danger, like she could be decapitated in a single blow. The female doctor gently stroked Melis's long hair, pulling the girl into her arms. Her eyes were full of worry, and her voice was low and earnest. Melis, I'm being serious. That guy could really kill you. Stay away from him, I'm not joking. You're my only friend, and I don't want anything to happen to you. I mean it. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gnarled branches of ancient trees, casting dappled patterns on the cold stone walls. Quinn was woken by the muffled voices coming from the next room. Had been sleeping soundly, clutching the gold coins Had just gotten his hands on. Ever since becoming a transcendent, his hearing had improved a lot. Even though the people next door were speaking in deliberately hushed tones, to Quinn it was as clear as if they were right beside him. The stone walls of the fortress were meant to provide some soundproofing, but the two talking next door clearly hadn't considered that their neighbor was a berserkera class whose enhanced physical abilities included heightened senses. Unless the conversation was happening far away, the stone walls did little to muffle the sound for Quinn. Miss Herschel, do you really know my father? A familiar voice asked. Although he was the illegitimate son of my uncle's illegitimate son, I did meet him once. Quinn immediately recognized the voice. It was the female doctor and his good friend, Weiss. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder the doctor had come looking for Weiss last time. They were actually related. Then again, both silver and blonde hair were marks of royal or noble blood. Anyone with those hair colors could probably trace their lineage back to the same ancestors. The noble who had been trampled to death by Polypo was likely a distant relative of the doctor as well. Then why did you come to me? Weiss sounded puzzled. After all, the fortress was full of nobles related to the doctor by blood, and someone like him, a near casualty on the battlefield, shouldn't be getting special treatment. Your hair is golden, the color of royalty, the doctor replied, her voice tinged with mystery. Even if both your parents have silver hair, it can't hide your potential. In the past 700 years, every child born with golden hair from two silver-haired parents has become a hero worthy of legend. Really? Quinn could hear the excitement and surprise in Weiss' voice. It was probably the first time an elder had ever acknowledged his abilities. All his life, Weiss had never shown any particular talent. He was even a bit below average. The only thing he had was a gentle, open smile for every Ionia quality that, in other words, could be called weakness. Every golden-haired royal is gifted beyond ordinary people, the doctor continued. Among the dozens of commanders on the front lines, only 3 have silver hair. The rest are all of royal golden blood. That means you already possess extraordinary potential. Even without seeing Weiss' face, Quinn could imagine the huge grin spreading across his friend's face. So, are you here to guide me? What should I do? Weiss asked eagerly. Become an Order Knight. Train every day, over and over, until you earn the favor of the God of Order. That's when your talent will shine through. Huh. Quinn knew that tone of confusion all too well. It was just like in his previous life, when people would say, you're going to be someone important one day, and when pressed for advice, would just say, study hard and get a government job. In other words, it was all empty talk. But judging by her tone, the female doctor didn't seem to be joking. There was a hint of wariness in her eyes, and her voice was low and firm, as if she truly believed Weiss was capable of something extraordinary. One more thing, your companion has already earned the captain's approval. If you can't keep him in check, her voice dropped even lower. When the day comes that he turns on you, you won't be able to handle it. You mean Quinn? Weiss frowned slightly. We grew up together. I've seen this happen too many times. The doctor shook her head. Before gaining power, he'll keep his claws hidden. But now, if you let your guard down even a little, you'll fall right into his hands. No way. Quinn's a really good guy. Weiss protested. He trusts me more than anyone. That doctor just goes around bad-mouthing me. One of these days, I'm going to make sure she gets what's coming to her. In the next room, Quinn overheard their conversation and silently made up his mind. Then he rolled over, pulled the blanket up to his shoulders, and went back to sleep. He still had to check in with the other Order Knights later, so this was the perfect time to catch a few more winks. Half awake, he could hear snippets of conversation drifting from the next room, something about men and women not noticing anything special as kids. Were you really that mischievous back then? And no wonder he thought Quinn couldn't quite make out the details, and he figured his buddy must have some embarrassing childhood secret. Maybe something like wetting the bed at age 7 or 8. He didn't give it much thought and soon drifted into a deep sleep until a small foot in a white cotton sock landed firmly on his backside. Quinn, get up. Weiss's voice exploded in his ear. The Knights have a morning meeting. If Miss Hessel hadn't come to remind me, you'd be late by now? Huh. Quinn blinked sleepily, still groggy. Can I request to skip morning meetings? You two were making so much noise next door, I couldn't sleep at all. He tossed off the blanket, wrapped himself in a couple of cloths, and sat up in bed. This was his usual routine, keeps things breezy and unrestrictive. Thanks to his beastly physique, he never worried about bugs. What did you hear? Weiss's face suddenly showed visible panic, and even his voice trembled a little. Unexpectedly, Quinn reached out and grabbed him by the neck, giving him a playful shake. I heard you need to train more and stop hiding in your room all day. Since arriving at Thornlance Fortress, Weiss hadn't trained properly a single day. He was too weak, couldn't last more than 2 hours at a time. But the minimum requirement for Order Knights was 3 hours of mechanical training every day. With a smack, Quinn squeezed his friend's soft arm, which was far from muscular. You enjoyed those pig trotters yesterday, didn't you? So why aren't you putting on any muscle? All you're doing is getting chubby. Weiss's face turned bright red. He punched Quinn in the face and shouted, You're the one getting chubby. The lights illuminated the solemn atmosphere of the meeting room. 20 fully armored knights sat around a long rectangular table, the faint sound of metal brushing against metal unusually loud in the silence. At the center of the table was a constantly shifting sand table, updating every minute to display the terrain and troop movements around Thornlance Fortress, a miraculous creation of the crystal line of defense. At the head of the table sat the burly commander. On his left were Lily, the petite knight perched on a specially designed booster seat, and Polipo, whose face was fierce and intimidating. To his right were Melis, cloaked from head to toe, and Hessel, the silver-haired female doctor. Quinn's gaze swept over everyone present. Lily responded with a serious nod. Polipo shot him a menacing glare. Melis' fists clenched slightly beneath her cloak, and Hessel gave a cool, indifferent nod. Their armor was similar in style, differing only in the family crests they bore. Once everyone had arrived, the commander got straight to the point, announcing 3 main points. First, as reserve knights, their own safety was paramount. They were permitted to abandon their mission and retreat if necessary, since every knight was a valuable asset to the Empire. Second, Quinn, the newly promoted extraordinary elite, would become the 5th member of the personal guard. His strength rivaled 2 Polipos, and from now on, he would join Melis in targeting elite orc warriors on the battlefield. Finally, the core defenses of the fortress would be doubled, with Polipo in charge of personnel arrangements. The brief and efficient meeting took Quinn by surprise, as it was his first time attending. After the other knights saluted and left, the commander smiled and explained, That's the Golden Empire for you. We're not like those pretentious old noblesse, no need to waste time. He then introduced, This is our military doctor, Hessel. Don't let her size fool you. She's quite the expert when it comes to handling Order Knights. The silver-haired doctor sighed and rubbed her forehead. Why do you all use that description? For extraordinary individuals, physical size should be the least important trait, shouldn't it? Though she wanted to complain, Hessel kept her thoughts to herself. She grumbled inwardly but still answered the captain and Quinn's questions honestly, recounting her meeting with the blonde noble. We've met before. His master is a blonde noble. The moment she mentioned blonde noble, the captain's interest was piqued, his eyes lighting up. Oh, a blonde noble? That's rare. What's the story? Could he become an Order Knight? Have you forgotten? Every blonde has a unique talent. Isn't that true for both you and Lily? Hessel replied coolly. The petite knight sitting in the high chair perked up at the mention of names, her head tilting in curiosity, making her appear especially lively. The captain clapped his hands, almost as if talking to himself. Right, both my build and Lily's strength are thanks to royal blood. He suddenly straightened up, his voice full of pride. I'm the strongest in the fortress, and Lily's the 2nd strongest. Hessel rolled her eyes and sighed softly. I see. The captain shot her a look that seemed to say, You didn't know that? And glared at her. Didn't your teacher ever tell you? My teacher was a barbarian blood warrior. He only taught me how to fight, Hessel said, folding her arms across her chest, looking somewhat smug. The captain's burly frame shook the entire meeting room with his booming laughter. Ha ha. His laughter was so thunderous it seemed the roof might be blown off. When he finally stopped, his expression turned serious as he asked, So, what's the blonde noble's talent? Is he stronger than Lily, faster than Melis, a genius doctor, or maybe a prodigy in alchemy? Hessel saw the anticipation on his face and suddenly lowered her head, a bit embarrassed. For now he hasn't shown any talent yet. The captain froze, then smacked Hessel on the head without mercy. So he's useless, then? Hessel was flattened against the table by the blow, looking a little worse for wear. Clearly, the captain had held back a bit, since Hessel was much smaller than him. Still, she looked rather disheveled. Suddenly, she raised her hand, a faint white glow gathering in her palm, and slapped it onto the captain's thigh. Ah! The captain yelped, grabbing his leg as he tumbled to the floor, rolling over several times. all semblance of a dignified knight commander gone. The silver-haired doctor, Helsa, watched coldly from above, stepping onto the captain's chest plate as she looked down at him, her voice icy as she scolded. You're a blonde, too. Maybe you should learn what that means. There are only 5 years left until the next Golden Emperor Ascension. If you don't start worrying, you'll be sent to suppress the demon clans. Sprawled on the floor, the captain stretched out his arms, looking utterly unconcerned. If I'm not sent to suppress the demons, what else am I supposed to do? Compete for the throne with my 230-year-old epic cousin? He could kill an ancient dragon with a single punch, you know? My cousin was blessed by gold from birth. She blocked 7 epic demons alone at 13. I haven't even awakened my second legend. What am I supposed to do? Go fight demons? He shrugged, looking completely helpless. Hazel couldn't help but sigh. The Golden Emperor, that's a title only those who become epics can compete for. That's right, the captain replied lazily, stretching. Any blonde royal, no matter how many generations removed, can inherit the title as long as they become an epic hero. The struggle among royals ends with the winner claiming the power of the second Golden Emperor and becoming even stronger. But honestly, that has nothing to do with me. But hey, race the real issue. Dr. Hessel's voice carried a grave warning. Standing at the center of the meeting room, she gazed solemnly at the commander lying on the floor. Commander, I understand your reluctance to join any faction, but trying to stay neutral is like drinking poison to quench your thirst. Her tone was tinged with concern. In the fight for the throne, elite warriors like us are nothing more than pawns to be manipulated. Every candidate has a chance to become the Golden Emperor, and the competition has long since surpassed the limits of imperial law. Not only have members of the royal family fallen one after another, but even heroes blessed with the power of the 6 legends have met with disaster. Hessel's words hung heavily in the air. Once a side wins, the victors will rejoice, but the defeated will be erased. As so-called neutrals, we'll just become targets for the winners to settle scores with. Unless, she stressed, we have enough power to force them to take us seriously. The commander, however, sat up as if nothing had happened, still wearing his trademark, cheerful grin, as though determined to dispel the coming storm. Heh, sorry you had to see that. Hessel's a good person, just a bit too chatty. He waved it off with a casual gesture. Factions in the fight for the throne? Nothing worth talking about. Worst case, we'll end up fighting some demons down the line. Quinn frowned in confusion. In his mind, demons only existed in fairy tales, those cliched stories of heroes defeating demon kings and marrying princesses. Judging by the commander's offhand tone, the demons in reality didn't seem nearly as terrifying as the legends made them out to be. Enough of these pointless topics. The commander suddenly shifted gears, excitement lighting up his face. Kid, I had your armor rushed overnight. It's ready. Try it on and see if it fits. If everything's good, you're heading to the battlefield today. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 soldiers carried in a massive, imposing suit of armor. The design was similar to the commander's own, exuding a cold and formidable aura. Weighing over 100 pounds, it would be too heavy for a normal person, but for an elite superhuman, it was just right. The breastplate was specially reinforced and curved outward to deflect sharp weapons, while the flexible joints on the arms and legs ensured unrestricted movement. With the soldier's help, Quinn donned the steel armor for the first time. Before he could even get used to the weight, the commander gave him a swift kick out of the meeting room, shouting, "That old sow isn't around today, so feel free to go wild on the battlefield. But if you let that armor go to waste, they'll crack your skull open myself." The thunderous beat of war drums shook the earth as waves of orcs surged over the hills, flooding the battlefield once more. On the fortress defense line, human soldiers quickly formed a tight formation. First squad, raise shields. Second squad, spears up. At the command, shield bearers and spearmen created an impenetrable wall. The pig-headed orcs, wielding stone axes, hurled themselves against this barrier like moths to a flame, only to collapse in droves. The ferocity of the battle soon drew out the orcs' elite forces. Alongside the pig-headed warriors, a swarm of small ratmen and dog-headed kobolds joined the fray. The kobolds, skilled in training hunting dogs and experienced gatherers, managed to field a number of elite fighters. The ratmen, on the other hand, relied purely on numbers among hundreds of thousands. Only a handful became elites, but their staggering rate of reproduction ensured a steady stream of fresh warriors emerging from underground. "I have to try the taste of human flesh." Grandpa said it's even better than the tenderest lamb. Howled one elite kobold. "Yeah, I want to try too," another replied eagerly. While ratmen were more intelligent, their hunched bodies barely reached half a meter tall, and they were weaker than the average human. Seeing the enemy's reinforcements, the fortress commanding knight quickly ordered the order knights forward, directing the regular soldiers to retreat in an orderly fashion. Thud, thud, thud. The synchronized footsteps of heavy armor echoed like war drums. Bathed in the morning light piercing the clouds, the order knights advanced in a tight phalanx. Clad in heavy armor, made of interlocking plates and chain mail, their metal gleamed coldly. Every fluttering family banner and every earth-shaking step silently declared their might. At the very front, a towering knight stepped ahead of the others. His armor was a third larger than his peers, and the emblem on his back stood out looked more like a moving fortress than a man. This imposing presence struck fear into the orc ranks. The weakest ratmen elites considered fleeing, but under the threat of overseers and the influence of special battle states, their eyes turned red as they charged forward in a frenzy. Go! Don't be afraid. Kill them. Just as the ratmen were about to reach the knight phalanx, a human-shaped iron tower suddenly leapt from the ranks. From the ratman's perspective, the massive armor taller than any regular suit soared across dozens of meters and crashed down with explosive force. Boom! Dust billowed as a metal hand shot out, seizing a kobold's head in an iron grip. A flash of cold steel, and the head fell to the ground. Skill acquisition progress, 29. Elite skulls are definitely tougher than regular orcs. I was hoping to crush this one outright, came a low, rumbling voice. Though not loud, every elite orc on the field heard it with chilling clarity. The moment the words fell, their fur stood on end. What kind of monster is this? Terrified screams echoed across the battlefield. The long sword swept through the air, kicking up clouds of dust. Its unadorned arc looked ordinary, yet in the eyes of the elite orcs, it was like a scythe from hell, mercilessly cutting down everything in its path. They had no means of defense, there was no doubt. They stood no chance against this lethal blow. Scatter! Someone among the rat folk suddenly shouted. The orc elites reacted instantly, a dozen of them darting away in all directions. This powerhouse was clearly not a defensive order knight. He relied on sheer speed and strength. As long as they could evade his attacks, there was a chance to surround and take him down. They knew that order knights were notoriously hard to defeat, but this foe was different. The warriors sensed their intentions. A cold smile played at the corner of his mouth beneath his helmet. Surround him? He was waiting for them to try. Quinn stomped forward, his massive frame rumbling with a deep boom. A surge of power exploded from him, hurtling straight toward the nearest orc. The force was like a wild beast, carrying a bloody, suffocating aura. His longsword flashed like a streak of light, slashing toward a terrified ratfolk elite. Case slash. With a single, flawless move honed through countless battles, he cut the ratman clean in two from left shoulder to right hip. Viscera sprayed like rain. Blood, entrails, shattered bone. The surrounding orc elites saw everything in horrifying detail, even hearing the dying wail of their comrade's final breath. But what showed most on their faces was fear of Quinn. So noisy. With a single thrust, Quinn pierced another orc's throat. He glanced around at the remaining orc elites, spreading his arms wide. Blood and bits of organs spattered his armor as he burst out laughing. The thrill of tearing flesh with my own hands, there's nothing better. Only 37 left to the next skill. Come on, keep going. Ha ha. His laughter shattered the last remnants of the orc's morale. In an instant, the elite warriors turned and fled, desperate to avoid being the next target of that deadly sword. Run. Only the Bormeno, only the tiger folk elites can handle a guy like this. He's definitely not an order knight. Woof woof woof. At the rear, the Borman overseer watched the chaos without bothering with the deserters. Instead, he called over two of his own kind. You two deal with him. If I'm right, he's a berserker, just like the commander of the fortress knights. If we hit him first, victory is ours. The two Boarfolk elites exchanged a look, then quickly merged back into their ranks, following close behind. Soon, 10 wild boar riders mounted their bristled hogs, rounding up the fleeing weaklings and rallying several other beast folk. Together, they launched a fierce charge at the Order Knight defensive line. Once you reach the extraordinary level, the gap between heavy armor and no armor isn't as significant. But the difference in strength between elite combatants is still vast, often enough to decide life and death. Goat, dog, pig, rat, horse. Quinn eyed the approaching horde of monsters, silently grumbling to himself. A few more, and we'll have the whole Chinese zodiac. That goat's kind of cute, though. Among them, the gray sheep stood out, mossed a pair of large horns atop its head, weaving through the crowd. Unlike the wild boar mounts with riders on their backs, the sheep was running alone, charging down the road. No matter, he thought. Free experience is knocking at my door. I can't let this chance slip by. Just yesterday, had taken down a dual-blade boarman, boosting his progress bar by 21. After defeating the Ratman and Doghead earlier, it had climbed to 37. Now, two wild boar riders were charging at him at breakneck speed. Quinn's focus sharpened. He sheathed his longsword, crouched slightly, and narrowed his eyes. In that moment, his presence seemed to fade away, as if he were a worn-out husk. But inside, his energy roared like a volcano, every muscle tensed, ready to explode. He didn't dodge or back down. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the charging boar riders head-on, swinging his sword in a simple, yet deadly arc. It was a plain strike, but one delivered with his full strength. The sword energy surged like a tidal wave, impossible to evade or defend against. In that instant, not even the orc cavalry could react. It was as if they'd run headlong into a rushing blade. Shoo! The sword energy tore through them, breaking apart both rider and beast in a single motion. Two mangled bodies tumbled helplessly to the ground, rolling to a stop. Next skill, 52. Next skill, 66. Next skill, 84. Next skill, 100. The next skill draw is at 100. Drawing skill now. The system's notification echoed in Quinn's mind. Leadership aura A. From a certain golden archer, the system continued. This is an exceptionally rare talent. Even kings famed for their command abilities only need a level to control massive armies. Distributing skill, please wait. Quinn thought to himself. Good stuff, but not much help in my current situation. Around him, elite orcs closed in, their eyes fixed hungrily on him. When they saw Quinn suddenly sit cross-legged on the ground with his eyes shut, their excitement was obvious. He's exhausted. He's finished. Now's our chance. Kill the human. It was true Quinn had just slain 4 elite orcs and a tusked boar in quick succession. Such a feat would leave even a legendary hero short of breath. The orc leader seized the moment, shouting threats and promises. Anyone who retreats dies. Any deserters will be executed. Kill him, and he'll spare your clans. I swear I won't touch your people again. These words sparked greed in the eyes of the nearby rat folk, kobolds, and centaurs. Quinn, lying dozens of meters away, heard every word clearly. He sprawled out on the ground, taking the chance to recover his strength. While the orc elites weren't as tough as Order Knights, they were still far stronger than ordinary soldiers, and taking down each one required his full effort. As a seasoned fighter, Quinn knew these foes would guard their vital spots with everything they had. In a duel, he could afford to look for openings but surrounded. He had to cut a bloody path before they closed in. As the orc horde surged forward, Quinn showed no fear. He weakly called out behind him, "Hey, switch out. Your turn. Who's your brother?" Polypo arrived with the Order Knights, shooting Quinn a cold look. If the captain hadn't given you free rein, just your reckless grandstanding would earn you 3 days in the brig. Even as he spoke, Polypo directed the knights to pull Quinn off the battlefield and quickly form up to face the new orc assault. Whatever grudge he held against Quinn, this was no time for infighting. Polypo thought to himself. He wasn't even going all out when we fought. He's a beast, just like the captain. Shaking off the thought, he raised his sword, eyes forward, advancing steadily. Form on Meklos the wings. For the Empire. Quinn paid no more attention to the battle behind him. He knew that orcs had never managed to break the Golden Empire's lines in a fair fight. If things went south, archers in the rear would rain miracle-infused arrows to cover the knight's retreat. Ordinary orc elites couldn't withstand those arrows, and if a legendary orc hero appeared, they had heavy ballistae ready. The reason they didn't open with archery was simple. It was more devastating to let the enemy commit before unleashing it. Otherwise, the orcs would scatter before the arrows even landed. After handing his armor to the soldiers for cleaning, Quinn felt the ache in his muscles. Using sword aura to cut down foes in quick succession had taken a real toll on his body. After resting for about half an hour, Polypo, covered in blood, led the knights back. Though the team looked exhausted, their steps were still steady. "Hey, Polypo, how did it go this time?" Quinn greeted him. "No need to report to you." Polypo, the lead knight, shot him a cold glare and quickened his pace toward the interior of the fortress. Just as Quinn was about to catch up, a fellow Order Knight stopped him. "Hey, rookie, don't provoke Polypo. Next time you might get sent to the front lines." Seeing Quinn's confusion, the knight explained, "We didn't manage to kill a single orc just now. If orcs were that easy to deal with, we would have taken the fight to them already. The Order Knights aren't as aggressive as you guys, not that we can't fight, but every time we get close, they just run off." "Hey, rookie, don't run off." Quinn had already caught up to Polypo and gave him a friendly slap on the head. "Don't get discouraged. So what if you didn't get any results this time? Next time, they'll lead the charge and we'll clean up together." He figured that since they worked under the same leader, it was worth getting along. Besides, after their earlier fight, it seemed about time to let bygones be bygones. At that moment, Polypo even seemed a bit more likable, especially when Quinn recalled how pitiful Head looked, wailing on the ground. But Polypo clearly didn't appreciate the gesture. Instead, he gripped the Imperial Standard longsword at his waist and glared at the tall man. "Filthy commoner, take your filthy hand off me." Quinn narrowed his eyes. "Seriously? I try to say something nice and you think I'm easy to push around? By the name of the Sonley family's guardian knights, I challenge you to a knight's duel." You Polypo gritted his teeth, eyes wide, looking for all the world like an angry little puppy trapped in a cage. "So, are you accepting my challenge or not?" "I accept. By the name of the Jean family's guardian knights." Boom. Moments later, an armored figure was deeply embedded in the stone wall, eyes glazed over, as if contemplating the meaning of life. Less than 5 minutes later, in the captain's meeting room. Smack. The captain slapped Quinn on the head. "Did you go and pick a fight with Polypo again? Did Polypo tattle on me?" "Don't be mean to Polypo. I was just being considerate and asked if he needed help. He wanted to fight, so I challenged him to a knight's duel." Quinn replied self-righteously, only to get another flick to the forehead from the captain. Clang. The captain's armored gauntlet tapped Quinn's forehead in warning. But Quinn's gaze was fixed on Polypo, who stood behind the captain. He raised his fist again. "By the name of the Sonley family's guardian knights, I challenge you to another night's duel. Do you accept? You. Even knowing he didn't stand a chance, Filippo still crossed his fists over his chest. By the name of the Jean family's guardian knights, I accept your challenge. Quinn immediately reported to the captain. You saw that, right, Captain? This is a fair knight's duel. Boom. Filippo was once again slammed into the stone wall. Quinn brushed the dust off his fist, looking disdainful. Trying to tattle on me? Are you a child? The captain sighed and held Quinn back, preventing him from going any further. Filippo is only 19. He hasn't seen much yet. Cut him some slack and stop picking on him. Standing there, Quinn looked every bit the brute thick-set, fierce-faced, arms over 55 centimeters around, and standing over 2 meters tall, a living tower. Yet, under the captain's astonished gaze, he stated his age. I just turned 18. After 2 days of failed attempts to break through at Thornlance Fortress, the orc army finally gave up their assaults and settled into a nearby encampment. They sent out scouting parties from time to time to probe the defenses, while the fortress responded by dispatching the agile and resourceful Quinn to deal with them. What others might see as a tough assignment, Quinn considered a rare opportunity to gain valuable experience. After a full week of skirmishes, Quinn finally managed to acquire a new skill barely be facing these orcs, including a few elite squads. Summer Splash A. This ability, originally belonging to a swimsuit-clad archer, was a variation of magical energy release and was said to have a wide range of uses, the most basic of which was creating a refreshing sensation. However, for Quinn, it was more or less useless. Upon testing it, he discovered that although the skill description claimed it consumed magic power, in reality, it drained his physical energy. Even at full force, the best he could do was douse someone with a bucket of ice water. Were the first 2 times just beginner's luck? Is this what my real draw rate looks like now? Quinn muttered to himself in the courtyard after a long period of reflection. Draw rate? What are you talking about? Lily asked, looking up from her watermelon with curiosity. Her twin ponytail swayed as she moved, and her wavy golden hair framed a delicate face smeared with fruit juice. Out of her armor, Lily looked just like any ordinary 18-year-old girl, not quite 5'3", wearing a floral dress, white cotton socks around her pale ankles, and a single fluffy bunny slipper dangling from her toe. Even among the nobility, she wouldn't have seemed out of place. At that moment, she was clutching a watermelon slice that was bigger than her face, completely absorbed in eating. Having grown up under the captain's protection, Lily was endlessly curious about the outside world, while the captain himself acted like an overprotective father, shielding her from every possible danger except when charging into battle, of course. Over the past week, Lily had become Quinn's closest companion among the guards. Partly, it was because Quinn was strong enough to match her in arm wrestling. Partly, it was because he always seemed to have some unusual snack to share like today's chilled watermelon. Yes, watermelons existed in this world too. In fact, so did grapes, lychees, apples, lemons, cherries, and countless other berries Quinn couldn't even name, all of which could be found around Thornlance Fortress. This abundance was thanks to the garrison's chief medic, Herschel. As a devotee of the goddess of plenty, she was not only a healer but also the cornerstone of the fortress logistics. Her miraculous abilities accounted for nearly 80% of the fortress production. She could sow seeds and harvest fruit, or spin wool and produce clothing almost instantly. If it weren't for the fortress being on the front lines and the constant need to care for wounded warriors, she wouldn't even need to focus on her medical duties. It's nothing. Just eat your watermelon. They'll treat you to something else next time. Quinn said. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lily continued to enjoy her watermelon, completely focused on her treat. Lily quickly finished the giant slice of watermelon in her hands, tossed the rind into the trash can in the corner, and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She looked up at Quinn, puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be cleaning up with the scout team today? It was a fair question. In Lily's memory, Quinn usually only came to play with her in the evenings, so showing up early in the morning was definitely out of the ordinary. Nothing much happened yesterday, and the orcs aren't attacking today. I don't see the point in wasting my time. Quinn shrugged, beckoning Lily over. The little knight quickly obliged, and Quinn grabbed a napkin to carefully wipe the watermelon juice from the corner of her mouth before affectionately patting her on the head. With his usually busy schedule suddenly wide open, Quinn found himself at a loss for what to do. He started weighing his options for the day. Beat up Palipo? Had already done that this morning. These days, the guy even comes looking for a fight and just walks off afterward like nothing happened. Spar with Melis? That crazy girl had been even wilder lately, betting her own room on matches and insisting, when you spar with me, it's not about what you want, it's about what I have. If you don't accept, you're disrespecting a warrior's honor. Supervise his best friend's training? No need these days. He was always glued to Hazel, and they'd even moved their training sessions to Hazel's office. Bored out of his mind, a thought suddenly struck Quinn. Maybe I should go see if the captain has any missions outside the walls. Who knows, maybe he'll pick up a new skill. Acting on impulse, he jumped up and dashed off to the captain's office. With the courtyard empty, Lily waved absent-mindedly, then picked up her signature giant pink hammer and, still in her bunny slippers, started her daily training routine. Captain, what a coincidence, everyone's here. Quinn burst into the meeting room, only to find the captain, Hazel, and Polypo deep in a serious discussion. Polypo immediately turned his head away, while Hazel just sighed, as if he already knew chaos was about to follow. The captain waved him off impatiently. Get out, we're in a meeting. Captain, don't be like that. Got any missions outside the walls? I want to smash something. Watching a guy over 2 meters tall act cutesy was more than even the legendary knight captain could handle, and he looked about ready to teach Quinn a lesson right then and there. Just then, Hazel mentioned a key phrase. Without any worshippers of the calamity demon god, it's hard to draw any conclusions. Polypo, keep a close eye on those two groups, don't let them make contact. With that, a weary Hazel started gathering up the documents on the table, preparing to leave. Calamity demon god? Is there a plague in the fortress? Quinn's sudden question stunned the three of them, even the captain lowering his raised fist to look at him in surprise. How did you know? I told Polypo to lock down the information. Just a guess. The calamity demon god controls plagues and natural disasters. If Thornland's fortress could be hit by natural disasters, it would have fallen long ago, so it must be a plague. Quinn explained simply, but didn't elaborate. He preferred to keep up his image as a musclehead who solved problems with his fists rather than his brain. He might not seem clever, but that didn't mean he'd forgotten what had learned in his previous life. He just didn't get many chances to use it. The captain pushed Quinn into a chair and asked seriously, do you have any ideas? Depends on how bad it is, Quinn answered cautiously. If supernatural forces were involved, his knowledge from his past life might not be much help. Hey, Hazel, he's your responsibility now. The captain decided immediately. Even if he's not useful, at least he can help you move bodies. If he gives you trouble, come find me. Understood, Hazel replied. He didn't have much hope that Quinn could help, but at this point, any glimmer of hope was better than none. Human civilization in this other world has existed for less than 2,000 years. On this land, it took only a few centuries for people to progress from eating raw meat to establishing city-states. This rapid rise to a medieval level of civilization was entirely thanks to the extraordinary productivity brought by those with supernatural abilities. However, this productivity was distributed extremely unevenly. Merchants dressed in luxurious silk and admired exquisite porcelain, yet a simple cold could still claim their lives. In the Golden Empire, due to the lack of healing professions, diseases that doctors couldn't cure left patients with only two choices: endure the illness or submit to the brutal practice of bloodletting. Ursula stood in the infirmary, her long silver hair slightly disheveled. She looked at Quinn and, unlike her usual quiet self, began to describe the current outbreak in detail. This plague is without a doubt the work of the orcs, she said wearily. Patients develop fever, chills, and cough up blood, along with severe headaches and difficulty breathing. The most terrifying part is how contagious just being near someone is enough to catch it. At most, I can treat 20 people a day, but there are at least 100 new cases daily. Today is already the 4th day. She went on. Although Polypo has ordered the soldiers to stay put, new cases keep appearing. This plague contains no supernatural power, so the miracles of the fortress are useless. Its incubation period is long, but once symptoms appear, it's always fatal. Seeing a trace of worry on Quinn's face, she added, you don't need to worry, berserkers and order knights are resistant to the plague. The orcs are targeting regular soldiers, and the residential areas are safe for now. After Quinn finished reading the report and thought for a moment, he asked, what do you think we should do next? Find the source of the plague, Ursula replied, leaning against the wall, exhausted. She had barely rested in days, using every bit of recovered miracle power to treat patients, but it made little difference. So what do you think the source might be? I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't need to talk to you about it. Quinn calmly analyzed. The plague can only spread through animals, plants, food, water, air, or people. The fortress shares its water supply between residents and soldiers, so we can rule out water and air. Soldiers have been ordered to stay put, so human and plant transmission seems unlikely. You're in charge of the food, so that's not it either. He paused. That just leaves animals. Think carefully. Have you noticed any noticeable increase in insects, birds, or rats in the fortress recently? Ursula felt her mind start to blur. As a healer who learned from the goddess of abundance, she was used to searching for answers in the goddess database. This time, she had found a treatment method, but it drained her miracle power far more than usual. The analytical approach that Quinn proposed was a completely new way of thinking for her, one she had never encountered before. Most plagues spread through physical contact and airborne droplets. Quinn sat up straight, his voice clear and firm. I want you to make a mask out of cotton cloth, something that covers the nose and mouth, without making it hard to breathe. Also, whenever regular doctors interact with patients, they must wear gloves. These are basic precautions everyone at the hospital needs to follow. He cleared his throat and tapped his fingers lightly on the table before continuing. It's right to keep the soldiers isolated, but make sure to open the windows for ventilation and keep the rooms clean. Don't give the disease any place to thrive. Waste should be disposed of promptly. Let urine or feces sit around, or mosquitoes and other insects might start spreading the illness too. Quinn's voice grew more resolute, his eyes shining with professional confidence. Any bodies of those who die from the disease must be cremated immediately. That's the best way to prevent other outbreaks and stop insects or rodents from spreading anything further. And lastly, make sure everyone only drinks boiled water. No disease can survive that. He wrote down every method he could think of, then gently blew on the page to help the ink dry. Before it was even finished drying, Herschel snatched the paper from his hand, her eyes scanning it rapidly, comparing Quinn's words with the knowledge she had received from the goddess of abundance. Her brow furrowed slightly in the goddess teachings. There were certainly some similar ideas, but nothing as thorough or systematic as what Quinn had written. This is all for handling the patients, she said, looking up with barely concealed surprise in her voice. Is there anything else you want to add? As soon as she spoke, Herschel stared in disbelief at the tall man before her. Quinn sat upright, his fingers interlaced on the table, his eyes filled with a confidence and wisdom she hadn't seen before. It wasn't the arrogance he showed in battle, this was the calm assurance of someone who had lived through it all. No one in this world knows more about disease prevention than I do, Quinn thought to himself. The years before he arrived here had left a deep mark on his memory. As for how he could identify the source of the outbreak so quickly, it was because Herschel's description matched the symptoms of the medieval plague almost exactly. He couldn't be completely certain it was the plague, but he knew these prevention methods were the right call. No, that's all, Herschel replied, unable to think of anything else to add. She stared blankly at the paper in her hands. Her gaze lingered on his handwriting. His writing is beautiful. You'd never expect someone so rough around the edges to write like this. Quinn noticed her gaze and smiled, knowing exactly what she was thinking. Back when his best friend had to copy out assignments as punishment, Quinn always took half the work and even mimicked his friend's handwriting. After a while, even they couldn't tell their writing apart. Remembering that, Quinn shook his head with a wry smile and pulled himself back to the present. Seeing Herschel still lost in thought, he held up a finger, his tone gentle but firm. One last thing. When it comes to treatment, I probably can't help much. That'll be up to you. Herschel remained silent, making no move. The two most critical parts, identifying the source and the means of transmission, were now settled. For her, the treatment was just a matter of using her healing powers. I hope you succeed in getting this plague under control, Quinn said, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Herschel hesitated, unsure whether to accept the handshake or not. Noticing her uncertainty, Quinn remembered their first meeting and casually withdrew his hand, letting the moment pass. Quinn yawned out of boredom, slouching in his chair. I almost forgot how much of a neat freak you are. I hope you'll put in a good word for me with the captain, maybe get me a job that actually involves killing someone. Being stuck in this fortress is driving me crazy. Before he could finish, the army medic Herschel was already standing in front of him, her pale, slender hand extended toward his face. Because of how she stood, Quinn had to look up to meet her gaze, making Herschel's presence feel even more imposing. Shake hands, she ordered coldly. What am I, a dog? You say shake and I shake? Quinn grumbled, though he was secretly amused. This was the first time a woman had ever asked to shake his hand. It didn't seem like a bad deal. I'm the one giving orders now. Unless the captain sent you here to shake my hand? Herschel's tone left no room for argument. It's just a handshake, not like it'll kill me. Quinn finally extended his calloused hand, rough from years of wielding a sword. When his hand met her soft palm, he couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Soft, smooth, so tender. Herschel's expression turned icy as she noticed his little stunt. Let go. No way. I'm supposed to shake when you say so, then let go when you tell me? What would that do to my reputation if word got out? Quinn suddenly yelped, snatching his hand back as if had been shocked. Herschel snorted, watching his exaggerated reaction, but couldn't help the faint smile that tugged at the corner of her lips. You can go. I need to coordinate with Polipo now. He'll talk to the captain for you, Herschel said, turning to leave. Wait, Quinn called after her. How are you going to treat the soldiers who are already infected with the plague? A deep frown creased Herschel's brow. She knew some soldiers wouldn't survive the night, and she could only treat 20 each day. There simply wasn't enough time. I have an idea, but I'll need your help to pull it off. A minute later, in the captain's meeting room, Polipo was discussing the fortress defenses with the captain when the door was flung open. Herschel strode in and grabbed Polipo by the helmet. Captain, I need Polipo's assistance. Making progress? Yes. Time is short. If we move too slowly, more soldiers could get infected. The captain waved her off, rarely concerned himself with these minor matters. As a legendary hero, his main duty was keeping an eye on the orc hero. Still, a thought struck him. That kid actually knows medicine? Maybe he can help Herschel out. He slammed his hand on the table. That's settled then. Let go. Let go. I can walk on my own. Don't let anyone see. Polipo, the weakest fighter in the personal guard, was being hauled out by his helmet by Herschel. Neither Herschel nor Maris seemed to care much about the opinion of this so-called Order Knight. As the second-in-command of Thornlance Fortress, Polipo commanded as much respect as the commander himself. He was more than just an officer thanks to his precise tactical planning. The fortress maintained its impressively low casualty rate. In terms of combat prowess, Polipo was no ordinary knight. He stood half a head taller than most order knights, his muscular build obvious even beneath his armor. Years of experience under the commander's leadership had honed his skills, making him one of the fortress' finest. Few order knights, even when using their skills, could last more than 50 moves against him. Occasionally, a few order knights from minor noble families tried to abuse their backgrounds and break the rules by force. As the overseer, Polipo needed the strength to keep these troublemakers in check. That's why almost all these minor nobles had been beaten or scolded by Polipo at some point, and they all resented him for it. Yet, even someone as formidable as Polipo was no match for certain individuals. As people often said, the gap between some people could be greater than that between a man and a dog. Lily, who carried the blood of the golden-haired royal line, possessed strength on par with the commander himself. Her arm wrestling matches with Quinn were proof enough. For her, pinning Polipo down with one hand was effortless. Maris, a mysterious warrior from the east, had combat skills that could easily surpass those of the commander. With her miraculous longsword, the Order's defenses were useless before her. Ursel, meanwhile, had a unique advantage against Order knights. Within her attack range, all defenses became as fragile as paper. Even the commander had to use legendary powers to counteract the combat medic's abilities, or risk ending up like he had in earlier chapters, writhing in pain on the ground, clutching his leg. Of the three, only Lily was somewhat gentle and would occasionally consider Polipo's feelings. Ursel and Maris. On the other hand, Polipo cursed them inwardly, were little tyrants who, relying on their strength, never treated him as an equal. Just like now, Ursel showed him no respect in front of all their subordinates. Holding Polipo up with one hand, Ursel issued orders to the gathered Order knights, her voice clear and commanding. Move quickly and check for any animal activity within the fortress. Report any irregularities immediately. Pass this on. Anyone heading into the quarantine zone, regardless of purpose, must wear my special masks and gloves to prevent infection. Also, drinking cold water in the quarantine zone is strictly forbidden. She was essentially repeating Quinn's instructions word for word. When she finished, she made a point of hoisting Polipo higher for everyone to see. Her only reason for dragging him here was to lend authority to her commands. As someone usually in charge of logistics, the combat medic would have struggled to get the knights to follow her orders without the overseer's endorsement. Seeing the knights hesitate, Polipo, still dangling in midair, roared, "Answer me. Did you receive your orders?" "Yes, sir." The knights finally replied in unison, then dispersed to carry out their tasks. Once the others had left, Polipo turned to Ursel. "So, did that guy really come up with a solution?" Brushing a strand of hair from her face, Ursel looked tired, but excitement shone in her eyes. "Yes, he might be ruthless and unscrupulous, but he really does have a way." Polipo chose to ignore her last comment and nodded, now finding himself on the same side as the combat medic. He's still a scumbag. Even so, the fortress needs his strength. Polipo, try not to provoke him in the future. "What do you mean I provoke him? He's the one who always comes after me." Polipo protested. "Either way, you're the one who gets beaten up, so it's all the same," Ursel replied. Thinking back to the method Quinn had just shared, her excitement faded, and her gaze turned cold again. In any case, he's even more suited to being a berserker than the commander. He's like a beast with a human mind. Even if you attack him, as long as it's not too serious, he won't get angry. But with some small things, even accidental triggers can set him off. Even now, Ursel couldn't forget the killing intent Shed felt from Quinn the first time they met because of a single glance. "In the past, you helped Ursel with her work. The sooner we deal with the plague, the sooner you'll be able to get back outside." As Quinn spoke, he absent-mindedly scratched his head, repeating the commander's exact words to the female medic. Ursel looked at the man before her, who claimed to know a thing or two about plagues, and let out a helpless sigh. For a job that required careful coordination and planning, what good would it do to send him here except to get in the way? "Fine, then go help with boiling water or moving supplies." "Got it." Quinn responded immediately and hurried off to carry out her orders. Ursel changed into a set of tightly secured white robes. As a highly skilled healer, she rarely treated ordinary soldiers herself. Usually, she saved lives by teaching others the healing techniques of the goddess of plenty. But this plague was different. This time, she had to intervene personally. Before entering the ward, she carefully put on full protective gear. She vividly remembered how another fortress had nearly fallen after an extraordinary doctor there had neglected proper precautions and fallen victim to an Orcish curse. Since then, every extraordinary healer made sure to suit up completely before treating patients. Before she even opened the door, she could already hear pained murmurs from inside. "Cough. Mother, it hurts so much. I failed to serve you with order. How disloyal of me." The less seriously ill soldiers looked at the worst cases with terror in their eyes, dreading that they might end up the same by tomorrow. Most of the critically ill were already delirious. Those who were still conscious could only pray to their goddess not for recovery, but to be chosen by Herschel for treatment first. Bring him over, Herschel said, pointing to one of the gravely ill patients. Two assistants carefully carried the sun-starved soldier outside. In his delirium, the patient seemed to feel a faint warmth, as if the goddess light was shining down on him. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The soldier's body convulsed with violent tremors, cold sweat beading across his forehead, and within moments, he lost consciousness. The two assistants exchanged uneasy glances, but dared not interrupt the treatment. Half a minute later, the patient fell completely still. Herschel's face, hidden behind her mask, remained cold and resolute. Captain Herschel, just now, was that one of the assistants began, but she silenced him with a single look. You don't need to understand. Yes, ma'am. They answered in unison. As she directed them to fetch the next critical patient, Herschel recalled Quinn's suggestion. The goddess of plenty's miraculous power could indeed cure any plague not caused by supernatural forces, by imitating the Church's holy light to drive out disease. But this method consumed a tremendous amount of miraculous energy. She could only manage it about 20 times a day, even with brief use. That was precisely why Quinn had made his suggestion. Those who are gravely ill are going to die anyway. Rather than wasting holy light to heal them, why not use their bodies for drug experiments? Quinn's voice lingered in the air, as calm as if she were discussing the weather. She went on to lay out her plan in detail. For each symptom, we can use a different medication. We'll focus on reducing swelling, lowering fever, clearing phlegm, and detoxification, testing various drug combinations to see what works best. Her fingers traced invisible lines in the air, as if she could already see the results of her experiments. The power of the goddess of abundance allows ordinary soldiers to skip the lengthy healing process and reach the effects of a day's medication instantly. If we can slow the progression of the disease, it proves this approach is right. If not, we'll just try another combination. Quinn spoke with a casual indifference, but Hazel, standing nearby, felt as if she had plunged into icy water. Her hands trembled beneath her white robes, fully aware of what this meant. These were blatant human experiments, a direct sacrilege against the goddess' power, and a cruel manipulation of the lives of soldiers already on the brink of death. Hazel's thoughts raced. As a follower of the goddess of abundance, she knew the goddess principles well. Whether it was killing in battle or delivering punishment, the goddess rarely interfered, believing her followers should have the strength to defend themselves. But human experimentation was entirely different. This was standing in direct opposition to the goddess, even if the ultimate goal was to save more lives. As Quinn spoke, her eyes shone with curiosity, clearly oblivious to the gravity of betraying divine faith or the terrifying consequences that might follow. And all of this would be built on the suffering of these sick and dying soldiers. Hazel drew a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of herbs and sickness. Wrapped in layers of white cloth, her gaze was resolute, showing no sign of hesitation. Reality forced her hand. It would take at least a day to identify the source of infection, and 5 days or more to eliminate it completely. Meanwhile, the number of soldiers in the incubation period was rising steadily. At a rate of 20 new infections per day, over 1,000 soldiers could die from the plague. Worse still, if casualties climbed too high, the commander of Thornland's fortress would face severe punishment from the commander of the Crystal Line Legion. Even though both commanders were blonde, in the Golden Empire, strict order and clear rewards and punishments were the highest law. So, she had to find an effective drug combination to treat the plague as quickly as possible. Forgive me, Hazel prayed silently, pain and determination flickering in her eyes. Then, she reached out her hand toward the next unconscious patient. The blazing June sun scorched the earth, its heat like a fierce beast breaking through the clouds and pouring down relentlessly. Waves of heat shimmered in the air, and even the slightest breeze felt oppressively hot, as if it carried steam from a giant oven. Inside the stone-walled conference room, however, it was a welcome refuge from the summer heat. At this moment, Weiss was fully focused on the dinner Quinn had carefully prepared: stewed beans spread over bread, perfectly crisped roast meat, and a refreshing bowl of mung bean soup. Out of concern for the spread of disease, Hesser had arranged for him to take his meals in the conference room these days. Tada! Hey, race today's kids' meal, make sure you finish it all. In the sweltering kitchen, Quinn wore nothing but a small apron, his granite-like muscles gleaming with sweat. That's disgusting, Weiss muttered. If it disgusts you, don't eat it. No, I meant what you're wearing is disgusting. Having grown used to Quinn's antics, Weiss continued to enjoy the meal. He had to admit, Quinn's cooking was impressive. Even the most ordinary ingredients became mouth-watering dishes in his hands. Make sure you get plenty of rest, Quinn reminded him as he cleared the dishes. But don't skip your workouts. Get rid of that fat on your chest. And put on some clothes after exercising. Don't catch a chill. As Quinn carried the plates out of the conference room, he nearly bumped into Hesser, who was approaching with her hands in her pockets, looking utterly exhausted. Good afternoon, Lady Hesser. Have you eaten yet? Are you insane? Hesser frowned at Quinn, his massive body straining the tiny apron. To her, he was a muscle-bound fool ruled entirely by his physique. The summer sweat made it even worse. Her heightened senses compelled her to keep at least 2 meters away from him. Lady Hesser, you wound me with words like that. Get lost. Stay away from me, or I'll kick you. Faced with Hesser's threats and the possibility she might report him, Quinn quickly backed off. Watching the beast who had been causing her so much emotional turmoil lately, the military doctor could only rub her forehead in resignation as she headed for the conference room. She wasn't sure if all of this was a blessing or a curse, and her steps grew heavier with each troubled thought. For Herschel, solving the plague was a matter of life and death, but to Quinn, it seemed rather trivial. He simply offered a few suggestions in passing and didn't really care whether Herschel took his advice or not. As time went on, the number of infections in the quarantined area began to slow down noticeably. No longer did cases surge by 100 or 200 each day. After a thorough round of disinfection and investigation, the Thornspear Fortress finally discovered the source of the outbreak, a species of birds spreading disease through infected droppings inside the fortress. Even more encouraging, on the third day after following Quinn's advice, Herschel succeeded in developing a cure. The ingredients for the medicine were readily available in the fortress warehouse, which greatly eased her burden. Now, even if a soldier became infected, their life was no longer at risk. Once the plague crisis was resolved, Quinn was finally allowed to leave the fortress. Regaining his freedom, he acted like a wild horse let loose, attacking orcs on sight and chasing them all the way back to their stronghold before stopping. Fortunately, the female boar-headed hero Schwerke happened to be away from the camp at the time. Otherwise, things would have ended much worse for him. When he reported back to the commander, Quinn received a heavy punch that knocked him to the ground. The commander yelled, "Can't any of you give me a break? Is there a single normal person under my command?" As a result, Quinn was handed a 3-day solitary confinement. "So, you volunteered to be here, while I was thrown in by the commander. There's a difference, you know," Quinn said. But Herschel, who was kneeling on the floor praying to the goddess, didn't respond. In that moment, she seemed to shed her usual cold demeanor. Bathed in moonlight, her delicate features looked almost like a finely detailed painting, radiating a sense of sacred dignity. "Had enough of staring?" "Not even close," Quinn replied with a wide grin, sprawling casually on the bunk in the cell. The first time he came here, it felt novel, but the thought of staying several days quickly wore thin. Herschel just shook her head in resignation at Quinn's playful tone. She had already decided to treat him like a wild animal. That way, his gaze wouldn't make her uncomfortable. But Quinn wasn't about to miss a chance for fun. "By the way, like I said, I was forced in here, and you came in on your own. So if I want to leave, it's actually a lot easier for me than for you." Herschel scoffed. "Did the commander knock your brains loose? If I wanted, I could walk out right now. But you have to stay here for 3 days. But you don't want to?" Quinn said, catching her off guard. Her bright eyes flickered. He went on, "Honestly, I don't mind being here if there's nothing going on. But if something comes up, like if Lily wants to challenge me to a duel, or if Weiss asks me to make him breakfast, I might just have to leave. Worst case, they'll add a few more days to my sentence." Lowering her eyes, the army medic fell silent. She had forgotten about that. This was an animal with human-level intelligence. Quinn wasn't just a simple-minded brute, was a brute who actually used his brain, and he knew quite a bit. Can you even call someone like that a brute? That almost philosophical question suddenly captured Herschel's attention. Quinn narrowed his eyes at Herschel. "I get the feeling you're thinking something unkind about me." "No, you're mistaken," Herschel replied flatly. "No." Quinn raised his voice. "I'm never wrong about these things. I can tell from your face you're thinking something bad." Herschel glanced at him again, shifted slightly, and put more space between them. The scent of a berserker was definitely stronger than that of ordinary people, and it wasn't just a figure of speech, but quite literal. Those with this class emitted a special pheromone. Out in the wild, the places they passed became marked as their territory, much like lions or tigers marking their domain. But in civilized society, these pheromones simply became an unpleasant body odor. For most people, it wasn't a big deal, only animals with keen noses could detect it. But Herschel's senses were sharper than most extraordinary classes. In a well-ventilated room, she could tolerate it, but the guard's detention cell had only a tiny window and almost no airflow. Thinking of the captain's scent, Herschel couldn't help but pinch her nose and ask, "How often do you bathe?" "Once a day," Quinn declared, puffing out his chest. "I don't believe you," the military doctor said, getting up from the floor. Thanks to her night vision, Quinn could see clearly that she wasn't just wearing an ordinary shirt, but a custom-tailored, plain long robe, something like a nun's habit, loose but unable to hide her attractive figure. With every step she took, her chest swayed, like a pair of leather water pouches bobbing with gravity's pull. Snap! A surge of miracle power flowed from Herschel's hand, instantly restoring Quinn's body to a freshly bathed state. Then a gentle breeze swept through the room, carrying the excess pheromones out the small window. "Much better," Herschel breathed a sigh of relief. "You think I stink?" Quinn frowned. "Yeah," Herschel's face clearly said. "Isn't it obvious?" She understood why the captain had locked her up with Quinn. No one else could keep him in check, so they dumped him on her. But the problem was, she couldn't handle him either. She could control the captain only because she had watched him grow up and knew exactly how to deal with him. But Quinn was different. She was genuinely worried he'd lose his temper and chop her in half. She was just in charge of logistics, a fair match for a knight of order, but nowhere near a match for a berserker. Sniff, sniff. Ursel suddenly wrinkled her nose, sensing something off. Shed just cleared the smell, so why was it back already? She turned to see Quinn clutching his head, wearing a constipated expression. The moment he noticed her gaze, a triumphant grin spread across his face. As long as I use miracle power, I can produce as much of this scent as I want. Let's see if you still dare complain. Are you insane? Ursel stared at him in disbelief. How is this any different from taking a dump right in front of me? The power of miracles was as straightforward and essential to Quinn, now at the elite level, as physical strength itself. He understood that only after advancing to the legendary rank would a core called the legendary mark form within his body, serving as the vessel for storing higher-level powers. Legendary power, epic power, and mythic power all fell under the broader category of miracle power. Compared to these, the miracle power an elite transcendent could wield was insignificant, barely qualifying for the name, and lumped together with other forces under the same umbrella. Get over here. Hessel barked sharply. Angry are you? Quinn sneered. I can't stand being here for even a minute longer. Get out. Hessel's face twisted with fury, her teeth clenched, her breath coming fast, veins pulsing on her forehead. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly disrespectful to her. I'll report this to the captain. Report what? Quinn scoffed. That I interrupted your little sulk? Sulk? I was praying to the goddess. Hessel shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. Someone as irreverent as you could never understand. Quinn believed in the gods, but he didn't respect them just like the captain. It made Hessel wonder if all beast warriors were so blasphemous. Let me ask you something, Quinn suddenly said. Did you become a bountiful reveler because of your faith? Bountiful reveler was both Hessel's class and the first stage for followers of the goddess of plenty. Unlike classes such as beast warrior or knight of order that focused on physical prowess, becoming a bountiful reveler required a deep and comprehensive understanding of human society architecture, agriculture, culture, medicine, the arts, everything except the military. That was why every bountiful reveler was so highly valued. If one reached the legendary rank, women would become bountiful dancers and men bountiful priests. According to the Golden Empire's records, over 2 centuries ago, when famine struck the southern regions, a bountiful priest with 6 streams of legendary power produced enough grain in a single night to feed 900,000 refugees for a month. Since then, the Empire had made a concerted effort to cultivate this class, but with little success. To become a bountiful reveler, one had to master existing knowledge and also innovate like a graduate thesis in his previous life, but it required the personal approval of the goddess. Without exceptional skill, there was no chance of passing. Nearly 100 years had passed in the Golden Empire without a single new bountiful dancer or priest, and even the number of bountiful revelers had never exceeded 30. Hessel had shared all this with Weiss, who then passed it on to Quinn. Quinn, after hearing it, just shrugged it off. Why should I care? Beast warriors are rare too. There are only 2 in the whole country. Though, he knew well enough that there were at least 1,000 of them among the southern barbarians. Hearing Quinn's question, Hessel straightened her back and answered with pride. The goddess of plenty doesn't choose followers for brute strength like yours, but for wisdom. I earned her favor by discovering a potent remedy for wounds. You, on the other hand, are nothing but a mindless beast. Quinn clapped his hands and nodded. Exactly. With that, he stood up from the bed. Even though Ursel was already familiar with Quinn's imposing physique, every time she saw him spread his arms, that sense of pressure still made her heart clench involuntarily. The muscles before her were sculpted and defined, like slabs of stone arranged in perfect order, radiating raw, explosive power. Quinn's fists were clenched as he slowly raised them, the force behind them seeming ready to erupt at any moment. There was a wildness in his features, an unrestrained smile curling at his lips, his voice deep and grating. The gods you pray to don't care about your useless faith. Only by accomplishing great deeds will you earn their favor. So tell me, what exactly are you praying for? His eyes brimmed with disdain as he looked down at Ursel, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you really think your faith is 100 times stronger than anyone else's? That you alone could move the gods? Ursel lowered her gaze, her long lashes trembling. Quinn's words struck her like a hammer, each syllable laced with undeniable truth. The unease that had been festering deep within her only grew stronger. She had been raised from childhood as a devoted follower of the goddess of abundance, her sole purpose to offer herself in service. Yet now, without meaning to, a trace of irreverence had crept into her heart. She had once committed a grave sin by betraying her faith. Anyone else would have lost their powers and suffered harsh punishment. Yet in recent days, instead of being punished, her miraculous abilities had grown after she shared methods to combat the plague. She had believed that confession and repentance could cleanse her sins and restore the goddess' favor. But Quinn's words cut straight to her weakest point. The cracks in her faith became more apparent, like a flawless porcelain vessel splitting irreparably in her spiritual world. Her breathing grew rapid and heavy, a crushing weight pressing on her chest, as if something were churning inside her heart. Herschel clutched her chest tightly, trying to calm the strange palpitations, but her breaths only grew more labored, and her strength seemed to drain away. She collapsed to her knees, legs buckling, her whole body slumping to the ground. Her dazed eyes stared blankly at Quinn, full of helplessness and a silent plea for help. Quinn crouched down and grabbed a handful of Herschel's silver hair, yanking her upright. Normally, this would have sparked fierce resistance from her, maybe even a swift counterattack. But now, she didn't react at all, letting him pull her up. Her eyes were empty and unfocused, and for the first time, those watery eyes showed a vulnerability and helplessness she had never revealed before. As the fortress logistics chief, Herschel was seen by others as calm and decisive, but in this moment, her expression was unusually fragile, as if all her strength had deserted her. Seeing this, Quinn gave a mocking grin. Pathetic, Herschel. Why do you think I even bothered coming to the holding cell? If I'd known this was all you had left, I would have gone back to bed. His tone was thick with scorn and ridicule. He wasn't in any rush to discuss anything important. His report from outside could have been summed up in a single sentence. More than that, Quinn had no desire for pointless risks, especially when he knew Herschel was in no state to recover. In fact, if Head realized how broken she'd become, he might have skipped the visit altogether. It was only because Weiss kept pestering him about Herschel that he came to check on her. The result was obvious. Herschel was almost completely finished. So what do you think I should do? Heezer's silver eyes flickered with a faint light, the kind of hope that only appears when someone on the brink of despair grasps at a final lifeline. Just as she had asked about the plague before, she no longer cared whether Quinn could truly help. She simply needed someone to lean on. Any chance, no matter how slim, even if it meant fighting and risking her life on the front line, she would take it without a second thought. Quinn sighed, then gently set her down as if she were a student, patting her head softly. It's simple. Why not ask the goddess directly? Find out if she needs your faith, if what you're doing is right. That's impossible. Heezer's voice trembled with tears. Only legendary heroes can speak with the gods. I can't even dream of becoming a legend. The spark of hope that had just ignited was snuffed out, and her eyes filled with despair. Moonlight streamed through the half-open window, casting a glow on Quinn's silver hair. He reached out his right hand. Why don't I help you? Do you trust me? Heezer looked up at him. Through her tear-filled eyes, all she could see was his tall silhouette. She placed her hand in his, feeling the warmth that radiated from his palm. Their eyes met, one calm and still as a silent lake, the other deep as a starry sky. Well, aren't you going to say something? Huh. Heezer realized she had been lost in thought. She squeezed his hand a little tighter, her voice returning to its usual coolness. If you can't help me become a legend, they'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Quinn let out a cold laugh. That's not an option. If I say I can do it, then I will. Seeing that Heezer had calmed down, Quinn sat back on the bed. He planned to share knowledge from his previous live civilization, but would only provide guidance, letting her implement ideas that would enrich and benefit the people. At 7 the next morning, Quinn, ever disciplined in his routine, woke up on time. The first thing he saw was Heezer, now wearing a white coat instead of her usual nun's habit. She stood quietly by the window, the morning breeze playing with her hair. Her eyes narrowed slightly, long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath them. Heezer took a pouch of gold coins from her clothes and placed it on the bed. I know what you've given me is worth far more than money, but this is the only thing I have right now that you might be interested in. In the captain's meeting room, the door swung open with a sharp click. As always, the massive armored figure was half squatting, half sitting in the center of the room. At 2.5 meters tall, even the spacious meeting room felt cramped for him. The eyes behind the slits of his helmet lit up instantly at the sight of the visitor, as if torches had been ignited. Hazel, you're out? The captain's voice echoed from inside the helmet, clearly filled with delight. Yes. The military medic, Hazel, wore her trademark cool and aloof expression now. It was practically second nature. She strode over to the captain, decisively slapped a prepared list onto the table before him, and the crisp sound reverberated through the room. I need a large amount of steel and charcoal, and it has to be arranged immediately, she said, leaving no room for argument. If my research goes as planned, we'll be able to significantly improve our armor's defensive capabilities. This would be a huge advantage for you, for the entire fortress, and even for the whole Golden Empire. The Order Knights prided themselves on their defense, half of which came from the thick suits of armor they wore. Combined with their superhuman strength, these iron shells made them nearly impervious to most professions. If the armor's resilience could be further enhanced, it would mean a real leap forward for the fortress and would secure Hazel her ticket to advance to the rank of prosperous dancer. But the captain simply stared at her in a daze, not responding. Hazel frowned and waved her hand in front of his face. Captain, did you hear what I said? Unexpectedly, the captain suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, the grating sound of armor rubbing against fabric filling the air. Hazel, I was so worried about you. The captain's voice trembled with emotion, on the verge of tears. You were locked up for days, no one cooked for me. That last part's probably what you really care about, Hazel thought to herself. But seeing the captain cry like a giant 2.5-meter child, she held her tongue. I made a lot of progress this time, she said calmly. But I need you to release Quinn. I need his help with some research. I'm afraid that's not possible, the captain replied, instantly regaining his composure and rejecting her request. I have something for him to do, so I can't spare him. With that, the captain took Hazel by the wrist and led her to the sand table in the corner of the room. The miniature buildings and terrain were laid out in detail, with several key locations marked in red. The orcs are serious this time, the captain said, pointing to the red markers. They're spreading plagues at every fortress and sending elite supernaturals equipped with items that mask their presence to sabotage our miracles. Most of our communication miracles have already been destroyed, all our reconnaissance miracles are gone, and even our supply routes have been exposed and are unusable. He traced a gloved finger across the sand table. There are 3 types of these elite infiltrators. The Raven folk handle reconnaissance and alerts, the Serpent folk focus on harassment and support, and the Tiger folk are the main force in direct combat. It's a classic multi-tribe strike team. Our fortress is on the border, so we haven't been hit yet. But at the other fortresses, it takes sacrificing 10 Order Knights just to take out a single orc squad, the captain said angrily. After slaughtering pig-headed brutes for so long, they seem to have forgotten how dangerous the Tiger folk are. Once the Tiger folk reach the supernatural level, their strength rivals that of high-tier elites, and combined with the Serpent folk's venom, they're a real nightmare. Hazel silently studied the sand table, deep in thought. Among the elite professions, Order Knights weren't the very best, but they were still top tier. The orcs' children of war were on par with them in terms of raw power. But advanced beastmen like the Tiger folk, Minotaurs, and Bear folk were rare and naturally powerful, favored by the gods, and capable of channeling even greater miraculous power. Physical strength, miracles, combat skills. Order Knights had no edge over Tiger folk in any aspect, and were often slaughtered like livestock. If the orcs were sending these elites into the fray, it meant they were truly prepared to fight to the bitter end. The Tiger folk number fewer than 20,000, but their strength is truly intimidating. Almost every adult Tiger folk has a high chance of becoming an elite warrior, and the number of legendary heroes among them surpasses all other beastkin, rivaling the combined total of legendary heroes in the entire Golden Empire. Even when commanders of the highest rank are dispatched, they can barely manage to contain the rampage of the beastkin. The Raven folk's carefully bred white-feathered ravens have shown astonishing scouting abilities, able to accurately spot legendary heroes from 5 kilometers away. The orc squads that have been eliminated so far were just reckless young cats, overestimating themselves by trying to rise in rank through hunting legendary heroes. Fortunately, the 2 advanced branches of the Order Knights, the Disciplinary Knights, and the Executioners, are both formidable opponents. Empowered by the miracle of the Crystal Line, they easily wiped out these overconfident foes. Disciplinary Knights are enhanced versions of Order Knights, equipped with greatswords infused with the power of miracles and boasting significantly improved defenses. If Order Knights are like compact cars, then Disciplinary Knights are heavy trucks, while Executioners are akin to armored vehicles, almost flawless aside from agility. Inside Thornlance Fortress, the 3-person squad formation was being decided. I want to be the leader. Lily, clad in heavy armor, jumped up with her hand raised. The pink, oversized hammer spun gleefully in her grip, her armor ringing with crisp metallic sounds. Quinn grabbed her by the head and lifted her up. When I ask who's the leader, it means I'm the leader. Got it? No, no, no. Lily flailed in the air like a chick caught by the neck, struggling with all her might. Let's vote on it. That's the fairest way, Quinn said, releasing Lily and setting her down. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Melis spoke softly from the side. I'm fine with that. Only those who truly knew this quiet woman understood the madness hidden beneath her cloak. The 3 stood in a triangle, faces serious. Quinn spoke first. I vote for myself as team leader. Melis, what do you think? No problem. It's settled then. Lily stomped her feet in frustration, her small fists pounding Quinn's waist. That's not fair. I haven't even had my say. All right, go ahead, Quinn replied, pretending to listen intently. I don't agree with Quinn being the leader. 2-1. Your objection is overruled. Lily immediately dropped her hammer and clung to Quinn's leg, throwing a tantrum. Do it again. Melis only ever says one thing. I want to ask her first. Given the chance, Lily quickly bounced over, looking pitifully at Melis. Melis, would you let me be the leader? Melis? Say something. But the outcome was already set. Quinn lifted Lily onto a tall hybrid warhorse. Though Lily herself weighed less than 50 kilograms, her full armor brought her total weight to at least 500. Only a crossbreed between a beast and a warhorse could carry her. Quinn's gear was lighter, totaling around 300 kilograms. As for Melis, with the help of a miraculous artifact, she weighed only 42 pounds, and rode with Quinn, though she chose a rather unique spot. Could you stop standing on my head? Quinn complained helplessly. I'm practicing my balance, Melis replied calmly. How about standing on my shoulder instead? No, your head moves more. It's better training. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a cluster of fragrant wildflowers in full bloom. The delicate blossoms swayed in the breeze, cradling this hard-won ray of light. A blue butterfly landed on a bud, unfurling its slender proboscis to sip the nectar within. Light, flower, and butterfly formed a scene of natural artistry, as if crafted by a master's hand, quietly nestled in a corner of the forest. Suddenly, a large, furry hand shot out, its fingertips expertly pinching the butterfly's wings and shattering the tranquil scene in an instant. With the other hand, the creature gently picked a blossom, brought it to his nose, and inhaled deeply. The scent was wild and vibrant, brimming with the energy of life just like the owner of these massive hands, a bipedal tiger weighing over 300 kilograms. His entire body was covered in dark yellow fur, and his fangs curled out from the corners of his mouth. Yet his movements were graceful and light, as if his enormous frame was merely a vessel carrying a dignified captain. Ragna, you're imitating humans again, one of his two companions remarked with clear disdain. The woman, half human and half snake, was busy untangling her hair. The recent battle had been fierce, leaving streaks of blood clinging to her lustrous locks. The man, with a human face and the body of a crow, kept his eyes fixed on the sky, maintaining contact with the scouts head sent out. Among the group, he bore the heaviest burden reconnaissance. Not only did he have to watch for enemy reinforcements during battle, but he also had to track legendary heroes with nothing but his frail, unenchanted body. The strain had taken its toll, his feathers were noticeably thinning, and it would take at least 3 years of careful grooming for them to grow back. If we don't learn, we'll never win, Ragna the Tiger Man said, sounding perfectly reasonable. What's the point of learning all that? The crowman shot back. I don't know. That's what my father always said. Ragna popped the wildflower into his mouth and chewed absent-mindedly. A sudden wave of bitterness stung his tongue, and he grimaced, spitting it out without hesitation. The crowman, still resting, and the snake woman, lounging in the shade, burst out laughing. That's Cutinghua medicinal herb, not food. Only desperate butterflies would eat that stuff. Ragna didn't mind their teasing. He simply shook his head, lay back on the ground, and rested his arms behind his head, gazing up at the dappled shadows overhead. To be honest, he enjoyed this life fighting, resting, and chatting. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of his own kind, these two orcs of other races made far better companions. When I become a legend, you two should be my lieutenants, Ragna suddenly declared. There's no telling who'll become a legend first. The crowman retorted. That's right. I've already prepared a poison strong enough to kill a legendary hero. If I get the chance, I could take out a fortress commander. The snake woman added confidently. No sooner had she finished speaking than both the snake woman and the crowman felt a heavy weight on their shoulders. Ragna wrapped his powerful arms around them, holding them close with just the right amount of strength. On, Helga, I really like you too. Helga, the snake woman, showed no discomfort. Instead, she coiled her tail around Ragna's waist and took a deep breath. Ragna, on, if either of you had scales, I might consider being your wife for a year. On, the crowman, smiled helplessly, shrugged, and spread his wings to embrace the other two. Helga, Ragna, same here, but my love for scales only extends to what's on my plate. These three weren't a hastily assembled team, but elite warriors chosen years ago for this war. After centuries of stalemate at the Crystal Line, the orcs had long realized that brute force alone would never bring victory. Spreading plagues, sabotaging logistics, provoking natural disasters, every tactic imaginable had been tried, but most yielded disappointing results. Still, for the orcs, these efforts were worth attempting. Including these teams, they were all part of a grand experiment. 10 squads, 30 elite high orcs, and hundreds of elite low orcs were sent behind the Crystal Line, scattered throughout its defenses. Their mission was to destroy the miraculous facilities hidden within, weakening the enemy's numbers on the front lines by targeting the sources of their miraculous power. To the orc leadership, elite fighters were no longer rare. Managing losses and protecting the tribe's foundation was now the priority. That made these ostracized orcs disposable pawns, but their task remained vital. Even a 3-orc squad could ambush an entire unit of Order Knights with ease, yet they all understood their operation was as perilous as dancing on a blade's edge. After all, there was no rule forbidding legendary heroes from intervening. If they drew the attention of one of the Crystal Line's legendary defenders, it would be a massacre. The odds of elites defeating a legendary hero were less than 5%. On the other hand, if someone managed to turn the tables and slay a hero, like the Tigerkin had before, and used the miracle's power to ascend to legend themselves, it would be the highest honor imaginable. At that point, unless the Legion commander acted personally, or more than 6 legendary heroes joined the hunt, he was confident he could lead his 2 teammates to safety. Once back in orc territory, their team would no longer be expendable. They'd become a true pillar of their people. Ragna, if you become a legend, what will you do? As soon as the question was asked, A spark of excitement lit up Ragnar the Tigerkin's eyes. He spread his arms wide, his striped face breaking into a grin as he painted a future for his teammates. They'll find the perfect hunting ground for my father and brother. Otherwise, whenever I'm away, they've got nothing to eat. And if you two ever need a place to stay, just come to my hunting grounds as long as there's prey. You're welcome to hunt as much as you like. And the northern fishing grounds, I've been eyeing those for a while. I've got to find a chance to buy them out. Ragnar loved to dream about the future. As a child, those dreams felt impossibly distant. But now, he had grown stronger and he would keep getting stronger. Those wild ambitions that once seemed out of reach, he was determined to make them all come true. Just as he and his teammates were eagerly discussing their plans, a faint cry echoed from above. The Serpentkin and the Ravenkin both looked up. It was the unique signal of the white-feathered Ravensa sound ordinary people couldn't hear, recognizable only to those with heightened senses. The Ravenkin clapped Ragnar on the shoulder, a relaxed smile in his eyes. Looks like my little ones found us some new prey. All right, Ragnar, break time's over. At those words, Ragnar's expression darkened. Muscles tensed beneath his fur, veins standing out as his eyes filled with a deep, bloody red. He took a deep breath and said quietly, 10 minutes. That's all we need to finish this fight. He paused, then added, then we keep searching for the miracle facilities along the ley lines. We have to destroy them, cut them off, corrupt them, wreck them however we can. Whatever it takes, we can't let a single one remain. If they succeeded, even without a true battle, the merit alone could be enough to elevate them to legendary status. Crystal Shield Headquarters. The atmosphere in the vast conference hall was tense, with 5 figures seated in silence. At the head of the table sat a giant general clad in heavy armor, eyes closed in deep concentration. Flanking him were 4 men, each wearing specially crafted armor. The most striking among them was the general in ornate purple gold plate, every edge of his armor glinting with a chilling, intimidating light. This was a legendary artifact, forged by combining at least 30 strands of miraculous power, and the pressure it radiated was suffocating. The other 4 wore armor in red, blue, white, and black, each set far superior to that of an ordinary order knight. The hall was silent, broken only occasionally by the faint rustle of maps being turned. At last, the general at the head of the table opened his eyes, shattering the quiet. It's been 3 days. How many orc squads have we eliminated? 3. The reply was crisp and direct. So 1 per day on average. Yes. That's too slow. Does anyone have a solution? At that moment, one of the guards suddenly stood up, his build like a small iron tower, his presence crashing over the room like a tidal wave. I propose that we handle it ourselves, wipe out all the orc squads in a single day. These 5 were legendary heroes of the Golden Empire, each possessing 6 or even 7 strands of legendary power. Any one of them could easily defeat a female boar-headed hero. As the Legion commander's personal guards, each led 1,000 heavy infantry, and with their legendary abilities to boost their troops, they could break through an army of 10,000. Rejected. Another guard spoke up immediately. As the 5 color guards, we cannot leave the headquarters fortress. This was their only weakness by the nature of their powers. Their individual strength was equivalent to a hero with 5 strands of legendary power, and leaving the fortress would put them at great risk. The discussion quickly continued. I propose we order the commander of White Rhino Fortress, who possesses 5 strands of legendary power, to take action. Rejected. The issue is mobility, not combat strength. I propose we send the Beast Warrior Commander from Thornspear Fortress. Rejected. The risk is too high. Suddenly, the doors to the conference room burst open. A messenger rushed in, ignoring protocol as he reported, urgent news. The commander of Thornspear Fortress's Night Order has dispatched 3 elite warriors to hunt down the orc squads. Upon hearing this, anger flashed across the faces of the 5 color guards. That guy, acting on his own again. Every elite is an asset of the Empire, how dare he deploy them without authorization? The appointment of the 3 elite members sparked a heated debate in the council chamber. Who knows how long it will take to train them? We need to keep them grounded for another 2 months, one counselor shouted passionately. I propose we replace the commander of Thornlance Fortress, another stood up. Overruled. Rejected without cause, the chairman cut in sternly. No emotional outbursts during the meeting. Everyone knew all too well how much trouble that commander could cause, but there was nothing they could do. After all, he had trained under the same mentor as the Legion commander. When the files of the 3 elite members were laid out on the table, the council grew even more uneasy. A blonde royal? He actually sent a member of the royal family. The purple-haired swordswoman. I remember her. She once took down 5 elite orcs with just 3 strikes. And he sent someone like her, too? And who's this dark-haired kid? A newly promoted elite? Is he sending them to their deaths? Meanwhile, out in the wilderness. Look, I can weave hats out of grass. Quinn said, focused on braiding vines. Quinn, you're amazing. Lily shouted excitedly. Although she was the same age as Quinn, years of isolation had left her with a childlike innocence. The silver-haired girl couldn't wait to try the hat on, but her helmet got in the way. Melis, do I look good in my grass hat? Balancing on one foot atop Quinn's head, Melis broke out in a sweat, struggling to stay steady. Don't distract me. When no one praised her, Lily grabbed a horse's mane instead. Quinn, I want to fight. When can we fight orcs? I'm not sure I'm looking for them, too. And don't mess with the horses. These are some of the finest war horses we have. Quinn quickly intervened. With Lily's freakish strength, enough to handle a nearly one-ton war horse single-handedly, even the best steeds wouldn't last long under her grip. So where are we headed? Lily asked, clearly bored. The commander just told us to go out and take down a squad of orcs. No specific location was given, Quinn explained. But don't worry. Orcs always target Imperial facilities and elite units. When they see the three of us together, they'll come right to us. No sooner had he finished speaking than Quinn's expression grew serious. That was fast. We just set out. With the heightened senses of a berserker, he had already detected the elite orc squad closing in. Time to gain some experience. Hee. 3 humans. There are 8 of us, let's split them up. I want the legs. The thighs. Slurp, I want the head. Suddenly, the ground heaved violently, and the grass and trees shook wildly. 8 beastmen of various shapes and sizes crawled out from the shadows, slowly encircling Quinn and his 2 companions. Each had their own distinctive features. The boar-headed beastman was covered in coarse black hair, a bloody mouth still chewing on rotten meat, its thick ears twitching constantly. The dog-headed one was battered and incomplete, with only 1 ear and half a tail, its brown fur matted and unkempt. The rat man was short and plump, its beady eyes glinting beneath dark skin. The leopard beastman's muscles bulged menacingly beneath black leather armor. The catman's snowy white fur concealed razor-sharp claws. The birdman spread pure white wings, a sharp beak gleaming coldly. The foxman, with a pointed snout and fine whiskers, hunched over a thin, wiry frame. And the strangest of all, the serpent man, with a human torso and a snake's tail, its emerald scales shimmering eerily as its tongue flickered in and out. Though this squad of low-ranking beastmen wasn't as powerful in direct combat as their higher-ranked counterparts, they were masters of stealth and ambush. With 8 against 3, they believed they held an overwhelming advantage. But the human trio showed no fear. Maris was just about to draw her sword and shout, for each, when Quinn held her back on her horse. They're all mine. Quinn's primal instincts surged, his face twisted with battle lust. Sword in one hand, he pointed at the Serpent Man leader with the other. You're dead. Before the Serpent Man could react, Quinn's blade flashed before its eyes. Despite his massive frame, Quinn moved with the speed of a released predator, lunging at his target. The Serpent Man immediately sensed a formidable foe and spat out a spray of dark green venom in panic. Quinn didn't flinch, trusting his armor to shield him as he took the hit he'd. Channeling all his strength into his sword, he struck at the Serpent Man's thick torso in a burst of white light. Flash! The blade sliced through the scales and bit deep, stopping only at the bone. The attack fell short of cutting the Serpent Man in 2, so Quinn quickly pulled back, withdrawing his sword. Blood sprayed into the air, briefly hiding his grim expression. He had only managed to cut through the scales and muscle, without even touching the bone. This guy was tough, no doubt about it. When Quinn retreated back to her side, Melis finally spoke up in a calm, unhurried tone. The scales of a high-ranking serpent folk are as hard as steel, and the muscles in their tails are far stronger than any humans. Ordinary knights would struggle to even scratch them. The fact that you broke through it all is impressive. She paused, her gaze turning wary. The strengths and weaknesses of serpent folk are obvious. Their snake bodies are incredibly tough and powerful, making them both deadly weapons and natural armor. But their upper bodies, left unprotected by scales, are their greatest weakness. Quinn barely seemed to hear her. His initial shock was slowly replaced by a different emotion. The serpent folk hadn't died by his hand, but that only meant he needed to look for another opening. As he quietly refocused, the serpent folk across from him didn't let her guard down either. Her eyes narrowed, her expression growing more severe. Among the elite beastkin, even the powerful tiger folk couldn't handle the crushing force of her tail. Anyone caught in its grip would be strangled on the spot. Yet this human had managed to pierce her scales and muscle. He was not to be underestimated. Don't let your guard down. Attack together, kill him. If you succeed, your tribe will have my protection. There was a ruthless glint in the serpent folk's eyes as she commanded the elite lesser beastkin behind her. Her words were like a spark, igniting their spirits. For these outcasts, the chance to earn the favor of a high-ranking protector meant redemption, even heroism. No longer would they be abandoned, they could become warriors who sacrificed for their people. They charged forward, weapons brandished, faces contorted with fury, their eyes burning with bloodlust. At that moment, even the likes of Melis and Lily could feel a hint of danger in the air. But Quinn showed not a trace of fear. If anything, the tension only made him calmer. The instincts honed on countless battlefields awakened within him, his mind instantly sharpening. It was as if an unseen force steadied his nerves, allowing him to see every enemy, every weakness, with perfect clarity. For my kin. For the tribe. For my children. No one else will take this from me. He murmured, eyes cold as steel, letting his fury surge through him. Just then, the three fastest beastkin lunged at him, weapons swinging in a savage assault. But Quinn was faster. In a sweeping motion, he unleashed the signature draw of the Ashina style, his blade flashing from its sheath in a burst of fire-like light, moving faster than the eye could follow, striking straight at his foes. This was the art of the Shura, lethal technique forged through endless battles. The sword's radiance seemed to suppress the entire space, as if the world itself dimmed. The very air was sliced apart by the force of his attack, and every living thing could feel the ferocity emanating from his blade, their hearts pounding in response. As the sword flashed by, blood and flesh flew in all directions, severed limbs and steel weaving a storm of violence. Chunks of flesh rained down, blood spraying freely in the air. The three beastkin never even realized they'd been cut to pieces. They stood frozen, their faces etched with confusion and a flicker of terror. The burst shot archer system activated, and the skill extraction countdown began. Rainbow sword. With a sharp cry, the swordswoman unleashed her attack. Her blade flashed with lightning speed, her technique fierce and relentless. Unlike Quinn's precise strikes, her style focused on pure speed, each slash aimed straight at the orcs' throats and hearts. The razor-sharp sword sliced effortlessly through their defenses, cutting them down as easily as chopping vegetables. In the blink of an eye, she had already dispatched two orcs, her movements so swift they were almost a blur. Meanwhile, Lily reacted instantly, charging at the serpent woman with a roar. Her massive iron hammer gleamed coldly, and its deep, resonant hum signaled the unstoppable force behind her swing. With a thunderous crash, the hammer smashed into the ground, leaving a crater a meter wide. The sheer weight of the weapon was staggering, yet Lily wielded it as if it were a toy, spinning it with ease before swinging it once more, the air whistling around her. The serpent woman stared in shock at the small knight, suddenly realizing this was no ordinary foe. She had faced warriors before who could break through her defenses with imperial longswords, but never had such a petite figure threaten her with a warhammer. She knew that if she didn't dodge, the hammer would shatter her defenses in an instant. "Don't you run," Lily shouted, spinning her hammer like a windmill and hurling it at the serpent woman. The hammer whooshed through the air with tremendous force, forcing the serpent woman to coil her body and duck desperately, just barely avoiding a fatal blow. The hammer grazed her scalp, slamming into the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Her heart pounded with fear as she glanced behind Heronly to find the small knight already closing in, launching herself forward like a diving moth with a wild battle cry. "Yaha! Die, orc!" The little knight dove at the serpent woman, her body speeding toward her opponent's waist like a thrown dart. The serpent woman's tail whipped up, trying to block her, but Lily's armored gauntlet drove like a drill into the wound Quinn had inflicted. "Aha!" The serpent woman shrieked in agony, pain shooting through her body and sending her into convulsions. Her tail thrashed wildly against the ground as she struggled to break free, but the little knight clung to her like a parasite latched onto a wound, impossible to shake off. "Don't underestimate her." Quinn's voice was cool and commanding, had already dispatched the remaining orcs. "Lily, fall back. Watch out for her venom." At his words, Lily immediately let go, giving up the chance to subdue the serpent woman completely, and leapt away as the enemy struggled to escape. Her silvery armor was now stained red, blood seeping into every inch of metal, making her look both imposing and fearsome. Only after the serpent woman fled did Lily turn, curiosity in her voice. "Why let her go?" Quinn replied calmly. "Order knights have strong resistance to poison. As long as it's not injected directly, she'll be fine. Besides, the serpent woman's allies are probably close by. We can track her by the trail of blood and find the rest of them soon." Lily nodded thoughtfully, gripping her heavy hammer tightly in both hands. Maris carefully wiped the blood from her longsword, her brows furrowed in concern. "Quinn's plan has an obvious flaw. The enemy will have thought of this too. If we just march in directly, we're bound to walk right into their ambush." Quinn, however, seemed completely unconcerned. He shrugged, a teasing grin tugging at his lips. "If you're scared, the women and children can head back first. I'm 18. I'm not a child." Lily immediately jumped up to protest. Yeah, you're an adult now." Quinn replied absent-mindedly, ruffling Lily's hair before lifting her onto her horse with practiced ease. Then, in one smooth motion, he tucked Maris under his arm, nudged his horse forward, and began humming a light-hearted tune. "We'll take it slow. Once they regroup with the main force, we'll catch them all in one sweep." The reason for Quinn's confidence was simply had just acquired a new skill. A system notification echoed in his mind. "The burst shot archer system is at your service. Skill draw ready, 100. Drawing skill, clairvoyance, derived from a certain centaur archer. This ability allows you to observe everything within several kilometers with clarity. Includes powers of X-ray vision, farsight, and dispelling illusions. With enough intelligence, it may even grant glimpses of the future. Perfect timing." Quinn muttered under his breath. For their elite squad, a scouting range of several kilometers was more than enough. Unless a legendary hero unleashed a miracle, few attacks could reach beyond that distance. What are you mumbling about? Maris, seated behind Quinn, asked. Nothing. Just thinking your figure fits perfectly. Quinn teased without missing a beat. Maris closed her eyes, choosing not to respond, but a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Just then, Lily broke the brief silence. Quinn, I'm hungry. Tough it out. No. I want food. Didn't you eat before we left? But I just beat an orc. Of course I'm hungry after a fight. Lily protested, tugging on her horse's mane and patting its neck, making the massive animal whinny in protest. Unable to watch any longer, Quinn called out, Come here. Lily rode over, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag coming her way. If you're hungry, have a taste of my fist. Ow ow ow. Knocked off her horse, Lily darted around like she'd just been given a shot of adrenaline, showing no sign of hunger. Quinn grabbed her by the shoulder armor, lifting her off the ground as she flailed like a chick. Kids never know what they want, sometimes they need a grown-up to remind them, he said, giving her armored backside a firm smack. Clang. The crisp sound of metal rang out. Ow. I'm telling the captain you're picking on me. You dare complain? Another clang. After a few more metallic thumps, Lily finally surrendered. Okay, I won't say anything. Quinn tossed her back onto her horse, mounted up himself, and activated his clairvoyance, scanning the surroundings. Packs of orcs whispered among themselves, passing information in coded ways as they prepared an ambush. White ravens soared overhead, landing on the shoulders of avian messengers to relay updates. Much of the underground miracle power had already been destroyed, and what remained was tightly surrounded by elite orc troops. In the distance, squads of elite knights, led by a legendary hero, scoured the area completely unaware that their every move was being tracked by the keen eyes of the white ravens. Switching off his clairvoyance, a ruthless smile spread across Quinn's face. Get ready, everyone. We're going after those orcs. Let's have some real fun. Yes. Lily cheered, throwing her hands up and squeezing her horse's flanks, prompting another pitiful whinny from the steed. Nay. In the dense forest, uneven thickets concealed the trail of the snake folk crawling forward, leaving behind a slender mark on the ground. She ran, gasping for breath, yet still dared not stop. In just 5 kilometers, she encountered a squad of orcs. Seeing no way out, a glimmer of hope flashed in her mind. She immediately promised them a generous reward, her voice urgent as she called out, Head that way and kill those 3 Order Knights. I swear by the name of the god of war, your tribe will earn the right to survive. Without hesitation, the orcs charged in the direction she pointed, eager to carry out her command. The snake folk took a deep breath, finally allowing herself a moment of relief, having escaped immediate danger. Just then, a bird's cry sounded in her ear. She turned to see a white-feathered crow perched atop a branch, its bright eyes quickly scanning her. Less than 2 minutes later, a crowfolk silently landed behind her, its brow furrowed and gaze complex as it looked at the wounded snake folk. You ran into a legendary figure, didn't you? The crowfolk asked quietly, a hint of surprise flickering in its eyes. From its perspective, only a legendary Order Knight could leave the snake folk in such a sorry state. The snake folk shook her head slightly and swallowed the food she had prepared earlier. After a moment, she spoke slowly. No, the humans sent their elite forces. I had no chance against them. There was a heaviness in her voice, and a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. Hearing this, the crowfolk's frown deepened. It stared at the snake folk's wounds, deep gashes that nearly exposed the bone. The snake folk drew a shaky breath and continued. There were 3 of them, all powerful. One was a burly man, another a dwarf, and the third was a woman. The man's strength was almost on par with a legendary warrior's, the one who left me with these injuries. The dwarf's power was terrifying, like he could rival a bearman. As for the woman, her sword was so fast I couldn't react in time. She cut down 2 lesser orcs in an instant. At the mention of the woman, the crowfolk's frown grew even deeper. Which direction did she go? The snake folk was silent for a moment, then looked into the distance. Their team is too strong. If they get involved, our plan to destroy the leyline miracle will fail. I never faced the woman directly, but her speed made it impossible for me to intercept her. Listening to her account, a complicated look flashed in the crowfolk's eyes. In a low voice, it said, This team could be a serious threat to us. If these elite fighters are mixed in with regular Order Knights, the orcs will be hesitant to engage. If we encounter Order Knights and choose to retreat, the sheer number of elite knights will make it almost impossible for the crystal line to hold. The snake folk nodded, worry clear in her eyes. We'll have to be very careful. With that thought, the crowman gently tossed the white-feathered messenger into the sky. The pure white bird flapped its wings and soared upward, carrying the gathered information until it vanished beyond the horizon. Take a moment to recover, the crowman said, turning to the injured serpent woman. I've already sent the signal. 2 teams will move in to hunt them down. They'll go help as well. If things get out of hand. He paused. They'll notify the rat man. The serpent woman kept shoving food into her mouth. Her deep, bone-revealing wounds were healing at an astonishing speed, new flesh writhing and knitting together the torn edges. She knew her own limits among these highborn beastkin. She was among the weakest, only suited for dealing with isolated order knights, not hunting legendary targets. Those three before each one of them was almost at legendary strength. She said between breaths, 2 teams won't be nearly enough. We have to call in Ragnar's squad. Counting them, we'll need at least 3 teams to surround and take down those elite humans. We can't afford pointless sacrifices. The crowman narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his pupils. You rate them that highly, do you? He seemed thoughtful. I see. Maybe this is our chance. Hunting legends isn't the only path to legend. The serpent woman's slit pupils gleamed with ambition. To fight a battle recognized by the gods can also earn you that title. If we can snatch victory from the jaws of danger during this hunt. The crowman nodded. Then let's have Ragnar's team take the lead. Ragnar, the tiger man, was the strongest among these highborn beastkin, could even face a legendary hero head-to-head. Unfortunately, his straightforward nature had offended a member of the royal family, leading to his exile here. Among beastkin, talent was important, but if you crossed a legendary hero, even the greatest gifts could become a death sentence. Seeing the serpent woman had made up her mind, the crowman released another white-feathered raven. Understood. He'll notify them right away. Ragnar, we'll have to postpone the search for the leyline node, the crowman Arn said after receiving his companion's message. He first fed a few pieces of meat to the white-feathered raven. These clever creatures were raised collectively by the crowfolk. Outsiders might not tell them apart, but the crowman recognized each one individually. He turned and woke the tiger man from his midday nap. The broad, honest face was first confused, then turned fierce as he bared his fangs. Why? There's a squad of elite humans we need to deal with. The others aren't confident they can take them down. A bunch of useless wretches, the tiger man snorted. Exactly. Useless, the serpent woman Helga chimed in. Some races were born with formidable gifts, especially at the elite stage against humans. It was practically a one-sided slaughter. Like the serpent folk, with their half-snake bodies and deadly venom, this race had once betrayed their ancient dragon ancestors out of greed, losing their dragon blood and fangs, reduced to powerless, scaled worms. It wasn't until the god of war took pity on them that they were taken in as his own. The god of war concentrated all their remaining bloodline power into their lower bodies, granting them immense serpentine strength. Their weakened upper bodies, however, could only be modeled after the friliest humans of that era. The serpent people never referred to themselves as serpent folk to outsiders. Instead, they proudly called themselves the boots of the gods. Their eyes flickered with fear, unable to bear the cost of losing their strength. All they could do was cling to the last scraps of hope, willingly letting themselves be trampled under the god's feet, living in constant dread that the god of war might reclaim even this final gift. The toxins within the serpent people were an innate trait, while their powerful half-snake bodies were a blessing from the god of war. Because of this, their venom had no effect on the Order Knights, but their scaled lower halves could easily send those armored tin cans flying with a single sweep of their tails, and human swords posed little threat to their defenses. The tiger folk were entirely different. As some of the most traditional beastkin, they, alongside the lion folk, proudly called themselves the hands of the gods. Tigers valued individual strength, and their muscular builds reflected this ideal. While lions were famed for their unity, their battle formations were as unbreakable as iron walls. These two races were the most powerful among the beastkin, seen as the god of war's right and left arms, and they supported the deity's every decision without question. At the god of war's command, they would charge into battle without hesitation, their claws and fangs stained red with their enemy's blood. The raven folk, as recent newcomers to the ranks of the high beastkin, received little power from the god of war and never gained a grand title. They could only call themselves the eyes of the sky, which paled in comparison to the eagle's prestigious wings of the gods. Aside from their greater numbers, ravens were outclassed by eagles in nearly every way. Still, even these high ravens could easily hold off 5 order knights at once with their astonishing speed. Their feathers, caked with grease and dirt, formed a tough natural armor. With a touch of miraculous power, their defense couldn't match the serpent folk scales, but they remained a formidable challenge for any order knight. With all these advantages, if you still can't beat the order knights, you're truly worthless. Ragnar cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp in the air as his muscles bulged beneath his skin. Let's wrap this up. Did they give us the location of those 3? Arn shook his head, his expression serious. No. They said we'll get the coordinates only after all 3 teams regroup. 2 teams that were about to move in have been ordered to hold back. They're waiting for us. A serpent person spat on the ground, the venom sizzling, and sneered, cowards. Hard to imagine how the god of war ever saw anything in them. Arn frowned in thought, a wary glint in his eyes as he voiced his conclusion. We can't let our guard down. I suspect those order knights have miraculous artifacts. That's probably the only way they could threaten us. Helga's eyes flashed with fear at his words. But then she shook her head. Wouldn't using artifacts of that level on us be a huge waste? Even legendary level miracle items can kill directly. Arn warned. They probably don't have anything that strong, but we should still be cautious, especially you, Ragnar. You're the captain. You can't die? Of course I know that. Ragnar's eyes still held a trace of amusement, as if this was just a casual outing. He showed no concern for the battle ahead. In his mind, even the best human warriors were like children. Hand a baby an iron hammer, and it still couldn't kill an adult. Smack! Lily's foot landed on the ground, sending up a splash of thick blood. The remains of Ratman's gallbladders, shattered catfolk bones, torn fox hides, broken pigman teeth, and fresh sheepman blood all mingled together. Dozens of elite low-ranking beastmen now lay scattered, their bodies forming a pool of blood that seeped into the earth, lingering just beneath the surface, making one last contribution to the lushness of next year's shrubs. The stench of blood was so strong it filled the air. Even the noisiest summer cicadas fell silent. Birds and reptiles huddled quietly in their nests, too afraid to move. Lily sat on a rock, breathing heavily. She was truly exhausted this time. Her labored breaths echoed under her armor. Her massive war hammer rested upside down on the ground, and she hugged the handle with small hands, nodding off, occasionally letting out a soft snore. She even snores when she sleeps? Quinn leaned in curiously, studying Lily's sleepy face as if watching a small pet. Melis rolled her eyes. I bet you snore when you sleep, too. Her hands were shaking. A little beastman really did have unbelievably tough hides. Quinn, on the other hand, seemed tireless, like a machine. After slaying so many elites, he didn't even look fatigued. If anything, he seemed more energized. Well, I wouldn't know, but it's my first time seeing someone snore up close. Wes never snores, and I haven't really watched the others sleep. Nearly 20 elite beastman corpses had earned Quinn a new skill. Fairy bloodsucking. From becoming a fairy archer. By drinking blood, he could regain stamina and miracle power, and even heal wounds. This was the power of the fairies. Now, the progress bar had slowed significantly. Each ordinary beastman elite only gave him about 4, but when he managed to kill a high-ranking crowman in the chaos, it jumped by a whole 19. That strike had left a deep gash on his shoulder, the enemy's claws even piercing his heavy armor. Luckily, his new fairy bloodsucking skill had helped heal the wound. Otherwise, he'd have needed to find Herschel for treatment. At this point, hunting regular beastmen wouldn't even move his progress bar by 1. He used his far sight again, scanning the surroundings. 3 squads of beastmen, 3 tiger folk. One's a white tiger? As for the snake folk, the females look good, but the males are ugly. Those 3 birdmen all look pretty much the same, covered in feathers. What are you mumbling about? Melis wasn't sure what Quinn was doing, but she could tell he had some kind of detection ability, sharper than any beastman, perhaps a miracle item the captain had given him before leaving. Quinn smiled, then picked up the dozing Lily and set her on his warhorse, tossing Melis up as well. Nothing to worry about. Take Lily, head this way, go straight, and ignore any beastmen you meet on the road. You'll reach the nearest fortress soon. Tell them to come and tally the battle results. Melis frowned, sensing something was off. What about you? You're running on empty, aren't you? She gripped her sword, noticing her palms were numb and her arms and legs aching. Her miracle power was nearly depleted. Lily's stamina was even worse. She didn't even realize she had been lifted onto the horse. She hadn't exerted herself like this in ages. On the battlefield, she usually never went all out. The pursuers aren't all dealt with, right? Our target is the high-ranking beastman elites. We've only killed 1 so far. Didn't you say you wanted to find the snake folk with us? Plans change, you know. Quinn grabbed Melis gently by the waist. You're tired too. Go back and eat something. You're so thin. Your waist is smaller than my hand. No wonder you lack explosive power. Melis slapped his hand away, unfazed. This is my ideal build. You wouldn't understand. She had her training and fighting style mapped out. From physique to swordsmanship, everything under her control. The path was full of hardships, but she could see the brilliance at the end. All right. Miss Melis has her own plans. But for now, go find reinforcements. Don't be a burden on the battlefield. Do I really have to spell it out before you leave? With that, Melis stopped arguing. She urged the horse forward, heading in the direction Quinn had pointed. Once the two had left, Quinn sat at the base of a large tree, drew his imperial longsword, and drove it into the ground. The blood-soaked earth was soft, and the blade slid in easily. He needed a moment to catch his breath, too. Physical exhaustion could be relieved through skill, but mental fatigue could only be endured through sheer willpower. Quinn gripped his longsword tightly, focusing on the precision and progress he felt with each swing. Not long ago, it took everything he had to defeat 4 elite opponents, but now he could dispatch 3 enemies with only a fraction of his strength. This improvement wasn't just thanks to his tough, resilient body. It was a testament to his steady mastery of the Ashinaryu swordsmanship. His physique had fully adapted to the demands of the Ashinaryu style. Despite his bulky frame, he moved with surprising agility, his powerful legs propelling him more than 10 meters in a single leap. His beast-like arms, strengthened further by the miraculous power gained from the fairy's blood, continuously fueled his body, seeping into his bones and veins. He had even grown a bit taller, making his armor feel noticeably tighter. With abundant miracle energy, his summer splash skill was more formidable than ever. Even when using only 30% of his strength, his sword strikes still unleashed the force of a full-powered blow, each swing carrying the terrifying impact of a high-pressure water jet. Although his leadership, riding, and Hawkeye skills didn't directly enhance his combat ability for now, each had its own unique uses. Speed, strength, skill, recovery. These abilities had shaped him into a versatile warrior, his only real weakness being the lack of ranged attacks. The thought made Quinn chuckle to himself. He was supposed to be an archer, yet somehow had become a close combat brute. Still, it was a minor issue, one that would resolve itself once he acquired new skills. Suddenly, the forest rustled as wind swept through the fallen leaves, carrying with it a strong, orcish scent. Thanks to his keen beast warrior senses, Quinn detected their presence from 50 meters away. With a glance using Hawkeye, he spotted several figures sneaking through the woods, but at their center strode a tiger man with dull yellow fur, confidently pushing aside the underbrush with his massive claws. Quinn had seen this tiger man before through Hawkeye. Back then, he hadn't thought much of him. But now, facing him in person, the sense of pressure was overwhelming. The tiger man's eyes, calm yet dangerously sharp, and his fearsome aura left no doubt about his extraordinary strength. The tiger man, Lagna, noticed Quinn as well. A flicker of surprise crossed his face before he broke into a meaningful smile. If they died by your hand, then they're hardly worthless, just unlucky. That figure, standing as tall as himself, was a warrior who had crossed a sea of blood, striding through countless battlefields filled with wailing souls to arrive here. Quinn fixed his gaze on his opponent, his extraordinary senses capturing a suffocating image. The other man seemed to stand atop a mountain of corpses, looking down at him with cold detachment, as if awaiting the next soul to fall beneath his blade. Within the fortress, the mid-ranked knight, Polypo, understood a harsh truth. The gap in strength between elite fighters was often far more terrifying than the gulf between ordinary soldiers and elites. For a truly powerful elite, facing a regular elite was as effortless as a butcher slaughtering poultry. At this moment, both the Tiger Man Ragna and Quinn were acutely aware the enemy before them was unlike any they had ever faced, a true adversary with the power to threaten their very lives. It was like a human encountering a beast. You might defeat a leopard at great cost, but if you ran into a tiger, you would have to seriously consider whether your weapon was sharp enough. As the two stood off, more orc troops arrived on the scene. Serpentine, Tiger, and Raven orcs. Besides the 9 high-ranking beast folk, there were over 30 elite low-ranking beast folk among them. Counting those who had already been taken out by the Order Knights and the trio, the Orc Empire had deployed over 100 elite fighters in this operation. Such losses would be devastating for any human empire, but the orcs didn't care. To those in power, elites were just expendable resources. Even among the rat folk, where it took tens of thousands of ordinary rats to produce a single elite, their incredible reproductive abilities made up for it. There were more than 50 officially recognized clans, each with at least 5 elites, not to mention the ones lurking in the shadows. Hey, Ragna, why is there only one guy here? My kids told me 2 of them left on horseback earlier. He can track us? Maybe just luck. Those 2 looked like they didn't have the strength to fight anymore, and slipped past us. I see. What a shame, considering how many people we brought. A shame, huh? Why don't you go first, then? Fine, he'll go first. A white-furred tiger man couldn't contain himself. Cracking his knuckles, he stepped forward, only to be stopped by Ragna. Don't throw your life away. The white tiger man brushed Ragna's hand off his shoulder with a slap, shot Quinn a disdainful glance, and sneered, "You've gotten timid since leaving the tribe. When I get back, they'll be taking that strongest elite title from you." Ragna just shrugged, no longer stopping him. Every high-ranking beast folk present had their own grudges and rivalries with the others. Quinn looked the outspoken challenger up and down, then grinned. "A white tiger beast man, aren't you a rare sight? Aren't you afraid it'll wipe out your kind? Human, you've got a death wish." The white tiger beast man roared, stomping heavily toward Quinn and raising a fist thick with muscle. On this continent, these beings never called themselves beastmen. As former rulers of the land, they considered that term a human insult. In their eyes, humans were once the frail, overlooked lucky ones who only rose to dominance because they were favored by many gods. Although the Beastman Empire alone could rival the 3 human empires, the continent was home to hundreds of duchies and federations, with nearly 20 empires among them. Each nation had comparable strength, boasting 2 or 3 legendary heroes, making this the most powerful era in history. Counting the smaller states and reclusive individuals, the number of legendary heroes approached 100. The Beastman Empire stood alone, with fewer than 10 such heroes, the best the god of war could muster. As a race blessed by the gods, white tiger beastmen did not have feline paws, but rather massive, ape-like hands with thick, powerful fingers tipped with sharp claws. These hands were useless for delicate work, but unmatched in brute strength. When Quinn didn't react, the white tiger beastman reached out and grabbed him by the throat. Though the beastman was just under 2 meters tall and slightly shorter than Quinn, his exposed muscles made him look like a walking embodiment of raw power. His hands could easily crush iron armor. But before he could squeeze, the beastman's expression changed. His hand wouldn't budge. The reason was simple. His wrist was caught in an even stronger grip. The beastman's limited vocabulary could only describe the knight's hand as mighty. His pupils shrank. His hand was twisted back, and the force from above threatened to snap his wrist entirely. The beastman's powerful arms, a blessing from the Greek goddess of the hunt to the world's first hunter, were meant to excel at bare-handed combat against man and beast alike. Quinn's expression remained calm, as if he were holding a kitten, not a tiger warrior. Smiling, he warned, "Beg for mercy, or I'll snap your claws off." I, I, I. Under the gaze of the lesser beastmen and his peers, the white tiger's furry face flushed bright red. Reason told him that if he didn't beg, this human would definitely break his wrist. Forget becoming a legenda, might not even survive. Unlike the snake people, tiger beastmen didn't have terrifying regenerative abilities. Without a beastman priest, losing an arm meant bleeding out and dying. But the pride of a high beastman told him he could never beg a human for mercy, never submit in front of everyone. "It's just an arm. You hairless apia. How about now?" Quinn's voice stayed calm, but his grip tightened. Before the white tiger orc could finish cursing, Quinn released his wrist and grabbed him by the neck, lifting the big white cat by the scruff. Quinn's fingers tightened like iron clamps, his voice low and threatening, leaving no room for defiance. "Beg for mercy, or I'll snap your neck." Defiance flickered in the white tiger orc's eyes. His voice, hoarse from lack of air, was still stubborn. "No way. Never. Just a human ah." Before he could finish, a crisp crack echoed in the air. The white tiger orc's scream was abruptly cut off. Ah! Drip, drip. Blood gushed from his broken neck, pooling on the ground beneath him. Even in death, with his head and body separated, the white tiger orc held on to his pride until the very end. Quinn tilted his head back, gulping down the blood streaming from the severed head, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. When he finished, he licked the blood from his lips and casually tossed the head at the feet of the orc ranks ahead. The severed head, twisted off while alive, still bore an expression of pain and struggle, eyes wide open as if unaware death had already come. All the orcs saw this scene clearly and instinctively stepped back, except for Ragnar, who stood with his arms crossed, unmoved. Ragnar had tried to warn his fellow clansmen, but the white tiger orc wouldn't listen. No one dared to intervene, not just because of the elite's notorious temper, but even more so out of fear. No one wanted to be the next fool to stand out. That hothead had just paid with his life for it. Quinn glanced around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Who's next?" He suddenly paused, frowning. "Wait, this helmet is a pain." He carefully removed his helmet and set it aside. This set of armor belonged to the commander during his days as an elite. There are a few miracle enhancements, but the helmet is detachable and doesn't affect them. With the helmet off, Quinn's curly black hair tumbled over his shoulders, and his fierce, lion-like features were finally exposed to the fresh air. He took a deep breath, scanning each orc, a cruel smile curling on his lips. "So who's next? Or do you all want to come at me together? I don't mind." Wherever Quinn's gaze landed, the orcs instinctively tensed, fighting the urge to retreat. The memory of him tearing apart the tiger orc was too horrifying, especially after seeing him drink orc blood, a reversal of the usual hunter and prey roles that sent shivers through them. Savage, brutal, primal, these were the labels humans had always given orcs, and the orcs had always worn them with pride. But now, who was the real beast here? Does this guy have orc blood in him? Maybe he's a half-orc hybrid? Looking at him, that's the only explanation. The orcs whispered among themselves, fear in their eyes. Seeing no one step forward, Quinn's smile widened. "If you don't come to me, they'll just come to you." Sword in hand, he stepped over the white tiger orc's corpse and strode forward, neither fast nor slow, stopping in front of the only orc who hadn't retreated. "You're not afraid of me?" Quinn looked him in the eye, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "No." The tiger orc, Ragnar, shook his calloused hand. "My name is Ragnar, from the hand of God. If we both survive this, I'd like to invite you to hunt on my grounds someday." "Oh." Quinn's eyes lit up. "Are you trying to make friends with me?" Quinn. "If you're my friend, I might even cook you breakfast. But first," before he could finish, Ragnar completed his sentence. "We have to survive this fight." Boom. Their fists collided in midair. An invisible shockwave rippled from the point of impact, making their faces twitch from the force. Fist against fist, neither yielding, and excitement sparkled in Ragnar's tiger eyes. Quinn met his gaze and laughed. "So that's why you want to be friends here, just like me? Haha. Come on, let's go again." Once again, fists collided. Ragnar and Quinn's punches crashed together with a force that echoed through the clearing, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding orcs. Round after round passed, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Each brutal exchange made the hearts of the onlookers pound wildly. The sheer might on display seemed to hurl everyone back to ancient times, when the gods rarely bestowed their blessings and few ever wielded divine power. There were no elite warriors than human or orc. If you wanted to become a legend, you had to fight for it with your life. Yet, there were always a few outliers who needed no god's favor, born with extraordinary gifts. Not just strength, but the kind of prowess that could turn the tide of a battlefield single-handedly. To the orcs watching, Quinn was exactly this kind of chosen one. The memory of him easily killing the white tiger orc still sent chills down their spines. And anyone who could stand toe-to-toe with him like Ragnar was clearly just as remarkable. In ancient times, these two would have carved their own legends into history. "Helga, give me your poison. Now," cried Arn, the raven folk, his voice sharp with urgency. "If we don't help Ragnar, he's in real danger." Head noticed that Quinn still had a sword at his side, yet to be drawn, while most of the bodies strewn around bore wounds from a blade. If Quinn unsheathed his sword, the fight would be over in an instant. Helga, the serpent folk, turned pale, fear in her eyes. "I tried already, but the god of war warned me." Her words caused an uproar among the crowd. "What? The god of war? If this is the god's trial, we can't interfere. Damn it, we should have stepped in sooner." Shouts rang out from all sides. "Ragnar, this is the god of war's test. Kill him, and you'll be our first legendary hero." But then someone realized the grim alternative. If Ragnar loses, that warrior will become a legend and slaughter us all. "Should we run?" someone asked, voice trembling. "There's no escape. We've already been chosen as Ragnar's companions." The dense forest had become a sacred arena. This wasn't the power of any artifact, but the two fighters themselves pushing beyond the limits of the elite, standing on the threshold of legend. The victor would claim all the glory. One, a hero who had slain over 20 orcs and offered the head of the mightiest tiger warrior as sacrifice. The other, a champion who stood against a massacre, fighting to the end for his kin. If Ragnar, the tiger orc, won, he would instantly become a legend. Task or not, his tribe would protect their newly risen hero. If Quinn won, he would kill all the orcs present and return to Thornspear Fortress as its second-in-command. With this achievement, it was even possible he could take over another fortress in the future. But all of that depended on defeating the formidable opponent before him. A divine message spread across the battlefield like a surge of electricity, and every orc could sense the unnatural energy pulsing through the air. A sharp glint flashed in Quinn's eyes, but he showed little surprise at the prospect of stepping onto the path of legend. In contrast, Ragnar the Tigerkin trembled from head to toe, an unprecedented power welling up inside him. "So your name is Quinn?" Ragnar roared. "Thank you. I thought I'd have to kill a legend to advance, but it turns out taking you down will suffice. As the source of my first legendary power, I'll never forget your name." Joy and fervor surged within Ragnar, every muscle quivering in anticipation of his transformation. To become a legend, to finally reach the rank he had dreamed of, meant he could truly protect his family and comrades. The power erupted from deep within his bones, making every strike fiercer than before. Ragnar's eyes burned red, his claws lengthening as he lunged for the weakest spot in Quinn's breastplate. Metal clashed with claws, sparks flying as a screech of friction tore through the air. The force of the blow sent Quinn hurtling backward, crashing through a thick tree behind him. "No one at our level has ever forced me to fight at full strength." Ragnar laughed loudly at the sight of Quinn sprawled on the ground. "You're the first proud. Give me everything you've got, so I can claim my place among the legends." Quinn rose slowly, inspecting the crack on his breastplate, a wound torn open earlier by the desperate attack of a ravenkin, and the weakest point in his defenses. But Ragnar's assault hadn't succeeded. The only vulnerable spot left seemed to be Quinn's deliberately exposed head. Yet every time Ragnar hinted at attacking there, Quinn's right hand would instinctively grip the sword at his waist, ready to sever Ragnar's arm before he could strike. "You probably don't know," Ragnar bared his fangs in a savage grin. "Though I'm a child of the god of war, my power comes from the god of the hunt. My class is Berserk, Beast Warrior." Before he finished speaking, Ragnar's body swelled, blood-red energy swirling around him as waves of miraculous power erupted. "This is Cornered Beast. The greater the danger, the more the hunt god blesses me, drawing out every ounce of a chosen one's potential. Even an elite has a chance to slay a legend." Quinn got to his feet, recognizing the familiar aura now radiating from his opponent. He grinned, as wild, ancient markings appeared on his armor, the same blood energy swirling around him. "It's not quite a life or death moment, but this is my first time using this power too. Cornered Beast, activate. Your aura. I knew it. We really are the same kind. But it's a pity you're destined to lose. It's a fact as certain as fruit ripening on a tree or a child growing into an adult. There's no changing it." Ragnar the Tigerkin roared with manic intensity, his muscles taut and trembling. The wild excitement twisted his face, and bloodshot veins crawled across his eyes. He swung his fist with all his might. A blood-red tiger materialized from the force, its fangs and claws sharply outlined in the air, roaring thunderously as it lunged straight at Quinn. Quinn stood his ground, relying on the heavy armor's formidable defense, choosing to meet the attack head-on. Boom, boom. Their fists collided again, and the shockwaves tore through the air like countless razor-sharp blades, biting into Quinn's armor and leaving deep scratches on the metal, but still failing to break through its protective layer. Thud! Ragnar swung his other fist, but Quinn caught it in his armored grip. The cold steel sent a jolt through Ragnar, making his blood surge even more violently. The miraculous power within him surged like a boundless ocean. Ark! Ragnar bellowed, his body expanding visibly. The difference in size between them grew even more pronounced. It now towered over Quinn. Quinn knew exactly what was happening. The commander had once explained that the trapped beast ability of the beast warriors was a last-ditch power. The more desperate their situation, the stronger they became. In a deathmatch between two beast warriors of similar strength, the weaker one would almost always win. The god's mercy allowed the weak to survive, while the strong ascended to the divine realm, forever honored as hunters among the gods. At its core, trapped beast was a power that thrived on willpower and desperation. Thud! Ragnar's fist slammed down on Quinn's armor like a sledgehammer. Despite being reinforced by miraculous power and able to withstand any non-legendary attack, the armor caved in under the blow, leaving a deep fist-shaped dent. The impact was at least 10 tons, like being rammed head-on by a fully loaded truck. Quinn staggered back 2 steps before regaining his balance. He could feel Ragnar's strength continuing to rise. The blood-red aura around the Tigerkin grew thicker, almost solid. Quinn noticed that the crimson glow didn't just come from the trapped beast miracle. Much of it was Ragnar's own blood. His body was nearing its limit, running in overdrive, blood vessels bursting on the surface of his skin, beads of blood seeping out. The upper limit of the trapped beast power was at the level of a mythic hero. This meant that as long as his body could withstand it, and he stayed on the edge of danger, Ragnar could keep growing stronger, potentially reaching mythic levels. But if he kept drawing on the hunter god's power, his body would likely explode in an instant. This is nothing. I can still get stronger. Flooded with adrenaline, Ragnar no longer felt any pain. His eyes were red with blood, and his arms had swollen to the size of barrels. He raised his massive arm high overhead and brought it down with brute force. Quinn shifted aside just in time, narrowly dodging the deadly blow. He knew all he had to do was hold out a little longer. Ragnar's body would soon fail him. His blood would rush to his brain, his vessels would burst, and he'd die from the overload. But Quinn had no intention of just waiting for that to happen. I'll admit, your strength is impressive, more than enough to kill me. But if combat were simply a matter of who's faster or stronger, we might as well settle things with an arm wrestling match. Quinn's voice echoed across the battlefield, but his words vanished without a trace. Kill, 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 kill. Ragnar Tigerman had lost himself completely to his own power. His eyes were bloodshot, saliva dripping from his fangs. Muscles bulged and twisted beneath his striped fur, and every breath came out as a low, guttural growl. With a sigh, Quinn stopped channeling his miracle power, releasing himself from the beast state. His body calmed, the tension in his muscles fading. He had avoided using this power before the fight, knowing that the beast's strength clouded his mind and dulled his judgment. But now, the situation had changed. The Tiger Man had lost all reason, reduced to a raging animal. He was faster and stronger than Quinn, but that wasn't the real problem. As Quinn had said before, there was more to battle than brute force, and speed. There was skill. Earlier, every time Quinn's hand moved toward his sword, the Tiger Man would instinctively flinch, holding back just enough strength to guard against a sudden sword attack. Despite his ferocity, Ragnar had still fought with a warrior's caution. But now, with Quinn's sword firmly in hand, the Tiger Man charged like a crazed bull. If his first punch missed, he didn't bother defending, simply swung with the other claw, leaving himself wide open. The outcome was already clear. Quinn drew his sword. The blade stirred the air with a crimson swirl, its steel glint hidden behind a haze of blood-red energy. There was no dramatic warning, not even a ripple of tension in Quinn's powerful frame. His presence was nearly undetectable. Amid the Tiger Man's ragged breathing and wild roars, Quinn listened for the beating of his enemy's heart. Thump, thump. Powerful blood surged through Ragnar's limbs. Time seemed to slow, so much so that Quinn could see every twitch of muscle in the Tiger Man's arm in the blink of an eye. The beast's body was pushed to its limits, veins bulging beneath the skin, threatening to burst at any moment. But Quinn would strike before that happened. Whoosh! His sword tore through the air with a sonic boom, a jet-black arc of blood trailing behind, like ink flung from the tip of a brush. The tail end linked to Quinn's sword, the leading edge slicing into the Tiger Man's arm. To the onlookers, it was just a flash of shadow. Then Ragnar's right arm was severed, the limbs spinning through the air as blood rained down. Roar! The Tiger Man's furious roar was deafening. Even with an arm hacked off, he didn't stop. His left fist lashed out immediately, another attack already on its way. A beast is still a beast. No matter what, it can't match a human. Quinn murmured, preparing to claim victory. Huh. Suddenly, Quinn jerked his head aside, dodging a dart that whistled past. But the Tiger Man's fist crashed square into his chest armor. Boom. The armor buckled, the intricate patterns shattered by the force of the blow. Metal fragments pierced his flesh, and blood seeped from the cracks. At that same moment, Quinn caught sight of a new figure entering the fray. It was a small rat man, squat and shifty-eyed, hunched in the shadows of the forest, a blowgun clutched in his hands. That dart had come from him aimed straight at Quinn's head. But that wasn't the most important thing. The crucial detail was this. The rat man was a hero of legendary rank. In an instant, Quinn grasped the shift in the battle. Miracles are powerless before a greater miracle. The miracles wielded by elites can be shattered by the legendary power of a true hero like popping a balloon with a toothpick. And, of course, there were plenty of elites easier to break than a balloon. Coughing violently, Quinn spat out a mouthful of blood. Bright red streaks trickled down his chin, a stark reminder of the agony tearing through his shattered organs. He realized all too clearly that a single punch from the berserk tiger man, Lagna, had left him gravely injured. What was even more terrifying was the rat man, who still held his blowgun at the ready. That lightning-fast dart just now had merely stopped Quinn from beheading the tiger man. It hadn't been meant to kill. If the rat man had truly wanted him dead, there would already be a bloody hole in his face. His mind raced for a solution, but his body moved on instinct, leaping backward only to find Lagna's attacks relentless and inescapable. With a deafening roar, another iron fist came crashing down, powerful enough to shatter armor. Quinn instinctively reached for his sword, but the moment his fingers brushed the hilt, a surge of deadly danger washed over him. The legendary rat man was clearly a master assassin, well aware that a direct attack would now be less effective. Both of these opponents were far from ordinary. They were the kind who could easily crush other warriors of their rank. Boom. Another heavy punch split the thick tree behind him in two. Barely dodging this lethal blow, Quinn finally made up his mind. He would unleash his own berserk state once more. A crimson shockwave exploded outward, enveloping the battlefield with an even more oppressive force than before. Quinn's body swelled to over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, his blood-red eyes locking fiercely onto the rat man with the blowgun. I can win. The thought thundered in his mind. He slammed his feet into the ground, leaving deep craters as he shot toward the rat man like a cannonball. Legendary or not, right now he was stronger. Rodent die? The rat man's expression shifted. He fired 3 darts in rapid succession. They pierced through Quinn's arms and chest, drawing 3 fresh lines of blood, but failed to halt his charge. Empowered by his berserk state, Quinn's speed nearly broke the sound barrier as he unleashed a devastating punch with all his might. In that final instant, Quinn saw a strange smile curl on the rat man's lips. Legendary skill, substitute sacrifice. In the Playborn clan, there have never been strong children, nor clever ones. The only reason we survive is this worthless life of ours. Crack. Under Quinn's iron fist, the rat man's body was instantly reduced to a mangled, bloody pulp. Bones, flesh, skin, and organs were all tangled together, creating a gruesome and horrifying scene. Yet a chill ran through Quinn's heart. What little rationality he had left realized that, as a creature powered by stats alone, he had finally run into a real mechanism-based monster. Sure enough, while the flesh on the ground was still warm, the legendary rat man with the blowgun appeared in the branches of a nearby tree. His long tail hung lazily behind him, and the blowgun in his hands was aimed squarely at Quinn. At the same time, the Tiger Man Ragnar came charging in from behind. Get out of my way. With a deafening roar, Quinn and Ragnar collided in a brutal clash of fists. Quinn immediately gained the upper hand, and as he prepared to land another blow, a sudden sense of danger exploded in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. 3 lines of blood arced through the air. 3 darts pierced his shoulder, cheek, and abdomen, places that should have been his heart, brain, and kidney, all vital and potentially fatal points. Sensing Quinn's weakened momentum, Ragnar opened his massive jaws and lunged with a thunderous roar, ready to bite down. You think you're tougher than me? Quinn's face twisted with rage, his mind clouded by the power of miracles. Without hesitation, he bared his teeth and bit back viciously. In just a few seconds, 3 more darts tore through his arm. A roar, more terrifying than any beast's, erupted from deep within his throat. Bloodshot eyes glaring, Quinn saw the world turn crimson. Arg! With a sickening rip, sharp fangs tore through his cheek, but it was the human who emerged victorious. Quinn, using all his strength, ripped off half of Ragnar's face, exposing pale cheekbones and leaving the Tiger Man screaming in agony. Still not satisfied, Quinn chewed and swallowed the bloody flesh in front of all the beast folk, his breath coming in harsh, heavy bursts. Then he sank his teeth into Ragnar's throat and tore savagely, blood gushing everywhere. The vampiric power of his fairy heritage instantly activated. Ragnar struggled for less than a second before all strength left him. He had been relying on miracle power, but the moment the gods judged him defeated, that power vanished, blood vessels in his brain bursting. Even if Quinn didn't finish him off, He was doomed to become a walking corpse unless he ascended to legendary status or received aid from a legendary hero. As Quinn gulped down the blood, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. The Rat Man, however, remained calm, standing on his perch with a strange smile on his face. Quinn soon understood why. Just as his injuries were about to fully heal, his heart began to pound violently. Looking down, he saw that his body below the chest was turning blue, the blood in half his body barely circulating. Even breathing became difficult, let alone fighting. The blowgun, it was poisoned. Although berserkers like him had some resistance to toxins, that only applied to poisons below the legendary level. The Ratman's blowgun must have been a legendary miracle item. Seeing the poison take effect on Quinn, the scrawny Ratman finally breathed a sigh of relief. He strolled forward slowly, his raspy voice laced with the arrogance of a victor. "I'm already 13 years old," the Ratman said, his hunched back making him seem to loom over the human warrior writhing on the ground. "For someone my age to kill a future legendary elite. Well, that's something I can report back to the clan." Quinn's desperate strength had been broken, and the poison was raging through his body. The Ratman narrowed his cloudy eyes, fished out a greenish herb fruit from his belt, and leisurely popped it into his mouth to chew. "Want to hear my legend?" The Ratman grinned, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. Quinn forced himself to slow his breathing, trying to reduce the flow of poison in his blood, and listened silently to the Ratman's words. "Our ratfolk used to be insignificant," the Ratman went on, still chewing. "We finally produced a king, only to catch the attention of the Hand of God clan. To save our king, I offered them the lives of 10,000 ordinary children from my people in exchange." He paused, a shadow flickering in his eyes. That humiliating deal gave a nobody like Messumion not even considered elite legendary power. "As long as a fellow ratfolk is nearby, I can cheat death once." He patted the few short arrows left in his pocket, unwilling to waste them on a dying man. All he needed to do was wait for the poison to reach Quinn's heart. As for those proud elite beast folk, each of them could only command him once. That was the rule set from above. Just as the Ratman was about to leave, he heard Quinn muttering something under his breath. Driven by curiosity, he leaned in to listen, only catching a few words. "Villains die from talking too much." Before the Ratman could make sense of the phrase, a deafening roar thundered from the distance. The ground shook. Heavy armored suits flew low overhead. The executioners, killing machines from the Golden Empire. Legendary released the Eternal Fortress. From all directions, massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, shooting skyward like natural ramparts. They stood densely packed, sealing off the entire forest. Even underground, smooth stone walls blocked every possible escape, cutting off all routes of retreat for the orcs. This was a meticulously orchestrated ambush. 3 legendary knight commanders had poured all their strength into setting this colossal trap, vowing to annihilate every last orc. Each unleashed the power of their legendary miracles. Legendary release final execution. An invisible killing intent swept across the battlefield, instantly locking onto every living creature. Any movement brought a sharp, stinging pain throughout the body, as if warning against escape. Legendary release Golden Legion. At the command, squads of soldiers clad in golden armor and wielding long spears emerged one after another from the void. Royal insignias gleamed on their chests as they marched forward in perfect unison, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. As the Ratfolk legendary hero attempted to break through the encirclement, the sky suddenly blazed with gold. Hundreds of spears rained down at once, a golden storm blotting out all hope of escape. The spear tips flashed with deadly light under the sun, sealing off every possible exit for the orcs. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire area was reduced to ruins in an instant. Dust filled the air, trees were shattered to splinters, and the Ratfolk hero along with his sacred relic was obliterated. The battle ended swiftly and decisively. In less than half a minute, every orc was wiped out, leaving only Quinn alive, shielded by a stone shelter. A knight commander, towering over 3 meters tall, strode slowly toward the shelter. He dispelled its protective barrier, revealing Quinn, his body already turning purple from poison. Facing this dying elite warrior, the giant knight reached out his hand. Legendary release battlefield endurance. A faint, glimmering thread formed between them. Instantly, the poison inside Quinn took shape, transforming into a venomous serpent that slithered along the thread and coiled around the knight's neck. The iron giant let out a muffled grunt, silently enduring the agony as he absorbed part of the deadly toxin. As long as someone is recognized as a companion by the commander of the Knight Order, all harm including poison, curses, and any kind of intangible damage will be shared among them. That night, another Legion commander walked over and, seeing that Quinn was barely hanging on, turned to the imposing commander of the Knight Order to ask. The oversized knight commander's height wasn't particularly remarkable, just over 1.8 meters, but his armor gleamed as if it were forged from pure gold. In reality, The miracles and materials used to craft this armor were worth dozens of times more than an equal weight of gold. He turned his neck slightly, suppressing some discomfort, and explained, the injuries aren't severe, just poisoned. I've already used a legendary miracle. They'll be able to hold out until we reach the fortress for treatment. As an advanced inquisitor of the Order Knights, I have strong resistance to toxins. If a Ratman encounters him, they'd have no chance of fighting back. A legend, 9 high-ranking beastmen, and dozens of lesser beastmen. The other Golden Knight murmured, with this kind of strength, he still managed to hold out until we arrived. As expected, he comes from the same bloodline as that wild beast, truly formidable. Should we take him back immediately? We still have to wait a bit longer. The oversized knight commander looked up at the sky, his gaze as if anticipating something. Only when a powerful legendary presence descended from above did he nod in satisfaction. The Golden Knight was momentarily stunned, then caught on and clapped his hands. You mean, he's already ready to ascend to the legendary rank? See for yourself, the oversized knight commander replied, a subtle note of pride in his voice. Brilliant golden light broke through the atmosphere once more, pouring down onto Quinn's massive form. Quinn, caught between consciousness and oblivion, seemed to sense something. Poisoned and weakened, his fierce face twisted with rage as he struggled to his feet, pointing at the golden light that symbolized legendary power and shouting through gritted teeth. Are you kidding me? Kill 20 beastmen, escape from a legendary hero, and that's the legend that will follow me for life? His furious voice nearly tore through the air, his eyes burning with uncontainable fire. I'd rather give up this chance than have the shame of running away forever branded on my soul and become a laughingstock. Stop, you useless god. Even if I refuse your power, I'll find my own way to become a legend. Stop. Stop it, damn you. What happened to him? Why is he covered in blood? Herzer, go find Herzer now. Panic-stricken cries echoed across the battlefield. Quinn, don't die. If you die, who will bake me little cakes? Wah. That last wail was unmistakably from Lily. She was decked out in intricately crafted armor weighing several hundred pounds, with a heavy warhammer strapped to her back. She flung herself at Quinn, nearly knocking the air from his lungs as she landed on top of him. It was the commander of the Earth Dragon Fortress, Nightsig giant of a man, built like a mountain, who carried Quinn back to Thornlands Fortress. In his broad hands, the 2-meter-tall Quinn looked like a half-grown child, easily lifted single-handedly. Hey Race, what happened? Lily and Melis had returned to the fortress ahead of time to report what had happened, and arrived just as the 3 commanders were in a meeting. As soon as they heard the news, the commanders rushed to the battlefield. The miracle's power had suppressed all the crowfolk, so the white-feathered crows they kept as messengers had no chance to deliver their reports before the commanders arrived. Lily and Melis galloped back on horseback, reaching Thornlands Fortress at the same time as the Earth Dragon commander. Don't start crying just yet, it's fine, the Earth Dragon commander reassured them, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. There was a bit of a mishap when he received the legendary power, but he'll recover in a few days. In truth, the Earth Dragon commander had been scared out of his wits moments before. It was the first time he had ever seen someone dare to openly insult a god. Even though the god hadn't punished Quinn, cold sweat still soaked his back. The infusion of legendary power was complete. The proof of legend had formed within Quinn. However, because he had shouted at the god in anger, what was supposed to be a vessel of miraculous power was now empty, with no miracle manifesting. The proof of legend is the source of a legendary hero's strength. All the power to unleash legendary miracles comes from it. Epic heroes, in turn, evolve their proof of legend into the proof of epic, transforming the stored power into even greater epic force. Currently, the Earth Dragon commander possessed only 3 proofs of legend. To set foot on the path to becoming an epic, at least 7 are required, a daunting challenge. The first is relatively straightforward. When divine power detects that a being has accomplished a feat nearly impossible among their kind, a miracle is granted through a priest. But from the second proof onward, the criteria are based on the standards of legendary heroes themselves. An ordinary person might earn a legend by saving a village of a few hundred, but a legendary hero must become the savior of tens of thousands to gain the god's favor again. A mishap while accepting legendary power is nothing to worry about. Earth Dragon Commander, how can you say such a thing? A stern voice interrupted the Earth Dragon Commander's thoughts. It was the Thornlands Fortress Knight Commander. As soon as the messenger saw the Earth Dragon Commander arrive, he had immediately notified the Thornlands Commander. The 2 commanders faced each other. The Thornlands Commander, standing over 2.5 meters tall, was not at all cowed by the even larger Earth Dragon Commander. Despite having only 1 proof of legend compared to the Earth Dragon Commander's 3, he spoke with confidence, not because of rank, but because the last time they fought, neither had been able to best the other. The commander of the Delong Fortress Knights was an honest man with little ambition. All of his legendary miracles were meant solely for defense and protecting his subordinates. That's why the commander of the Thornlands Fortress couldn't break through his defenses, and he, in turn, couldn't keep up with the Thornlands commander's speed. The oversized commander stood where he was, the scratches on his armor telling the story of a fierce clash moments earlier. He shrugged helplessly and turned to his superior, giving a detailed account of what had just happened. There was nothing I could do, he said, spreading his hands. He cursed the gods himself while receiving his legendary miracle. That had nothing to do with me. The superior's face twitched as he forced out 3 dry laughs. Ha ha ha. He deliberately slowed his speech, his tone almost exaggerated in sincerity. Of course, I know this isn't your fault. His gaze shifted to Quinn, who was lying on the ground, a flash of anger passing through his eyes. When he wakes up, he'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Having a legendary miracle is already a blessing, and he still dares to be picky. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles and glared fiercely at Quinn, as if ready to land a punch on his face at any moment. His fist sliced through the air in a threatening arc. Seeing this, the oversized commander quickly reached out to stop him. Whoa, whoa, wait, he said urgently, waving his hands. Sure, he was out of line, but he really helped us out. None of us realized there was a legendary beast hidden among the orcs, and we barely have any elites left as it is. The superior had thought he was being stopped from hitting Quinn and was about to lower his fist, but then the oversized commander continued. Anyway, you've got a temper, just find another excuse to rough him up in a few days. What's that supposed to mean? The superior's fist subtly shifted direction, now threatening the oversized commander instead. Sensing danger, the oversized commander took a quick step back, plastering a fawning smile on his face. No, just joking. He'll be off to round up the remaining orc elites. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and bolted. Thud, thud, thud. Compared to his calm arrival, the commander of Delong Fortress now fled with earth-shaking speed, each step making the ground tremble as though the very fortress itself was shaking. The surrounding soldiers stared in disbelief. One rookie whispered, "Is he really human? That kind of size only exists in fairy tales." "Don't stare," the superior interrupted. "He's not some kind of mutant. He's a silver-haired noble, pure human blood. Thanks to his legendary miracle, a castle now resides within him, which is why he keeps getting taller." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Quinn's forehead. Though his face was hidden behind his helmet, there was a hint of approval in his voice. "You did well this time. They'll let you off the hook for now." He turned to 2 nearby knights. "Hessel, Balibo, you 2 carry him to the infirmary." He added pointedly, "He's awake, just can't talk. Don't mess with him, or you'll answer to me." The last part was clearly directed at Balibo, who had taken more than a few beatings from Quinn lately. The commander wasn't worried about Quinn's safety, but about his dignity. Even as a commoner with mixed heritage, Quinn had his own pride. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused a legendary miracle. If Balibo tried to take advantage of Quinn while he was helpless, the commander certainly wouldn't stop Quinn from getting his revenge once he recovered. "Don't worry, sir, I won't do anything," Balibo replied, his eyes as resolute as a soldier heading into battle. At the same time, he quickly withdrew the hand that had been reaching for Quinn's ear. Hessel shot him a glare and smacked him away. Then, with a delicate but surprisingly strong hand, lifted Quinn by his chest plate and dragged him across the ground. "I've got this. You go help the commander with something else. Quinn, please, don't die on me." Weiss, Quinn's best friend, was the last in their circle to find out about his injuries. Now, he clutched a gauntlet stained with orc blood and sobbed uncontrollably on the floor, his tears and snot mingling together. "He's not dead. Get out. Don't interfere with my treatment." Heather's calm voice cut through Weiss wailing. She grabbed him by the collar and tossed him out of the room as if disposing of trash, her movements swift and decisive. Heather carefully laid Quinn on the ground, her brow furrowed in concentration as she frantically searched for a way to heal his wounds. Her miracle powers were useless in this situation. Quinn's body was flooded with chaotic legendary energy, colliding inside him like wild currents. This force would neutralize any external miracle power unless a higher-level legendary force intervened. With her current abilities, she couldn't help at all. Left with no other choice, Heather turned to the goddess of abundance for help. Perhaps because she had previously earned the goddess' favor by successfully handling the plague, that grace hadn't yet ended. Almost immediately after her prayer, the goddess presented her with historical cases of similar symptoms. The first case, Oak Emerald, an elf born in a small southern nation. He guarded the demon realm's gate for 50 years and ultimately paid a heavy price to slay a legendary demon hero. The gods of forest and swamp acknowledged his deeds and offered him their blessing, but Oak refused. His reasoning was simply was a support-class hero, and his lifelong wish was only to ensure his people had enough to eat. He gave up the chance for overwhelming combat power. Day after day of prayers eventually caught the attention of the goddess of abundance, who granted him the vocation of harvest dancer, transforming his legend into one that increased crop yields. When Oak rejected the legendary miracle, he too found his body torn apart by uncontrolled legendary power. Because his legendary badge was empty, the power with nowhere to go rampaged inside him like a group of uncommanded soldiers running wild through a noble's estate, looting and destroying. Quinn's body was far too frail to withstand such force, and without a way to control it, the legendary energy wreaked havoc within him. Records indicated that this would eventually subside as the power burned itself out, but the process could last anywhere from 3 to 30 days. The second case, Alstra Granite, an ancient dragon. By chance, it witnessed the splendor of human cities and developed faith in the gods. At 1300 years old, it survived yet another deadly battle, drawing the attention of the god of flame and forging. Yet, it rejected the power to melt mountains, choosing instead to serve the goddess of abundance. Ancient dragons possess the toughest bodies in existence. Their skin is rock, their bones are steel, and their blood is mercury. Legendary power couldn't harm it, but the chaotic energy inside still caused discomfort. Through tireless effort, the dragon found a way to harmonize this force. By using a unique breathing technique, it synchronized its flesh and skin, channeling the legendary power into its badge and ultimately containing it. It succeeded. The goddess records contained only these two cases similar to Quinn's, but fortunately, one of them offered a workable solution. "They'll help you take off your armor," Heather said, her hands already moving skillfully. A faint glow shimmered at her fingertips as she began to remove Quinn's protective gear. A surge of miraculous power struck down, and the armor peeled away like paper, revealing a body covered in blood and grime. Legendary energy coursed beneath the skin, snapping bones and tearing muscles, yet not a trace of it escaped. Tiny beads of blood welled up from where the veins were compressed, slowly spreading across the surface. How does one control such legendary power? That's not something I can simply teach you with words. Hazel shrugged off her cumbersome white coat and pressed her palm firmly against Quinn's forehead. Strange knowledge echoed in his ears, buzzing like mosquitoes, slipping quietly into his mind. Only in this way could the effects of the legendary power be minimized despite the oppressive pressure. Hazel never wavered. Throughout the treatment, her emotions remained completely steady. She knew that any fluctuation could compromise its effectiveness. "Can you feel it?" The presence of the ancient dragon, Hazel murmured. "It's guiding you, helping you reign in that power." Though her voice was calm, her body trembled slightly. The knowledge of legendary power weighed heavily on her, and even passing it on to Quinn nearly exhausted her strength. As night fell, Hazel cast cleansing spells again and again, banishing the scent of blood from the room and the wild, beastly odor from Quinn that she found utterly unbearable. Even after a dozen spells, that strange smell still lingered in her nose, as if Quinn had taken up residence in her left nostril and the commander in her right. Disgusting. No matter how much she cleaned, it wouldn't go away. And yet there was a strange, indescribable feeling about it. Hazel frowned, and Quinn noticed the pained look on her face. He reached out, gently rubbing her furrowed brow, only making her expression darken further. "Get your hand off me," she snapped in a low voice. Quinn looked at her, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Hey, I'm just worried about you." Ha. He sprang to his feet, finally managing to draw the legendary power back into the mark of legend and heal his wounds. Now, Quinn was as good as new. "If you're healed, then get out," Hazel said, impatiently. "Are you really that heartless?" "I'm starving. I need food. I want something to eat." Suddenly, Quinn threw a tantrum, rolling on the floor and wailing like a child. Hazel pressed her forehead and let out a helpless sigh. She casually cast another miracle, hoping it would put an end to Quinn's antics. But to her surprise, the spell failed this time. The room filled with Quinn's dark laughter. "Gaha. A lesser miracle can't overpower a greater one. That's what Laughing Lily told me," he explained quickly in a low voice. "As long as I control the legendary power in my body, I can cancel out your magic. And Hazel, you can't deal with me anymore. Admit defeat. This treatment of yours is doomed to fail." Hazel let out a deep sigh, stood up, and sat down slowly in a nearby chair. Her movements were calm and deliberate. As her silver hair slipped behind her ear, a faint, complex emotion flickered in her cold eyes. "There's no food in my infirmary. If you insist on eating," Hazel paused, giving Quinn a frosty look, "there's only one option." Quinn walked out of the infirmary, a slight frown on his face. As a staunch believer in gender equality, he had always treated every opponent the same, giving his all whether they were male or female, as a sign of respect. However, he had found himself at a loss when facing Heather just now. After all, she had just treated his injuries. Making a joke was one thing, but he couldn't exactly throw a punch at his healer, could he? That would be far too much. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that, at the end of the day, he was still just an 18-year-old kid. Still, he hadn't expected that the city of prosperity and joy was always ready to nurture the next generation. The next day, the atmosphere in the captain's meeting room was heavy. The routine meeting had just ended, and Quinn was asked to stay behind. Even Polipo and the other personal guards were dismissed with a single look from the captain. Now, only the two of them remained, locked in a tense silence. "What are you staring at?" the captain said coldly. Smack. A sharp slap landed on the back of Quinn's head, making him wince in pain. "Even people from the Three Paths wouldn't dare talk to me like that. You've got some nerve." The captain scolded him without holding back. That slap brought Quinn back to his senses, reminding him that the captain was still the formidable knight who could put him in his place with ease. His eyes lit up, and instead of shrinking back, he grew excited. Let's have a spar, Quinn suggested, his spirits high. I thought you were getting bold, but it turns out you're just itching for a beating. The captain replied, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Shed just heard from Heezer that this kid could now control legendary power, and now he was already challenging her authority? That could wait for another time. Do you know why I kept you here? The captain asked, her tone serious. Is it to praise me? Quinn answered cheekily. Hey, with our relationship, you could just give me a few thousand gold coins and a couple of miracle items. I'm not picky. And if I could get permission to beat up Polypo twice a day, that'd be even better. The captain's chest began to heave with anger, and even through her heavy armor, it was clear her temper was rising. She reached out with her calloused hand and grabbed Quinn's head. I've changed my mind. I'm going to beat you up first. 5 minutes later, Quinn sat back down, his face bruised and swollen, looking as obedient as a scolded student, listening intently to the captain's lecture. During the elite stage, miracles are too weak and can only be used instinctively as blessings from the gods. Trapped Beast and Order Barrier are both instinctive for us, but there are exceptions, the captain said seriously. The bodies of higher orcs are incredibly strong, and the amount of miracle power they can handle reaches a certain threshold. They can unleash techniques far beyond their own strength. You should have experienced this yourself, right? Quinn nodded, remembering his previous battles. The scratch the crowman had left on his chest had been at least 5 times more powerful than a normal attack, catching him completely off guard. And the Tiger Man's punch, accompanied by a tiger's roar, thought that was just some personal theme music, but now he realized it was actually a unique secret technique. After reaching the legendary rank, in addition to your own miracles, you can learn and integrate the wisdom of those who came before you, using attacks on par with legendary miracles, the captain continued. I get it now. It's like the difference between self-created soul skills and soul ring skills, Quinn said, suddenly enlightened. That Tiger Man's strength was about the same as his own, but Quinn's armor made up for his defensive shortcomings. Especially after activating the miracle on his armor, the Tiger Man could only hurt him by entering the trapped beast state. Quinn's eyes sparkled as he eagerly lowered his head and pleaded, I understand now. Captain, please teach me blue-silver entanglement. What blue? The captain looked utterly confused. You know, the one with the invincible golden body. Quinn explained excitedly. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. The captain felt her fists clench again. Why couldn't this kid behave for just a moment? However, on second thought, only someone this unruly is worthy of being my subordinate. Quinn frowned slightly as he watched the burly knight slap himself across the face. Then he saw the man rubbing his head vigorously, clearly lost in thought over his impulsive actions. Quinn couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is going through this guy's mind? Listen up, kid. I'm going to teach you the most widely used and practical skill among dragon hunters, the dragon lance. The captain spoke with a stern expression, his tone leaving no room for argument. Quinn's interest was instantly piqued. Dragon hunters now, that was a legendary profession. But what exactly was this dragon lance technique? His eyes sharpened with curiosity. Dragon hunters are an advanced class of beast warriors, specializing in slaying dragons. To pierce through a dragon's tough scales, they developed this very move, the captain continued, his gaze sharp as if cutting through the air. The principle behind the dragon lance is simple. You concentrate legendary energy into a single point through high-speed rotation, piercing through defenses at a single spot. Quinn's mind reeled. The concept sounded suspiciously familiar. Isn't this basically a Rasengan? Quinn cursed inwardly, but seeing the focused intensity in the captain's eyes, he quickly suppressed any trace of sarcasm. Sure enough, the captain went on. That's right. It's like an otherworldly version of the Rasengan, and it can be channeled through any weapon, even bows and spears. As long as you use legendary energy, it retains its power and won't dissipate easily. Quinn's heart pounded. This was like a powered-up Rasengan, tremendously strong. Thanks to some techniques Head picked up from the Ashina style, he was able to grasp the essentials of the dragon lance fairly quickly. Compared to high-level moves like Sword Aura, which were quite complex, the dragon lance was much more straightforward, only needed a bit of practice to get the hang of it. Its power was impressive, just enough to barely break through the captain's defenses. Still, there was a problem. Quinn's legendary energy was nowhere near as deep as the captain's. He could only use the move 3 times a day at most, while the captain could unleash it more than 10 times without breaking a sweat. The difference was obvious. This technique would have to be kept as his trump card. Not bad, kid, the captain said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he saw how quickly Quinn picked it up. Took me half a day to learn it back in my day. Pride swelled in Quinn's chest at the compliment, and he nearly strutted with excitement. Who do you think I am? I'm the strongest there is. The captain watched Quinn's enthusiasm and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Getting cocky again, huh? I was about to give you another beating, but I'll let it slide since you've got something important coming up. Quinn's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, what is it? Do you need me to go hunt orcs? A sly grin appeared on the captain's face. No, Heather said you need to help her with her training, and she's paying you for it. The sky was cloudless and a deep, vivid blue, the air fresh and crisp, perfect weather for herding. This land lay at the very heart of the Orcish territory, facing the distant crystal fortress across the plains. Here, in the center of a massive tent woven from bear hides, a radiant pearl hung from the ceiling, casting light in every direction. Though called a pearl, it was far from an ordinary treasure. To obtain it, one had to hunt down a legendary sea dragon at least 800 years old, deep in the ocean, and cut open its belly to even have a chance of finding such a gem. These sea dragons were rare mutations, existing somewhere between a wyvern and an ancient dragon, and possessed the strength of 5 legendary heroes combined. Even more astonishing, if a sea dragon achieved some great feat, it might catch the attention of the gods themselves, and only an epic hero could hope to bring it down. Yet here, in this tent, such a priceless pearl was used merely as a lamp, its presence almost mundane. The reason was simple. Seated at the place of honor was Erlang Shen, brother of Hechelith, only Orcish king in history to accomplish all 7 miracles, and the newest epic hero of his people. Erlang stood just about 1 meter 80, an average height for a grown man, which stood in stark contrast to his towering reputation. One of his legendary feats granted him the ability to alter his own size at will, shrinking or growing as he pleased to conserve energy. Otherwise, his true 50-meter stature would have demanded an astronomical amount of food each day. The tent, spanning 100 square meters, was decorated in a way that matched his legendary exploits, and even the ever-burning sea dragon pearl was a testament to his achievements. At this moment, the pig-headed hero was savoring exotic delicacies he'd collected during his travels, crunching loudly with each bite. Crunch, crunch. Every mouthful was deliberately noisy, as if he wanted the elite ravenfolk warriors beneath the tent to hear. These ravenfolk, though powerful within their own kind, crouched on the ground, battered and trembling. They knew they were nothing more than pawns, abandoned by their clan and sent here as offerings to please Erlang. In the Orc Empire, epic heroes were more than 20 in total. Every new epic hero meant the Empire's resources would be divided yet again. Some races had mythic heroes supporting them from behind, but for most epic heroes, every fight for resources was a desperate struggle. Erlang had not chosen to beg for a share of the cake from the mythic heroes. Instead, he made them a bold offer. If he could take the crystal line, his people would migrate entirely, and all he asked for was the Emperor's promise. All 6 mythic heroes agreed without hesitation, vowing to shield him from the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal, 2 human mythic heroes. Everything else was left for Erlang to handle on his own. It was a perilous gamble. The crystal line was considered impregnable, and few believed it could be conquered so easily. Even so, Erlang was undaunted. A cold smile flickered in his eyes as he recalled those mocking stares. Their scorn would not shake his resolve. He would prove his strength to them all. He would lead the boar-headed people to the pinnacle of orc civilization. In the wars of the realm, he would use souls as fuel, ignite their bodies, and ascend to legend. He would become the 7th, and the only, mythic hero in the Orcish nation to truly rise through the crucible of war alone. For this, he had already called upon every resource and ally he could muster. The ravenfolk before him was one such ally, reunion gift from his mentor. The ravenfolk trembled all over, feathers ruffled, broken wings hanging limp at its sides. With its head bowed, it croaked out, "Lord Alaransa, we've managed less than half the progress this time, all because there was." Indeed, Alaransa cut it off. Crunch. The boar-headed chieftain's thick tusks snapped through a branch from an ancient elven tree, his teeth grinding with a sharp, steady sound. He gave no sign of blaming the ravenfolk, his focus still on savoring the rare elven delicacy. Only after he had gnawed the branch clean did he turn his piercing gaze to the battered messenger. "Your leg is broken, and so is your arm. Yet you still fought your way out and brought back valuable information," Alaransa said, his voice surprisingly gentle, lacking the usual gruffness of his kind, and almost casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Don't be afraid. You did well. Escaping from a legendary hero is no small feat. Why haven't you reached legend yourself?" The ravenfolk answered in a shaky voice. It was Wingalinuo, and in Tai they stayed behind and gave everything, so I could get away." At the memory of his 2 companions volunteering to stay behind as bait when the legendary hero attacked, the last surviving ravenfolk choked up. These weren't hastily assembled teams. Each squad had trained together for years, their bonds as close as family. 4 high orcs who hadn't become legends. A lifespan was only about 30 years. Those few years together were already a tenth of a lifetime. Tears dripped onto the tent floor, moving the surrounding boar-headed warriors. They turned their eyes to Alaransa at the head of the table, silently awaiting his orders. Alaransa simply waved his hand, unconcerned by matters like these. So Hechelu, seated at his right hand, took the initiative. He helped the ravenfolk up, wiped away something wet, saliva or tears from his mouth, opened his maw full of tusks, and bit down. Crunch. Delicious. The head is always the best part. Hechelu chewed, eyes gleaming with greedy delight. The other legendary boar-headed warriors leaned forward eagerly, but under Alarance's cold stare, they restrained their hunger until Hechalu, licking his lips with satisfaction, passed the remains of the raven folk along. One by one, they each took a bite, savoring the taste. When every boar-headed legend had sampled the meal, the only trace left of the raven folk was the trail of tears had shed moments before. A once elite warrior, now broken and crippled, had become nothing more than foot of fate with no other purpose. Now, let's get down to business. With that one sentence from Alaranza, every legend straightened, instantly alert, jaws still stained with blood and flesh. I knew this operation was never likely to succeed, Alaranza said calmly. My real goal was to test the power of that mythic miracle, and the results were excellent. The destruction of those leyline miracles was an unexpected bonus. I hadn't anticipated catching the Legion commander while he was meditating, nor that he wouldn't intervene immediately. His voice grew low and powerful, but there won't be another chance like that. The defensive line is fully awake now, and Werite at its weakest point will forge a miracle for the Fangtooth clan. All 7 legendary boarheads nodded solemnly to their king. To a boar-headed orc, even the youngest child knew only Alaranza could lead their people to glory. Oh, and one more thing, Alaranza added, remembering some dead weight in his army. Those outsiders force them into a frenzied dance and have them storm the fortress. Let them fuel the high priest's miracles. This is our Fangtooth clan's own legend. His eyes were sharp and fierce, but full of cunning. No one else will lay hands on it. The 7 legendary orcs strode out of the tent together. Sunlight burst across the land, illuminating an endless army of boar-headed warriors, some mighty tide, surging like a blooming ocean. The scene shifts to Thornlance Fortress. Herschel summons Quinn with a clear purposito put the smelting knowledge he previously described into practice. This technique is said to boost iron ore refinement efficiency by more than tenfold, a revolutionary breakthrough for a process that still relies on primitive hammering methods. If successful, Herschel could forge enough weapons and armor in a single day to equip 100 soldiers. Herschel briskly opens a drawer and takes out a compact furnace along with several piles of raw materials. Here are the iron, ore, limestone, and coke. Check if anything's missing, she says. Quinn inspects the materials carefully, then begins layering them into the furnace in a specific order. This simple blast furnace was commonly used for smelting in his previous life. Crafted by Herschel's supernatural power, the furnace can only be fueled by a legendary grade flame. Once the experiment is documented as a success, Herschel would need less than a tenth of her legendary power to mass-produce molten iron in the future. Even more importantly, Quinn possesses advanced steel forging techniques. If his claims hold true, Herschel could manufacture steel weapons rivaling supernatural arms without relying on rare materials. We need to take this outside, Quinn says. We'll need temperatures above 2,000 degrees shot enough to melt any metal used by mortals. Herschel doesn't question the unfamiliar unit of temperature. Her full attention is fixed on the upcoming experiment. She begins to chant a prayer. The sacred fire of the god of flame and forging can melt any steel. The ore from the god of mountains and earth is the finest material in the world. The breath of the god of forests and life is their perfect companion. In the presence of the goddess of abundance, let us create a work of steel never before seen in human history. Standing nearby, Quinn listens to this invocation, which seems far removed from scientific principles, with some unease. But when he sees the miracle glow gathering in Herschel's hands, he wisely keeps silent. Suddenly, the small furnace erupts in a surge of intense flame, forcing Quinn to stumble back as sparks nearly catch his hair on fire. From a safer distance, Herschel quickly frowns and unleashes another wave of miracle power. The flames instantly die down, and the furnace begins to cool naturally. This is the crucial moment to reveal the truth. If the experiment succeeds, it will not only mark a dramatic leap in military capability, but also prove that Quinn's knowledge is genuine. He truly has the potential to help Herschel achieve legendary status. On the other hand, if it fails, it will show that this wild warrior, clever as he may be, was only trying to trick her out of confinement. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. With Herschel's skillful operation, the small furnace split open in response. The refractory layer on its surface flaked off piece by piece, scattering to the ground like falling petals. In the center of the furnace, a lumpy, extremely unattractive iron sphere lay quietly. Herschel's eyes sparkled with focused intensity, and her test results nearly took her breath away. There was no doubt. This was the purest iron sphere she had ever seen in her life. What was even more astonishing was that she had used less than 1% of her miracle power to achieve this. The power of the goddess of abundance essentially records human prosperity and spreads civilization. In simpler terms, it's like a save and load system. She rewards followers who upload high-quality saves, and charges miracle power from those who download them, all based on the quality of the save. Of course, only her followers can access the goddess network, whether uploading or downloading. With the old method, even if Herschel used up all her miracle power, she could only refine 100 kilograms of iron ore. Now, She could process at least 1,000 kilograms a day, with a conversion rate as high as 70%. 10 pounds of hematite could yield 7 pounds of pure iron. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within Hersel's body. Her eyes were completely enveloped in golden light, and her long silver hair flew and grew wildly in the air, as if out of control. She was lifted by a mysterious force, suspended in midair. An invisible pressure radiated from her, the kind of overwhelming presence that belonged to a creator, as if she could bend all things to her will with a single thought. This sense of power was far beyond anything Quinn had ever seen among the legendary rat folk. "No way are you about to ascend to legend?" Quinn asked in astonishment. Hearing this, Hersel slowly let the power fade from her body and landed back on the ground. She wobbled unsteadily, and Quinn hurried forward to steady her. "Just a little bit more," Hersel said softly. When she uploaded this technique to the Goddess of Abundance's archive, her power had stopped just short of that threshold, not quite enough to reach legend, but far above the elite level. She could easily crush elite-level opponents, but she still wasn't a true legend. Hersel was full of doubts. This was just a method for refining iron, so why did it bring such a powerful feedback of strength? She couldn't see the future, but the will of the gods had already calculated the future of human development. This would become a hugely significant milestone. "Why are you staring at me?" Hersel suddenly noticed that Quinn's hand was still around her waist. She quickly straightened up and shoved him away. "I wasn't. I just thought you looked better with long hair than short hair," Quinn said with a smile. "Then maybe you'll keep it short," Hersel replied on purpose. "Whatever you want." Hersel snorted, shoved her hands into her pockets, and deliberately ignored Quinn. But suddenly, she felt a squeeze on her thigh. Looking down, she saw Quinn squatting in front of her with a cheeky grin on his face. "Make me a couple of weapons, will you? And I can tell you more about what comes next, too." "Get lost. You're disgusting," Hersel said with disdain. "Oh, come on, if you treat me like this, they'll be heartbroken." Quinn put on a pitiful face, making Hersel even more speechless. The process of making rebar is quite simple. It involves taking scrap steel and forging it at high temperatures. This method has existed in this world's history for quite some time. Unlike in Quinn's previous life, where legendary blacksmiths often, with too much time on their hands, would work with flames reaching over 3,000 degrees, their forges blazing like dragons, and their own strength rivaling that of cranes, each strike making mountains tremble and steel ring. Because of this, the forging techniques Quinn had learned before didn't allow Hersel to regain his legendary strength in this world. Beyond high-temperature forging, the key lies in the steel itself. The former is supported by theory, but the latter depends on a complex and rigorous mix of a RISA formula that, in Quinn's previous world, was a closely guarded national secret. Naturally, he had no way of knowing it here. In the end, all he could do was let Hersel experiment on his own. Fortunately, there was no rush to perfect the steel formula. Using locally available materials, Hersel forged 3 weapons for Quinn: a cross spear, a longsword, and a powerful bow. In fact, this wasn't Quinn's original plan. He had wanted to jump straight to making firearms. Even pistols, after all, the divine power of the Goddess of Abundance was incredibly convenient. Unlike other fantasy worlds where technology had to progress slowly, here a single miracle could instantly bring an ordinary object to full technological maturity. However, Hersel stopped him, saying he wanted to gradually get used to wielding such power. He worried that advancing too quickly would put too much strain on his body. Quinn didn't think much of it. Excited by his 3 new weapons, he rushed off to find the commander, shouting, "Commander, give me a mission. I want to kill. I want to kill." He kicked open the conference room door, his voice booming through the walls like thunder. Every elite knight turned to look at him, their gazes sharp as blades. But that was Al. No one dared say a word, no matter how much his reckless behavior annoyed them. After all, his reputation for challenging people at the slightest provocation was well known. Take their immediate superior, Bilibo, for example. He got beaten up by Quinn regularly, yet never dared refuse. Bilibo had been raised with the belief that preserving the family's honor is above all else, so there was no way he could back down from a challenge in front of everyone. Even if he lost every time, he had to fight. Unless this mid-sized knight could knock out everyone in the room in one go, there would always be whispers behind his back calling him a coward, saying he'd brought shame to the family. That was just how things worked in this era. At that moment, the only one who looked genuinely pleased to see Quinn was the commander himself. Slapping the table, he stood up and said, "You're just in time. The orc brutes are attacking the city again. Go and have some fun out there." He often found Quinn infuriating, but when it came to the battlefield, there was no one more reliable. "Got it," Quinn replied, and immediately sought out Bilibo. "Hey buddy, let's hit the battlefield together." "We're not buddies," Bilibo replied, glancing sideways at him as he drew his sword and led more than 30 elite knights toward the city wall, his posture upright and steady as if he were completely used to this uninvited comrade. Since the Earth Vein magic was destroyed, the responsibility for delivering intelligence had fallen to the commander of Leishan Fortress. Fortunately, he possessed a miracle that allowed him to use the refraction of sunlight to quickly transmit large-scale military information. While it couldn't provide precise real-time updates, it actually made strategic coordination more efficient than before. But this time, things were odd. The intelligence transmitted by light revealed that nearly 200 elite orc warriors were participating in the attack, but only about 50 were assigned to the Thornspear Fortress, with a handful of regular orcs supporting them. This strange allocation of forces left the commanders puzzled. It didn't look like a real assault, but more like they were sending their troops to their deaths. Since their opponents clearly intended to throw their lives away, the Order Knights showed no mercy. They quickly formed up in a disciplined formation, ready for the coming clash. Dust swirled in the air, and small stones trembled on the ground. 30 Order Knights marched out of the fortress in a single file, lining up with precision. Their eyes locked on the distant orc elites, and a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. It felt less like an attack and more like the enemy was being herded toward them. Something about the situation was off. Surprisingly, the orcs except for the boar-headed tribe were being driven forward by the elite boar warriors, pushed toward the fortress like livestock. Despite their massive frames, these orcs appeared to be in a kind of frenzy, each one breaking into a wild, ritualistic dance. Among them, 50 were swept up in this fervor, and even Quinn felt compelled to hold back in the face of their madness. All units, activate the order barrier. With a sharp command, the knights sprang into action. Brilliant white light flashed through the air, instantly connecting the strength of each knight. As their numbers grew, so did the power of their barrier. Quinn was confident that with 30 knights, they could withstand the assault of 50 elite orcs. Yet the unfolding situation left him uneasy. The enemy's movements were strange. Of the 50 elites, only 20 advanced, while the remaining 15 boar knights sat astride their tusked boars in the distance, watching the battle like overseers. Fall back, Quinn barked, his gaze sharp as a blade. Strike. He sensed the enemy's lack of fighting spirit, but his unease only deepened. The boar-headed orcsand, in fact, the entire Orcish race seemed to prefer their food as fresh and lively as possible. Only carrion required cooking, and these orcs, knowing they were about to be sacrificed, had lost all will to fight. They clumsily swung their weapons, charging the knightly line with nothing but desperation. They'll handle this. Quinn leaped from the formation, tearing off his battered armor without hesitation. Though his gear was still being repaired, it didn't stop him from trying out his newly acquired combat art, the finishing move. New Year sword technique. Shouting the name of his technique, he raised his sword high and brought it down with the force of a mountain. The blade flashed like lightning, cleaving through an oncoming foxwoman from shoulder to waist in an instant, sending blood spraying. The strike tore through the enemy's ranks like a bolt of thunder. The burst kill archer system is now at your service. Skill draw progress, 43. Quinn noticed that a white tiger orc had contributed 12 to his progress bar, another tiger orc 28, and the fox only 3. 30 more to go. Come on, come on. Laughter echoed across the battlefield as Quinn, surrounded by a murderous aura, seemed to stand in a sea of blood. His saber hooked a cat person, the tip piercing its throat before he flung the body aside. An invisible ripple spread from beneath his feet, and the ground trembled. The nearby orcs felt the overwhelming menace radiating from him. On this battlefield, the 20 elite orcs caught up in their frenzied dance were no longer a threat. They were like lambs to the slaughter, powerless to resist. Quinn's blade sliced through the air without pause, its edge flashing in every direction. As he spun, his cross-shaped spear gleamed with a deadly light, cold and lethal, aimed straight at the enemy's heart. The spear is a fundamental skill every sword saint must master. As the saying goes, a sword saint who can't wield a spear isn't a true marksman. Compared to the complex techniques of swordsmanship, using a cross spear is much simpler. Just rely on brute strength, and the enemy can't hope to withstand its terrifying power. In just 3 rounds, nearly all the low-level orcs that charged forward were either dead or seriously wounded. Out of 20 orcs, 5 had already been killed in less than half a minute. Even the beasts, who moments ago were swept up in a frenzy, finally realized that this opponent was far from easy to deal with. Who's next? The orcs all retreated in unison, their eyes filled with fear. They had never encountered such a ruthless enemy. Quinn scanned the crowd, locking his gaze on the big gray ram. The last time he'd seen it, the sheep had already caught his attention. Now, meeting it again, Quinn found the creature even more intriguing. It was slightly smaller than an Asian elephant, its body covered in thick, fluffy wool, with only the pair of razor-sharp horns hinting at its formidable nature, hence the name Siege Ram. Other than the horns, it looked like an oversized sheep, though its wool was dirty and matted. Its owner had probably died, leaving it to drift along with the elite orc warriors. The ram probably had no idea what situation it was in, or even why it was fighting at all. You come here, Quinn ordered, fixing his eyes on the large sheep. The ram looked confused, unsure of what its enemy wanted, and lowered its head into an attack stance, letting out a low bleat. Before it could react, another beast behind it gave a hard kick, shoving it straight toward Quinn. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already standing in front of him. Its sharp horns landed squarely in Quinn's palms. With a sudden motion, Quinn grabbed the horns and hoisted the 2-ton beast over his head, hurling it like a bundle of hay. The ram tumbled through the air, crashed to the ground, and landed on its back, legs flailing helplessly. Dizzy and disoriented, it couldn't get up. Who's next? Quinn looked around again. The orcs exchanged nervous glances. None dared step forward to meet certain death. The god of war favors fierce battles, not one-sided slaughter. A warrior should at least leave a mark on the enemy before falling, to be worthy of the war. But here, there wasn't even a hint of resistance. Those who died would never earn the god of war's recognition. Seeing that no one dared approach, Quinn stopped waiting and went on the offensive. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. What followed was a massacre. In less than 10 minutes, Quinn had caught the last fleeing orc. Under the cold gaze of the pig-headed warriors, he swiftly tore open its throat and drank the hot, fresh blood. He didn't bother chasing after the pig-headed warriors. Their tusked boars were slower than he was, but with their endurance, there was no way to catch them over a distance of more than a kilometer. By the time he snapped the neck of the last kobold, the only one left was the siege ram, still pretending to be dead. It lay with its eyes squeezed shut, limbs twitching occasionally, not daring to move. Quinn walked over and gently rolled the ram onto its feet. He softly rubbed its neck and whispered, "Be my companion. They'll take care of you for the rest of your life." From the moment Quinn laid his hand on the siege blade ram, he knew he had found the perfect mount. If Quinn's fighting power was a 10, then before riding, his combat ability on horseback was only a 5. But once he was in the saddle, it jumped to 12. And if he was riding this siege blade ram, he had a hunch his power would go off the charts, maybe even hit 18. And that was just because the ram hadn't shown its full strength yet. If it was as strong as Quinn himself, it could probably boost his power beyond 22. Bah, a gentle call echoed by the siege blade ram's ear. Even though it enjoyed being petted, it still felt a trace of fear toward this man. After all, it had witnessed Quinn cutting down orcs with ease, as if mowing grass. Suddenly, it felt a weight on its back. Quinn had mounted it without hesitation. The ram's reaction was pure instinct. It struggled with all its might, its proud head refusing to submit so easily. But its resistance didn't last long. Quinn pulled a red heart fire dragon fruit from his pocket and tossed it over. The moment the ram saw the fruit, its eyes cleared, looking as innocent and bewildered as a college freshman stepping into the world for the first time. Quinn leaned in and said softly, "I'm Quinn. From today on, you're my mount." "Got it." The siege blade ram nodded frantically, as if afraid that any delay would mean it had to go running back to its mother. Its expression softened, becoming as gentle as a tame little lamb. There's more to the difference between a big sheep and a little lamb than just their looks. If you called a little lamb a succubus, it might just accept its fate and nod. But if you said the same about a big sheep, it would kick you away without a second thought. Right now, this big ram seemed ready to snuggle in Quinn's arms. If Quinn called it a succubus again, it might just have to swallow its pride and accept it. Seeing how obedient it had become, Quinn was secretly pleased. He reached out to rub its head and whispered, "I'll find you something tasty to eat in a bit." The moment it heard the word food, the ram's eyes lit up. It looked at Quinn with anticipation and a hint of longing. It turned out it could understand Quinn perfectly. It just couldn't make any sounds because of its vocal cords. It used to be watched over by pig-headed guards, living a harsh life where even the slightest disturbance could mean slaughter. The food they were given was meager. A scrap of rotten meat was considered a luxury, and the rest was just berries and leaves, which barely counted as food. Those leftovers were things it used to turn its nose up at. Remembering those days, the siege blade ram couldn't help but shed tears. It had been starving for so long, and now, just hearing there would be food brought all that sorrow rushing back. Lily, what are you doing?" "I'm going boom, boom, boom," Lily replied without turning around, fully focused on the showdown in front of her. "What's boom, boom, boom?" The answer appeared right before their eyes. A pair of heads collided with a heavy thud. Lily's forehead was already red from the impact, but she showed no sign of backing down. Across from her, the siege ram stood upright on its hind legs, both front hooves lifted, using its full weight to drive down. Lily, panting hard, squared her smooth forehead and bravely met the ram head. Boom, boom, boom. That was Lily's so-called boom, 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 a special game only she would play with the siege ram. Not far away, the commander watched with delight, his eyes sparkling with childlike excitement. Having gotten his answer, Polybo grinned widely. Although the commander was already 27 or 28, he often acted like a kid. By contrast, 19-year-old Polybo was responsible for half the fortress affairs, with the other half managed by Hazel. If the commander didn't personally get involved, his presence was little more than that of a mascot. This was common in other fortresses as well. Commanders enjoyed the service of personal stewards, cooks, maids, and even slaves, living lives of leisure without a care in the world. After all, legendary heroes were few and far between, so they hardly needed to worry about losing their positions. Quinn, this guy is hilarious. Haha. The commander laughed, then cheered Lily on. Go, Lily. If you win, he'll have Hazel bake you a 3-layer cake. Don't lose. Kid, I handpicked you myself. It used to be Polybo who kept the commander company, but now Quinn had taken over that role. Far from feeling left out, Polybo was secretly thrilled if the commander was busy. He wouldn't get hit, and if Quinn was busy, he wouldn't get hit either. It was a win-win. Boom. On the field, Lily clashed with the siege ram again. This time, the impact was so powerful that cracks snaked across the ground, spiderwebbing beneath their feet. Lily staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling over. The siege ram, on the other hand, lifted its head triumphantly, its sharp horns gleaming in the sunlight. The winner was clear. The siege ram had claimed victory. Nowadays, the siege ram looked completely different, thanks to a cleaning miracle from Hazel. Its once gray fur was now snowy white, soft and fluffy like a cloud drifting down from the sky, even carrying a faint scent of fresh grass. With such an impressive appearance, this big kid had fit right in with the group in just a few days. Most importantly, it could now enjoy a rare treat in its old life, which made it forget all about the past. That's right, siege rams are omnivores. After generations of selective breeding, the ram folk had finally produced these powerful sheep. They're so strong that even wild boar riders struggle to win against them known. If not for their low intelligence, they wouldn't have been trapped by the boar-headed people. The commander played a big part in welcoming this giant sheep. As a beast berserker, unlike the Order Knights, he didn't mind wild creatures. In fact, once certain conditions are met, the goddess of the hunt grants beast berserkers the class of beast hunter. With the goddess blessing, a beast hunter can share divine power with any creature they bond with. That's why the commander was so fond of this giant sheep. If he knew more about taming, he'd want to catch a beast of his own to play with. Quinn, on the other hand, had his own unique way of taming animals. Oh, I won. The siege ram announced proudly. The victory of the siege ram was, of course, a victory for Quinn. Lily walked over to the captain with her head down, nervously wringing her hands, clearly feeling uneasy. The captain, however, didn't seem to mind at all, patted her on the shoulder and gently ruffled her hair. It's all right, it's just one loss. He'll still have Hazel make you a cake, he said, then turned to Polybo. Now it's your turn. Me? The medium-sized knight, Polybo, glanced back and forth between the massive, powerful siege ram and his own scrawny frame, finally gazing helplessly at the captain. With such a difference in size, he couldn't even take a punch from Lily. How could he possibly stand a chance against the siege ram? The siege ram was a weapon specially bred by orcs for siege warfare. Its giant, blade-like horns could easily pierce enemies, and its fort uncharged could smash through half a meter of iron-plated gates. Even if Polybo was fully armored and activated his barrier of order, there were only 2 possible outcomes: she'd either be gored or trampled to death. Just as the captain was about to force Polybo into the match, Quinn stepped in at the perfect moment, giving the captain a playful kick from behind. Captain, there's no way this kid can beat my precious ram. Why don't you give it a try? Of course, no using legendary powers. The captain looked annoyed at first, but his eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he started breathing heavily with excitement. Polybo wanted to protest against this disrespectful behavior, but swallowed his words. He silently vowed to embellish this story in his memoirs. The captain strode forward, his armor gleaming in the sunlight, looking like a moving fortress as he faced off against the siege ram. Come on, he shouted, clapping his hands together in anticipation. The siege ram's dark eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. It could sense that this human was even stronger than Quinn. Lily stood on tiptoe nearby, cheering for the captain. Go, captain. Win, and I'll share my cake with you. With a booming laugh, the captain planted his feet and crouched into a defensive stance. The siege ram didn't hesitate. Its hooves struck the stone, charging straight at him. There was a resounding thud when they collided, but to everyone's surprise, even at full force, the siege ram couldn't budge the captain an inch. What was even more astonishing was that the captain caught the ram's massive horn with just one hand, handling it even more effortlessly than the wild Quinn. Lily and Quinn cheered at the captain's victory, while Polybo sat sulking in a corner, drawing circles on the ground and muttering, "No sense of decorum, rude, beastly, disgrace to royal blood, so much for golden hair." Judging by the look the captain shot his way, this tactless fellow was definitely in for a beating. The siege ram was about 3 years old, with intelligence on par with children of the same age, making it the perfect playmate for Lily. Coincidentally, Lily could also roughhouse with Quinn and the captain, so today became the happiest day for these 4 big kids since they arrived at the fortress. The only one not having fun was probably Polybo, whose mouth was stuffed tightly with wool. After a full day of play, the captain, following his routine, called Hazel over, who had just finished a hard day's work, and had her cast a cleaning spell on each of them. With a wave of his hand, he announced, "All right, dismissed. Go home for dinner." "Quinn, have you been especially busy lately?" Weiss asked, stirring his soup with a hint of frustration. Had been training under Hazel, leaving early and returning late, and even relied on Hessel's miraculous powers to take care of his dirty laundry. Naturally, the time they spent together had dwindled. Quinn didn't think much of it. He really had been swamped during the day, rushing to the front lines whenever orcs attacked, taking the siege ram out for walks when it was in high spirits, keeping Lily company when she was tired from training, occasionally being dragged off by Melis for sword practice, and constantly helping Hessel sort out various issues. His days were sliced into tiny pieces, each one packed with tasks. Well, you're the one who's always off training. Wouldn't it be better to hang out with me and that dumb sheep? Weiss grumbled, glancing at the ram's head poking through the window. The sheep was happily munching on some berries it had found, and when Weiss gave it a swat, it wasn't bothered at all. Instead, it let out a gleeful kakaka, as if Weiss was greeting it. It stuck out its tongue, begging for food. Weiss glanced at his own bowl, didn't feel like finishing his soup, so he poured it straight into the ram's mouth. The animal chewed the odd mixture of berries and soup ingredients, happily bobbing its head as if it was dancing to a rhythm. Quinn chuckled, giving the ram's heavy head a gentle pat. With beasts like this, once they accept you as their master, their loyalty is unwavering. They don't care about direction or danger, only about following commands. Whether it's charging into battle or walking through traps, they never hesitate. After all, siege rams were bred for war. I always feel like it's more of a dog than a sheep, just like Royn's dog, Weiss muttered, watching the ram's goofy, grinning face. Royn was the town's hunter and Weiss family guard. Not long ago, Quinn and Weiss had tried sneaking out at night to see the world, only to be caught red-handed by Royn and his dog. Quinn nodded in agreement. After settling the big sheep for the night, he glanced at the bored-looking Weiss and suddenly had an idea. How about this? I'll take you to see Hessel. We can check in on your training progress and see if there's anything I can help with. You'll train with me? Weiss perked up immediately, his voice rising half a tone. His eyebrows arched and his eyes curved into charming crescents, with all his earlier frustration forgotten. Quinn smiled and nodded. Let's go. In her office, the army medic had just finished dinner and was now bent over her desk, writing intently. When she heard footsteps, she looked up, her gaze cool as she glanced at them. So, you came all this way just for something this trivial? Hessel's tone was as calm and even as ever, her voice betraying no emotion. This indifference was her default with everyone except, perhaps, when she was alone with Melis. But Quinn knew this coldness was just a mask, like the special armor worn by berserkers, not meant to keep him out, but to ward off the trouble he might bring. She wore this armor tightly, hiding any hint of real emotion, at least, as long as Quinn hadn't seen through it. Her thighs suddenly tightened, and Hersel closed her eyes. She didn't even need to look to know what was happening. Hersel, can you do me a favor? Quinn's voice was full of playful pleading as he clung tightly to her leg. Get your filthy hands off me, Hersel replied coldly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. No way, I'm not letting go until you say yes. Quinn laughed, completely unfazed by her rejection. Vis stood nearby, stunned. Since when had Miss Hersel become so easygoing? Even the most respected Order Knights would be flattened by her mysterious powers if they stepped out of line. She had never been this tolerant before. Still, Vis didn't dwell on it. In her eyes, Hersel was already much more approachable than most. Umph. Hersel didn't even look up, continuing to focus on the papers spread across her desk. Despite Quinn bumping his head against her thigh, she remained unperturbed. The knowledge Quinn had shared with her yesterday was proving incredibly useful. The method for refining iron ore could be applied to other metals as well, each with different melting points, requiring different temperatures, and the power of miracles could separate out the impurities. This would allow her to forge weapons and equipment much more quickly. Moreover, working in a sealed environment could generate even higher temperatures, saving her a great deal of miracle power. No need to chant prayers to the gods of flame and forging every time. Immersed in these new insights, Hersel was suddenly swept by an inexplicable emotion. She paused, pen in hand, and glanced down at Quinn. At that moment, Quinn looked up too. Their eyes met, and Hersel saw the faint flush of embarrassment on his cheeks, which quickly disappeared under her icy gaze. Quinn sniffed the air and wrinkled his nose. How long has it been since you took a bath? The smell's pretty strong. You're one to talk, Hersel replied coolly, her voice utterly calm, but her eyes cold as steel. She knew exactly why Quinn was here tonight, thought that with Vis present, she wouldn't dare use her usual heavy-handed methods to chase him off. Her expression hardened, and her eyes flashed with warning. Let go of me. This is your final warning. Face the consequences if you don't. Quinn chuckled, his tone low and defiant. I'm telling you, the same trick won't work on a Saint Knight twice. Try me if you dare. A sense of foreboding crept over Hersel, as if an ominous storm was drawing near. She placed her hand on Quinn's head, pinning him easily in place. Even as a support class, she had no trouble doing so. I didn't want to do this, but you've left me no choice, Hersel said, her voice cold as ice. A flicker of unease flashed across Quinn's face, but before he could react, the power of miracles surged from within Hersel. Brilliant golden light erupted, and a wave of scorching heat and roaring wind swept through the small cabin. A world-shattering energy burst forth, the temperature soaring as if the entire room was engulfed in flames. Herschel's inner anger became a storm of fire, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Legend descends. Humanity's story began with fire, and its turning point shall be fire as well. Herschel's body blazed with golden light, her voice thundering, Elenia, in the name of the goddess of plenty, bring forth the body of flame and embrace the currents of steel. This was the embodiment of legend, the eternal burning forge. The power of fire swept over everything, consuming all in its path. Some people become legends, and that's a good thing. But the commander never expected that after dinner, instead of running into the legendary hero, he would bump into a panicked Quinn. Commander, Quinn gasped as he explained everything in a rush. The commander raised an eyebrow. Let me get this straight. You're saying Hessel only became a legend thanks to your help, and now she wants to pay you back by stringing you up and beating you senseless? Quinn nodded vigorously, looking utterly aggrieved. Exactly. Hessel is just that kind of unpredictable, treacherous person. He looked at the commander with pleading eyes. Please, let me stay here and protect me from her. The commander only thought for 3 seconds before shaking his head decisively. Have you ever considered something? What? Quinn looked confused. The commander shrugged helplessly. Is it possible that I'm afraid of her too? Have you ever seen me fight back when she hits me? That reminded Quinn of something the commander had mentioned before. Hessel had practically watched this legendary hero grow up. Every time the commander lost his temper in front of her, had been taught a harsh lesson by her miracles, and he never dared to fight back. Just then, a powerful force yanked Quinn from behind before he could react. This burly man was pulled like a rag doll into a slender hand. He turned around nervously and met Hessel's beautiful face. She showed no expression, but the heat of her fingers on his neck was like standing next to an erupting volcano. Lady Hessel. Quinn's voice trembled. It's been a while since I heard you call me that, Hessel said in a gentle tone he had never heard before. She dragged Quinn along, glancing around. All the patrolling soldiers who had been watching quickly looked away and pretended not to see. Commander, I need to borrow the detention room. Go ahead, just don't kill him. I actually like the kid. Inside the detention room, the beating Quinn expected never came. Hessel simply sat quietly on the bed, her gaze fixed on him. Hessel, do whatever you want of me, just don't hit my face. If this handsome mug gets ruined, you'll never see my stunning good looks again. Before he could finish, a lock of his hair suddenly caught fire. Hessel had used a trace of her legendary power, a silent, searing miracle that burned at 500 degrees. Once Quinn had calmed down, Hessel asked in a barely audible voice, "Why are you forcing me?" I just need a few more days and then." Quinn's words trailed off. At that moment, Hessel sat at the head of the bed, her hands nervously twisting in her lap. Somehow, Quinn ended up sitting beside her, his deep voice sounding from behind her. And then what? Her pupils contracted sharply as Herschel clenched her jaw, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. That humiliating thought surfaced again. Was she really about to reach a legendary level of medical expertise in just a few days, something she might never have achieved in her entire life? All thanks to Quinn's help? The realization filled her with shame. She had always longed to carve her name in history through her own research and ability, not by relying on Quinn's power. Yet reality was cruel. Even if she dedicated her life to medicine, she might never cross the threshold of legend. When Quinn entered with Weiss, Herschel instinctively swapped the medical manuscripts in her hands for the knowledge she had gained from Quinn, then presented this to the goddess. It went so smoothly, as if nothing could stand in her way. 20 years of hard work, weighed by the goddess, was overshadowed by a few casual words from Quinn. Herschel faltered, unable to finish her sentence. I told you I'd help you become a legend. Was I lying? Quinn said softly. Herschel nodded almost imperceptibly, her gaze vacant as she stared around the empty room. Quinn spoke again behind her, his voice low. Let's keep going like this. They'll teach you bit by bit. All you need to do is turn that knowledge into power. The room grew quieter, their breathing the only sound. Herschel could feel the warmth of his breath on her shoulder, like an invisible hand brushing her arm. Why she suddenly spoke. Why do you possess such vast knowledge, but choose not to become a follower of the goddess of abundance? I'm a legend now. I could play you songs of prosperity that would echo for centuries. Just one listen, and with your intellect, you'd be celebrated as a devotee of abundance. Quinn shook his head and sat at the foot of the bed, taking off his shirt to reveal his muscular build. He struck a bodybuilder's pose and explained seriously, I know I have extraordinary strength and wisdom, but most of the time, that wisdom tells me what I really need to do is smash the enemy's head in with pure force. This kind of power, if it's not pure, can't take root in me. The corners of Herschel's mouth twitched upward before she pressed her lips together again. Her serious expression nearly gave way to a smile. It seemed only Quinn could stir her emotions so easily. By the way, she didn't even finish before Quinn appeared behind her at the foot of the bed. You haven't cut your hair, have you? A blush spread across Herschel's cheeks and her heart raced. All her attention focused on the dangerous presence behind her. With her legendary perception, she could sense Quinn picking up a lock of her hair and bringing it to his nose. This isn't the scent from here, Quinn said suddenly. Herschel, sometimes you give off a strong, pungent smell. Do you know why? Oh really? Maybe it's just something about my constitution. Herschel was clearly flustered, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Why sometimes has the same smell? Is there a connection between you two? I am not really sure. Why are you stammering? Speak clearly. Oh. She sat there in silence, looking nothing like her usual cold and distant self. This quietness came from a rare sense of inner peace. Simply sharing the room with this beast made her feel a fulfillment she had never known before, a calm that was hard to put into words. You're acting so strange, it's making me uncomfortable. Quinn frowned as he stood up, eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. But just as he turned, he felt a gentle tug on his hair. Don't go. Hessel's voice was pleading, like a small animal afraid of being abandoned. I hate you like this, so weak, Quinn spat, his words sharp and merciless. The remark struck Hessel like a blade. She trembled, biting her lower lip in helplessness. Her fingers slowly loosened their grip on his hair as she watched him head for the door, but suddenly, her gaze sharpened and her hand clamped down hard. In an instant, legendary power erupted. A set of 4 iron chains shot out, binding Quinn's limbs tightly. This was the Executioner's iron shackles, a legendary weapon that only heroes of legend could wield. As one of the oldest deities, the goddess of abundance's power dated back to the ancient dragon era, the dawn of civilization. Her followers came from every race. Elves, orcs, dwarves, goblins, and even trolls worshipped her devoutly. She granted her followers the ability to draw upon the powers of other gods, though it consumed far more miraculous energy. Are you insane? Let me go? I just want to get some sleep. Quinn thrashed wildly, the chains clanking loudly. He sounded more like a cornered dog, baring his teeth and growling threats. Before he could continue, Hessel silenced him. She sat back in her chair, her voice soft and feline. To me, you're not a drowning person's last straw. You're the first sickle in a pioneer's hand. You gave me knowledge, helped me ascend to legend. Your mark is etched deep in my blood and bones. Her words grew more impassioned, her voice rising until she saw the genuine fear in Quinn's eyes. Suddenly, she laughed. His fear was real. This man who was unafraid of legendary heroes, yet terrified by her true feelings. Just then, Hessel's expression changed. She went pale, her whole body trembling. I can't feel the leyline miracles anymore. She closed her eyes, heat radiating from her skin like a furnace. As the Fortress Soul Support class, she could sense and control the surrounding leyline miracles, but now, that connection had been abruptly severed, as if tainted by some unknown force. 3 heartbeats later, her eyes snapped open. It's those orcs from yesterday. There's a legendary miracle in their blood that destroys the ley line. In a flash, a dark red robe enveloped her. Her voice was sharp and urgent. We have to find the commander immediately. The crystal line is in serious danger. The fortresses along the crystal line aren't arranged in a straight line. Instead, their placement across the vast plains follows the divinations of the followers of the star god. The result is a seemingly chaotic yet inherently orderly distribution. 20 fortresses are spaced evenly across hundreds of square kilometers, forming a defensive line that is itself a grand miracle. Over time, its strength will become deeply ingrained in people's minds, inspiring even greater wonders in the future. Each fortress houses not only a legendary level guardian, but also an elite support professional. Their specialties vary. Some excel in medicine, others in training troops or farming, but they all share one crucial responsibility: maintaining the miracle of the earth veins. The followers of the goddess of abundance are no exception. Throughout her years at the Crystal Line, Herschel has always maintained a close connection with the earth vein miracle, a bond that is vital to the survival of the entire defensive line. Recently, the elite orcs have gone to great lengths to destroy certain earth veins. Although these weren't under Herschel's direct supervision, their destruction still had consequences. Each fortress is like a root of a great tree, with the earth vein miracle as the trunk and the scattered, damaged veins as the ever-spreading leaves and branches. As long as the roots are intact, damage to the leaves and branches is manageable. But if the roots are compromised, the whole line is thrown into crisis. The last attack by the orc elites proved just that. Even seemingly minor damage to the earth veins was enough to mobilize the entire legion, drawing in more than 5 knight commanders to respond. This time, the orcs used a corrupting method to destroy the earth vein miracle at Thornspear Fortressa, method both crude and insidious. Herschel spent some time researching this evil technique and its countermeasures in the goddess archives. Since her promotion to legendary status, her access to information has greatly expanded, but the sheer volume of data has slowed her search. Commander, gather all the Order Knights and meet on the fortress wall. Herschel grabbed Quinn's hand, swept him out of his quarters, and soared over the fortress, her tone urgent. She chose the wall over the meeting room for a simple reason. With the weakening of the earth vein miracle, at least half of the fortress miracles had lost their effectiveness. If the orcs launched an attack now, the line would barely be able to resist. Even ordinary boar riders could cover 10 kilometers in half an hour and reach the fortress quickly, and with an elite leading them, that time could shrink to 5 minutes. If a legendary hero was at the helm, the response time would be even shorter. After dropping Quinn onto the wall, Herschel quickly leapt up to the ramparts of Thornspear Fortress and looked down. Below, the lights flickered on one by one like stars, heightening her sense of alarm. Quinn turned his gaze toward the orc camp. Even with farsight, he could only make out blurred shapes, but the swift movements, powerful builds, and explosive actions of those figures radiated an unmistakable sense of menace. The range of clairvoyance was only about 5 kilometers. Anything beyond that became increasingly blurry, so he couldn't make out exactly what kind of orcs were in the distance. One thing was certain, though they definitely weren't orc boars. Herschel, can your miracle let you see as far as 7 kilometers? Quinn asked. The answer was no. The limit of a legendary power was only about 3 kilometers, and most divine skills fell short of that. If Herschel possessed a farsight-type miracle, she would be able to see anything within 10 kilometers with ease. What kind of orc were they exactly? Tall and slender, moving at incredible speed. He quickly ran through the known races in his mind. Kobolds, leopards, goats, rabbits. Herschel landed on the city wall and began to pray with deep concentration. The breath of life never ceases. One day, war and disaster will find peace. Standing at the center of the fortress wall, she closed her eyes, her expression devout. As she spoke the words, a gentle, mysterious power welled up from within her. A breeze arose, first brushing through her hair and the hem of her robe, then sweeping outward. Wherever the wind passed, bloodstains on the battlefield faded away, and even the grime on the city walls was gradually cleansed, revealing the original color of the stone. It was a holy purification. Quinn didn't recognize this miracle, but he could sense the uniqueness of this wind. Just a few breaths felt as if they could prolong one's life. With a grave expression, Herschel crouched down and pressed her palm to the wall. Instantly, ancient rune-like patterns spread from her hand, glowing faintly as they resonated with the power deep within the earth. She began channeling her legendary power into the ground, her body trembling slightly, her blackened robe whipping in the night wind, sweat beading on her forehead. This task would have taken her an entire day at her peak, but now, as a legendary tier warrior, she could repair the fortress leyline miracle in just a minute. The orcs hadn't destroyed the fortress miracle by breaking it instead, they had corrupted it. It was like a Cullinan that needed premium gasoline to run, but had been filled with genetically modified soybean oil instead. Normally, the fortress would automatically absorb the Earth's miraculous energy, with Herschel only needing to perform routine checks. But the orcs had secretly filled the tank with something foul, causing the fortress to grind to a halt. Herschel's job was to clean out the soybean oil and refill it with premium gas. It sounded simple, but the sweat pouring down her face showed how much legendary power it took to restore the fortress in just a few minutes. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as the Order Knights, led by Belibo, arrived on the scene. The first thing they saw was Quinn supporting Hezel's arm around her slender waist, and the other steadying her shoulder. What shocked everyone even more was that Hezel, who was notoriously sensitive to physical contact, showed no sign of discomfort. Not long ago, the commander had tried to act playfully with her and was immediately zapped by her lightning magic. The onlookers quietly guessed that Hezel must be utterly exhausted. Her face was so pale, it was almost translucent. Once she recovered, they figured Quinn would surely be in trouble. Underneath his helmet, the commander was trying not to laugh. Quinn gently handed Hezel over to the swordswoman, Melis. Hezel needs to rest. Find her a place to sit. They'll explain what happened. The commander sobered up and nodded seriously. Quinn got straight to the point. Our stronghold's miracle was destroyed. 2 days ago, those orcs who came here on a suicide mission sacrificed themselves to destroy the miracle of Thornspear Fortress. What? The miracle was? Quiet and listen. Quinn cut off the commander sharply. Fortunately, Hezel has just been officially promoted to legendary hero status tonight, and she has already restored the miracle. He glanced at Hezel, who nodded weakly in confirmation, unable to speak. If you told me sooner, you wouldn't have scared me like that. Commander, this isn't how you run morning meetings. Pay attention. Chastened, the commander fell silent and started absent-mindedly teasing Lily. But Quinn's next words put everyone on edge. At the same time, I spotted a large army of orcs approaching the fortress. They're preparing for a full-scale assault. The lead knight closed his eyes and focused, sensing faint tremors in the ground. A force of that size surely meant there were legendary heroes among the orcs. You don't need to meet them in open battle, Quinn continued. Just hold the walls and catch them off guard when they attack. Every elite knight turned to Belibo. Quinn's strength was unquestioned, but when it came to commanding troops, they only followed Belibo's orders. Sensing their trust, Belibo hid his satisfaction and spoke in a gravelly, decisive voice. Do as he says. The orcs think they've destroyed our Geo miracle and won't expect us to recover so quickly. We'll make it look like we have no choice but to rely on the walls, then strike back with the Geo miracle when they least expect it. Now, everyone dismissed. Take your troops and get to the walls. Can you still keep up? Yes. The words sparked a wave of excitement. Heya stood at the front of the leopard warriors, his blood boiling with anticipation as the chieftain of the Blackblood tribe. Among the hundreds of Beastman clans, the Blackbloods boasted only 3 legendary heroes, making them merely average in terms of strength. They lacked the raw power of the Tiger clan, the incredible fertility of the Rat clan, and even their prized war beasts the Black Panthers were nothing extraordinary. Yet, the Blackbloods had a unique advantage: exceptional speed and night vision. This combination made them the most feared nocturnal assassins among all the Beastmen. While they might be insignificant compared to the High Orcs, these abilities were more than enough to deal with humans. A savage grin spread across Heya's face. The fortress miracle had faded. Now, under cover of darkness, the humans would be as helpless as the blind. Their vaunted armor wouldn't stand a chance against the Panther's sharp claws. Once the fortress fell, endless supplies and power would belong to the Blackblood tribe. The night was deep, with the moon hidden behind clouds as if unwilling to witness the impending bloodshed. The leopard warriors advanced silently toward the fortress, their movements masked by dust stirred up by their claws. When they were less than a kilometer away, Heya raised his head and unleashed his legendary power, challenging the shadowy figures atop the walls. Legendary hero of the humans, come and face me in a duel to the death. His roar echoed like a tiger's, carried on the night wind into the fortress. Ordinary soldiers trembled at the sound, their legs turning weak. But the fortress miracle quickly dispelled their fear of powerful defense that could neutralize most negative effects brought on by the Beastmen. Suddenly, a pair of feline eyes lit up within the fortress, locking with Heya's gaze. A towering figure then launched out like a cannonball toward the Beastman ranks. As you wish, Beast. The commander of the Thornlance Fortress Knights had arrived on the battlefield. The leopard warriors instinctively fell back, clearing space for the duel between 2 legendary champions. This was a battle of kings. Any ordinary soldier would be crushed by the aftermath of their clash. Heya had expected Tishi knew the fortress would be prepared, but he believed all their efforts would ultimately be in vain. Standing tall and squaring his shoulders, Heya's lean, muscular frame stood in stark contrast to his opponent. His jet-black fur gleamed like velvet in the darkness, mysterious patterns traced on his face with oil. Yet, even on tiptoe, he could barely reach the chin of the fortress commander, who towered at 2.5 meters. Realizing the difference in height, a faint smile appeared on Blacktooth's face. He had intended to use his size to intimidate his opponent, but it was clear now that this plan had failed. I heard you killed a hand of God on the battlefield, and you're the only warrior among the 20 knightly orders who doesn't follow the faith of order? Blacktooth sized up his adversary. Your information is correct, the commander replied in a deep voice. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the massive axe on his back landed firmly in his grip. He could clearly sense the presence of 2 other auras nearby, and he had no intention of lingering here any longer than necessary. Legendary power was always complex. Some drew from abstract concepts like the perseverance forged through countless battles, while others, such as the oversized Knight Commander, wielded tangible manifestations and eternal fortress that could be summoned at will, appearing as a literal castle. The commander's legend, however, was inseparable from the massive, blood-stained, and dim axe in his hands. Only by calling its name could he awaken the power slumbering within. You're going to unleash your legend from the start, leaving yourself no way out? Blacktooth said, tensing his whole body. We know nothing about your legend. Are you sure it's wise to reveal it so easily? As a legendary hero wielding 2 legendary powers, Blacktooth was on high alert. Would his opponent fully unleash his legend? Would it be a devastating, blood-soaked strike, or would he amplify his body to achieve unmatched physical strength? No living orc had ever witnessed the commander's legend firsthand, and that was the most unsettling part. Legend unleashed shadow without light. Blacktooth growled. I move through shadows unseen even by moonlight. That field devoid of all light. Before he finished speaking, Blacktooth's form slipped into the thick darkness like a specter. The darkness split instantly into 5 flickering shadows, indistinguishable from reality, speeding silently toward the front. The bloodthirsty aura around the commander's axe grew even heavier, undiminished by the howling wind. Legend unleashed discipline, the self-broken shell. Will unyielding. Distort reality. Divine protection descends. The wild, animalistic light in his eyes faded, replaced by a relentless golden glow. His armored form began to expand, swelling from 5 meters to 10, standing like a deity on the battlefield. The axe in his hands radiated a savage, blood-hungry energy. Hidden in the shadows, Blacktooth finally understood the axe was the commander's true legendary miracle, but it served as a sealed key. Once his legend was unleashed, it would absorb all the power within him bestowed by the gods of hunting and beasts, revealing the true form of the Golden Empire's royal blood. Without an offensive legendary miracle, even breaking through his defense would become nearly impossible. The commander himself would become a relentless machine, wielding the brute force of a beast. As Blacktooth hesitated, a mechanical voice neither male nor female echoed across the land. Estimated time to end battle, 3 minutes. Execution commence. The gap between elites is even greater than that between humans and dogs. Those at the legendary level are truly untouchable, especially when it comes to wielding offensive miracles, something ordinary legendary heroes could never hope to achieve. Every tale in history where the weak have triumphed over the strong has featured individuals with unmatched power. For an elite to defeat a legend, a miracle is required. To escape from a legend's grasp, a miracle is also necessary. Yet, these miracles are worlds apart. In a chase through the forests and mountains, with the help of terrain and environment, the latter might have a slim chance for survival. But in a head-to-head confrontation, the former will always crush their opponent with overwhelming strength. The commander's massive body, encased in iron, began to gather power. Silver light, like moonbeams, swirled around him in rings, as if ancient starlight surged within. His very presence was like a mountain on the verge of collapsing, imposing and terrifying. His arm, thick as a pillar, gripped a single-bladed axe and raised it high. This strike was impossible to dodge, impossible to escape, and impossible to withstand. Such was the power of the golden-haired royal blood, a force derived from the god of order. The armored giant twisted at the waist, his upper body drawing back like a fully drawn bow, storing enough force to shatter the world. He brought the axe down toward the 5 shadows below with unstoppable ferocity. The air shrieked under the pressure. The blow locked onto its targets with pinpoint precision, leaving no room for resistance. Brother, they'll help you. Amid the chaos of battle, a legendary hero saw his kinsman in danger and immediately unleashed his own legend. Shadowbound Nightwalker, for the most beautiful goddess of the night, I swear to devote my life in service to you. A shadow shot forth like an arrow, piercing the air and striking the armored giant dead on. The shadow rapidly expanded and twisted, transforming in an instant into a massive black net. Each strand glimmered with a cold, eerie light, as if infused with endless darkness, binding the giant's limbs tight. The commander felt a strange yet powerful force restraining his entire body, abruptly halting his unstoppable blow. Yet he showed not the slightest panic. He simply closed his eyes and let his body radiate dazzling light, instantly illuminating the dark night sky. Under the glow of law, the shadows nearly disintegrated. With a casual tug of his enormous frame, he broke free from the restraints as easily as brushing away cobwebs. The cold mechanical voice continued, 2 people, 10 minutes. If there were 3, perhaps the time would increase. Execution suspended. Calculating win probability. Clang. With a thunderous crash, the giant axe slammed into the ground, sending up a storm of dust that rolled outward like a surging wave of sand. The armored giant stood like a fortress before the stronghold, unwavering and imposing. Moonlight poured down, casting a dazzling halo around the silvery glow that surrounded its body, as if draping it in a veil of divinity. Facing such a formidable opponent, the 2 leopard warriors on the field knew they could not stand alone. At that moment, a third legendary leopard hero emerged from the shadows. He was far more imposing than his 2 companions, his muscular frame rippling with black leopard spots that shimmered with each breath. With a simple lift of his hand, the air around him trembled violently, and his overwhelming presence forced his tribesmen to instinctively step back. 20 minutes. The commander calculated calmly. The execution continues. He was pleased to see his opponents choose to fight together. He had revealed his trump card, the power of legend, precisely because he feared these legendary heroes might turn on his troops. While the first 2 leopard warriors together were no match for him, any one of them alone could seriously injure Quinn in single combat. If they abandoned their pride and turned to slaughter ordinary soldiers instead of dueling the elite, the situation would spiral out of control. On the other side of the wall, the leopard army's assault was nothing like the brutish charge of the boarmen. Instead of battering the gates, their elite heroes hurled iron hooks, attempting to scale the ramparts. Yet, the moment their grappling hooks struck the wall, they seemed to hit an invisible barrier, sparking and falling uselessly to the ground. Standing atop the ramparts, Polybo was fully armored but composed. This was the collective use of the Order's barrier, a wall of bronze forged from the combined miracle powers of the elite. The speed the leopard warriors prided themselves on meant little. In such a massive battle, there would always be countless spear tips waiting for every attacker. As Polybo pondered his tactics, a hand clapped suddenly onto his shoulder. Polybo, my friend, what do you say I go down there and have some real fun? Quinn, unimpressed by the enemy's failed attempts to even reach the wall, was clearly bored and eager for something new. Holding the wall was your own idea. Polybo shot down the suggestion without hesitation. Whatever their personal differences, Quinn's power was too valuable to risk at such a critical moment. This is too dull. I want something a bit more exciting, Quinn replied, unconcerned. You are not leaving the wall. That's an order. Polybo's eyes narrowed, his hand on his sword, ready for a fight. but Quinn slammed him against the wall, pinning him with an elbow to his armored chest. Don't think calling you brother means I'll let you boss me around. We're both royal guards. I'm only here to keep you company until it shows up. It. Who are you talking about? A bleeding sound interrupted them. A siege ram the size of a van suddenly leapt up from below, misjudged the distance, and crashed heavily into the wall. Its massive body sent nearby soldiers scrambling out of the way. Despite its fearsome reputation as a beast bred for war, it nuzzled up to Quinn like a docile lamb as soon as it regained its feet. Bah! With a swift motion, Quinn vaulted onto the ram's back, gripping one of its great horns in one hand and his cross spear in the other. He squeezed his legs. Boom! The leopard warriors watched in shock as the enormous beast leaped from the rampart, smashing a crater into the ground below. Ha! Let's go, girl. Just keep charging. Quinn's wild laughter rang out behind it. SSSHD. As the cross spear pierced through his throat, the elite leopard man finally saw clearly that the gray creature before him was actually a siege blade ram, trained by the sheep people. Blood gushed from his wound, and a flicker of confusion flashed in his wide eyes. Why was there a human riding on the back of a siege blade ram? Quinn gave them no time to think. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind: kill, 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 kill. Every target in his field of vision, whether seen, heard, or felt, had to be wiped out. He spun his cross spear like a windmill, the cold steel flashing. Any orc who got close had their head sliced off before they could even react. Blood arched through the air in perfect curves as severed heads rolled to the ground. Quinn no longer cared about precision. As long as his cross spear landed on a leopard man's head, they would drop like puppets with their strings cut. A system notification echoed in his mind. The Berserker Archer system is at your service. Only 15 left until the next skill recharge. Charge. Push forward. Quinn roared, soaked in blood. The siege blade ram, hearing its rider's command, didn't hesitate for a moment. It paid no mind to the sea of orc warriors ahead. Muscles tensed, it pounded the earth with its hooves and charged ahead at full speed. Caught between the deadly assault of Quinn's cross spear and the ram's massive horns, the elite leopard men stood no chance. Even the regular soldiers fell by the wayside, wounded by the slightest graze, killed on contact. The confidence in their eyes quickly dissolved into terror, their legs trembling as they prayed the human on the rampaging ram wouldn't turn his attention their way. The elites were afraid too, but they managed to keep their composure. They shouted commands, pulling their formation tighter to slow the ram's advance, while quickly regrouping their scattered elite comrades. Warriors! Warriors of the Black Blood tribe. This is our moment, one leopard man leader shouted. That's right, we need to teach this human a lesson he'll never forget. Hold nothing back. Frenzied dance. Frenzied dance. In an instant, flashes of light erupted across the dark night like falling stars. Yet as these lights neared the charging figure, they were snuffed out in an instant, as if swallowed by some unseen force. Mounted on the ram, Quinn's combat power soared again. The siege blade ram's thick, soft fur was impenetrable to ordinary leopardman's claws. With a single charge, it could send the smaller foes flying or impale them on its sharp horns. Crack, crunch. The sounds of bones breaking, flesh being trampled, and courage shattering echoed across the battlefield. Again, with a long howl, Quinn urged the blood-soaked siege blade ram on. The beast let out a triumphant bleat, intoxicated by the carnage and eager for more. Buddy, swing back. Let's charge through once more. Quinn patted the ram's neck, a wild gleam in his eyes. The siege blade ram shook off the remains of its last victims from its horns, spun around sharply, and fixed its fierce gaze on the next group of leopard men. This was a squad made up entirely of elite warriors, 20 battle-hardened leopard men, hastily assembled. Weapons at the ready, they braced themselves to face the rampaging human. Sensing the ram's unease, Quinn leaned forward, stroking its neck gently. Just charge. Don't think about anything else, it'll handle the rest. Trusting its rider for reasons it couldn't explain, the ram widened its beady eyes and did its best to look fierce. It stomped the ground, kicking up dust, and leveled its sharp horns at the elite formation, launching a deadly charge. The lead leopard man showed no fear. He drew his curved blade and planted himself firmly, chanting, "In the name of war, I, the Snowfield Elephant Hunter, challenge you to a SSSHD." The cross spear sliced through his throat, cutting off the rest of his words. Blood sprayed forth as his body remained upright for a moment, already lifeless. Quinn raised both hands high, letting out a roar as he offered a sacrifice to the gods watching over the battlefield. In the name of the gods, bear witness. Watch, enjoy, and behold the grand gift I present to you. Quinn shouted until his voice turned hoarse, but he still felt something was missing. The sense of being watched by the divine that he had felt when dueling the Tiger Man was nowhere to be found. His disappointment was quickly swept aside. His spear struck true once again, piercing the chest of another elite beast man. Blood sprayed forth as Quinn hoisted the corpse, tore open its throat, and greedily drank the warm blood. At that very moment, a cheerful system notification sounded in his ear. The burst kill archer system is at your service. Skill extraction progress, 100. Extracting skill robust EX, inherited from a legendary archer. A powerful physique is essential for any archer. Without great strength, drawing a bow is impossible. Grants toxin resistance and enhanced defense. Skill is being delivered. Excellent. Quinn growled with excitement, feeling new strength surge through his body. As the leopard man's corpse shriveled, fresh power flowed into every muscle and bone. Charge! Charge! The Crimson War Ram shot forward like a streak of blood, smashing through the encirclement of leopard men. Quinn, leaving a trail of blood behind, charged ahead with unstoppable momentum, treating the enemies before him as nothing more than moving targets. At some point, his helmet had been knocked off, and his wild hair whipped through the night like a specter. Ha ha, what a bunch of weaklings. Pathetic, every last one of you. You're not even worth my full effort. Quinn laughed maniacally, stabbing here, smashing there, as leopard man heads burst like overripe melons, sending gore flying and spreading panic among their ranks. Blades flashed and arrows rained down, but Quinn simply gripped the ram tighter with his legs. The war ram seemed to understand, shaking its head violently. Only when the attackers were gored by its massive, razor-sharp horns did they realize with horror that this mount was as deadly as any of them. At first glance, the combat power of the elite ramfolk seemed unimpressive, but only because they devoted all their resources to their closest partners, the siege war rams. Aside from the higher beastman races, there were few who could defeat these beasts on their own. That's enough. Let's head back, Quinn said, patting his mount's neck. Bah, the siege ram answered, sounding exhausted. It no longer held anything back, galloping full speed toward the city walls. None of the leopard men could block its path. The beastmen could only watch helplessly as Quinn, astride his war ram, leapt in a powerful, awkward arc over the 10-meter-high wall, crashing down hard on the ramparts. A resounding victory. Quinn had just returned to the city wall when he was greeted by a scolding from Belippo. The mid-sized knight stood ramrod straight, his eyes blazing with anger. Disobeying orders. Even if the commander were here, you'd have no excuse. Belippo's voice echoed along the parapets. Had learned his lesson. Quinn was never one to follow rules, so Belippo could only try to suppress him with authority. But Quinn remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand and pointed behind them. Don't you see them? Belippo frowned, following Quinn's gesture, confusion written all over his face. Behind the wall, ranks of regular soldiers led by elite knights stood in perfect formation, their armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Belippo noticed that every soldier's gaze wasn't fixed on the orc camp in the distance, but locked firmly on Quinn. The blood-soaked warrior hadn't inspired fear, instead, had become their source of courage. In each soldier's eyes, a fighting spirit burned brightly, as if Quinn himself was an invisible banner rallying them all. While Belippo was still puzzled, Quinn asked, how many orcs do you think there are? 5,000. There aren't many leopards. They won't send that many troops, the knight began, but Quinn cut him off. Belippo, you still don't understand our situation. Quinn glanced at the soldiers around them, then suddenly shouted, don't look at us, hold your positions. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming. Even before Belippo could give the order, everyone was already following Quinn's command. Had proven his worth with his strength and earned their respect. Quinn grabbed Belippo and hauled him over to Heather, the female medic. She immediately understood his intent and quickly cast a soundproof barrier, shielding their conversation from the outside world. Inside this private space, Quinn's expression grew more serious than ever. He pointed to his eyes, his voice low and grave. I can see it. This time, there are no fewer than 30,000 of them. Belippo's eyes widened. Quinn went on, as long as our fortress miracle is intact, we'll be fine. But the other fortresses may not be so lucky. He fixed Belippo with a hard stare. Don't forget, the intel we received said the orcs using blood to sabotage the miracles were only part of the force. A thief hit other fortresses too. Quinn's voice dropped lower. Those fortresses don't have Heather. They can't channel the miracle's power in battle. They'll have to rely on brute force and sacrifice. Belippo grew visibly paler as Quinn continued his analysis. The attackers always suffer heavy losses in a siege, and with the miracle's power, those losses will only be higher, mostly on the orc side. Quinn's gaze sharpened. But if those fortresses' miracles are damaged and unrepaired, and they get caught off guard, not only will the casualty ratio shrink, but some of those strongholds might even fall. He clenched his fist. Which means, aside from these 30,000 leopard men, we might have to face even larger orc armies, and they could come from behind our own lines. Belippo's breathing quickened. Quinn pointed toward the back of the wall. Thornlance Fortress only has walls on its front. For centuries, it's never had to defend against attacks from any other direction. But this time is different. His voice grew heavier. The orcs are serious. Danger could come from any side of Thornlance Fortress. Quinn locked eyes with Belippo. That's why our troops must keep their morale high at all times. They need to believe in victory and see these leopard men as nothing more than worthless rabble, just like the pig-headed ones before them. There was a rare note of worry in his tone. I know our strength comes from order, from the mechanical precision of our attacks and defense. But have you ever considered that humans aren't made of steel? There's a limit to both their stamina and their spirit. Quinn spoke with unwavering determination as he laid out his plan. Let me rally their spirits. Trust me, we have to hold on with sheer willpower until reinforcements from the other fortresses arrive. Even if the worst happens, this lone city must withstand the onslaught of 100,000 orcs. If we only use force to keep order, the soldiers will snap under the pressure. His words cut through the fog, clouding Polypo's mind like a sharp blade, allowing him to see the entire situation clearly. Yet the more he understood, the colder his hands and feet became. Quinn pressed on without pause. I have to maintain morale, and I also need to help the captain deal with those 3 legendary heroes as soon as possible. I know my own strength, sure. I could fight until dawn and kill 30,000 ordinary orcs, but the captain only needs to stand there to command the whole battlefield. My earlier charge wasn't just about boosting morale. I needed to see if approaching the captain's front would draw their attention. I have the power to break through their lines. I must support the captain. This string of revelations left Polypo deep in thought. Neither the medium-armored knight nor Melis had expected that this man, who always seemed to rely on brute force, would plan to take part in a battle against legendary heroes. I understand. I'll support your decision with everything I have, Polypo finally said. Quinn nodded approvingly. That was the good thing about the fortress guards. Even if they didn't always see eye to eye, they could be counted on to make the right call when it mattered most. Then, to Polypo's surprise, Quinn took Hersel's hand. How's your recovery? I've regained about 20% of my legendary power, but it's enough for me to unleash my abilities, she replied. You might have to put up with a little discomfort soon. As long as it helps the captain, I don't mind, the female medic replied with a gentle smile, dissolving the soundproof barrier. Watching their close interaction, Melis reassured herself. It was all for the captain's sake. Hersel had cared for the captain since childhood, almost like a sister, even a mother, after the captain's own mother passed away. This kind of concern was only natural. Finally, Quinn turned to Polypo. Can you guarantee a hit with that miracle ballista? Don't worry. It's a miracle weapon. It locks onto its target automatically. No aiming needed. The medium-armored knight replied confidently. The ballista's power was immense. Unless the target had legendary or 6-paths defenses layered on, nothing could withstand it. If he could take down a legendary hero with it, perhaps had ascend to legendary status himself. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the elite leopard warriors noticed something was off. Their climbing claws couldn't grip the walls, and their weapons left no mark on the stone. I thought the fortress miracle had been destroyed. Why can't our weapons damage the walls? One of them asked in confusion. A strategist quickly analyzed the situation. It's probably just a temporary reinforcement. If the fortress still had its miracle, they'd be fighting us hidden outside the walls. Today, they're strangely defensive, sticking to the ramparts, which means they've likely lost that power. And that warrior who charged out earlier fought more like a berserker than an order knight. Exactly. If the order knights won't even leave the city, that proves they've lost the miracle's protection. Priest, your foresight is incredible. That's right, once we take this fortress, the priest is sure to become a legend. The leopard strategist flicked his tail proudly at his companion's praise. In his mind, it was clear. Only under his guidance could the Blackblood tribe reach its true glory. The field medic could now barely manage to move on her own, no longer needing the swordswoman's care for the time being. She had just become a legendary figure, her body brimming with legendary power only to have it all drained away by a tremendous force. The experience was nothing short of agonizing. If it weren't for Hersel's strong will, she would have already passed out. Melis, it looks like the orcs are getting ready to attack again. Aren't you going to leave? Hersel whispered. No, I'm just curious. Though you really have such unusual taste? You actually like someone like that? Melis arched her brow, her eyes glinting with mischief. Hersel froze for a moment before realizing what Melis meant. Flustered, she looked at Melis. How did you figure it out? Is it really that obvious? A flush crept up Hersel's cheeks. She couldn't help but rub her face with her palm, trying to hide her embarrassment. The swordswoman nodded, chuckling softly. It's painfully obvious. Among all of you except the idiots who wouldn't notice? And by us, I mean the captain's personal guard. Hersel's eyes widened, her face a mixture of shyness and panic that she couldn't conceal. So does that mean? That's right. I'm the only one who's noticed. Melis smirked, a teasing glint in her eyes. Are you saying the captain, Lily, and Polly are all idiots? Hersel's quiet gasp was cut short by Melis' taunt, and the swordswoman's smile grew a little wider. I think you know the answer. You should figure out how you want to talk to the captain about this, Melis said. Her long, purple hair whipped in the night breeze like a banner. Drawing her gleaming sword, Melis turned her attention to the looming threat of the orcs. It looks like the leopard folk are changing their tactics, she murmured, her gaze sharp as a blade. At that moment, dozens of shadowy figures flickered through the air, appearing one after another like a set of rising steps. This was a unique attack strategy reserved for the leopard folk elites. Ordinary elite orcs could leap straight onto the city walls, but they were always blocked by the Order Knights and couldn't break through. But with extra footholds in the air, they could vault over the human blockade, using sheer numbers to overwhelm these elite defenders. Even though the Berserker had already taken out a few Order Knights earlier, the Black Blood tribe was now attacking with their full force, aiming to break through the defenses in one decisive strike. This assault was fiercer than any before. The orcs unleashed their full strength, bringing 200 warriors 4 times the number of the city's elite defenders. The leopard folk were accustomed to flirting with death. Their fighting style was like a hunt relentless, leaving no room for retreat. Charge with me. Melis's command rang out, firm and resolute. A mass of shadows surged forward like a tide, swarming towards the walls. Among them, a third of the fighters melted into the darkness, nearly invisible. Besides worshipping the god of war, the Black Blood tribe also revered the goddess of night. In myth, she was the embodiment of the night sky, ruling over stars and shadows, her followers scattered far and wide. The leopard folk elites were among her chosen. They possessed a unique skill called Shadow Apprentice. While not as physically strong as other orc warriors, their true threat emerged when they moved as a group. The flickering shapes in the air were proof of their power. The leopard folk elites moved like ghosts, landing silently on the conjured shadows, using them as springboards to leap higher and farther. They shot forward like black arrows, a sharp whistle in the air as they hurled themselves at the city walls. The bricks and stones of the city wall loomed ever larger before their eyes, and the Order Knights had become their most coveted prey, their gazes burning with the glory that was about to be seized. Whoosh! The first elite leopard warrior to leap onto the wall was immediately met by a sharp flash of sword light, slicing through the air and slitting the enemy's throat. Mara's face remained expressionless, calm as ever. Although she was still far from Quinn's level, she knew that this strength alone was enough to intimidate her foes. She raised her sword to block attacks from all directions. Her movements, though steady, betrayed a hint of tension. As more enemies swarmed in, she was forced to gradually retreat, falling back into the tight formation held by the Order Knights. After all, she was not a berserker but a swordswoman. The fact that she could dispatch her enemies without a scratch was already enough to leave a deep impression among the Order Knights. Yet the wildest voice on the battlefield came from none other than the berserker himself. Bring your heads over here. Let's see how many I can take at once. Come on, come on. Don't bother with the others. Spend this beautiful night with Medhat's what you wanted, isn't it? Only Quinn could shout such mad words with such a savage tone. Surrounded by more than a dozen elite leopard warriors, he still wore that reckless grin. With a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he wielded them in turn, blades and spear shadows flashing like lightning across the night sky. Even working together, the leopard elites could barely keep him in check. Forget the Order Knight's skill, this berserk beast first. Group up. For beast warriors lunged at Quinn from all sides, the blood energy burning on their bodies showing they had pushed their frenzied dance to the limit. In the distance, 8 others joined hands, manipulating their shadows into thick ropes that wrapped around one of Quinn's legs. They knew that even 8 of them combined would struggle to restrain a warrior as fierce as Quinn, so they aimed to entangle just one leg, hoping to buy some time. Yet in the face of a greater miracle, their efforts were futile. A miracle before a miracle, all else fails. Quinn muttered under his breath, and before the words had faded, the black shadow binding his leg shattered to pieces. Without hesitation, he swung his weapons, and 4 headless bodies dropped to the ground. The leopard warriors instantly realized something was terribly wrong. Fear spread rapidly among them. Their pupils shrank in terror, and the chill in the air seemed to freeze solid. Quinn seized one of the leopard warriors by the throat, ruthlessly silencing him to prevent any alarm. The rest exchanged glances, though they didn't fully understand what their comrade was thinking. One thing was clear. This was a warrior they could never afford to face as an enemy. A flicker of doubt crept into their hearts, and they began to realize that escape might be their only option. But now could they even run? Quinn didn't strike immediately, but as the Order Knights closed in, their sharp blades already flashed menacingly. The leopard warriors were shocked to discover that the Order Knights were just as fast as they were. With their only advantage gone, their attacks posed no further threat. They couldn't even scratch the knight's armor, let alone break through their defenses. Fear began to take hold, accompanied by a troubling question: was the miracle of this fortress still unbroken? There was a stark difference between a siege led by the extraordinary and one by mere mortals. On the city walls, elite leopard warriors didn't even need ladders. Their incredible physical prowess allowed them to leap straight up. The regular leopard warriors used grappling hooks, scaling the 10-meter-high walls in just 5 seconds. Atop the ramparts, the Order Knights had already set up a tight defensive line. They activated their order barriers, turning the battlements into a relentless meat grinder, cutting down any enemy who dared set foot on the wall without mercy. Even when an elite managed to break through, the swordswoman was quick to strike them down. If any fool tried to force their way through the formation, Lily, stationed in the center, would bring down her iron hammer, letting the enemy taste its deadly force. The battle gradually reached a stalemate. The elite leopard warriors threw themselves forward one after another, fully aware that the fortress' miraculous defenses had been restored and that their casualties were mounting, yet they showed no sign of retreat. The Blackblood tribe had committed everything to this decisive battle, staking their very existence on its outcome. Under Lily's command, the Order Knights held their ground, smashing down every elite leopard warrior that leapt at them. Though the combined kill count of dozens of knights couldn't compare to Quinn's alone, they managed to hold the line without a single casualty, trading the enemy's lives for minimal losses. They didn't aim to annihilate an enemy force several times their size only to hold out until their commander could claim victory. The first and fiercest wave of the assault had been repelled. Quinn, suppressing the restless urge within, looked into the distance. "How are you holding up, baby?" The big sheep affectionately pressed its head against Quinn's shoulder, nuzzling its master. 10 minutes had passed since their first charge, and it had recovered most of its strength enough for another assault. "If you're ready, let's go." Quinn swung back onto the sheep's back. The moment he raised his halberd, the surrounding elite leopard warriors instinctively recoiled in fear. He seemed like an ancient hero from legend yet to achieve true fame, but already a living myth, needing only one world-shaking battle to join the ranks of legendary heroes. Guiding the big sheep, Quinn leapt from the wall for the second time, crashing down onto an unsuspecting orc. His gaze was fixed on a single point: the battlefield where the 4 legendary heroes fought. Though he ignored the enemies around him, the leopard warriors had no choice but to focus all their attention on him, scattering in panic as if confronted by a natural predator. "Damn it! That warrior's back down here. Stop him. We can't. That's the Siegeblade sheep. Crap. Don't come this way. Help. Oh, War God, please protect your child." Before the prayer was finished, the speaker was skewered and lifted high into the air, becoming a gruesome warning to the rest of the leopard tribe. "If you're not afraid to die, come try me." With a squeeze of his legs, Quinn urged the Siegeblade sheep forward, cutting through the densest part of the enemy lines like a scythe. Their target was clear: the battlefield of the 4 legendary heroes, but no one dared follow. After all, even elites who joined the fight among legends risked being killed instantly by the stray power unleashed in their clashes. Quinn seized the moment without hesitation, raising his cross spear high. The legendary power at its tip began to spin, instantly tearing through the banner hanging in the air. Even the faintest trace of legendary power was enough to deal real harm to heroes of legend. The 4 legendary heroes sensed Quinn's presence almost immediately, each of them reeling in shock. The commander was the first to regain his composure. A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes through the slit of his helmet. Quinn shouldn't have been here. He himself could barely hold off 3 legendary heroes at once. If 2 kept him occupied, the remaining one would be free to unleash a legendary miracle, more than enough to finish him in under half a minute. But the commander quickly let go of his irritation. Of all the allies he could rely on, Quinn was the most trustworthy. If he had chosen to come to their aid, he must have prepared thoroughly and devised a plan to support him. His gaze shifted and caught a glimmer of light atop the distant city wall, and he immediately steadied himself. As the captain of the Thornlance Fortress Knights, he quickly collected his thoughts, gripped his heavy battle axe tightly, and charged at the 3 legendary heroes without a moment's hesitation. "Brother, step aside. Let me handle this." No sooner had the words left his lips than the youngest leopard hero swung his powerful arms, his already formidable frame swelling even larger. Though the youngest, he was by far the strongest built. This was no accident. In a life-or-death duel, he had once personally defeated a tiger warrior elite. That fight had sealed his fate. His opponent was a proud tiger, while he was merely an ordinary leopard. An almost insurmountable gap, like that between a human and a stray dog. Yet, through sheer courage and overwhelming strength, he shattered his foe's pride and life with his bare fists. That victory earned him his place among legends. With his reputation, achievements, and unwavering will, he was chosen by the god of war and blessed with legendary power equal to that of the tiger hero's pure, immense muscle and strength. With a resounding crack, the leopard hero caught the blood-soaked axe between his arms, his muscles swelling explosively. Even as the legendary power tore open his skin and blood gushed from his arms, he didn't give an inch. On the contrary, the more his wounds spread, the fiercer his rage became. "Is that all you've got, you worthless mutt?" He roared with laughter, his voice booming across the battlefield. Empowered by legendary force, the leopard hero's strength soared, nearly matching the commander's. Seeing this, the commander's gaze turned even colder. He drew a deep breath, gauging his enemy's capabilities. The leopard hero's power was rising, and so was his own. Without hesitation, he invoked a divine blessing. Blood-red lines like spider webs flashed across his battle axe, the blade shimmering with an eerie glow, as if a wild, invisible force was about to break free. The power surged through his grip, spreading into his armor, which began to glow an ominous crimson. The commander's presence became so oppressive it was almost beast-like. Even the other legends dared not meet his gaze. Yet the leopard hero, axe in hand, was undaunted. He threw back his head and laughed. The power of the god of the hunt and beasts, we know it well. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's. We're fully aware of the strength you gained after becoming a legend. That's exactly why I'm the one facing you now. He sneered. Down you go? At that moment, the blood energy swirling around the leopard hero surged violently. The ground beneath their feet shook from the impact of their clash, sending stones and sand flying for 10 meters in all directions, as if the earth itself was splitting apart. The commander's eyes remained icy and unmoved. He muttered in a cold, mechanical tone, "Calculation begins." His mind was clear. Within 1 minute, you will all fall one by one. That person? Isn't he just a legend? As Quinn closed in step by step, the two leopard warriors exchanged a knowing glance. The older one spoke in a low voice. He's just an elite, yet dares interfere in our battle, must have something up his sleeve. Brother, don't hold back. Use your legendary power and take him out in one move. As for our youngest brother, he was sent specifically to deal with the captain. There shouldn't be any issues on his end. Understood. Hidden in the shadows, the Black Panther Beastman suddenly leapt out, his agile form unfurling like a curtain of darkness in midair. At its center, starlight seemed to flicker, as if a vast universe was concealed within a manifestation of his legend, Shadow Stride. The Night Crown ritual is the advancement for a shadow apprentice. This legend forges the knight into a crown, worn atop the head, eternally devoted to the goddess. Its power, Shadow Stride, combines offense, defense, and support, but for all its versatility, it's considered unremarkable. While it can swiftly suppress elite warriors, it struggles against true legends. When Quinn unleashed his own legendary power, he tore through the Black Panther's miraculous restraint almost instantly. The Black Panther could only rely on the invulnerability of his power to stall the fight, hoping to slow the captain's advance and avoid a single axe blow that could cost all three brothers dearly. Warrior, I admit your courage, but without a legend of your own, you're just fodder. He growled, his eyes mocking. So today, this is where you die. The black curtain rapidly expanded, covering over 100 square meters, leaving almost no escape. Unless Quinn burrowed underground at this very moment, he would be trapped and ultimately crushed. At that moment, Quinn's heartbeat slowed. He stared up at the black curtain, sensing the enemy's unwavering confidence. With his clairvoyance, he instantly saw through the veil to the Black Panther's hidden form. He raised his long-prepared cross spear, its tip crackling with legendary power and thundering with a deafening roar. Dragonstrike Spear. It's just a legend's power, the Black Panther sneered. Such a feeble force can't even touch the most basic of legends. How could it possibly tear through my flawless miracle? Quinn was suddenly enveloped in darkness. His spear felt as if it were thrust into a quagmire. Even its legendary energy was swallowed up without a trace. The black curtain contracted sharply, tightening around Quinn's neck. As it closed in, the Black Panther's figure gradually emerged. Do you think you can slay a legendary hero like them and ascend to a higher realm? The Beastman's deep, legendary voice echoed in Quinn's ears. His vision was still blurred, and below him, his siege ram trembled under the oppressive aura, seemingly unaware of what mistake it had made. Don't worry, it's nothing to be concerned about, the Black Panther said dismissively, ignoring the trembling ram. The black legendary power constricted Quinn like an iron band, its sharp tendrils digging into his neck like barbs. Quinn's face turned ashen as he struggled with all his might. He unleashed every ounce of his potential, activating all three of his physical skills at once, pushing his body to its absolute limits. Those two powerful hands seized the Black Panther Beastman's arms. The grip was strong, but not enough to cause any real harm. The Beastman quickly assessed the situation. This resistance is impressive at my prime. Even 10 of me wouldn't be your match. But now, I am a legendary hero. Once he confirmed that his opponent was acting purely out of impulse and had no backup plan, the Black Panther Beastman relaxed. He was surprised by how tough his opponent's skin and flesh were. Even after using nearly half his strength, he still couldn't twist off the man's head. Left with no choice, he unleashed more of his miraculous power. His arms tightened, locking down with force. The ease with which he could strangle ordinary mortals was intoxicating. He wasn't in the mood for toying with his prey. He was ready to end this elite fighter's life in one decisive move. But just as life and death hung in the balance, something unexpected happened. A soft chant sounded in his ear. Wooden spears, fire from friction, blades and flames, cities rising from forests. To this day, fire remains the turning point of human history. Sacred, pure, and burning hot, those three words seemed to radiate from the melody itself. Before he could react, a great flaming maw, brimming with hope and promise, swallowed him whole. Legendary release, eternal burning, earthly forge. Crackling flames mercilessly scorched his fur, flesh, bones, and organs. His body and soul were consumed by searing heat, as if he were pressed against the sun. No, it felt as though had been cast into the heart of the sun itself. Shadow Walk. The Black Panther Beastman made the right call instantly, pulling back the power head used to strangle Quinn and wrapping it around himself in a desperate attempt to shield his body from the fire that threatened to burn him to cinders. It's not enough, he growled through clenched teeth. O Lady of the Night, I offer up my light, please. Grant me the gift of starlight. Stars shimmered as the radiant Milky Way cascaded down, drenching the forge and forcefully extinguishing the relentless flames. But the price was steep. The legendary beastman's eye sockets were now empty. The noble deities of the night longed for light, but dared not face the sun. Thus, they cherished followers who offered up their own light. These believers were granted the privilege of gazing upon the starlit sky alongside the goddess, but only with their eyes. This was the sacred power of the night-crowned priesthood, akin to the abilities the leader drew from the god of the hunt and beasts. Ea, though he had escaped death, the beastman's flesh was charred, with nerves exposed to the open air. Even the slightest breeze felt like knives slicing into his flesh. Ugh, cough. Cough. Quinn wanted to throw a taunt back at him, but all he could manage was to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, his voice stuck in his throat. With no other option, he raised his cross-shaped spear and unleashed his second shot of the day. Dragon Strike Spear Jr. The distant shout was the last thing the Beastman legend heard. The legendary power pierced straight through his chest. Explosive marksman system at your service. 100 until next skill draw. Drawing skill. Magic resistance. From a certain unruly archer, enhances resistance to special energies and reduces their harmful effects. Skill distribution in progress. Quinn felt the birth of a new skill within his body and clenched his fists. His vision blurred from blood loss, and he shook his head, forcing himself to remain upright. There was still a legendary hero eyeing him like a predator. Quinn grinned at his opponent. In the pitch-black night, though he was like a candle in the wind, he refused to fall. If it had just been him unknown against that legendary orc earlier, the outcome would have been a toss-up, likely taking at least 10 minutes to determine life or death. That's why he had to show a weakness, to give his enemy a false sense of security, allowing Herschel's legendary power to be unleashed. The medic could no longer hold on to the big sheep's wool and tumbled out from under its fluffy belly, landing hard on the ground. Seeing Quinn, who looked even weaker than herself, she gave a helpless, bitter smile. She had strongly opposed this plan from the start, but for the safety of the fortress, they had no choice but to take the risk. It was far too dangerous. One wrong move and Quinn would be killed instantly by the enemy's attack. What they really had to thank was the orc elite. Despite using considerable force, he had underestimated Quinn's defenses and hadn't used his full legendary power right away. If he had, Quinn's neck would have surely been snapped. Then again, no legendary hero would go all out against an opponent they thought they could crush easily. It was a risky gamble, but they had pulled it off flawlessly. Herschel used only a fraction of his legendary power to activate his miracle, and Quinn finished the job with a final strike. Now, their mission was complete. Even the berserk orc hero in the distance was no longer a concern. The older orc hero clenched his fists, his knees shattering the ground beneath him as he unleashed a surge of power. You wretch! How dare you kill my brother? They'll skin you alive and turn your bones into a war drum, to be beaten day and night as punishment. Legend unleashed. Endless conquest. I came. I saw. I conquered. The war god's iron hooves will crush all races. Charge with me. This was a common legendary ability. Those who worshipped the war god would gain this aura-type skill after proving their resolve and determination, perfect for leading troops, but not for duels. The leopard hero had been smart, holding back this power to keep his opponent guessing. Now, driven mad by his brother's death, he no longer cared about the armored giant. All he wanted was revenge. Die? Quinn mouthed the words, though no sound came out. As futile as the gesture was, the confidence on his face was genuine because 100 meters away, the ballista was lighting up. Whoosh! A streak of dazzling white light shot forth like a meteor in the night, roaring through the air with unstoppable force. In a split second, it traced a path hundreds of meters long, striking the leopard hero square in the chest. Crack! Blood splattered across Quinn's face. He licked it. Not bad at all. Quinn had been relying on the blood from his own throat to heal his wounds, a desperate act that felt like drinking poison to quench his thirst. Now, at last, he could taste fresh orc blood. The first orc to die was almost cooked through, with barely any blood left, and his body was brimming with legendary power. If Quinn tried to devour him recklessly, that energy would surely burn his mouth. As for the unlucky one who fell beneath the ballista leopard warrior hero, there was little left of him but 2 intact legs. After the strike, his limbs had been obliterated, leaving only those legs as a grim reminder of his former strength. The commander withdrew his gaze and focused on what remained of the leopard warrior. His voice was cold and mechanical as it echoed in the hero's ears. Assessment confirmed. 1 minute remaining. 20 seconds to go. Reinforcing the beast's restraints, transferring the tiger's power. The leopard warrior's eyes widened as he watched the fierce beast perched on the commander's shoulder leap down, let out a low growl, and return swiftly to the axe. With the beast's power augmenting the commander, his arms grew even heavier. Just how powerful was this man? How could he further strengthen the beast's hold? The leopard warrior's anxiety grew. He could feel himself reaching his limit. Deactivate weapon, axe. Switching technique, dragon strike spear. Suddenly, the weight on the leopard warrior's hands vanished, as if a mountain had been lifted. But his legs had already been torn apart by the pressure, blood vessels ruptured, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Even so, he gritted his teeth. I won't lose. I once triumphed over stronger foes in the tiger people's arena. I can make a miracle happen again. He whispered a fervent prayer, locking eyes on the commander. It's just legendary power, nothing more. My equal, and yet he's just a human hero, he shouted in desperation. O God of Wary, beg you. I kneel before you. I will kill this man before me. Before he could finish, Quinn abruptly let go, driving the cross spear straight into the leopard warrior's spine. That was Quinn's final dragon strike spear, delivered with deadly accuracy, finishing off the barely conscious hero. Before the leopard warrior could react, the commander's own dragon strike spear came crashing down. Unlike Quinn's, the commander's weapon was even more powerful, at least twice as strong. The leopard warrior's head twisted grotesquely as his skull shattered and his brain spilled out. His body was torn apart, skin and fur splitting until all that remained was a bloody mess. The hero who once stood toe-to-toe with the ironclad giant was slain in a single blow. Quinn scratched his head helplessly and looked at the commander. Commander, are you messing with me? That guy was a pushover. Why did it take you so long to deal with him? The commander clearly didn't get Quinn's joke. He replied coolly, I do not understand the meaning of messing with you. My attacks were identical to his. We could not break through each other's offense directly, but his defense was weak against me. Your assistance was appreciated and highly effective. Quinn brushed off his clothes and looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. But the sky remained dark and unchanged. Hey, Herschel, I just killed an orc, so where's my legendary power? There's nothing happening. Last time, I killed an elite and got it right away. This time, 3 legendary orcs are down, was the MVP. Why is there no reaction at all? Quinn, once a personal guard, had refused the blessing of the god of war. This decision left his body infused with legendary power, allowing him to reach the realm of legends. However, the price was steep, became marked by the powers of 2 gods. Even after slaying a legend, his achievements were still deemed insufficient. Considering the current situation, Hezel, another personal guard and a devout follower of the goddess of plenty, clearly could not obtain legendary power through conventional feats. As for the Knight Commander, a descendant of the God of Order, he could only ascend after defeating 3 legendary heroes. Unless one could regain strength through sheer determination and willpower, the path to advancement would remain forever closed. These are secrets of royal blood and must be kept strictly confidential. Quinn, remember, never reveal them. In that moment, Quinn was overcome with a wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears. The commander was truly someone he could trust. Without further hesitation, only one thought filled his mind. Commander, with your legendary strength, break through the enemy ranks. Taking a deep breath, Quinn struck decisively. He understood well that in this world where the strong ruled, the difference in realms almost always determined the outcome of battle. A single level of power could leave any challenger utterly helpless. A fierce light blazed in the commander's eyes. His decision may have been brutal, but it was effective. Like a wild beast breaking free, he charged forward with earth-shaking steps, his entire figure transforming into a living cannonball as he hurled himself into the ranks of the beastmen. A deafening boom echoed across the battlefield, as if a fighter jet had flown low overhead. The commander was the heart of this storm. With every punch, he tore through the air with overwhelming force, creating gales that the surrounding leopard warriors couldn't withstand. The burly, savage beastmen fell like brittle stalks of wheat, unable to resist the onslaught. Each blow shattered bones, ruptured organs, and sent blood spraying like fountains. Corpses were strewn everywhere, pooling blood quickly spreading across the ground. Every step the commander took carried the weight of utter devastation. The earth trembled beneath him, struggling to bear the force of his might. Beastmen were sent flying by the shock waves, their bodies arcing through the air like broken kites, their screams filling the sky before they crashed to the ground. Many were smashed to pieces, their bodies broken beyond recognition, a gruesome sight. The legendary hero's power swept across the battlefield unchecked, bringing about an unstoppable slaughter. In just 10 minutes, the once mighty Beastman army was completely routed by the commander's invincible strength. The fierce leopard warriors, now gripped by absolute terror, had lost all their bravado. Despair and helplessness filled their eyes, and their former ferocity vanished without a trace. They scattered in a panicked frenzy, running in all directions like ants whose nest had been destroyed, colliding with each other in utter chaos. It was a nightmare made real. The enemy was no longer a threat, but helpless prey waiting to be slaughtered. On the battlefield, thousands of orc corpses lay scattered across the muddy ground, their bodies cold and lifeless. Some were missing limbs, others had been decapitated, and a few were so mangled they were barely recognizable. Blood had soaked the earth, turning it into a crimson pool, and the stench was so overwhelming it was almost impossible to breathe. Most of these orcs hadn't died directly at the commander's hands. Instead, they had fallen while fleeing and were trampled to death by their own kind. Countless huge footprints had crushed their bodies, breaking bones, spilling organs, and leaving their flesh a shapeless, bloody mess. Only when there wasn't a single living orc left around the fortress did the commander finally release his legendary power. As the aura faded, he shrank from a towering 10-meter giant back to his original 2.5-meter form, his wild and brutal presence returning. "What are you looking at? Get back inside. We have a meeting," he barked. The battle had ended less than half an hour ago, and news of the orcs' night assault had already spread through the fortress thanks to the commander's legendary ability. Just as Quinn had predicted, the orcs launched simultaneous attacks on all 4 fortresses, aiming to destroy the miracles that protected the land's vital energy. The artifact they used, called the Bloodstained Sinner, was a miraculous relic from an epic hero, and it had temporarily disrupted the fortress power in an unconventional way. Of the 4 fortresses under direct attack, Thornspear Fortress suffered the least damage. With the protection of its miracle, it took almost no casualties and managed to preserve its fighting strength. The other 3 weren't so lucky. At Steelfire Fortress, the Knight Commander was killed on the spot by 4 Kobold heroes. The fortress fell, 3 legendary Kobold heroes emerged, and all 30,000 civilians and 5,000 soldiers perished. At Earth Dragon Fortress, the Knight Commander was attacked by 2 Lizardman heroes. After losing an arm, he barely managed to hold the fortress, but a quarter of his 5,000 soldiers died. At Order Fortress, the Knight Commander faced 5 Lizardman heroes. He killed all 5, earning a 5th legendary miracle, but the cost was high. Over half of the Order Knights were killed or wounded, and the survivors volunteered to sacrifice themselves to buy time for the commander's extended use of his legendary power. Now, that commander was leading his knights to wipe out a 50,000-strong Lizardman army. The situation was dire, but not yet hopeless. After the meeting, the commander announced the new assignments. Quinn was appointed as the new commander of the elite knights, and also as the overseer. Polypo, having suffered multiple broken bones after being targeted by the Leopardman elites, was unable to move and needed to rest. Incidentally, Polypo's cannon blast didn't earn him a legendary rank. As the power came from the fortress miracle, the gods credited the achievement to the fortress, leaving Polypo with only injuries to show for his efforts. The commander now had to look after the wounded Polypo, while Herschel, drained from using his legendary power for so long, needed to rest. Melis, though one of the strongest warriors on the team, was only good at fighting and relied on Herschel for daily matters. Lily's condition was even more serious. If she got close to Polypo, she might make his injuries worse. As for the other elite knight commanders, none showed any obvious reactions, but no one could guarantee they were entirely selfless. Ordinary people were even less of a concern. Once Polypo woke up, even a simple reflex could send them flying. When the meeting ended, Herschel regained her cold demeanor and ordered Quinn, carry me to the detention room. Tonight, I need to discuss fortress matters with you. The commander stood nearby, watching Herschel's stern expression, and smiled slightly. This was the real Herschel. Quinn was definitely in for a tough night. Melis glanced over, trying to hide her amusement. She couldn't wait to see what would happen between Herschel and Quinn. Without hesitation, Quinn picked Herschel up with one arm around her waist and strode out of the room. Inside the confinement room, daylight remained hidden behind the thick curtain of night, refusing to appear. Darkness enveloped everything, and the night reigned like a domineering monarch, unwilling to relinquish its hold over its domain. Herschel, the female military doctor, sat quietly at the edge of the simple bed, her back straight. She wore a long, pure white robe that concealed her figure completely, leaving not a single curve visible. Her expression was calm and serene, her eyes reflecting a tranquil detachment, as if nothing in the outside world could disturb her inner peace. Polypo may have served as the overseer for 3 years, but he's still too young. He doesn't handle many matters well. I hope you can do better. You know what I mean, don't you? Herschel lifted her head slightly, her gaze meeting Quinn's directly. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness. I understand. He's too young, always charging ahead without thinking, relying solely on force to get people to follow him. Quinn replied thoughtfully, a glimmer of worldly insight flickering in his deep eyes. Polypo had gained some experience over the years, enough to grasp the basics of military command and managing subordinates. But in Quinn's view, Polypo's use of these skills was clumsy and immature, like a child trying to imitate adults without grasping the essence. If it weren't for the captain and a few loyal guards supporting him behind the scenes, Polypo's reckless approach would have made him an easy target for those with ill intentions. After all, the role of overseer was notorious for attracting trouble. Technically, Quinn and Polypo were equals in rank. If Quinn ever wanted to seize power, with his strength and cunning, it would take no more than 5 intense confrontations to leave the young knight isolated, with no one left to command. Still, they all served under the captain, and out of respect for him, Quinn had never considered such a move. On the contrary, he went out of his way every day to show goodwill to Palapo, hoping to ease the tension between them. Unfortunately, the hot-headed young knight never seemed to appreciate these gestures, always ignoring Quinn's attempts at friendship. Herschel shook her head helplessly, sighing inwardly. The captain was 4 years younger than her, and Palapo was 12 years her junior. She had watched both of them grow up. She knew their personalities, strengths, and weaknesses better than anyone. With this in mind, she reached out and gently pulled Quinn closer, softly running her fingers through his hair as she sighed. I trust your character. As long as you show your true self, they'll never refuse your orders. Quinn's eyes widened in shock at her words, as if had just heard something unbelievable. Wait, you don't actually think my serious side is the real me, do you? Seeing his reaction, Herschel was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a response from Quinn, until the man suddenly jumped up from the bed like a mischievous child, waving his arms in the air as he eagerly explained, the way I usually act is the real me. You're the ones forcing me to be so serious all the time. In Quinn's heart, he never saw himself as that brooding, grim-faced protagonist. He firmly believed that life was meant to be enjoyed, that every day should be filled with laughter. What was the point of pretending to be weary all the time? The army doctor simply smiled, then pulled Quinn back into a tight embrace. Tilting her head up slightly, she gazed into his eyes and asked in a soft voice, did you notice anything unusual about the orc's actions this time? A spark of understanding flashed in Quinn's eyes. Before Herschel could finish her question, he answered immediately and with certainty. You mean the boarmen, right? Herschel paused for a moment, then nodded, confirming his guess. Indeed, the boarmen, who had always been stationed at the front lines of the fortress, had vanished during this attack. Their presence was completely gone, and instead, orcs from the other 3 tribes launched a fierce assault. This change had cast a mysterious shadow over the entire battle. Herschel frowned slightly, lost in thought. Her tone was low as she said, the boarmen's hero, Hechelu, is a powerful figure with 3 legendary powers. He commands an elite cavalry unit, and I've heard that when the fortress miracles fail, Hechelu can even lead his riders up the city walls. This isn't just a rumor, other nations have experienced it firsthand. Quinn's expression grew serious, his gaze deep. He replied quietly, there's no way they give up such a prize so easily. They must have a bigger plan. Just to take this fortress, the kobolds have produced 3 new legendary heroes. So why would the boarmen surrender such a valuable prize to other orc tribes when it's almost within their grasp? And yet, the boarmen have suddenly disappeared. That can't be a coincidence. Despite racking his brain, he still couldn't figure out what grand scheme the boarmen might be hiding. Why would a race so proud of their strength and honor so easily let go of an opportunity that should have been theirs? News of the Crystal Frontline Legion commander's fortress being surrounded had arrived early that morning. The battle was brutally intense. The boarmen deployed 3 legendary miracles, leaving the Legion commander gravely wounded. 5 high-ranking legendary commanders pooled all their strength, channeling the power of a temporarily restored leyline miracle into a single fighter, barely managing to fight the boarmen's epic hero to a standstill, with both sides suffering heavy losses. At this moment, 200,000 boarmen soldiers surrounded the commander's fortress like a relentless tide, sealing off every possible escape. They deliberately ignored the other fortresses, fully aware that capturing the Crystal Fortress would mean the collapse of the entire defensive line. It would signal the fall of the Golden Empire's Great Wall that separated barbarism from civilization. Every boarman could feel the divine light surging within their ranks. All they had to do was wait half a month for the leyline miracle's power to fade. When that happened, the Crystal Fortress would inevitably fall, and the number of legendary heroes among the boarmen would surge dramatically. Troops from other fortresses had tried to break through while the boarmen's epic hero was still severely wounded, but the attempts achieved little. Without the protection of their fortress miracles, even long marches were difficult for the Golden Empire's soldiers, let alone executing their famed meat grinder tactics. Exhausted and demoralized, they were easy prey for the boarmen. After 2 failed breakout attempts from neighboring fortresses, the remaining strongholds had no choice but to stay put. Boarmen scouts roamed the land, and any sign of movement from a fortress would immediately trigger a cavalry assault led by a legendary boarman. In open field battles, the Orc Empire, with its expertise, far outmatched the less experienced Golden Empire. The outcome had already been decided. All the commanders waited in silent agreement for reinforcements from the Golden Empire. Neither the Golden Emperor nor the Grand Marshal would simply watch as their only defensive line was breached. Even if they couldn't come in person, they would surely send epic heroes to the rescue. Amid this tense atmosphere, Quinn led a leisurely life. He spent his days walking his sheep, training the Order Knights, discussing culture with Hazel, and occasionally drilling his own troops. Life was remarkably pleasant. Although he and Hazel had become a couple, they had yet to take the final step, restrained by a sense of modesty. This shy restraint frustrated Quinn, who thought to himself that if only he had more experience, he'd have swept her off her feet by now. Lord Quinn, we've finished preparing the horses, a young Order Knight reminded him cautiously, his eyes betraying a mix of awe and apprehension for their new commander. Unlike the straightforward Balibo, Quinn not only demanded strict obedience, but also liked to keep everyone guessing and held them accountable for mistakes. Some knights had considered rebelling, but Quinn boldly declared, a duel? Bring it on. He'll take all of you at once. If you win, he'll follow your lead. I don't care how many of you there are. After the 20th elite knight fell to the ground, no one dared utter a single word of protest to their new commander. Watching their groaning companions sprawled on the ground, the remaining knights all silently reached the same conclusion: if he's already beaten up my teammate, maybe he'll spare me. Quinn dusted off his hands and strode toward the massive siege ram sheep. Gripping its horn, he swung himself up in one smooth motion, landing steadily on its back. He called out to the group, "Are the warhorses ready? Let's take a ride outside the fortress." "Yes, sir," the knights replied in unison, though their faces were filled with resignation. They all knew that at worst, if they reported Quinn to the captain, he might get a mild scolding. But if they took a punch from Quinn, the pain would be all too real. Especially since he was close with the army medic and had even invented the terrifying technique of disinfecting his fists with iodine as he fought. "Don't worry," Quinn reassured them. "The leopard men have already been driven off by the captain. We're just going to circle the fortress who won't leave the miracle's range." Hearing this, the knights finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't have to go reinforce the captain's legion. They adjusted their saddles and stirrups. The new equipment was certainly convenient. While the Golden Empire didn't have many cavalry, thanks to the productivity of the supernaturals, horses and gear were never in short supply. The real challenge was horsemanship. Unlike the orc cavalry, who shared an almost mystical bond with their mounts, human riders still had a long way to go. Just as the troop was about to set off, a commotion broke out atop the city wall. Lily was gazing longingly at the cavalry below, muttering, "How nice, I wish I could ride a big horse too." Before she could finish, the captain's palm landed heavily on her head. "Last time I took my eyes off you, you almost suffocated that poor horse." "It wasn't my fault, it was just weak. I didn't even use much strength," Lily protested, clutching her head and squatting down. "Next time, they'll have Quinn keep an eye on you. If you try anything," the captain threatened. "Hee. Quinn made me little cakes yesterday. Had never hit me," Lily boasted, grinning. "Then I'll just have to deal with you myself." Without another word, the captain grabbed Lily by the scruff of her neck. "Uh-huh." Lily's wails echoed along the city wall. Quinn glanced up at the two of them horsing around above, then looked away and shouted, "Everyone, form up. Take your positions, lances ready, charge." The thunder of hooves shook the earth, accompanied by the clatter of metal armor. 50 knights, clad in heavy armor and mounted on magical warhorses, charged forward. Though their numbers were small, they moved with the force of 1,000. The first true formation of armored cavalry was making its debut beneath the fortress walls. As dusk settled in, the Order Knights began to return to the fortress, eagerly anticipating the highlight of their day dinner time. Standing at the entrance was Quinn, clad only in shorts and an apron, meticulously checking off each knight as they arrived. These warriors, who enjoyed noble privileges, lined up in orderly fashion and entered the dining hall, taking their seats in groups of 5 as per tradition. Tonight's menu filled the air with mouth-watering aromas: braised beef with potatoes, stir-fried lettuce, steamed egg custard, freshly baked cornbread, and a steaming pot of Crucian carp soup. Thanks to Hazel's remarkable ability to archive and duplicate, Quinn only had to prepare a single serving of each dish for her to record, and within a minute, there was enough food to feed all 50 knights. His culinary skills had already become legendary within the fortress, and these flavorful, well-presented dishes far surpassed the monotonous steak and fries the knights were used to, perhaps even outshining the fare served by the royal chefs. In these moments, Quinn shed his stern demeanor from the day's training and became a cheerful, approachable young man. No matter what the knights asked, whether about training techniques or personal trouble, she responded with patience and sincerity. Some knights even invited him to experience the city's noble nightlife, but noticing Hazel's attentive ears, Quinn politely declined. In just 3 days, this new commander had seamlessly integrated into the team. Although some knights had long abandoned their ambitions for legendary status and were content to coast until retirement, they still maintained a professional attitude during their duties. After dinner, it was time for the evening's entertainment. Quinn climbed onto a raised platform, untied his apron, and revealed his family crest and blazoned shorts. "Quiet, everyone, the show is about to begin," he announced with a grin. "Ultimate water gun. Summer splash, eh?" With a dramatic whoosh, a jet of water strong as a household faucet shot from his mouth, arcing gracefully through the air. Instantly, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop, but the atmosphere only grew more electric. "Amazing. Is this the power of a god? Do it again." The knights cheered, leaping to their feet, while a few of the female knights wisely slipped to the side, clearly wanting no part of Quinn's divine power. Soon, the impromptu display turned into a full-blown talent show. One knight performed a handstand while chugging an entire bottle of Bordeaux, earning a round of applause. Despite the fact that 4 out of 5 knights were from noble families, in these moments, All pretense and formality were forgotten as they let their true selves shine. Watching from outside for quite some time, Hessel finally turned to Weiss and asked, "Was he always like this?" Weiss thought back and replied softly, "I'm not sure. I think he's been this way ever since he got hit on the head with a rock a few years ago." As the former leader of the group, Weiss vaguely remembered when Quinn was just his closest sidekick. Quinn had always outperformed Hessel in various competitions since childhood, until the tables finally turned in recent years. "Don't worry, we'll check on his condition," Hessel said, straightening her white coat. Although her legendary power carried a dark red hue, she insisted on wearing this symbol of purity as a military doctor. The noise in the cafeteria gradually died down. Hessel stood at the doorway, watching Quinn easily blend in with the group of Order Knights. His manners might not have been especially refined, but the way he managed to bring these elite soldiers together in just 3 days was truly impressive. Under Quinn's unique charm, the knights seemed warmer and more approachable, no longer the cold, mechanical warriors they'd been under Commander Polipo's leadership. As the knights filed out of the cafeteria, each greeted Hessel with respect, recognizing her dual roles as army doctor and logistics chief. Quinn was the last to come out, carrying a lunchbox and greeting Hessel with a grin. "Hey, Hessel, can you cast a cleaning spell on me?" With a crisp smack, Hessel slapped her palm against Quinn's chest. A flash of legendary power swept away every trace of dirt from his uniform. Vis rubbed his eyes. He thought he saw Hessel's fingers linger a bit longer on Quinn's chest than necessary, but quickly convinced himself it must have been part of the spell's required gestures. Carrying the warm lunchbox, Quinn strode down the fortress corridors. His towering 2-meter frame made him stand out, second only to the commander himself, and soldiers greeted him wherever he went. Soon, he stopped outside the room next to the commander's quarters, Polipo's room, the mid-ranked knight. At that moment, the commander was enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by Hessel with Lily, leaving Polipo, who was recovering from injuries, alone and unattended. As a good colleague, Quinn had brought him a homemade meal. Centuries of genetic refinement in the Golden Empire had produced nobles with striking silver hair and good looks, a fact evident from the group of Order Knights earlier. "Hey there, Polipo," Quinn called out as he pushed open the door, holding up the lunchbox with a cheerful smile. "I brought you dinner. How's the injury? Want me to get Hessel to take a look?" Not wanting to show any weakness in front of his old rival, Polipo shrank beneath the covers. But when Quinn nudged him with his elbow, just like always, Polipo suddenly reacted like a startled animal, tumbling out of bed in a panic. The dim light cast a hazy veil over the room, softly enveloping everything. In the corner, a small figure curled up under a blanket was trembling ever so slightly, looking so helpless that it almost invited cruelty. A wicked grin tugged at Quinn's lips as he strode forward and scooped up the bundle blanket and all into his arms. But the sensation immediately made him pause. Something was off. He set the bundle back on the bed and yanked the blanket away, revealing the face of a woman he'd never seen before. Her long silver hair was tangled across the pillow, red lips pressed into a thin line, and tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. Every line of her face was etched with sorrow, her gaze silently accusing Quinn, as if she had suffered some great injustice she had no choice but to endure. Quinn's expression turned cold in an instant. He grabbed her cheeks, demanding, "Who the hell are you? Where's Balibo?" "MMM. The woman could only make muffled noises with her mouth pinched shut. Suddenly, Quinn let go, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. "Oh, I get it. You're Balibo's girlfriend. That's why you're in his bed." His words struck her speechless, like a heavy blow. Silently, she fumed. "You silence me with your hands, and leave me speechless with your words." But she quickly admitted to herself that this was just like Quinn, strong as a bull, but not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Forcing a strained smile, she replied, Huh. Yeah, that's right. I'm Balibo's girlfriend. He asked me to keep his bed warm." The last words were practically squeezed through clenched teeth, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Quinn ignored her glare and pointed at the takeout box on the table. "That's for Balibo. If you even think about touching it, he'll break your legs." As he spoke, he gave her face a few playful slaps. She turned her head away, trying to avoid him, forcing out, Yes. He'll make sure. Balibo gets it." Veins bulged on her forehead as her whole body trembled with barely contained rage. Quinn looked her up and down, spitting in disgust. "Remember, just keep the bed warm and don't wander off. Or he'll tell Balibo to break up with you's my best friend." Yes. She was barely holding herself together. Quinn left the room soon after, but his voice echoed clearly down the hall. "Does Balibo have that bad of taste? To date someone so ugly? He'll kill him. I swear he'll kill him." The woman pulled a pink diary from under her pillow, furiously scribbling down everything that had happened. This humiliation she would never forget. As Quinn stepped out of the room, he pinched his cheeks to control his expression and stop himself from bursting out laughing. He didn't let go until Polyboss' footsteps had completely faded at the end of the hallway. Then he finally released his hands and let out a long-suppressed laugh. She actually believed it. Quinn clutched his stomach. laughing so hard he could barely stand upright. All those lies he made up on the spot, Polybo bought every single one. This kind of prank was too good not to share. Quinn quickly ran through a list of potential accomplices in his mind. Hazel? No, even though they got along. That guy would just frown at this kind of joke. Melis? Same problem, no sense of humor. Wes and Lily? Better not expose the kids to this sort of adult mischief. The captain? Quinn's eyes lit up. He's the only one who'd appreciate this. Still trembling with laughter, Quinn barely noticed a passing order knight who spotted his odd behavior and hurried over. Sir Quinn, are you all right? Should I go get Lord Hazel? The knight asked, his voice full of concern. That's when Quinn realized how strange he must look. He quickly tried to compose himself. No, I'm fine. Just remembered something funny suddenly. He narrowed his eyes. Wait a second. Are you implying I'm crazy? The young knight panicked, waving his hands frantically. Oh no, of course not. You're in perfect health, sir. Humph. Quinn shot him a look that said, you'd better watch yourself, and successfully scared the knight off. After straightening his clothes and smoothing his expression, he strode off toward the captain's conference room. Bang! Quinn threw open the conference room door, just as he had with Hazel's office, practically leaping into the room. Captain, guess what I just found out? The captain was sitting at the war table, brow furrowed, looking deeply troubled. But when he saw Quinn barge in, his expression relaxed a bit. He quickly swept away the markings on the table and asked, what's got you so excited? Polyboss a woman, Quinn announced gleefully. With that helmet on, I couldn't even recognize her voice. The captain raised an eyebrow. You're only just realizing that. That's why I told you not to mess with her. She had Hazel make her a voice-changing helmet because she thought her real voice didn't sound authoritative enough. She's been wearing it ever since. The captain didn't seem surprised at all, just rolled his eyes at this discovery. But Quinn's grin only widened. He leaned in, lowering his voice. That's not even the best part. I told her I was her girlfriend and that I'd warm her bed for her. The captain's eyes went wide. Well, you'd better do a good job then. Quinn launched into a lively retelling of what had just happened, mimicking Polyboss' reactions with gusto. The captain burst out laughing, slapping the table so hard it shook. She really said that? The captain whispered, leaning in. Quinn nodded, eyes shining with sincerity. Every word of it. The captain could barely catch his breath from laughing. When you go check on her later, don't let on that I know she's a woman. I want to see what happens when she puts that armor back on in a few days. He nodded solemnly, clearly looking forward to Polyboss' future reactions. Just thinking about it cracks me up. The captain said, clapping Quinn on the shoulder. Quinn, you're killing me. You're a genius, honestly. The two burst into loud, booming laughter that echoed through the conference room. But as the laughter died down, Quinn suddenly noticed something odd. The captain's deep, gravelly voice was starting to sound a little off. A terrible thought flashed through Quinn's mind voice-changing helmet. Stop. Quinn shook his head hard, trying to banish the ridiculous idea. If the captain were a woman, she'd be a twone-to-half maternal gorilla. No way, absolutely impossible. The captain is an excellent leader. This isn't just self-praise, it's a fact acknowledged by the entire order. On the battlefield, he always leads the charge, fighting at the front lines. In the barracks, he never withholds a single coin from the military budget, ensuring every soldier is well cared for. In daily life, he has no bad habits and is approachable. His greatest joy is teasing Polybo, Lily, and Quinn. Even in times of crisis, the captain shoulders all the pressure from his superiors alone, never letting his anxiety affect his subordinates. Half an hour ago, a suffocating message arrived from the Nightglow Fortress. Not a single legendary hero from the Golden Empire's capital showed any sign of heading to the Crystal Front. With less than 5 years left until the next succession of the Golden Emperor, none of the major figures were willing to leave the center of power at such a critical time. Each of them held leverage over the others, and both open and secret moves had already been Medea's silent game was underway. The military also faced a dilemma. If they arbitrarily redeployed legendary heroes from the army, it could trigger uprisings in other regions. As soon as a legion commander's presence vanished from their post, enemy legendary heroes would swoop in like hawks. Even a gap of a few hours would be enough for them to destroy their targets along the front. To make matters worse, in less than half a month, the Crystal Fortress, the core of the entire defensive line, would completely lose its miraculous protection and could no longer withstand the assault of countless legendary boarmen. The 5 commanders were bettered in with serious injuries, unable to fight. Under these circumstances, the boarman Hechalu had become the strongest legendary hero on the Crystal Front, despite having only 4 legendary powers. Yes, Hechalu, first boarman hero to break through the border, had already acquired his 4th legend. No one knew the exact nature of this new power, but everyone understood one thing. This epic hero's younger brother was now so powerful that not a single captain could defeat him. Oniononit, even the captain of the order at the Lawful Fortress, who had already obtained a 5th legendary power. At the legendary level, the differences between races shrink dramatically. Except for those rare magical creatures born at legendary strength, even the high-ranking tiger beast folk couldn't claim a guaranteed victory over a boarman of the same level. You could usually gauge their strength just by how hard it was for each side to attain legendary status. If the lawful fortress captain rushed to the front, he'd last no more than 30 rounds before falling. Even more frightening, Hechalu was not fighting alone. One of his legendary powers was a group aura that boosted his subordinates' skill, entirely different from the usual miracles granted by the god of war. This legend allowed elite Borman cavalry to resist and even injure legendary heroes. It would take at least 5 order captains working together to stand a chance against Hechalu and his 4 legends. And the Borman had 6 legendary heroes on their side. Nearly every one of them could take on at least 2 order captains at once. No, the enemy force wasn't just 6. The lizard folk and kobolds hadn't even deployed all of their legendary heroes yet, and could strike a deadly blow at any moment. On top of that, every move made by each fortress was under enemy surveillance. Any reckless action could spell total disaster. With circumstances like these, how could victory be possible? The captain of the Nightglow Fortress couldn't see a way, nor could the other captains, let alone the captain of Thornlance Fortress. There's just no way we can win, the captain muttered, his gaze unfocused. Maybe we should just grab Polybo and the others and run? He knew that once the Beastfolk army attacked, the entire fortress would be wiped out. The next day, the ever-cheerful captain stared in surprise at Polybo, who had shown up for the meeting. The original plan was for her to rest for about 10 more days, but for some reason, early in the morning, Lily was sent to fetch Herschel to help speed up her recovery. Before the morning meeting began, they arrived at the conference room. The commander didn't say much. After routinely discussing matters with the Order Knights, he dismissed the meeting. The knights returned to their posts, leaving the commander and his personal guards for a smaller meeting. Polypo couldn't wait and immediately pleaded, "Commander, please reinstate me as the squad leader. That man has no idea what it means to command." Oi, Polypo, has it been 3 days since I last dealt with you? Are you itching for trouble? Quinn teased. As mentioned before, Quinn believes in absolute gender equality doesn't go easy on anyone, male or female. So he grabbed Polypo by the back of her armor as easily as picking up a hen. If Lily is a chick, Polypo is the hen. The feeling is different. Even while being restrained, Polypo wouldn't give up. She insisted, "He can't handle the responsibility of being a commander. It's my duty and obligation. I'm not interested. Ask the commander and see whose decisions are the problem," Quinn replied. Seeing the argument thrown onto his lap, the commander scratched his head, unsure what to do. If he chose Quinn, it would be unfair to Polypo, who had worked so hard for years. But if he picked Polypo, he couldn't openly justify it. After all, Quinn had already been recognized by the commander's legendary liberation, while Polypo hadn't yet received that rational approval. The commander's legendary miracle was the ability to suppress all unnecessary emotions and do whatever it took to achieve his goal. In that state, his decisions were terrifyingly calm and always correct. So, given his current mood, he wasn't exactly calm. "Quinn, you don't need to be the commander. In a bit, we'll have a relay race with the little lamb. You and the lamb are one team, Lily and I are another. Let's see who can run around the fortress the fastest." "Huh, what do you want me for?" The drowsy knight mumbled, lifting his head just in time to bump it into Polypo's stomach. Oof, there was a sharp clang. Polypo's bones, still not fully healed, threatened to break again. Yet she managed a shaky, triumphant pose, raising her trembling arm over her head to signal victory to Quinn. Quinn didn't indulge her. He landed another punch to her stomach, satisfied only when he heard the crack of a bone, then tossed her to Herschel. "We can have a relay race anytime, but what if the Order Knights won't listen to you?" Polypo challenged. "You've only commanded them for 3 days. I've led them for 3 years. Who do you think they'll listen to?" Smack. A small but firm hand struck Polypo's helmet. Herschel, expressionless, pressed her hot fingertips under the knight's chin and said in a gentle yet chilling tone, "Don't move while I'm treating you, or I'll make you my legendary experiment." After the medic's warning, Polypo was like a child caught by her mother, stubbornness blazing in her eyes even as she endured the scolding. Only when Herschel had set her broken bones and channeled a burst of legendary healing into her did she let her go. Then, with one hand, Herschel pulled Quinn over, pinched his ear, and twisted. "It's one thing if you give her a bruise, but if you break Polypo's bones again, they'll twist your ear off." "Got it. Guys, I got it." Ever since her legendary promotion, Herschel's temper seemed even worse. But thankfully, she only showed it to Quinn, never to the others. The commander and Lily both breathed a sigh of relief, at least they weren't the punching bags. Only Quinn knew the truth. Herschel was pinching his ear so hard to get back at him for how rough had been with her the night before. Of course, he hadn't gone for her or always picked the spots with the most padding. Thanks to Kailong from Shenyuan Palace for the update reminder. The recently dismissed Order Knights were summoned again by a new command. 50 knights lined up in formation, their armor clinking softly as they stood at attention, awaiting inspection from both the new and former leaders above. Polypo looked down at the knights, scrutinizing them from her elevated position. Their posture was as upright and disciplined as it had been 3 days ago, straight as pine trees. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. In her view, no matter how strong or formidable Quinn was, his status in the fortress could never surpass hers. Unless someone reached a legendary level, an elite warrior was still just a piece on the board, never the one to decide the outcome. It was people like her, the strategists, who truly ruled the battlefield. First squad, second squad, commence live drills. Polypo's clear and commanding voice echoed across the training grounds. The elite knights were divided into 5 squads of 10. This was Polypo's moment to exercise her authority and demonstrate her command to her subordinates. But just as the order knights prepared to move, they felt a sharp gaze bearing down on them, prickling the back of their necks. Looking up, they met a pair of eyes, watching Thema, smile playing on the lips, yet utterly devoid of warmth. There was no emotion in those eyes, only a silent warning. Make a move, and you'll regret it. The sheer force of that presence seemed to chill the very air. Oh! Several seasoned veterans instantly sensed trouble. The power struggle between the old and new leadership had already begun. Seeing the knights frozen in place, Polypo's expression darkened. Oh, it's only been 3 days, and you've already forgotten about me? Her voice was edged with anger. Barrow, step forward. She swiftly drew her sword, pointing the tip directly at the most senior knight. The cold metal pressed against Barrow's neck, its chill unmistakable. Yet, even with his life on the line, Barrow stood motionless, like a statue. The reason was simple. Quinn was known to host feasts after dinner, but that didn't mean he wouldn't use force against those who defied him. According to imperial law, Polypo couldn't actually behead a knight. At most, she could give him a beating. Quinn, on the other hand, was a master of anatomy, capable of inflicting excruciating pain for half an hour without leaving permanent damage. The pain was real, and the humiliation unforgettable. Just 2 mornings ago, a rebellious knight endured a full hour of punishment, screaming in agony. Yet with one healing spell from Hesser, the pain vanished as if it had never existed except for the scar it left on his soul. After such a lesson, who would dare defy him? Quinn was a contradiction, more ruthless than Polypo, yet also more charismatic. When he showed his violent side, no one dared approach him. When he was kind, he could unite everyone around him. It was as if he could see right into people's hearts, and manipulating the Order Knights was his favorite game. With a dull thud, Polypo struck Barrow's helmet with her sword scabbard, but he didn't flinch. Better to take a beating from Polypo than risk angering the devilish Quinn. Sure enough, Polypo didn't follow through with her threat. Frustrated, she simply kicked Barrow in the stomach. Still recovering from his injuries, Barrow only grunted and fell to the ground, making no move to resist. At that moment, Polypo understood. The knights didn't fear her, they feared Quinn more. That man had found a way to impose his authority over hers. Commander, please announce to them that I've resumed my post. If Polypo turned to the commander, but before she could finish, Quinn grabbed her head with one hand, cutting her off mid-sentence. The commander tossed her aside without a word. The message was clear: if Polypo couldn't handle this on her own and needed the commander to step in, she had no business being in command. If the commander had to intervene every time, her position as leader would be meaningless. The captain leaned in and whispered in Quinn's ear, "Hey, kid, it's only been a few days. How did you manage this? Why are these Order Knights suddenly as meek as lambs in front of a wolf?" "I'm just tougher than Polypo," Quinn replied bluntly. "That explains it." The captain clapped his hands, his expression lighting up in sudden understanding. Polypo, standing nearby, overheard the exchange and couldn't help but doubt Quinn's explanation. She was convinced he must have used some other trick. "Hey, what are you all standing around for?" Quinn called out to the knights on the field. "Didn't you hear Commander Polypo? She told you to start combat training. Get moving." The training ground fell silent except for the gradual clatter of armor. No one dared draw attention to themselves between the two commanders. "Polypo, my good friend." Quinn suddenly turned to her. "I just remembered, today's training hasn't even started yet, right? The stuff in the meeting room doesn't count, does it?" Polypo's stubborn resolve finally wavered. Clutching her recently healed stomach, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and stepped forward, shouting, "Let's duel." Before she could finish, Quinn slipped his hands under her arms and lifted her like a rag doll, setting her down gently beside the captain. "You're off the hook for today. As long as I'm in charge, you can rest. When you're fully recovered, we'll have a match. Use your skills to try and take this honor from me." With that, Quinn turned and strode away, his large family crest fluttering in the sunlight. He raised a fist high above his head, drawing everyone's attention to his powerful arm. "All units, new orders. Dismount and head to the riding field for equestrian training." Scene shifts to the meeting room. "Wah, Lily, Quinn bullied me and the commander. I'm supposed to be the commander," Polypo wailed, rolling on the floor in frustration. The big knight and the little knight crouched nearby, scratching their heads in confusion. It was the first time they'd seen Polypo throw such a tantrum. Lily thought this was even more serious than when the captain stole her cake. Even the captain was taken aback by the scene. Quinn had really given Polypo a hard time, but it was also a valuable experience for her. 3 years ago, when 16-year-old Polypo followed the captain to the border fortress, She had neither Hazel's unique class, nor Lily's talent, nor Maris' swordsmanship, just a burning passion and determination to grow stronger. It was only in real combat that she realized the gulf between herself and the elite. Back then, the captain could defeat her as easily as Quinn did now. Soon after, the captain broke through to the legendary rank, earning the title of Fortress Knight Commander with strength said to rival 3 legends. Polipo, unable to match the others in raw power, carved out her own path as a tactical commander. Even if she couldn't match the others in combat, she was determined to make her mark in her own way. And now, some random ugly guy comes along and takes my position. Polipo's frustration finally boiled over. Don't cry, Polipo. The little knight hurried to comfort her. He'll give you the cotton candy Quinn made for me yesterday. Look, it's in a little box, so it won't get squished. Polipo ate the whole box of cotton candy, still sulking, then suddenly realized what the little knight had said. Who made this? Quinn did. He even makes lollipops for me and all sorts of other tasty things. Wow, Polipo started sobbing again. Polipo, why are you crying again? I won't give you cotton candy anymore if you keep this up. Captain, what should I do? Polipo asked in a low voice, a hint of confusion in her tone. She could tell from the cautious looks of the elite knights that Quinn had far more control over them than she ever could. Even when Quinn was simply standing across from them, the Order Knights couldn't help but watch his every move. The captain reached out and gently patted Polipo's head, her voice soft. That guy is extremely cunning. It's no surprise you can't outplay him. But you have plenty of strengths that he doesn't. Really? Polipo removed her helmet and looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks, strands of silver hair clinging messily to her face as she sobbed quietly. Even Lily, who was standing nearby, felt a pang of sympathy at the sight. Still, she couldn't help but think to herself, she must have eaten too much again today. There's just no dealing with Polipo sometimes. With a motherly gaze, the captain continued to gently stroke Polipo's hair. Of course it's true. Like what? The air grew still. Seeing the captain hesitate, Polipo assumed she was just trying to choose from her many strengths, so she pressed further. Captain, what am I actually better at than Quinn? Something I can do that he can't? After thinking for a long moment, the captain ventured, having children? Wah. Polipo's cries grew even louder. Wait, Polipo, don't get upset. The captain hurried to comfort her. Just think about it. In battle, we always use our strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses, right? So, if you think about it, I can't think of anything. Former commander of the Thornlance Fortress, Order Knight Polipo, felt like her world was ending. The captain and Lily had both let her down. She decided to go find Herschel. She remembered Herschel had also complained about Quinn not long ago, and lately, she had been treating Quinn worse and worse, always on the verge of a fight, while Quinn could only endure it. Herschel must have a way to deal with him. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, raise your spears. Don't move. Keep your weapons steady. Quinn's voice echoed under the blazing sun. This should be easy for you, it's only a 50-pound weapon. He was moving down the line, correcting the stances of 50 Order Knights one by one. With stirrups and saddles for support, the main challenge in riding for these elite knights was working in sync with their mounts. Each of them was as tough as a superhero. Even if they fell off their horses, the worst they'd get was a bruise that would heal before sunset. So, even though they didn't fully understand why Quinn was being so strict, they didn't dare complain, they just followed orders in silence. At first, they thought this was just the usual show of authority from a new officer. But from the seriousness in Quinn's attitude, it was clear he genuinely wanted them to master their riding skills. In the Golden Empire, cavalry was rare. 90% of the troops were infantry who rode horses only for short to mid-range support, rarely for long-distance charges. This wasn't because the Empire couldn't afford cavalry, but because quality warhorses were in short supply. But the Crystal Line was facing the world's only true cavalry nation. In a cavalry battle, even a single elite unit of boar riders could wipe them out completely. Using lances and city walls to keep the enemy at bay was by far the wiser strategy. At their elite level, once they raised their spears and activated the order barrier, just 50 Order Knights could hold off an assault from 100 boar riders. This was common knowledge among all. However, in a direct cavalry clash, if they mounted warhorses and faced the boar riders head-on, just 30 boar riders would be enough to rout 50 Order Knights. Everyone present understood this simple truth, including Quinn. Yet no one dared to question his decision. After all, as their commander, Quinn surely had his own well-considered plan. At this moment, Quinn was riding on the back of his sheep, gently stroking Big Treasure's head while closing his eyes to feel the dampness in the air. Though it wasn't obvious to outsiders, he was engaged in a special form of training. Having acquired the legendary skill Summer Splash of cool water, he could now not only act as a human fountain, but also greatly enhance his combat prowess. Currently, he wielded 2 main forms of attack: raw physical strength, exemplified by Beastly Bowl of trapped power, and miraculous abilities, represented by Dragon Strike Lance and Summer Splash of cool water. The first was a buff, while the latter 2 were his means of offense. In theory, these 2 types of power could be combined just as the captain had once demonstrated, using a fist to unleash Dragon Strike Lance and directly overwhelm a legendary hero. However, Quinn had yet to fully master the legendary power within him. Reckless attempts might cause self-injury, so he could only channel these abilities through his weapon for now. He was working on a new tactic, combining the Dragon Strike Lance, which he could use 3 times a day, with the Summer Splash of cool water to break through a legendary hero's defenses. Based on his last ambush against the Leopardman legend, he realized that a simple Dragon Strike Lance could easily be countered. Although the captain claimed the Dragon Strike Lance was as powerful as a minor legendary miracle, at Quinn's current level, its strength was merely on par with a regular attack from a legendary hero. Facing a prepared opponent or someone who had unleashed their legendary miracle, this attack would be ineffective. Just like the first Leopardman he encountered, his legendary miracle had easily neutralized Quinn's skill. This gap left Quinn, who was used to fighting at the elite level, feeling uncomfortable. Even with several enhancement skills at his disposal, he still couldn't break through this barrier. He knew he couldn't rely solely on the archer system and had to quickly improve his own combat abilities. Looking up at the sun in the sky, Quinn felt a surge of urgency. News from Hessel, relaying the words of the Nightglow Fortress Knight's commander, showed the situation was growing more dire. The 19 remaining commanders were unwilling to wait idly. A cavalry showdown was imminent. In the little time left, Quinn had to do everything possible to raise the combat skills of these elite knights. And he himself would lead the charge, spearheading the attack against the best of the boar riders. As dusk settled, Quinn had already left Hersel's office some time ago. Polypo was kneeling in front of Hersel, her eyes full of hope. Hersel, please, tell me Quinn's weakness. Or help me take him down. Slap him hard in the face. The former knight commander focused intently on Hersel's face. Normally, Hersel's expression was ice cold, as if she was always thinking, you owe me money. But now, there was a hint of a smile. She quickly suppressed it with the strength of legend, reaching out to pull Polypo up from the floor. Though both served as royal guards, their relationship had always hovered in a delicate space. This was largely because Hersel had carried a distant, intimidating air since childhood, making the young Polypo too scared to approach. As the years passed, their bond remained frozen just before true closeness, more than casual friends, yet not quite intimate companions. Perhaps it was more like a teacher and a struggling student. Please, Polypo pleaded, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. The sight made Hersel look away. Polypo's cascading hair was now a bit messy, a few strands damp with sweat clinging to her almost translucent pale cheeks. Her bright eyes brimmed with tears, long lashes wet, and her rosy lips quivered. Hersel thought to herself, only someone as clueless as Quinn could be so harsh with such a beauty. Still, maybe this is actually good for her. Beasts are the easiest to tame. Show a little sincerity, and you'll get wholehearted devotion in return. Hersel? Hersel? Are you spacing out? Polypo called repeatedly, finally snapping the medic back to reality. Hersel composed herself, instinctively pressing her knees together, and answered seriously, I'm just thinking about how to deal with Quinn tonight. It wasn't a Lee at this moment. Even the crisis at the Crystal Line seemed less urgent than this problem. As a legendary figure, she had the power to lead a small group to safety in an emergency, and her people would never let her die on the battlefield. From the records of the goddess of fertility, she had witnessed countless rises and falls of civilizations. Turbulent times always brought sacrifice, but prosperity would eventually return. The role of the fertility dancer was never about the battlefield, it was about guiding civilization's path. Throughout history, only saints among the followers of the fertility goddess became true epic heroes. 7 legendary deeds proved one's strength, but to become a legend, one had to understand the true meaning of fertility. Just like the blind fertility dancer in the South, who ended a famine for an empire without seeking anything in return. Through compassion alone, he founded a nation that, though lacking mythical heroes, managed to coexist peacefully with several vast empires. The rescued emperor knelt on one knee before the sage in front of all his officials, sincerely thanking him for saving his people. This emperor was a legendary hero, known for slaying a fallen priestess, feats ranked among the greatest even in myth. Herslier, daydreaming again. Polypo's shout snapped Hersel back to reality. Instantly, a serene radiance appeared on Hersel's face as he gently placed a hand on Polypo's head. Don't worry, child. The gods will provide you with an answer. Oh, come on. This is so frustrating. Polypo screamed inwardly. Why are they all so unreliable? She felt miserable, but kept her complaints to herself. After all, if she let her frustration show, she'd probably get a scolding from Hersel to make up for the one she'd dodged earlier. No sooner had she left Hersel's office than Polypo ran into Quinn in the hallway. He was carrying a boxed meal, identical to the one from yesterday. Is he bringing me food? How does he know I was with Hersel? Was he following me? 3 questions flashed through Polypo's mind. She instinctively put some distance between herself and Quinn, thinking, no one does something nice for no reason, must be up to something. But Quinn only glanced at her before walking right past, pushing open Hersel's office door. Moments later, Polypo heard their voices clearly from inside. Lord Hersel, I brought you dinner. Quinn's tone was syrupy sweet. Oomph, at least you're on time. No banquet tonight. Herschel replied with a hint of disdain. It was a tough day, so I let everyone go home to rest. We'll have the banquet tomorrow night. I made a special dinner for you and Weiss. How disgusting. But since you went out of your way, I'll give it a try. Herschel, don't be like that. I went out of my way, Toa. Polypo stifled a laugh outside the door. Serves him right. Finally, that annoying guy got what he deserved. Nice work, Herschel. She cheered to herself. Then she frowned in confusion. Wait, Quinn's yelp sounded different than I expected. Did Herschel go overboard? Huh. That troublemaker finally got a taste of his own medicine. Late at night, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Herschel, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. With a graceful sweep of her right hand, a pale stream of legendary power surged from her fingertips, shooting straight into the night. She caught a message within the light and pressed it onto the paper by her bedside. Miracle restored. Commenced the meeting. It was an urgent summons from the Nightlight Fortress. The commander of the Nightlight Fortress Knights, a legendary figure now 134 years old, wielded 4 legendary miracles. The most mysterious among them was the ability to connect 20 fortresses through an extra-dimensional conference room. Using the power of starlight and moonlight, he could gather leaders from fortresses spread over distances ranging from 10 to nearly 100 miles, allowing them to meet and share information instantly. This miraculous power was the reason Nightlight Fortress remained safe and secured deep behind the front lines. Without hesitation, Herschel threw on her dark red robe, grabbed the still groggy Quinn, and darted into the night. She quickly gathered the others along the way. The commander, Lily, Polypo, and Melis. Apart from Polypo, who struggled clumsily in the air, the rest landed smoothly in the commander's meeting room. The instant they entered, their surroundings transformed. The ordinary room gave way to a deep, starlit sky, with misty blue nebulae forming mysterious boundaries and intricate life patterns flowing across the floor. The commander paused at his seat, reserved for the Thornlance Fortress, a chair seemingly woven from countless grains of silver stardust. 5 personal guards stood in formation behind him, waiting for the other fortress commanders to arrive. One by one, the commanders arrived, each clad in matching heavy armor and accompanied by their guards. Soon, all the seats were filled, save for the one left vacant by the commander of Steelfire Fortress, who had already gone to meet the God of Order. Many eyes turned toward the Thornlance contingent, their attention especially fixed on Herschel and Quinn. Everyone could sense an unusual aura. These two were both legendary heroes. No wonder Thornlance Fortress had managed to repel 3 legendary orc heroes with almost no casualties. In comparison, the other fortresses that had come under attack were not so fortunate. One commander had lost an arm, another had lost half his men. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly at this realization. For a single fortress to produce 2 legendary champions in such a short time was nothing short of remarkable. The strength of the two of them was indeed formidable. It was only because they had once revealed their legendary power in front of the orcs that they found themselves in their current predicament. If not for that, they surely would have made a clean escape. Inside the council chamber, everyone had already taken their seats. Commander Yegwang slowly raised his hand, signaling for silence. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion. I've just received news from our Imperial intelligence agents, delivered through a miracle artifact. He went on to list the reasons given by those who had refused to offer support. Cecilia, the Order Watcher, claimed she was still suffering from hidden injuries sustained while fighting the dark elves and demons in the Azure Ancient Forest. Doragon, the Golden Dragon King, excused himself on the grounds of guarding the Dragon Tomb. Regula, the God of Battle, insisted his official duties prevented him from leaving. King Clare of the Giants admitted he was outmatched by foreign epic heroes. And Ralph Raymond Rydall, one of the 3 kings, said he had yet to master the power of the epics. Disappointment filled Commander Yegwang's tone, yet this did not shake his loyalty to the Empire. He had witnessed firsthand the brilliance of the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal, and held those 2 supreme figures in near reverent esteem. But faced with the 5 epic heroes evading their responsibilities, all he felt was disappointment. As members of the royal bloodline, to still be caught up in internal conflict in the face of an external threat was a complete betrayal of the duty expected of the descendants of the God of Order. The Crystal Line has stood for centuries. If the central crystal fortress falls, it will be our end. Does anyone have any thoughts? The 18 commanders immediately turned to consult quietly with their personal guards, all except one, the tiger-eyed commander, who fixed his determined gaze on Commander Yegwang at the head of the table. Yegwang gave him a slight nod, signaling him to hold his words for now. Gradually, most of the commanders looked up, resolve clear in their eyes. Only 3 kept their heads bowed in silence. The leaders of Thornlance Fortress, the Bastion of Order, and Iron Guard Fortress. The commander of Order possessed 5 legendary powers and was the strongest among them. Yet at this moment, he could not bring himself to meet his comrade's eyes. He was bound by something even deeper than faith, the fate of his father and younger brother, far away in the western reaches of the Empire. If he were to die here, the the family he had supported for 20 years would be doomed. The Iron Guard commander's situation was even more difficult. Exiled for killing his royal-blooded wife who had betrayed him with a stable hand, he had 2 children and a sister left at home. If he perished here, they would surely fall victim to the vengeance of his wife's father. Both men felt ashamed of their hesitation, while the third commander simply cut off all miraculous communication with Commander Yeguang. Impossible. I will never let you get involved in their plan. Not in any plan. Ursula was furious, hands on her hips as her silver hair whipped wildly in the air, stirred by the force of legend, as if it could devour everything. You have no idea what's happening with the orcs. If you charge in recklessly, you'll die? You don't understand how terrifying this war is, or how many years the Boarmen have prepared for it. Every legendary hero wields a deadly miracle. If you cross paths with one, you're dead. No exceptions. Her voice was filled with despair and anger. Overwhelmed by Ursula's fiery outburst, Quinn lowered his head, showing a look of helpless submission. Back when he was still mortal, he could have easily defeated someone of Ursula's elite level. But now, facing her legendary power, even without her using any miracles, he knew he stood little chance. Ursula drew her strength from the goddess of abundance, a power both versatile and extremely dangerous. In the face of Ursula's wrath, the commander seemed to shrink, his massive frame 2.5 meters tall bending slightly as he offered a pleading smile, looking more like a gentle kitten than the leader of the army. But he stammered, his voice filled with resignation. Senior has always looked out for me. If it weren't for him, I might not even be here right now. Before he could finish, Ursula cut him off coldly. Doctor, as your elder sister, you should know this isn't a matter of choice. If you can't even handle the crisis in front of you, what good would it do for me to go? Her gaze was unwavering, a forcible shining in her eyes that left no room for doubt. The commander's heart tightened. Senior to Legion commander of the Crystal Line, the epic hero famed for slaying dragons. If the Crystal Line fell, he would surely perish. Now, gravely wounded, he couldn't escape. He might even become prey for the countless legendary Boarmen. Killing him would only grant them greater power. But, no more buts. Ursula's eyes were cold and merciless. Unless you can gain a second legendary power, don't even think about stopping me. As soon as she finished speaking, Quinn felt a suffocating pressure crash into his chest, as if facing a ravenous beast. The air was thick with a wild, bloodthirsty aura. His hair stood on end and his heart pounded. The commander's eyes flashed red, a crimson mist rising from his armor as his legendary power surged out like a tidal wave. In that moment, he seemed like a tiger ready to pounce, staring Ursula down as if the next word she said would be her last. Ursula held her ground, her presence wavering only slightly, but she showed no fear. The two locked eyes, and only when the commander saw tears welling up in the military doctor's eyes did he realize had gone too far. He quickly reined in his aura, his voice softening. Honestly, I never planned to go, the commander said quietly, a touch of helplessness and gentleness in his tone. Because you're my closest family. He glanced at Quinn, his gaze warm. You, kid, you're only halfway there. We'll see how you do from here. Quinn just spread his hands and smiled lightly, saying nothing more. He knew there were no easy choices in this war. He'll take responsibility for you. I won't let anything happen to you, the commander said firmly, his eyes resolute. But senior matters too. Ursula, you know that. He saved our lives more than once. Ursula lowered her head, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her eyes, but she nodded in the end. The commander let out a quiet sigh. You all can stay out of this, but I can't. He saved me. I've said this 3 times already. For a moment, silence hung in the air, as each person quietly made up their mind. Each time, his resolve grew stronger. The commander's values were simple: repay kindness with kindness, and vengeance with vengeance. Since Quinn had provided the information that saved the commander's life, the commander gave him a chance to be promoted, assigned Lily to protect him, and brought him into his personal guard. But the legendary hero who had saved his life before couldn't be repaid in the same way. The commander's own insignificant life became the only bargaining chip he had left. The commander didn't want to flee the battlefield out of fear of death, but because he bore the responsibility of protecting these 5 people, he couldn't let his family be put in danger. However, the previous meeting had made this battlefield beast realize he wasn't the only one with a family. The other 18 commanders of the fortress also had loved ones. None of them complained. Only 2, whose families would be left destitute, had no choice but to withdraw from the operation. So there's no way I'm running away. If things really get that dangerous, I'll do what needs to be done. The tall figure in armor stood straight. The commander bent down, so his eyes met those of the woman who barely reached his chest. He gently stroked Ursula's hair and rested his helmet lightly against her. Ursula, this is my promise to you. If things get dangerous, I'll use my last resort. I won't die, you know that, don't you? The medic stayed silent, tacitly accepting the commander's decision. But then she grabbed Quinn's and Melis's collars, her determined eyes brimming with tears as she laid down her condition. These 2 absolutely cannot go with you. This is my bottom line. Polipo and Lily were no cause for concern. They always followed orders. But Quinn and Melis needed a stern warning. One was a sword-wielding battle maniac, the other a ruthless butcher. Both were stronger than ordinary elites, and if they weren't careful, they'd attract the attention of legendary heroes. I know you've been training the cavalry because you want to fight alongside the commander, but you're not allowed to go. Let Palapo lead the team and sweep the orc forces on the outskirts. Do you really want all the elites of our fortress to be wiped out? Quinn didn't bother to hide his disdain for Palapo, but the mid-sized knight could only grit his teeth and glare back, copying the commander's expression. There won't be any elite boar riders on the outskirts. They'll concentrate all their forces around the crystal fortress. The commander nodded solemnly and turned to Quinn with a warning. You're not going to the battlefield. Stay in the fortress and keep training. Yes, sir. Quinn immediately straightened up, responding enthusiastically as he saw the commander's red eyes blinking through the helmet's visor. Herschel, caught up in emotion, didn't notice these small gestures. She just gripped the commander's gauntlet tightly, focusing on repairing the damage while reconnecting everyone to the Starlight conference room. Many of the injuries didn't affect the armor's function, but Herschel wasn't willing to risk even the smallest mistake. Inside the Starlight conference, now linked to the local network, the commander looked up with a solemn, serious gaze at the Nightlight commander above. That final look warmed the old commander's heart. Of the 17 remaining commanders of the Crystal Line's Fortress Knight Orders, excluding one who had fallen in battle and two who were forced to withdraw, not a single one chose to retreat. This war wasn't just an opportunity for the orcs, but for the Crystal Line as well. If they could withstand the only army in 500 years capable of breaking through the defenses, this dazzling legend would belong to every commander. After that, only the commanders were allowed to continue the discussion. The personal guards gradually left the meeting room, waiting outside for the Starlight conference to end. About half an hour later, the starlight enveloping the room began to fade, and the commanders slowly emerged from their meditative states. Quinn, stay behind, the commander said. The other guards quickly left at his words. As Palapo walked out, he shot Quinn a dissatisfied look, clearly unhappy with the decision. In contrast, Hessel gave Quinn an encouraging smile. Suddenly, a soft, multicolored glow filled the room, casting a mysterious hue over everything. This lingering starlight was the legendary power of the Knight Commander, still hanging in the air, as if it carried an unfinished purpose. Step forward, the commander said, giving Quinn a gentle push on the shoulder. Caught off guard, Quinn stumbled a few steps and found himself standing in the midst of that deep, shimmering starlight. In an instant, an enormous, pure white figure appeared before Quinn. The presence radiated an indescribable sense of holiness and authority. Its 3 eyes shone with the brilliance of a 9-pointed star. Hovering above the heavens, the figure unfurled 3 pairs of magnificent wings, their light cascading down and gently brushing against Quinn below. The covenant is sealed. When Quinn finally came to his senses, the image of that pure white figure had taken over his mind. A flood of knowledge about the Mark of Order poured into his consciousness. The triangle symbolized the stability of the God of Order. The 9-pointed star represented divine power at its peak and the authority of the sun at midday, while the 3 pairs of wings stood for the crown and scepter, the body and will, and the laws and justice. This mythical miracle mark, though its power was so faint as to be nearly undetectable, could fully protect against anyone, even an epic-level being, stealing any information about the commander. Seeing Quinn still standing there in a daze, the commander kindly patted his head. I wanted to observe you a bit longer, but this mission is too important. You'll have to act as bait. That's why the saintly commander created this mark for you on the spot. From now on, you're 3/4 of a family member to me, which means you're qualified to know my true name, but I won't tell you just yet. Once this mission is over, the 6 of us will celebrate with a feast. The commander quickly became serious again. Let's go over the details. We have to keep this from Hessel. 3 nights from now, you'll lead 200 Order Knights from the 4 fortresses in a charge against the Orc army. Quinn nodded silently, still processing the information about the Mark of Order. It served only to protect intelligence and would need to be reapplied every 3 years to remain effective. Can you disrupt the Orc army and scatter their elite forces? The commander's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You know why? Well, keep the legendary boar hero occupied so he won't interfere with you. Quinn nodded in silence, his shoulders tensing as he accepted this nearly impossible task. The commander continued, the frenzied dance granted by the god of war, when performed by large numbers, can almost conjure up another legendary force, if even a single legendary hero joins in. His voice was low and resolute. Riding your beast, you could break up 40 or 50 elite orcs in the throes of their frenzy. But if you're facing 50 of those boar riders, even you would have to steer clear of their charge. He held up his fingers, sketching in the air. 1 boar rider is worth 2 elite warriors. They have their mounts, after all. And cavalry charges on open plains are like a scythe through grass, leaving nothing behind. He gave Quinn's shoulder a firm pat. Of all our elite, only you have this kind of strength. Don't worry about the legendary hero, I'll handle him. And if things get truly desperate, the commander paused, I'll use a second legendary force myself to keep you safe. This time, he wasn't angry or losing his composure. All his turbulent emotions were swallowed down, hidden in his throat. His eyes were calm and determined, as if he had already accepted the consequences of his decision and was ready to face whatever came next. Remember, unless there's absolutely no choice, I will not use my trump card. Understood? His tone was more serious than ever. Quinn nodded again, feeling like a bobblehead tonight. But he understood this was a necessary part of accepting the order's emblem. Silence. The commander sighed. Honestly, none of us are really sure we can hold them off. But this is the only plan we've got. We're still far from having enough legendary warriors, or we wouldn't be asking someone who isn't even considered legendary to do this. He flashed a hint of hope. But if you pull this off, there's a good chance you'll earn your place among the legends. The commander knew Quinn carried legendary power and was considered a legendary hero. Achieving a legendary miracle was as difficult for him as it would be for any hero trying to ascend to the next level. That was one of the reasons the commander brought him in for this mission, to save the crystal line. As for our ultimate goal, the commander lowered his voice. They haven't told us, and the meeting said it's top secret. Only the mission leader can know. But Captain Yeguang said if we succeed, it could turn the tide and win the war in one stroke. The commander, suddenly excited like a child, punched the air. Quinn silently mirrored him, swinging his own fist in the air. The commander noticed his fist was higher than Quinn's and was about to bend down, but Quinn nimbly jumped onto the meeting table so their fists could meet. The commander stared at Quinn, who was grinning, and let out a hearty laugh. With his big knight's hands, he scooped Quinn up under the arms as if he were a child. Huh, you're just my kind of guy? The commander suddenly wrinkled his nose. Wait, why do you smell so much like Herzer? What the hell happened? Did she beat you that badly? Quinn nodded again, a bit harder this time, as the image of Herzer's favorite move smacking him with her backside flashed through his mind. 3 days later. Thornlance Fortress. Lily, I told you to watch the sheep, and the man wears the sheep. A small, flustered knight stood in the courtyard, nervously fidgeting with her hands. Faced with Heiser, the stern army medic, she could only reply in a tiny voice, it's gone. And the man. Her voice grew even quieter, barely audible. He went to look for the sheep. You only had 3 living things in this yard, and you managed to lose both the sheep and the man? The little knight's brows knitted tightly as she muttered under her breath. The captain told me to play hide and seek with the big sheep, but then I couldn't find them anywhere. Heiser slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing the real reason the captain had sent her away. All that talk about making saddles and stirrups was just an excuse. It was just to let Quinn lead the team out. Brilliant. Just look at this weather. Now, 10 kilometers from the fortress, Quinn looked up at the sky. Night had fallen, and a vast gray curtain of clouds had spread overhead. The clouds churned and tumbled like raging black waves, quickly swallowing the entire sky. The air was thick and heavy, pressing down on everyone's chest, while thunder rumbled deafeningly in the distance. Behind him, 50 Order Knights were fully armored, even their horses protected with gear. And it wasn't just these 50, hundreds more knights were gradually merging with the group. Hey, your name's Quinn, right? You'll never believe someone could tame a siege ram until I see it with my own eyes. A heavily armored Order Knight spurred his horse up beside the giant sheep and greeted Quinn. Name's Lesso, from Earthworm Fortress. Quinn, who'd been cleaning his weapon, looked up with a grin, sensing someone even more outgoing than himself. Hey there, buddy. Your horse is pretty impressive to look strong. Lesso's horse was sleek and muscular, its mane thick and glossy, snorting warm breath as it walked. It wasn't quite elite level, but even ordinary soldiers would struggle to tame such an animal. Really? Thanks for the compliment. Lesso beamed at the praise, gently stroking his horse's neck with clear affection. But wasn't it supposed to be just 50 of us? Why did they send 400? He shot Quinn a curious look, surprised that the man he'd be following into battle didn't even know this. Cannon fodder. There are cannon fodder. We're the captain's cannon fodder. The captain is the Legion commander's cannon fodder, and the Legion commander is cannon fodder for the crystal line. Everything is for the sake of this defense. Lesso's tone was calm, as if describing the most ordinary thing in the world. I don't really mind, but this little guy here, he's only 6. It'd be a shame for him to die on the battlefield. Lesso spoke as if it were only natural. Aside from Quinn, nobody expected to survive. To send cavalry directly against an orc horde? What kind of plan was that? Not just Lesso, even many of the captains doubted this part of the strategy. But they had no choice. Someone had to be chosen to charge at the orc cavalry, or the plan would fall apart before it began. Quinn was the only candidate besides the captains themselves. Captain of Earthworm, Captain of Thornlance, Captain of Order, Captain of Iron Shell. 4 squad leaders who had witnessed his strength firsthand vouched for him. And that was how he earned his position as the vanguard captain of the Daredevil unit today. Resso shrugged, his gaze calm. Don't worry. Just stick close to me when the time comes. Do what everyone else does, activate your order barrier and charge forward. Don't bother with anything else. His words were simple, but his tone left no room for doubt. I hope it really is as simple as you say. ID like that, Quinn replied. Resso regarded life and death with indifference. He had already resolved to give his all for the squad leaders, burning himself out for their cause. Quinn glanced around, noticing more and more teams gathering. He couldn't help but sigh. The other fortresses sent plenty of people. Why does it feel like ours sent the least? Sensing Quinn's confusion, Resso patiently explained, your fortress doesn't keep horses, so you don't have those war horses with monster bloodlines. Regular horses would get weak-kneed just facing elite tusked boars. Our mounts have to be of monster stock to stand a chance against those elite boar riders. Quinn nodded, seeming to understand, and Resso continued, these are all the reserves our fortress could muster this time. Quinn frowned. So this isn't a real fight, just a skirmish? Resso glanced at the knights around them, not hiding his concerns. Even with the saddles and stirrups from Thornland's fortress, our lack of riding experience is a natural disadvantage. It's hard to make up for that. Just then, 3 squads of knights finished assembling. The knight from the Order Fortress was a quiet, taciturn man wielding 2 greatswords. He looked like a powerhouse, but in terms of raw strength, he probably couldn't match even one of Resso's hands. The knight from Steelshell Fortress was a young man with a shy smile, even younger than Quinn by a year. Once all the teams had gathered, Quinn did a quick head count 800, exactly. Among them were 200 elites. The other 600 plus were well-trained regular warriors. Their enemy, however, was a force of 200,000 orcs, including over 600 elites and countless ordinary orcs and boar riders. Quinn couldn't help but remark, the gap between us is just. Feels great, doesn't it? Someone joked. In the distance, a few squad leaders were quietly discussing Quinn. During the Starlight Council meeting, they'd only sensed a hint of legendary power from him. But now, seeing him up close, that strength seemed almost negligible. The leaders began to have doubts. The Earth Dragon squad leader had mentioned earlier that Quinn had once refused a blessing from the gods. Though his strength was still considered elite, his presence was nearly on par with a legendary figure. In this context, treating him as a legendary warrior didn't seem like an exaggeration. Thornlance leader, where's your other legend? She's the fertile dancer, not much of a fighter. There was hesitation in the squad leader's voice, clearly doubtful about Hersel's combat abilities. The fertile dancer lacks battle experience. She has a variety of skills, but they're really just toys for dealing with ordinary elites. Hersel is different. Her legendary miracle is too powerful. That iron furnace of hers is practically a death trap. Even I can't guarantee an escape. Before Head finished, the leaders already understood. Hersel's usefulness on the battlefield was limited. Aside from her legendary miracle, she brought little to a fight. Bringing her along would only slow them down. After a moment of silence, the squad leaders accepted this reasoning and turned their attention to the horizon. The moon hung high, but it seemed as if someone had quietly drawn a veil across its face. How wonderful it was. A chilly breeze swept across the plains as Hechelu, the pig-headed hero, crouched down and scooped up a handful of earth, watching it slowly slip through his fingers. This soft, fertile land carried his dreams to one day grow lush, sweet fruit here, and ensure his people would thrive for generations. It wasn't just his wish, it was the shared pursuit of every legendary hero among the pig-head people. As their commander, Hechelu had long anticipated that the Crystal Fortress would make a move. With both sides' epic heroes gravely wounded and unable to fight, the clash between legendary heroes would decide the outcome of the war. Yet, something puzzled him. The enemies still managed to stay in contact with each other. He had already cut off every possible means of communication: earth veins, birds and beasts, water sources, yet they remained united. No wonder this defensive line had withstood the tribe for centuries. It was not something easily broken. The purpose of blocking their communications was simple: to prevent a coordinated enemy attack. Aside from the Crystal Fortress, there were 20 other strongholds, each garrisoned by 50 elite order knights. Even if some had been replaced by orcs, this 1,000-strong force still possessed legendary strength. If they managed to converge, even Hechelu would struggle to hold them off. On the pighead side, despite setbacks at the frontline fortress, nearly 20 powerful legendary heroes remained, now joined by other tribes. That was their advantage. Hechelu's plan was clear: use the strength of these 20 legendary heroes to defeat the enemy's forces one by one as they gathered. Before setting out, Hechelu took one last look at Arlansa, the epic hero sleeping in the tent. Clutching his weapon close to his chest, he silently promised, "Brother, I know I'm not yet a seasoned commander, but I will achieve a victory that will make you proud." Outside, the other legendary heroes of the Pighead tribe were already prepared, casting confident glances at Hechelu. They eagerly reported their plans. The remnants of the Black Blood tribe were ready to attack the Thorn Spear Fortress. The Blade Fong tribe was determined to charge again. Fortresses now lacking legendary defenders would be far less formidable, even with miracles on their side, and the Steel Claw tribe had agreed to launch a frontal assault. Hoisting his twin blades, Hechelu broke into a satisfied smile. It was for such a vibrant people that he was willing to give his life. Striding past his fellow legendary heroes, he stood before hundreds of elite pighead warriors, who knelt before him. Raising his fierce, beast-like head slightly, he declared, I know why the enemy chose to attack at night. Our people have almost no night vision before becoming warriors. But true warriors never fear the darkness. The eyes of the god of war will pierce the night and watch over every fighter who stands their ground. The first prophecy has already come true. The voice of Hechalu, the legendary orc hero, thundered above the boar-headed warriors' camp. Our tribe is stronger than ever before. He stood high above, overlooking the dense ranks of boar-headed soldiers below, each one armed and ready for battle. Under the moonlight, 200,000 troops formed a sea of steel, banners snapping in the wind. Even 1,000 years ago, when the continent was ruled by the sons of the god of war, no epic hero was ever born. Hechalu pounded his broad chest, pride ringing in his voice. Back then, the orcs were the continent's overlords. Of the 9 legendary heroes, anyone could easily defeat several heroes from other races. He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his voice dropping lower. But in those days, life for the boar-headed folk was far harsher than now. Like the ratmen and kobolds, they were just lowly food, nothing more than playthings for the highborn orcs. A low growl rumbled through the ranks as the boar-headed warriors tightened their grip on their weapons. But now, 1,000 years later, your tribe stands at the height of its power. Hechalu raised his arms high. Over 200,000 warriors, 7 legendary heroes, and 1 epic hero. The army erupted in a deafening cheer. The second prophecy has also come to pass. Hechalu stomped the ground, making the earth tremble beneath his feet. The soil beneath us is no illusion. The black web of divine blood is a mythical beast that has survived for countless ages. His tone grew solemn. Even the most powerful elven empire in history couldn't destroy it. All they managed was to wound it badly and barely drive it back. The boar-headed warriors fell silent, listening intently to this tale from the past. This beast despises the miraculous powers of the elven legends above all else, Hechalu continued. And as luck would have it, Arlansa, the boar-headed epic hero, once found a treasure during his adventure, something that disrupts the beast's senses and fills it with revulsion. That's how the black web of divine blood ignored us, allowing 200,000 boar-headed warriors to slip quietly through its territory. As the second prophecy finished, the elite warriors looked up in unison, their burning gazes fixed on the legendary hero. Moonlight traced the mountain-like contours of his body, every muscle cast in iron. The third prophecy is for tonight. Hechalu's voice rose suddenly. A peerless legendary hero will be born among us. He looked all around, his voice rolling like thunder. Warriors, let's see who will become that legend. In the name of war, he shouted. In the name of war, 200,000 boar-headed warriors answered as one. In the name of war. Their shouts surged like crashing waves, tearing through the clouds, rolling one after another, as if they would shatter the sky and reach the heavens. Seeing the moment was right, Hechalu took a gemstone from behind him and tossed it skyward. The gem soared, expanding in the wind, glowing like a miniature sun. Hundreds of meters above, it became a radiant orb, its gentle light spilling down and illuminating the land for 10 kilometers around, revealing every blade of grass and tree in sharp clarity. Then, the orc hero, towering as a mountain, straightened his broad chest, raised his twin blades overhead, and shouted at the top of his lungs. To the human heroes lurking in the dark, I knew you'd try a night raid. With your frail bodies, sneaking around is the only way you can hope to steal victory. Come then. I, Hechalu of the Bristlefang clan, legendary hero, stand here. The wind moaned, the clouds recoiled. His words carried for miles, reaching the ears of every commander. Yet no one's resolve wavered. The Nightglow commander stepped forward, releasing the aura of a legendary hero. With a wave of his hand, starlight reversed, moonbeams flowed backward, and wind, rain, and thunder swirled around him, stirring the silver beard beneath his helmet. Attack! The open plain was filled with countless roars and heavy breathing. A dense horde of boar-headed warriors bared their fangs, bone blades gleaming coldly in the sunlight. They howled at the sky, welcoming their approaching opponents in the most primal and brutal way. The wild boar riders had no formation to speak of. They simply clustered instinctively behind the elite troops. Together, they surged forward like a living tidal wave, charging straight at the only human army. In every warrior's eyes burned a fierce desire for glory. Quinn noticed the enemy was still some distance away and calmly tapped the Order Knight from the Thornlance fortress beside him with his cross spear. The knight, watching the oncoming swarm of boarmen, showed clear fear on his face beneath the mask. Scared? Just stick close to me, Quinn said, turning to the other fortress knights. The same goes for the rest of you. Hold the line. This is your last warning. If you die, don't blame me. You really don't pull any punches, do you? Reso grinned. Still, staying alive is best. Seeing their captain move toward Quinn, the other Order Knights quickly followed, and the 2 other squads did the same. With Quinn as the commander, all they could do was obey. All units, listen, you activate Order Barrier. At the command, white light flowed between the knights' armor, linking them together in a shining network. Soon, All the elite knights except Quinn at the very front were shrouded in this protective glow. You're not an order knight. Resso suddenly realized, unsure how Quinn would withstand the first wave of attack. Don't overthink it. Second command charge with me. Quinn squeezed his sheep's sides, and the massive ram immediately lowered its head and sprinted forward. With no way to retreat, the order knights gritted their teeth and followed. The wedge of 800 cavalry surged forward like a rushing river, picking up speed with every stride. When only 200 meters separated them from the boar riders, Quinn issued his third command, raise your lances. The protective shields on the order knights sliced through the wind, kicking up waves of white light. At the head of this iron tide, Quinn stood out more than anyone. Well then, he'll go first. He gently patted his ram's head, and the mount instantly understood. With a burst of wild energy, the sheep's speed soared, radiating a fierce and savage aura. It crashed into the boar rider ranks like a boulder, smashing the nearest enemies into pulp. With a furious shout, Quinn swept his spear sideways, shattering the skulls of 3 elite boarmen in a single blow. Axes, swords, and spears rained down on him, but only rang harmlessly off his armor with a chorus of metallic clangs. Useless, useless, useless. No matter how many ants attack, they can't harm a lion. A wave of blood erupted. The cross spear of the trapped beast sliced through the air with a sonic boom, each strike blasting an orc's head into a shower of blood. In just 5 seconds, the elite vanguard of the boar riders was completely wiped out. The few remaining elite tusked boars had no chance to fight back before they were trampled into pulp by the iron hooves of the approaching order knights. Some tusked boars tried to retaliate, but against 200 elite knights who had simultaneously activated the order barrier, their attacks were no more than a tickle. Slow down, sweetheart. At her master's reminder, the frenzied and ecstatic big sheep finally realized she was too excited and slowed her pace to rejoin the squad. 7 elites. You took out 7 elites in just 2 moves? Lei Sua was so shocked he could barely speak. If not for his helmet, his jaw would have hit the ground. No big deal. Quinn grabbed the corpse of an elite pig-headed warrior and began to drink the blood from a wound he had smashed open. As the power flowed from his throat through his entire body, he tossed the corpse aside and ordered the knights behind him, don't fall behind. The real challenge is just ahead. By now, Quinn had led the group deep into the pig-headed army's camp. The artificial light in the sky gave the ordinary pig-headed soldiers daylight vision, but that advantage meant nothing to Quinn's cavalry. The charging warhorses trampled the common soldiers, tearing flesh and shattering bone. Even getting close to the cavalry's triangular formation meant being swept up by the wind pressure, smashed against the order barrier, and ultimately crushed under hundreds of iron hooves. Screams, cries, and shouts of resistance rang out one after another. But wherever that blood-soaked siege ram charged, neither ordinary orcs nor elites could escape death. After the first 7 elites fell, 13 more arrived, only to add to the death toll. That devilish figure could take 6 heads with a single blow, and none of the defenders could do anything to stop him. Some of the pig-headed warriors couldn't help but think, if only we couldn't see any of this, maybe it wouldn't be so terrifying. At this moment, the last 7 legendary pig-headed heroes stood facing off against 15 knight commanders. Thinking about saving them? Asked the knight-like commander, his tone calm and emotionless, as if discussing something utterly mundane. The legendary heroes kept their faces stoic. This is the necessary sacrifice before the dawn. I suppose he must be the final enemy from the prophecy. The 7 began to debate among themselves. I bet Ymir can kill him. His twin blades are incredibly powerful. No, ITLL be Tyrande. Hell, wait until the human is exhausted, then strike. Foolish. The children of the war god should fight honorably, not play these tricks. Do you take them for humans? Even so, there's something legendary in that human's power. I sense it too. Probably some kind of miraculous artifact. As expected, sending legends to slaughter mortals. Humans really have no shame. The 7 heroes argued, showing no concern for their fallen kin. But this was the dawn before the sun, Rossi. No matter how much pain they felt inside, none of it could show on their faces. Their mission as legendary heroes was clear, to completely eliminate the human legend standing before them. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds rolled overhead, lightning roaring with a power that seemed divine. To all living creatures, lightning had always been the embodiment of the gods. Yet among the pighead people, there stood a hero draped in long robes, body covered in beast blood tattoos, who could commune with fate itself through both flesh and spirit, calling down divine judgment. This high priestess was once an almost omnipotent figure among the orcs, the very source of power that had enabled them to dominate their rivals. Although she shared a lineage with the god of war, few orcs ever attained such honor. 7 pighead heroes stood behind her, guarding her closely, waiting intently for the enemy's move. In terms of pure offensive might, the high priestess was without equal among the orcs. Her only weakness was the lengthy preparation her attacks required. But orcs never feared the passage of time. As long as they held their ground and waited for the crystal fortress to fall, a miracle would unfold, and their strength would rise to new heights. Meanwhile, Anxiety gripped the 15 commanders of the knights. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted. Legendary radiance split the sky, a blazing pillar of light shooting upward like a surging flood, shaking the very earth. In an instant, everything was bathed in brilliance. The lights surged and intertwined, vast as the sea, even outshining the sun above. From the farthest reaches of the cloud sea, it seemed as if ancient gods whispered from the distant past, singing of humanity's heroes and their miracles. Ahead, a towering figure clad in armor stood upon the earth, gleaming with a dark glow. Golden eyes shone with determination, chin raised, exuding an aura of heroism. In his hands, a great axe gleamed like an immortal monument, its blade reflecting a razor-sharp brilliance in the air. Behind him, two massive steel serpents writhed as if emerging from molten rock, spewing dragon-like fire. Their burning breath could melt steel in an instant, and their enormous bodies, armored in scales of gold and silver, shone with a dazzling luster. Amidst the radiant light, an elder strode forward as if walking among the stars, his steps light, as though treading a sparkling river in the sky. Legendary power swirled around him like a vortex, layers of energy rippling outward, faintly revealing ancient battle scars and mysterious patterns. From the shifting light, a golden army emerged. 500 warriors stood tall, eyes cold and resolute, each one the very image of a war god. They bore sturdy shields on their shoulders and held long spears at the ready, standing in perfect formation, poised for action at a moment's notice. Yet the humans were undaunted, preparing to launch a fierce assault. The pighead heroes would not back down so easily. "Brothers and sisters, fight at my side," rang out the rallying cry. With the thunder of war drums, the heroes' spirits blazed anew amidst shouts and battle cries. The tusked boar, massive as a mammoth, swelled in size, its enormous body shaking the earth. The power of legend surged from deep within its bloodline, pushing its form beyond all limits, growing to over 20 meters tall, like a towering mountain. Each step sent tremors through the ground, leaving massive craters in its wake, as if the world itself was breaking apart. At the same time, the orc's unique legendary power spread with its rise. When bonded with its tamed creatures, their minds and spirits fused, unleashing a power far greater than any ordinary legend. Dark clouds churned as wind, and rain lashed like blades. In that moment, the High Priestess' legendary power disrupted the heavens, unleashing a torrential rain of blood. The blood rain poured down like the tears of a demon, saturating the air with a heavy, metallic sweetness. As the rain struck the orcs' rough hides, their dormant, beastly totems instantly awakened. A crimson light flickered in their eyes, and the legendary power within them surged like a roaring flood, sending their combat strength soaring. Hecheluth, mightiest of all orc legends, threw back his head and unleashed a deafening howl. His massive, tower-like frame stretched out its arms, drawing in all the blood rain within a 10-meter radius. As he drank in the rain, his muscles swelled like enraged dragons, instantly growing even more formidable. Behind him, 50 elite boar-headed warriors glowed with the energy of legend, their eyes fixed on Hecheluth's back, burning with fanatic reverence and unwavering loyalty. Battle erupted in an instant. Both sides unleashed their full strength without hesitation. Steel clashed with flesh, civilization collided with savagery, and humans fought beasts in a furious melee. In the chaos of legendary heroes, ordinary onlookers could only see dazzling flashes intertwining, unable to tell who held the upper hand. Through his far sight, Quinn took in the battlefield. The commander was locked in fierce combat with a 20-meter tusked boar. Even with the combined boosts of legendary liberation, beast snare, tiger's ferocity, and the unknown skills of the other two commanders along with Nightglow's support, they were still being pushed back. Such was the terrifying power of a legendary boar-headed hero. The knights had to fight 2 against 1 just to stand a chance, while Hecheluth alone could fend off 5 opponents without breaking a sweat. Quinn tore his gaze away and slapped the horn of the giant sheep beside him. Jolted by the blood rain, the sheep bleated, snapped out of its trance, and obediently returned to the ranks. Though technically on the orc side, the sheep not only benefited from the rain's power, but also enjoyed the fervor of the enemy's wild dance buff whenever it got close. "Easy now, don't rush ahead. Listen to my orders." Thanks to his farsight advantage, the cavalry's first charge almost cut straight through the orc ranks. Quinn had pinpointed a weak spot deep in the enemy camp where their formation hadn't yet solidified, and their advance left a trail of shattered bodies behind. Out of 800 riders, just over 80 had fallen, leaving 720 still in fighting shape. On my command, change direction. At Quinn's signal, the cavalry wheeled their horses in perfect order. Suddenly, an odd rhythm of hoofbeats caught Quinn's attention. 50 battered wild boar riders, cloaked in legendary power, had somehow broken through the golden phalanx led by the steel shell commander. Rather than stopping, they accelerated, weapons raised, eyes locked onto the cavalry, determined to scatter them with a single assault. Just what I was afraid of. Quinn tapped his temple, hands trembling slightly with excitement. The pungent scent of beast blood hung thick in the air, impossible to dispel, yet Quinn could sense a hint of excitement within it. In the distance, the sound of cavalry hooves grew faster and closer. With a cold command, he ordered, "Charge ahead. Don't worry about me." With that, he twisted the head of the massive ram beneath him, slapped its horns, and hurled himself toward the formation of boar riders. The legend of Hechelu had long echoed far and wide. His feats were often mentioned by other nations, and the first three legends were already well known. Hunting the giant of the snowy plains, where he claimed his 2 pairs of tusks and forged them into twin blades. The very bone blades wielded by the boar riders came from this tale. In his campaigns of conquest and plunder, his cavalry was said to possess legendary power, able to crush elite forces with ease. And by slaying an abyssal demon, he gained the strength to shatter city walls, his twin blades unleashing devastating might. Rumor had it that he once broke through the crystal line and acquired a 4th legend, though no one truly knew what that entailed. These elite boar riders were the embodiment of his 2nd legend. Each swing of their blades carried an irresistible legendary force, making the Order Knight's barriers utterly useless. This was the harsh reality. Miracles meant nothing when faced with even greater power. If the 700 cavalrymen clashed head-on with these boar riders, they would be scattered and crushed in an instant, just as they had been against the Orcish horde. Not every elite knight possessed Quinn's strength. Even the mightiest among them was no match for Bilibbo. It turns out, Bilibbo was quite the fighter after all. Quinn grinned to himself. If she's this tough, he'll have to put her in her place a few times when we get back. Let's go, baby. Charge. Bathed in the bloody rain, the war ram streaked across the field like a crimson blur. Its hooves pounded the wet earth, flinging mud and blood in all directions. Severed limbs dangled from its enormous horns, giving it the appearance of a demon lord risen from the abyss. 50 boar riders, clad in heavy bone armor and brandishing bone blades, watched Quinn's lone charge with mocking, contemptuous eyes. They didn't see him as a threat, just another elite, nothing to fear. As they saw the charging ram, the 50 riders even sneered among themselves. "Do you think we're like those other elites? Only we possess true legendary power. Even our mounts outnumber yours." Brimming with confidence, they moved as one, instantly forming a flawless wedge formation and surging toward Quinn. "They'll kill him. Squeal. Kill him. Squeal. All together squeal." The 50 boar riders thundered forward with a force that seemed capable of destroying everything in their path. They had once wreaked havoc on battlefields swarming with thousands. Their momentum alone was enough to tear through any enemy. A crimson wave of energy crashed forward, so intense it seemed to shake the very air. Even their own clansmen couldn't withstand their onslaught, sent flying as blood rained down upon the earth. As the gap closed, the two sides finally collided at a distance of 50 meters, sparks of battle igniting in an instant. "Pay for your arrogance." In a single heartbeat, the clash erupted. Steel and bone crashed together with a deafening roar, sending dazzling sparks flying. This was no ordinary clash of weapons, it was the collision of legendary power at their tips, a clash that shook the soul. The pig-headed man's face twisted in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Quinn had effortlessly blocked his attack with one hand while drawing his long blade with the other. "Try my second stance." The Ashina stylia skill that had accompanied him for nearly 80 chapters finally revealed its true power. His blade moved like a brush, his presence as forceful as ink, and a jet-black arc sliced through the air. This strike drew on no legendary power, yet it concentrated the essence of his lives training, a perfect display of his mastery. The dark blade, searing and sharp, effortlessly cleaved the pig-headed elite's skull in two. Using the momentum, Quinn vaulted onto the back of a sheep and leaped high into the air. In the instant he left the ground, 3 bone blades slashed through where head just stood, nearly shaving a bald streak along the sheep's wool. Sensing the surge of legendary power on its back, the siege ram cowered in fear, legs buckling as it collapsed to the ground, trembling. But the enemy's true target wasn't the sheep, it was Quinn, suspended in midair. The moment he landed, a pair of tusks lunged for his armor. The massive, elephant-sized boar had blood-red eyes, intent on devouring Quinn whole. As the warrior prepared to counter, 3 more bone blades came crashing down. In that instant, Quinn's world fell into absolute silence. His senses sharpened to their limits, every skill within him activating at once, layers of power enveloping his body like armor. His blood surged to his brain, severing all distractions, leaving only a cold, clear focus on the battlefield. His armor couldn't withstand the enemy's bone blades. Those weapons, infused with legendary power, could easily tear through metal. Surrounded, with nowhere to escape, Quinn made his choice. "Divine beast of desperation, show me the limits of your gift." Huosha blast of wind slashed across the pig-headed man's cheek as Quinn's figure vanished. The leader felt a chill at his back and instinctively swung his blade behind him, but struck only empty air. In the next second, his arm was twisted and crushed, flung into the air, and his head was smashed like an overripe melon by Quinn's gauntlet fist. Legendary power is useless? The remaining pig-headed warriors panicked, but soon realized the truth. It wasn't that their legendary power had failed, but that their opponent was far too strong. Quinn had channeled all his miraculous power into strengthening his body, allowing him to break through the protection of legendary power by sheer force. After all, Hetchelu's legendary power was split among 50 boar riders, and with Hetchelu himself also fighting, each received only a small share, far from enough to defend themselves. Quinn tore off his cumbersome helmet. It always got in the way when he fed. His lion-like face was revealed as he strode over the corpses of his foes, laughing wildly, holding his trophies high in the air, as if toasting with their heads and brewing victory with their blood. Not enough. His body was nowhere near its limit, craved even more power, burning for the chance to utterly crush his enemies. That night was indeed impressive, naturally so. With a single punch, he unleashed a powerful force that held back the immense pressure brought on by the legendary tusked boar. The commander gritted his teeth and struggled to hold his ground, while the giant serpent commander at his side did everything he could to help, working together to fend off the beast's relentless assault. Despite facing two formidable opponents, the tusked boar showed no sign of weakness, and every collision sent tremors through the earth. Although the two commanders worked together seamlessly, they were still forced to retreat, step by step. Their arms strained to block the sharp tusks, and their feet sank deep into the mud as they fought to stay upright. To be honest, this monstrous boar had enough power to smash through fortress walls reinforced by miracle magic. Meanwhile, the boar-headed man sitting calmly atop its head showed no concern for the ongoing battle. He watched with a leisurely air, swaying slightly, as if none of this troubled him. At the same time, he casually unleashed a wave of legendary power, quietly granting protection to the other members of his team. Such chaotic battles were nothing new for them. They had already endured 6 rounds of infighting among the beastmen. 7 against 1, 7 against 13, 7 against 20, 7 against 4, 7 against 9, 7 against 2. Each time, they suffered defeat. Every loss forced them to surrender some of their resources as tribute to the high-ranking beastman tribes, buying themselves a chance to avoid being absorbed. Yet despite 6 defeats, the boar-headed tribe never lost heart. They always fought with everything they had, but in the end, they could only serve as playthings for the high beastmen. Escaping without injury was the best outcome they could hope for. And now, standing before them once again was a legendary hero. The boar-headed hero rarely encountered such low-level battles. He didn't even dare to use his trump cards, fearing they would be exposed and countered. "If this is all you've got, then I see no reason to keep playing around," the boar-headed hero said with a cold smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an ancient piece of iron, slapping it decisively onto the boar's head. The tusked boar seemed to sense the command instantly. With a thunderous roar, it shoved aside the Thornspear commander and turned to drive back the serpent commander, who had taken on a serpentine form. A mysterious, ancient aura radiated from the iron plate so strong, it could almost be smelled, like a stench from the abyss that sent chills down the spine. This was the power of a legendary weapon. Legendary weapons are miraculous creations that only legendary heroes can wield, each containing a reusable miracle. They are remnants of fallen legendary heroes, and can only be obtained from their remains. Using such a weapon not only consumes a vast amount of legendary power, but also places a tremendous strain on the body. None of these weapons existed along the crystal line of defense. After all, they had not lost a legendary hero for many years, a testament to the rarity and value of these arms. The beastmen, however, cared little for such concerns. To wield these powerful legendary miracles, they encouraged their heroes to fight and challenge each other, always seeking greater strength. For them, the combat prowess granted by these precious weapons was worth any price. At the boar-headed hero's command, the tusked boar was swiftly clad in armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Each plate was intricately carved like obsidian, fitted tightly together to form an almost impenetrable fortress. Its hooves tore at the ground, sending up clouds of dirt that turned to black mist and vanished in an instant. The boar-headed hero beamed as he gently stroked his obsidian steed. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the two commanders. "This legendary weapon is called Nightmare Rider. Hetchelu, my elder brother, gifted it to me after slaying the Abyssal Lord. Today, I will use it to repay his kindness." The two commanders exchanged a heavy glance. The appearance of such an unreasonable legendary weapon in a battle at their level was truly troublesome. One commander, currently transformed into a giant serpent, possessed 2 legendary powers, but one was only suited for reconnaissance and was useless now. The other commander had just a single legendary force to rely on. Even when using their full strength before, they struggled to hold their ground now. With their opponent's power surging even higher, the situation had become even more dire. "If we don't take a desperate gamble, we're doomed," one commander decided, immediately pushing the beast trap to its limits. 110, 120, 130, 140, 150. So that's your plan, all right, I get it. The Serpent Commander wasn't about to be outdone. His long body coiled upward, and countless silver chains shot out from beneath his scales, racing through the air like meteors. In an instant, they wrapped tightly around the massive body of the tusked boar. These were the iron shackles, the very ones Hazel had once used in the secret chamber to restrain Quina, unique power of the executioner. Imbued with the force of order, they could bind foes far stronger than the user, but at a price. The chains were connected to the caster, so any damage to them would be reflected back upon the executioner. With a thunderous crash, the armored and barbed spear commander slammed his arms together. Cracks spread instantly across his specially made armor, accompanied by an eerie, whispering sound. The shockwave from their clash rippled outward, splitting the earth and carving a 50-meter chasm. Even Hechelu, 100 meters away, was drawn by the spectacle. He turned in surprise, watching as the barbed spear commander held his own against a legendary weapon. It seems there are human warriors capable of contending with even the weakest of the Bristlefang tribe's legends. Hechelu casually brushed aside an attack from another commander, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed the power of a third legendary miracle. The unsuspecting foe was sent flying dozens of meters. This was only the barest hint of Hechelu's true strength. Didn't even need to chant yet. The 5 commanders were powerless to resist. The other commanders were being driven back by the boar-headed hero's relentless assault. Only the eldest, the knight-like commander, still managed to hold his ground. Floating in the air, he locked eyes with the orc hero and high priest across the battlefield. I knew it would come to this, knight-like commander said in a low voice. It seems I'll have to defeat you first before I can help the others. Defeat me? The high priest laughed arrogantly. Even Hechelu himself couldn't kill me, as I am now. For a human, you've lasted longer than most. I don't know what your legend is, but once you're dead, your corpse will tell me everything I want to know. As he spoke, he summoned a golden bolt of lightning from the swirling black clouds above and gripped it tightly in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, the figure before him began to fade, dissolving into starlight. A weathered voice sounded from behind him, cold and resolute. Die. With a hum, a sort of condensed starlight sliced through the boar-headed hero's body, and the lightning he held vanished into the sky. This isn't an illusion, nor a trick of the mind. The orc hero's crimson blood splattered through the air, his body separated from his head, and all signs of life vanished. Duo ergu. Damn it. Hechelu roared. The humans must have used some miraculous artifact. Everyone, hold nothing back. Kill them quickly and seize the legend. Hechelu, the mightiest hero of the pig-headed people and the younger brother of the epic hero, forced himself to swallow his grief. With both blades drawn, his gaze locked onto the elderly human legend above, determined to cut him down. 5 human commanders threw themselves in Hechelu's path, fighting with everything they had. Unlike Nightglow, they were barely holding the line. But witnessing their side claim the first victory, a surge of hope swept through them. Well done, Commander Nightglow. Hold him back. Don't let him through. Careful, that beast is about to go berserk. But hope alone doesn't bring strength. As Hechelu exerted himself, a wave of legendary power crashed down like a tsunami from above. The 5 commanders felt the world collapse around the mountains crumbling, the earth itself upheaving before they were hurled back by an unstoppable force. Hechelu raised his twin blades high. The tusked boar beneath him bristled, its muscles bunched. In a sudden leap, its 4 hooves seemed to step upon invisible stairs, each stride shattering the air and thundering like a storm as they charged straight at Commander Nightglow. This was one of the effects of the second legend, a hundredly charge. Commander Nightglow remained calm, channeling legendary power through his body. He raised a handful of starlight and hurled it at Hechelu. Though the starlight was small, it contained searing energy. Even before it struck, it exploded midair, showering brilliant sparks that reflected off Nightglow's cold armor. Do you know why I chose to attack at night? The old man said calmly. My legend draws strength from the stars. At night, my power multiplies. Even you I'm confident I can defeat. In this battle, human elite cavalry faced off against mid-tier orc cavalry, human mid-tier against orc elite, and human lower tier against orc lower tier. This was part of Commander Nightglow's strategy. Amidst the chaos of a battle where positions shifted constantly, he deliberately created the appearance of a balanced fight, all while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just then, the Thornspear commander unleashed his full power, causing a sudden turn in favor of the humans. Though he did not worship the god of order, he always managed to bring hope at the critical moment. Commander Nightglow, unhurried and composed, swept his hand and fully unleashed his legendary miracle, the isolated river of stars. What are stars? What is the sun? The gods declared. The stars are the sun, and at the end of my gaze lies the 9-rayed sun. In an instant, starlight pierced the clouds. Legendary power swirled beneath his feet, as if to envelop the entire sky. The starlight in the old man's hands flowed outward like a river, expanding the spinning force below him into a massive barrier, as vast as a castle hall. This was the reward for his unwavering faith. Standing within the area, The Nightglow commander could absorb the power of starlight from the cosmos, continuously replenishing his legendary energy. At the same time, this power could disrupt the enemy's senses and launch attacks with the force of starlight. The place where the commanders had been projected was precisely within the Nightglow commander's legendary miracle. In essence, this barrier-like miracle was comparable to several miracles of other legendary heroisa, true gift from the gods. Hechalut didn't say a word. He simply lowered his head and charged forward. The remaining commanders on the ground exchanged glances and decided not to chase after Hechalu. Instead, they focused their firepower on the black-armored tusked boar. Their plan was to kill one of the opponent's lower-ranked units as quickly as possible, pin down the upper-ranked unit, and thus free their own lower-ranked units to join forces with their mid-ranked units against the orcs' mid-rankers. The Nightglow commander's plan was straightforward. Any educated noble could have come up with it. However, the only unpredictable variable was the difference in strength between the Nightglow commander and Hechalu. Let's see if your power can break through my legendary miracle. This was a blessing that only those with the most devout faith in the God of Order could receive. Provoking Hechalu was part of the plan. They couldn't let him slaughter their lower-ranked units. If they could hold out until their own mid-ranked units finished their battles and surround this hero with 10 commanders, then the crisis at the crystal line would be resolved. You arrogant humans, killing one of my kin and acting so brazenly, you have no idea what's coming. Hechalu's roar thundered across the battlefield like a primordial beast, sending shockwaves through the air as his legendary power surged. The light rain within 100 meters was torn apart by his howl, leaving a waterless zone. The orc hero Hechalu, shrouded in blood-red mist, unleashed his fourth legendary miracle, Savage Glory of the Empire. Breaking into the crystal line, this miracle would go down in history, giving the Boar-Tusk tribe a shot at the crown. O God of War, grant me your blessing. The tusked boar charged forward, transforming into a meteor, his body illuminated to a blinding white by the starlight. Thunder and wind converged, clouds and rain rolled. The blood tide, upon touching the starlight, shattered the barrier as if it were nothing. The broken miracle burst into the world's most dazzling fireworks, paving a path straight for the Nightglow commander. The Nightglow commander's eyes were wide with shock, unable to believe that his God-given miracle had been so easily destroyed. He swung his arms, summoning a sea of legendary power, but it was already too late. Like a comet streaking across the sky, like a rainbow piercing the sun, Hechalu raised his twin blades, cutting through the sea of stars and reaching the Nightglow commander in an instant. The blades fell, and before the commander could escape, his body was sliced cleanly into 4 pieces. You're strong. If your miracle had been of another type, I might have needed more time. But as fate would have it, my 4th legendary miracle perfectly counters barrier and leyline defense miracles. While praising his opponent's strength, Hechalu lifted his blades high and let out a triumphant roar. The mightiest human legend is dead. The mightiest legend of humanity has fallen. The mightiest legend of humanity has fallen. The mightiest legend of humanity has fallen. The cry swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, spreading the shocking news to every orc's ears. Roars erupted. Kill. Don't fear her. She's just one person. At that moment, the boar riders besieging Keen felt a surge of hope. Their legendary hero had defeated humanity's greatest champion, and the balance of victory seemed to tip in their favor. But this victory was never meant for them. Keen still stood firm, her figure as imposing as a wild beast. Her bloodshot eyes seemed to merge sky and earth, filling the air with an oppressive presence. The scent of blood swelled around her, surging with undiminished strength. The power bestowed upon her by the goddess showed no sign of fading. Crack! Blood sprayed as the head of a seasoned orc warrior burst apart, easier than crushing an egg. The spatter hit the faces of his comrades, and a chilling fear instantly gripped their hearts. Their earlier bravado was swallowed by terror. Every boar rider wanted to flee, but retreat was impossible. Even facing a single enemy, even after suffering heavy losses, there was no way out. They could not run. Even if nearly all of them were wiped out, even if they hadn't managed to wound the beast before them, escape was not an option. From the start, they had sworn to exterminate this force, and now that resolve had turned into a silent plea, they could only hope to hold out until reinforcements arrived. No, they didn't even need to wait for another legendary hero. As long as their fellow warriors arrived to support them, there might be hope. Yet Quinn's cavalry had already been shattered, reduced to a leaderless band. Looking back, fewer than 100 elite soldiers and just over 50 regular troops remained, with more than 80% wounded. Most injuries were not severe. Those with grave wounds had already been dragged from their horses and finished off by the orcs. The boar riders had lost the advantage of their initial charge. The orc elite had regrouped, now numbering over 200, forming a wedge formation and bearing down on Keen like a pack of wild beasts. Their frenzied war dance rivaled the might of any legendary hero. In the distance, the orc legend Shwerki's forces were locked in fierce combat as well, their 200 elite warriors bringing down a dragon on the plains with their savage dance. These beings, born strong, had become the hunted in this battle, shocking everyone who witnessed it. Now, Keen was surrounded, facing 200 elite orcs in overwhelming force. Who could possibly withstand it? Yet, there was still a way. All units, listen up. With the knights gone, I am your highest commander. Advance 200 meters to the right. Resso raised his lance, his voice booming like thunder. Exhausted in body and spirit, their horses heaving for breath, the knights still obeyed without hesitation. They mustered their strength to guide their mounts to the designated position. Resso waved his hand, issuing the next command: dismount. Clattering armor and lances echoed as the soldiers leapt from their saddles, gripping their weapons tightly and staring nervously ahead. They now stood in the gap between 50 elite boar riders and 200 elite orcs. Resso quickly led his horse in front of him, gently stroking its neck with a mix of tenderness and determination. Use your horses as shields, hold the orc cavalry back. At his command, every soldier moved close to their horse, forming a solid defensive line. The formation was set for a last stand, and the tension in the air grew ever thicker. Lances thrust through the gaps between warhorses, aimed straight at the elite orc cavalry 500 meters away. The bulwark of order held firm, a faint white glow swirling around the knights, but after so long in battle, more than half their miraculous power had already been spent. Resso pushed up his visor and shielded his face with his gauntlet, welcoming the chill of summer air. He greedily gulped a few breaths, the fine drizzle and damp cold stinging his eyes until they watered. The Legion commander was cannon fodder for the Crystal Line, the regiment commander cannon fodder for the Legion commander, and he himself was the regiment commander's cannon fodder. Although Quinn's combat skills might not rival any commander's, in Resso's heart, Quinn's status was the same. That's why Resso willingly became Quinn's shield. Before they fell, he would never let the more than 200 elite orcs cross this fatal line. The orc elites surged forward like a flood, their boar-headed faces twisted in fury, their roars shaking the ground. Hooves thundered across the slick, muddy field in a wild, chaotic charge. The first boar-headed orc was impaled by a lance, flesh and blood flying. But it seemed to feel no pain, only growing more frenzied, as it swung its massive bone club at the knight before it. The clash between the bulwark of order and the orc elite echoed like thunder. Over 100 order knights held the line with all their might. Armor rang out with each impact, the white barrier barely holding back the assault. The boar-headed orcs, eyes bloodshot and muscles bulging, raised their clubs again. The barrier shuddered, its white light flickering and growing ever weaker. Resso and the other knights were nearly out of miraculous power, and the enemies before them seemed unstoppable. Ordinary soldiers had long been unable to withstand the orc elite's onslaught. They were swept away like a tide, armor torn apart, flesh devoured. For these savage orcs, killing and hunger were one and the same, and the battlefield had become a gruesome feast. Resso gritted his teeth, would not let them cross this line. One by one, his comrades fell, the formation crumbling, with fewer than 100 elite knights still holding on. Dragging his broken left arm, Resso summoned all his strength to thrust his lance into the throat of a second elite orc. Blood sprayed forth. He was not a powerful warrior, but every exchange felt like a victory. Suddenly, a foul wind swept overhead, crashing down in the midst of the orc ranks and unleashing a chorus of wails. It was a beast clad in blood-red armor, unmatched in speed and strength, wielding both a lance and a greatsword, a savage aura radiating all around. Its figure darted through the chaos, shattering the balance of the battlefield. Stunned, Resso looked closer and realized it was Quinn. But Quinn was no longer just a comrade in their eyes. He had become their only hope. Looking back, Resso saw the bodies of 50 elite boar riders strewn across the field, blood pooling and soaking into the earth. Relief washed over him, and the lance slipped from his grasp. Tears and snot mingled on his face as he slumped onto his horse. All his burdens suddenly lifted. But the battle was not yet over. Before Quinn, the orc elites were as insignificant as ants. His storm-like assault shattered their frenzy and brought clarity to their eyes. The madness in the boar-headed orcs was replaced by fear, and in an instant, the tide of battle turned. Of the orc elite, fewer than 50 remained, and under Quinn's relentless attack, their ranks collapsed. The Order Knights killed over 30. The rest fell to Quinn's own hands, torn apart one by one. Blood rained across the battlefield, but even through the storm, Resso heard a voice miracles call, golden light piercing the clouds and splitting the sky. The legend descends, I stand here, unbroken. The radiance above the horizon was a symbol of humanity's dominion, unyielding and indomitable. Whether in sky or on earth, civilization would always triumph over savagery. Through the long river of history, order and strength could never be overturned. Wait, is this really happening? Lei Suo stood frozen, staring at his hands in disbelief. The miraculous power that could elevate an elite to legendary status had chosen him over the beast. He looked up at the creature, only to find clear, lucid ice, no trace of madness at all. In fact, there was even a hint of just as I thought on the beast's face. A fight like this isn't enough for the gods. Lei Suan muttered. Well, I guess that makes sense. Even I didn't feel up to the task. Quinn remained in his berserk state, casually picking up a corpse from the ground. Just moments ago, surrounded by the boar riders, he had gained a brand new skill, the Moni Orb, taken from an archer. Embedded in his forehead, this treasure could ward off mental afflictions and disease, intimidate wild beasts, and allow its user to ignore hunger and exhaustion. The way of Ashina and Berserker were originally two conflicting skills. The way of Ashina required calm and clear thinking, while Berserker sent the body into a wild frenzy. Berserker offered a greater boost than the frenzied dance, but with much harsher side effects. Normally, Quinn only dared to use Berserker sparingly to enhance his abilities, and never in combination with the analytical Ashina style. But now, with this new skill, the negative side effects of Berserker were completely neutralized, allowing the two powers to be used together at last. Seeing the newly minted legend slowly coming to terms with reality, Quinn patted him on the shoulder and grinned. How do you feel? Okay, Lei Suan was still a bit dazed, but suddenly remembered something and prepared to rush to the battlefield where the commanders were fighting. The legendary power had already healed his wounds, giving him enough strength to join the battle between legendary heroes. On the human side, the loss of Captain Nightglow and the relentless assault from Hechalu, the strongest legendary hero among the orcs, had left them steadily losing ground. Without reinforcements, a commander would likely fall any moment. Don't go just yet, Quinn advised. Your legendary attribute is defensive 8 won't change much out there. The others all have offensive legendary miracles, and as a newcomer, you won't be able to hold them off. Instead, use your power to break through the enemy lines and open a path for the others. With his farsight, Quinn could see several squads of Order Knights advancing in the distance. Although on foot, they moved quickly and systematically, hunting down scattered orc elites. These elites, already decimated by Quinn, could no longer form a cohesive force and stood no chance against the knights, who moved in squads of 50. Yet despite the heavy losses among the elites, the number of regular orcs was still overwhelming. 200,000 troops blotted out the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even with Captain Nightglow gone, his arrangements must have a deeper purpose. No, Lei Suan shook his head firmly. Even if it costs me my life, I have to go save the captain. You might as well clear the way for them, Quinn said calmly, a calculating glint in his eyes. You'd probably be more efficient than me. His reasoning was simple, still following that cannon fodder theory. Order knights who joked around in peacetime would become single-minded once they set foot on the battlefield. Especially stubborn types like these, who had just gained explosive power and were desperate to save someone important to them. If you want to throw your life away, I won't stop you, Quinn added, then turned to the rest of the knights and raised his voice to give orders. All remaining knights, listen up. Head right toward the Crystal Fortress and join up with the main force as quickly as possible. He pointed to a unit advancing about 500 meters to his right, just the place to send these elite Order Knights. Baby, come here. At his call, the big sheep that had been feigning death nearby jolted upright and trotted over to Quinn, nuzzling his face affectionately. It couldn't stop showing its affection. Earlier, the boar riders hadn't noticed it at all, allowing it to play dead in peace. If you're rested, let's get moving. Bah. The big sheep responded fiercely, immediately taking the lead at the front of the group. Quinn mounted the sheep and gripped his spear. As they advanced, he casually skewered any pig-headed enemies that lunged at him, sometimes even tossing their bodies aside to drain their strength and recover his own. Before long, they linked up with the elite unit. The middle-aged knight at the front thumped his chest with one hand in salute. Are you Lord Quinn? Yes. Once he confirmed, the knight, who looked to be in his 40s, immediately ordered his men to protect the more than 80 wounded whose miracle power was nearly depleted, positioning them at the center. Captain Yeguang has ordered us to receive the injured. We'll make sure every one of your surviving men gets back safely. Thank you, Quinn replied absently, his thoughts already drifting to the legendary battlefield. As expected, the newly promoted legendary hero, Lei Suan, hadn't lasted even a minute against the pig-headed hero, burning through most of his legendary power to unleash a miracle. Still, it wasn't a total waste. At least had protected a captain from serious injury. Quinn absently stroked his spear, lost in thought. The big sheep beneath him seemed to sense something was about to happen, picking up on his mood. Sure enough, Quinn opened his eyes, gave the sheep a gentle pat, and said calmly, "Let's go, baby." At that moment, Quinn felt a hint of jealousy toward the new legendary hero who had just gained a miracle. Ordinary battlefields no longer satisfied him. His goal was the battlefield where more than 20 legendary heroes clashed. The miracles woven by legendary heroes contain immense power, their overwhelming presence enough to force ordinary orcs and imperial soldiers to their knees. At the center of the battlefield, a unique miracle themed around war was unfolding, a showdown between commanders and orc heroes that would last until one side was completely wiped out. With each fallen warrior, the miracle's force grew stronger, and in the end, the victor alone would claim this power, forging a new legend. Quinn, riding his large sheep, immediately grasped these truths as he approached. Although his mount appeared unremarkable, its special status granted it immunity from the aura of legend. A dull thud exploded through the air as the commander collided with the orc hero, sending shockwaves that made the sheep unsteady on its feet. It wasn't that the sheep couldn't handle the pressure, it was simply so frightened that its legs turned to jelly. Following its master's orders, it had charged forward, only to unwittingly stumble into a battlefield of legendary proportions. Quinn, what are you doing here? The commander, having just been knocked near Quinn, finally noticed her subordinate. I'm here to help, Quinn replied. Analysis indicates your combat ability is far inferior to mine. You'll only be a liability, the commander answered in a cold, mechanical tone. But you're losing, Quinn pointed to the battlefield. The sight was alarming. The spiked spear commander had been knocked aside, which, compared to the others, was actually lucky. The rest bore wounds from their retreat under the onslaught of the orc hero's unleashed legend. The most desperate were those attacking Hechalu, the leading orc legend. They were tossed around like sandbags, barely surviving thanks to their tenacity. Even the commander's armor was dented in several places. Quinn had never seen her in such a battered state. Didn't you say you had a trump card? Why aren't you using it? Quinn asked, bewildered. My ultimate power requires my emotions to break free from the suppression of the legend's release. I can't achieve that right now. So what would it take for you to reach that state? A near-death situation. Then go for it. I won't put myself at risk on purpose, the commander explained. It was a paradox. To unleash her final trump card, she needed her emotions to override her rationality, but that could only happen in a life-or-death crisis. Yet, in her rational state, she would never willingly seek out such danger. The situation was dire, though not yet hopeless. The commanders were fighting with everything they had, but were still being pushed back. It wasn't fatal, at least, not yet. But that could change at any moment. A shadow wielding a giant axe was approaching slowly, the weapon nearly as tall as she was. What are you two muttering about over there? Came Schwerke's voice. I recognize you, human. You're the one from Spiked Spear Fortress who killed my child. The Spiked Spear commander was about to face this mid-ranked female orc unknown. Schwerke's second legendary skill was a devastating grappling move, impossible to dodge and capable of immense destruction. Most commanders are tough to break through, but the Thornspear commander is a rare exception. His unique discipline perfectly counters skill-locking abilities, allowing him to deflect negative effects with ease. This unexpected advantage enables him to hold his own against the hero in a fierce duel. Whenever the opponent tries to target someone else with her skills, the commander always manages to charge in and interrupt her casting just in time. However, everything changes when Schwerke unleashes her second legendary power. Mud armor continuously forms layers of earthen armor around her, washing away all physical attacks and legendary forces with surging mud and water. As long as her legendary power holds out, she's nearly invincible. You've got legendary power, don't you? Some artifact? Or a weapon? Schwerke sneers, raising her battle axe. Doesn't matter. He'll be the one to take your head. A razor-sharp gust tears through the air as her axe comes down. Quinn is about to dodge, but a massive figure steps in front of her, bang. The commander takes the blow head, shielding her with his own body. Get out of here. This isn't a place for you. The commander growls. Trying to run now? Too late. Schwerke closes in instantly. Legendary power surges from her arms into her axe, dark green patterns like tangled vines spreading across the weapon. The entire axe radiates a sinister aura, and behind her, a shadowy image of a two-headed serpent looms. This legendary weapon once belonged to a serpent folk hero. Now die? The commander blocks her strike with his own axe. Even as the handle splinters, he refuses to let her attack reach Quinn. The shockwave from their clash sends the giant sheep flying. Schwerke sneers at the commander, whose bones creak under her relentless assault. Is that person really so important to you? Family, he replies. The word hits Schwerke right in her most vulnerable spot, but it also ignites her fury. So he has family too? Perfect. Schwerke's eyes widen, saliva spraying as her fangs glint coldly. Then it'll make him feel the pain of losing them himself. She abandons all defense, swinging her axe in a wild, furious barrage, each strike pure strength and speed, with no pattern or restraint. Seeing the commander falter, Quinn shouts from afar, hang in there, commander. Just hold on a few more minutes. They'll take down the strongest boarhead, ascend to legendary, and come help you. Get out, Ugg. The commander's armor cracks under the axe, forcing him back 3 steps. Human, dying by my axe or by Hechela's hand makes no difference. You might as well fall to me. Beat my commander first. Quinn urges the now tightly shuddied giant sheep. Overwhelmed by the chaotic aura of powerful foes, the sheep can only stumble forward, blindly following Quinn's orders. The poor sheep suffers in silence, unable to voice its misery. They pass through several more legendary battlefields, and thanks to Quinn's impressive riding skills, the big sheep arrived unscathed in the territory of Hechelu, the mightiest boar-headed hero. With a swift swing of his blade, Quinn unleashed a sweeping strike that exploded through the air with 6 deafening blasts. The 5 commanders, plus the newly minted legend Lei saw, were all sent flying like broken kites by the force of the wind. What are you doing here? Lei Suo cried out, echoing the shock of the other commanders. Even as he spoke, a bitter smile crept onto his face. The legendary power within him was completely spent. Even lifting a finger now felt nearly impossible. Glancing around, he saw the other 5 commanders were in no better shape, each one barely hanging on. There truly was an insurmountable gap between legends. Depending on their legendary feats, the strength of their legendary power varied, unrelated to their inherent race or talent, but determined solely by their achievements. Every new legendary miracle condensed their power further, increasing their legendary strength by 0.5 to 1.5 times, each time almost doubling it. Normally, a hero with 7 legendary miracles would be 64 times stronger than one with only a single miracle. Naturally, greater legendary power meant their miracles were far more devastating. Among the commanders present, the most any of them possessed was 3 legendary miracles, while Hechelu had already mastered 4. The difference between them was like a chasm. Other than the fallen Nightlight commander, none could possibly face Hechelu Hedon. Quinn crouched down and gave Lei Suo's iron helmet a friendly rub, explaining breezily, "You all look like you're on your last legs. If I hadn't shown up, he would have finished you off." At that moment, the other commanders noticed Quinn as well, shouting in surprise, You're the personal guard of the Thornspear commander. Why are you here? Soldier, is your mission complete? Sending in more elites will only mean more casualties. Save your strength for the plan." Quinn, annoyed, dug at his ear and flicked away some earwax, dismissively saying, "You're also noisy. I wouldn't be standing here if I wasn't confident. I might only have a 30% chance, but it's still something." "Impossible. All of us legends together didn't stand a chance. There's no way a single elite like you could possibly." The 5 commanders were about to argue further when they saw Quinn already pointing at Hechelu, who stood in the rain. The boar-headed hero, who had been ready to avenge his comrades, suddenly paused. The drizzle trickled down his rough mane as he stared intently at Quinn, his expression dark and conflicted. The commanders fell silent, all eyes turning to Quinn. Raising his blade in one hand and his spear in the other, he called out in the rain, "Do you know why he's not moving? Because we both feel it." Before Quinn could finish, Hechelu spoke in a deep voice, "You have the power to kill me." The big sheep was frozen with fear, unable to move, but Quinn didn't mind, probably wouldn't need it for what was about to happen. Trapped beast, trapped beast, trapped beast. The god's blessings surged into Quinn like a tide, growing stronger and stronger. His blood was almost entirely replaced by the power of miracles, strengthening his body further with every surge. Hechelu said nothing, gripping his twin blades tighter as he watched Quinn grow ever more powerful. The god's whispers drifted past his ears, "Kill him, and you'll gain your 5th legendary miracle. It will bring prosperity to the entire boar-headed race." This is a prophecy drawn from the void within blood, yet among countless possibilities, it is the one most likely to come true. Hechelu stood at the center of the battlefield, feeling the crushing weight of fate. He pictured himself as a caterpillar climbing the tree of destiny, with each choice leading him to a different branch. He knew all too well there were only 2 possible endings. Either he would reach the top, or he would fall to his death. At this moment, murderous intent surged in his chest, but he couldn't tell if this blow would bring him any closer to victory. "If you want come, then he'll come to you." Quinn, seeing his opponent hesitate, suddenly stepped forward. The 20 meters between them vanished in an instant, his blade flashing like lightning, aiming straight for the vital point. Clang! With a crisp clash of metal, Hechelu easily blocked the attack. Having fought countless legendary heroes, he considered this speed merely average, hardly enough to make him take it seriously. With a sharp whistle, Quinn's spear tip shot forward like lightning, and Hechelu barely managed to parry it with his other dagger. This boar-headed warrior's strength far exceeded his expectations, faster and tougher than the captain himself, which forced Quinn to focus completely, knowing that even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Quinn pulled back his spear and attacked again, this time thrusting at the boarman's eyes. But suddenly, a deadly sense of danger overwhelmed him. He tried to withdraw, but he was a moment too late. A cut split open his palm, and bright blood traced a stark red line on the ground. "You are weak," Hechelu said coldly. "You have only a 30% chance of killing me. Is that a risk worth taking? I swear on the name of the god of Ware, if you leave now, the Bristletooth clan will not pursue you. You may even take those legendary heroes who can no longer fight." Rain continued to fall, thunderclouds churning overhead. Quinn looked up at the orc legend, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "I refuse." "Why?" Hechelu pressed, his voice urgent. "Is it for honor, wealth, or faith?" Thunder rumbled overhead as Quinn's face twisted with wild excitement in the lightning's glare. "Power. It's all about power. In this world, killing you will make me stronger. Isn't that simple enough?" A second bolt of lightning exploded across the sky. Quinn raised his spear high, as if to pierce the heavens. Warrior, your hesitation has already decided the outcome. Listen, that's the sound of victory's drums. Let me show you what true divine favor looks like. The third flash of lightning lit up the world. Quinn leapt skyward, his farsight revealing death and starlight swirling around him. His spear drew thunder and the power of legends, all gathering to a peak in an instant. Kneel before the storm. In that moment, he was the legendary warrior who could ride the thunder without ever touching the ground, the supreme fighter of the Bristletooth clan. Three legendary lights intertwined and flashed across the sky, brilliance upon the Empire's wilds. Hunt evil, banish darkness, and the roar of the shackled king from the abyss. The starlight coiled around Hechelu shattered in an instant. He finally recognized his opponent's lethal move, yet it was already too late. In that brief half-second of vulnerability, he lost his chance to unleash his greatest power. Legendary energy burst from within him, its primal force strong enough to tear down city walls and shatter the earth. But before the might of the heavens, it was utterly powerless. The third bolt of lightning crashed down, carrying an oceanic surge of legendary power. It coursed down the length of the spear, instantly breaking through the twin blades' defenses and striking the foremost legendary hero of the boar-headed tribe. Aark. Hechelu howled in agony, his heart roiling with pain, regret, defiance, and helplessness. Yet all he could do was grit his teeth and endure. The other five boar-headed heroes turned in unison, not fully understanding what had happened, but when they saw Hechelu struck by lightning, they all moved to rush to his aid. This time, it's your turn to suffer. The serpent commander, bloodied and barely holding himself together through sheer willpower, sneered coldly. Seeing the desperation in his enemy's eyes, he immediately swung his iron chains, binding them in place. Analysis, you're getting desperate. I don't care. Out of my way. Shorky tried to break past the armored giant before him, only to see his foe lay down his weapon and use his massive body as a shield, determined to block the path even at the cost of grievous injury. The Steel Shell commander, mortally wounded with broken legs and blood streaming from his mouth and nose, still mustered the last of his legendary strength to command the Golden Legion, ordering them to surround the tusked boar and, with the combined might of 100, hold back the monstrous beast. The commanders were all but sacrificing their lives to buy their elite forces a chance to slay the strongest legendary hero among the boar-headed tribe. Aya, legendary power move. True to his reputation, Hechelu, even as his body was charred by lightning, mustered a final surge of legendary energy to shake off the lingering electricity. But now he was at his limit, his body convulsed, and only a trace of his legendary power remained. There's one last chance, divine one. You said, if I killed him, would that spare my people from extinction? Quinn answered in place of the gods, no. Regret was all that remained in Hechelus's eyes. Why didn't you promise me? Faced with Quinn's contemptuous, proud gaze, Hechelus's heart trembled. A glimmer of hope flickered in the hero's eyes, like a dying man grasping at his final lifeline. Even knowing death was certain, he refused to abandon that last shred of hope. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We are the only race in centuries to ever break through the defenses. The god of war. The god of war would never abandon me. Humans, they're all liars. The legendary hero Hechelus's heart pounded wildly as he poured all his strength into his arms, gripping his twin blades. In a flash, the blades became streaks of lightning, moving faster than any opponent Quinn had ever faced. The twin strikes crossed like two eagles diving for the kill, and with a clash of steel, the cross spear was cut cleanly in two. You might not understand, Quinn said calmly, his sword already piercing into his opponent. As he pulled the blade free, it was slick with thick, black blood. You can't kill me. Hechelus's life was fading fast. His eyes widened, burning with a hatred that looked as if it could devour Quinn whole. But in the end, he could only whisper weakly, Is this what fate truly is? The meteor of the Mainetooth clan, falling before tomorrow ever comes. I, Hechelu, was not killed by a human, but struck down by destiny itself. Wrong. Quinn replied, meeting his gaze. You were killed by me. Fate didn't grant me the power to defeat you. Instead, it brought Meth one who truly could write to you. The mighty warrior crashed to the ground, sending mud and water flying. Quinn sliced open his chest and wrenched out his heart, squeezing it tightly. As the blood poured down his throat, he could feel a surge of power coursing through his body. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder and lightning raging overhead. Suddenly, 5 anguished cries rang out at once. Hechelu, brother, second brother, elder brother, master. 5 legendary orc heroes abandoned their human opponents and charged at Quinn together. 2 of them were at the second tier of legend, 3 at the third, and all of them unleashed their ultimate techniques as they burned through the last of their legendary power. Dragonblood Descent, Beastfang Double Strike, Dance of the Great Hunt, Tear Apart, Flying Fangs, Razor-Sharp Strangulation. At that critical moment, a golden light brighter than the sun descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire battlefield. Time seemed to freeze. Every legendary miracle on the field was neutralized by this overwhelming force. A divine voice resounded. Throughout history, many have defeated legends with only mortal strength. But to overcome for legendary heroes as a mortal, there has only ever been one in all of human history. The storm sings your praise. The thunder beats your drum. Rejoice, for your legend has begun. Legend manifested, the thunder god descends, and all must kneel. Thunder roared across the sky. Quinn stood tall on the desolate earth as fierce winds hurled yellow sand around him. Silver-white lightning slithered over his body, crackling with energy. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, so powerful that even the air seemed to freeze. His right hand trembled slightly, and suddenly, a lightning spear as thick as an arm materialized in midair, crackling with blinding arcs. Gripping it tightly, he aimed the spearhead directly at Schwerke, who stood not far away. Quinn's voice was cold and commanding, brimming with an unquestionable arrogance. He spoke slowly, like a hunter passing judgment on his prey. Did you just say you wanted me to know what it's like to lose my family? Death hung heavy in the air. Every instinct screamed at Schwerke. In that instant, she realized that if Quinn unleashed that spear, she would die without a doubt. Her whole body trembled as she desperately tried to summon the last remnants of her legendary power to escape. But it was too late. Quinn's strength, speed, and senses had all soared more than tenfold what they had been before. Even if she had activated her own beast state, she wouldn't be able to match him now. Legendary power surged wildly from within him, flooding out unchecked, filling him with an exhilarating sense of freedom and dominance. He almost burst out laughing, his voice booming like thunder across the sky. So this is what it feels like to wield such immense legendary power. It's incredible, absolutely exhilarating. Haha. In the next instant, he raised his arm and hurled the lightning spear with all his might. With a series of thunderous sonic booms, the spear tore through the air, its force like the scythe of death itself. The power contained within the weapon rivaled Schwerke's strongest attack at her peak. In Schwerke's eyes, she saw the lightning streak across the sky, but before her mind could react, the spear was upon her. Boom. The lightning spear struck its mark flawlessly, recreating a scene from some ancient hunt. It pierced through her body and pinned her to the ground. Her limbs thrashed helplessly, unable to break free. Lightning surged through her, paralyzing every cell until she was utterly immobilized. Quinn's fingers trembled slightly. In that moment, the hidden power within the spear erupted. A ball of lightning several meters wide exploded, swallowing Schwerke whole. Crackling filled the air. Her screams were shrill and agonizing, even more piercing than Hechelus had been at his death. The reason was simple: this female orc was even more afraid of pain, and her cries were all the more desperate. Quinn's eyes were cold, yet there was a thrill in his gaze as if he was savoring a cruel game that delighted him. This is just too much fun. But then his attention shifted, and his expression tightened. He noticed that the few remaining legendary heroes did not rush him. Instead, they turned and retrieved 2 swords and a pearl from Hechelus' corpse. Quinn understood immediately. Their goal was the legendary weapons Hechelus twin blades and the pearl, standard-issue legendary armaments among the 7 legendary orc heroes. By now, the human commanders were all but spent, most of them severely wounded, some even suffering injuries beyond repair. The orc side had suffered just as badly. Of the original 7 legendary heroes, only 4 remained. Quinn assessed the situation. He was confident he could easily defeat these 4 survivors, but he had something else in mind. He looked up and shouted, "Captain Yegwang, give me a hand. Help me hold her down. I want to let my little one have a taste of meat." The air trembled as irregular ripples spread out. A figure stepped silently from the ripples and landed behind Quinn. It was Captain Yegwang. He arrived without a sound, not even a whisper of wind. Quinn had sensed him long ago and spoke calmly. "How did you find me?" He glanced over the battlefield and quickly pieced things together. Captain Yegwang was the most respected and oldest among the commanders, yet when he died, no one showed any sadness or anger. Their reactions were eerily calm, clearly indicating a well-laid plan. Captain Yegwang's status among the commanders was far higher than Hechelus among the Orc 7. The Legion leaders were his juniors. He had always looked after newcomers. So how could his death leave everyone unmoved? It was obvious they had been in on this together from the start. In the sky above, the thunder of the pig-headed hero's miracle rolled out twice in quick succession, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. When Quinn raised his spear, the legendary power surging within the dark clouds remained uncontrollable, hinting at an impending change. Quinn could sense that this force seemed to possess a will of its own, yet was restrained by some unknown power, maintaining a delicate balance. Only an outside intervention could trigger its full eruption. Most striking of all were the starlights floating beside Hechelucent and ghostly, hidden in the gloomy sky and nearly impossible to detect. Just like before with the Nightglow commander, it seemed only Quinn's position allowed him to perceive their presence. Hechelus' attention was completely focused on Quinn, leaving him oblivious to the strange movement of those starlights. The moment Quinn finished speaking, the starlights suddenly transformed into ropes, binding Hechelus tightly and preventing him from launching a counterattack during the brief instant that Quinn gathered his lightning. Hechelu would have to break free from the Nightglow commander's restraints before he could unleash the other legendary powers. I have to wonder, did you really mean to strike me down along with that fat pig back then? The Nightglow commander let out a soft laugh, his tone tinged with provocation. There was neither denial nor confirmation in the response, but something meaningful hung in the air. Quinn couldn't help but spit in annoyance. This guy treats the battlefront as some sort of obsession. There's nothing he wouldn't do. He knew well that the Nightglow commander's schemes ran much deeper than they appeared. Even when several commanders nearly lost their lives, he dared not reveal himself, instead lurking in the shadows and plotting something far more elaborate. If Quinn hadn't appeared out of nowhere, the Nightglow commander would likely have stayed hidden until the very end, waiting for the last trump card to be revealed. Quinn's ability to kill Hechelu in this life-or-death struggle relied not only on timing and location, but also on his accumulated strength and clever strategy. Had he made a single mistake, Hechelu's counterattack would have ended him on the spot. Hechelu's physical abilities were formidable. Without the beast in a cage enhancement, Quinn would have stood no chance. But the combination of the mighty skill and beast in a cage amplified Quinn's physical strength more than sixfold, allowing him to withstand Hechelu's ferocious blows and giving him the right to stand against him. Otherwise, even a single leap could have left Quinn cleaved in two by Hechelu's retaliation. Meanwhile, the high priest of the pig-headed tribe played a pivotal role. Quinn remembered well what the commander had once told him. Self-created skills require relentless effort, and only through deep understanding can their power rival miracles. Even when Hechelu unleashed his legendary power, he couldn't escape the overwhelming force of Quinn's lightning. The Nightglow commander worked in the shadows, disrupting Hechelu's efforts and creating an opening for Quinn. Though the pig-headed tribe possessed formidable physical defenses, they were extremely vulnerable to energy attacks. Most of Hechelu's legendary miracles were designed to ward off physical blows, but the paralyzing effect of lightning was deadly to such foes. Quinn's lightning shattered Hechelu's defenses, leaving him almost immobile. Hechelu's final counterattack was nothing more than a dying flare, impressive, but unable to conceal his inevitable defeat. It was the seamless combination of timing, terrain, and teamwork that secured Quinn's victory. Above all, it was Hechelu's conflicted faith that sealed his fate. Once a devout follower of the god of war, his heart was now set on peace and the well-being of his people. Quinn sneered at this, believing that Hechelu had long since strayed from his god's path and was no longer a true believer. How could the god of war tolerate a heretic who longed for comfort and abandoned battle? Just as Quinn himself was wary of the Nightglow commander's overly cautious, non-confrontational ways, he knew that one day, those who strayed from their ideals would inevitably turn against each other. Fortunately, this matter would likely end here. The pig-headed people had little legendary power left, and Quinn was confident he could wipe them out completely. The reason he called the captain over was for something else. Come here, sweetheart. Time to kill a legend, or else your little body won't be able to carry your old man anymore, Quinn called, waving his hand. The timid big sheep trotted over, its hooves making soft tapping sounds on the ground, and obediently stood beside Quinn. It tilted its head, confusion flickering in its eyes. It could sense something different about its master's aura, but what had he just asked it to do? Kill a legend? Are you insulting me, human? Even if I die by your hand, I'll never be taken down by a mere beast. The pig-headed Shwerky on the ground struggled and shouted. Quinn answered only with cold indifference, pressing his boot down on Shwerky's head. The leather sole crushed against her skull, and her cries of defiance were abruptly cut off by pain. See, baby, I picked out this soul beast just for you. Finish her, and claim your first ring, Quinn said, pointing at the pig-headed woman on the ground with anticipation in his voice. First ring? The big sheep blinked, not quite understanding. But when it saw a legendary figure lying helpless at its feet, something in its blood awakened. Crack! Two sharp horns pierced Shwerky's body, stabbing in and pulling out, leaving bleeding wounds painful, but not fatal. Thud! A raised hoof stomped down hard on her flesh, producing a dull thump. Shwerky convulsed in agony, but still clung to life. Snap! Large white teeth bit down, tearing muscles and tendons, leaving a bloody mess. Shwerky howled in misery, but still didn't die. Even Quinn could hardly watch, frowning slightly. Come on, give her a quick end, kid. Huh. The big sheep looked up, blood on its lips, giving its master an innocent look. It's not that I'm not trying. Orc legends have tough bodies. Isn't it normal that I can't break through? In the end, the orc hero Shwerky slowly closed her eyes and grew cold, dying from blood loss after repeated torment by the big sheep. Bayou, a golden thread shot down from the sky, striking the big sheep's head with laser-like precision. A legend descends. Ravage. Torment. Dominate. This is my glory, and the path I walk. Legend manifests wingless horn dragon. Smack. Quinn slapped the sheep's head, cutting off its speech. The newly ascended legendary sheep looked at him, wounded and innocent. That's it. Only 2 lines for your legend? You're not even trying. Reject Ithri up. They'll find you a tougher legend to kill. Quinn said with dissatisfaction. But I don't know how to reject it, the big sheep muttered quietly. Smack. Another slap landed on its head. Strangely enough, after becoming a legend, the big sheep noticed that Quinn's slaps didn't hurt as much anymore. It blinked, thinking, it can't be that Master is holding back, so it must be that I'm tougher now. Aren't fairy tales supposed to say that pets can talk after they become legends? Say, Dad, Quinn demanded, hands on his hips, looking down at the sheep. The little sheep grew anxious, pawing at the ground. It had no idea why it still couldn't talk. Captain Nightglow, do you have a way to capture them alive? I'd like to create a few more legends for the fortress. That kind of trick, if it works once, it's a blessing from the gods. But you want to try it again? There's no chance it'll succeed. Nightglow cut off Quinn's suggestion without hesitation as soon as he voiced it. As a devout follower of the god of order, he could never tolerate such underhanded tactics. Actions like these would only bring shame to the gods. What puzzled him even more was why the gods had granted the enemy's sheep the power of legend. How would we know unless we try? Quinn replied, wobbling atop the sheep's back with a playful smile. The siege ram was now larger than ever, standing over 4 meters tall and weighing more than 15 tons. Its horns were thick and razor-sharp, marked by striking, wild patterns. Quinn stroked its wool, suddenly puzzled. I've been blessed by the god of war, but you received the favor of the god of the hunt. Did the gods get it mixed up? The sheep didn't answer. Instead, it lowered its head, nuzzling its master's cheek as if to show its loyalty. The soft fleece slipped through Quinn's fingers, warm and delicate, like velvet. He couldn't help but laugh. Doesn't matter. We're both legends now. Let's go deal with those who tried to escape. But before he finished speaking, some commotion erupted on the distant battlefield. 4 orc legendary heroes appeared in sight, their strength nearly spent, pouring what remained into a single orb. Quinn wasn't worried. The ever-steady Captain Nightglow had already appeared above them, ready to unleash his legend. The power of the solitary Star River domain swept out, binding the exhausted orc heroes instantly and dragging them all into the captain's legendary realm. Quinn's lips curled into a smirk. That old man talks about not using special tactics, but he's quicker than anyone when it comes down to it. By now, the tide of battle was clear. All the orc legendary heroes had been wiped out, 3 dead, 4 captured. In the distance, on the battlefield of mortals, over 100,000 leaderless pig-headed soldiers were breaking and fleeing under the charge of the Order Knights. The outcome was only a matter of time. Quinn swung himself onto the sheep, settling comfortably atop its head, and headed toward the fallen giant knight. Let's go find the captain. Now that I've become a legend, I really need to have a match with him. When Quinn reached the fallen knight, he saw the captain hadn't yet dismissed his legendary miracle. He still maintained his 10-meter-tall giant form, gripping his axe and resting on the ground. The captain's miracle was no ordinary power. A single legend's strength could rival 3 others. Despite being gravely wounded by Shwerky, he was still slowly regaining his strength, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Quinn grinned and flicked the captain's helmet with his finger. Captain, see? I wasn't lying. I really took down Hetchalu. Unexpectedly, instead of dispelling his miracle, the captain mustered all his strength to shove Quinn away, his voice hoarse but full of warning. Run. The captain's body trembled violently, and his wounds began to heal at a speed far beyond anything Quinn had seen before. What did that mean? The man still didn't understand. Hadn't he already won the fight? There were no enemies left, so why was the captain telling him to run? But in the next instant, a wild, primal energy surged from the axe. Crimson power flowed along its blade, cloaking the armored giant in a layer of blood-red light. It was an ancient, savage force, as if from a forgotten era, twisting around the giant like red silk and sealing every wound on his body. Then, the giant dropped to one knee, looking up at the sky with a powerful, resonant voice was delivering a divine proclamation. With savagery and blood, we honor the hunt and the beast. Beneath the heavens, the divine decree unfolded. Quinn, legendary hero of the human race, shall journey to the endless hunting grounds to meet the blood of the gods. Executor, child of order, acting priest Clyde. Assistant, acting auxiliary priest, Dragonkin wingless horned dragon. At this moment, the oracle was sealed. Quinn hadn't yet processed the chaos when the giant sheep on his back suddenly bucked, throwing him to the ground. He rolled and, realizing something, looked at the captain and hesitantly asked, "Wait, going to the endless hunting grounds? Does that mean I'm just visiting?" "Exactly," the captain bellowed, his voice thunderous with authority. That beastly, hoarse tone sounded more like a roar than a command. "Only the soul can enter the realm of the gods and join the goddess' eternal hunting feast." Quinn instinctively took a step back. The captain was clearly not himself. His usual mechanical tone had become a guttural beast's growl. What kind of trick was this goddess playing now? But before he could gather his thoughts, a strange, ritualistic sound echoed behind him. The wingless horned dragon, answering the god's will, was unleashing its legendary bloodline. Body, bone, savage growth. Quinn's expression changed, and he shouted, "Hey, when you do your legendary transformation, Who comes up with your catchphrases? But there was no time for complaints. Two beastly shadows lunged at him, and Quinn dove forward, barely dodging their assault. The siege ram was now standing on two legs, its eyes blood-red, clearly under the influence of the god of the hunt and beasts. Its thick, coarse wool, once snowy white, was now soaked in blood. Its massive horns gleamed coldly, as if forged by ancient titans, sharp as blades. The armored giant had also risen, standing beside the wingless horned dragon, axe raised high. The heavens trembled again as the oracle continued. If you escape within 3 minutes without using your legendary transformation, you pass the trial. Class: Savage Beast Warrior Advanced Dragon Hunter. I honestly never planned to use this against you too, Quinn murmured, swiftly leaping backward and narrowly avoiding the commander's deadly vertical slash. Before his feet even touched the ground, a massive siege ramit's blade-like horns gleaming charged straight at him, aiming directly for his chest with unstoppable momentum. Quinn's form blurred as he deftly planted one hand atop the giant ram's head. With a powerful stomp, a surge of force rippled through him, unleashing a strength beyond compare. Using that momentum, he heaved the enormous beast over his shoulder in one explosive motion in over-thresholder throw. A thunderous crash echoed as the ram's body slammed into the earth at breakneck speed, sending shockwaves through the ground and making it tremble as if on the verge of splitting apart. Yet, astonishingly, the ram barely paused. It bounced back up as though nothing had happened, shook its head, and charged at Quinn once more, bellowing in fury. The siege ram's attack style was simple but devastatingly effective: charge, and charge again. That was its only move, but it left no openings. If Quinn couldn't use the ram's momentum against it, he'd stand no chance of surviving a direct hit from such a behemoth. One wrong move, and he'd be run through or have half his bones shattered in an instant. Good thing I've got my cheat, Quinn sneered, rolling aside just in time to dodge another diagonal slash from the commander. He hooked his legs around the commander's arm and used the leverage to spring up. His spear was already broken, his saber still stuck in Hetula's corpse, useless now. All he had left was his bare hands and body, facing two colossal enemies. Though Quinn's body was tiny compared to the iron-armored giant about the size of a toddler, not even reaching the commander's knee, his strength was anything but ordinary. Using every gap in the commander's armor, Quinn vaulted upward, launching a fierce kick at his opponent's helmet. The blow sent a shockwave through the air, but Quinn felt as if he'd kicked solid stone. Pain shot up his leg. Even rocks would shatter under his strike, but the commander's helmet was tougher than granite. His kick didn't even make it wobble. The commander stood unmoved, as immovable as a mountain of steel. Quinn couldn't activate his beast trap skill, but the commander could. Worse, the commander not only had beast trap, but also the terrifying tiger rampage skill, now further empowered by the goddess blessing. His strength was monstrous. In a flash, the commander snatched Quinn up like a kitten and slammed him into the ground. The impact knocked the air from Quinn's lungs, leaving him briefly dazed. But he didn't hesitate. Fighting through the pain, he sprang up, driving both feet into the earth. The ground erupted beneath him as he leapt skyward like a tiger, aiming straight for the commander's head. Quinn had figured it out: the commander had no ranged attacks. This was a close-quarters fight, pure and simple. His survival depended on speed and skill, and had already seen through the patterns in the commander's attacks. The moment he defeated Hetulu, the system had issued a new notification. First kill archer system at your service. Next skill draw, 100. Drawing skill now. Strength to move mountains, might to shake the world. This was the legendary feat sung of a transformed bowman, a top-tier warrior from another realm, whose final power lived on through the system's transformation. Now, that power belonged to Quinn. With every strike, he could channel the force of heaven and earth, crushing his enemies with overwhelming might. Legendary power activated. Quinn's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with the thrill of challenge and the hunger for victory. It felt as if a generator had been installed inside his body. His blood and breath flowed in perfect unison, driving his power forward. In that instant, Quinn grasped the true essence of the Dragon Strike Spear. Although this beginner's way of harnessing strength was straightforward, what he needed now was a far more advanced technique. He summoned every muscle and bone in his body, aligning them seamlessly with the surging legendary power within. The force inside him echoed and intensified, building higher and higher until it reached its peak. Quinn shot into the sky, tracing a graceful arc 100 meters above the ground. Then, like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, he descended with the weight of a mountain, crashing into the earth with devastating force. Boom! The ground groaned in agony as dust erupted like a fountain. Cracks spread outward in a spiderweb pattern, stretching nearly 50 meters in every direction. Wave after wave of legendary power swept through the area, blowing away the lingering smoke. Standing at the center of the crater, Quinn held an unconscious opponent in each hand. He drew a deep breath, dispelling the last of the dust, and raised his trophies high to display his victory to the sky. Is the trial over? It's over, came a gentle voice from behind him. The voice continued, warm as an affectionate older brother. though the gods can only influence this world through legendary power. Over the centuries, they've found special ways like the trap of beasts used by the god of the hunt and wild creatures. But you needn't worry too much. It takes a tremendous amount of energy for a god to test someone like this. They won't be able to do it again until at least another full moon passes. And besides, the voice added with a hint of laughter, gods love a good story. They never set up trials that are certain death. There's always a sliver of hope, a chance for heroes to write even greater legends. The god of the hunt and wild creatures is notoriously jealous, always quarreling with the god of war over a favored human, sometimes even trying to bring them to the divine realm ahead of time. The Chronicles of the Divine Hand clan mention 3 similar cases: children favored by the gods who ultimately gave up their power, died during a trial, and entered the divine realm early. It's like collecting rare treasures, if you can understand that. Quinn let go, letting the 2 unconscious bodies fall to the ground, then dusted off his hands. I see. So, big brother, who are you exactly? The commander will finally reveal himself tomorrow. Who are you? Quinn asked. Me? A gentle voice replied, tinged with the cadence of memory. I am a pioneer, an explorer of the grasslands, a conqueror of the wilds, a dancer upon the seas. I sing with the setting sun and find joy under the bright moon. The voice paused. And most importantly, I am Arlansa, the only hero of the Bristlefang clan ever to ascend to epic status. A man's figure appeared behind Quinn. He looked human, but 2 prominent boar tusks jutted from his mouth. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, betraying no emotion, and his presence was steady as a mountain, unfathomable as an abyss, almost blending into the moonlit night around him. I don't resent you for killing my brother, Arlansa said calmly. He merely followed the footsteps of the god of war before I did. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the divine realm. But his tone cooled. You tried to undermine 20 years of planning for my Bristlefang clan. For that, you'll serve us for 20 years. That's not too much to ask, is it? Quinn was completely stunned. 20 years? That's terrifying. He wasn't even 20 yet. That was like 2/3 of a mortgage in his previous life. Wait, what did he just say? Epic? Does it not look like it? Arlansa seemed to sense Quinn's confusion and smiled, flicking Quinn's forehead with a finger. A fierce wind howled in his ears, the scenery around him raced by, and then boom. A tremendous force blasted open the gates of the Crystal Fortress. I was planning to wait for the epic hero from the Golden Empire to arrive before making my move, Arlansa muttered to himself. But it seems they won't be coming. The crystal line simply can't compare to the highest ground in terms of strength. Arlansa looked up and saw the Nightlight Commander floating above the fortress. The confidence that had once filled the commander's eyes was gone, replaced by shock and fear. Head thought that with the combined might of 5 commanders and the miracle of the fortress, they could unleash epic-level power and seriously wound the boar-headed hero. But now, he realized just how cunning and powerful this Bristlefang epic truly was. The 5 commanders hadn't even managed to hurt him, simply been lying in wait for the right moment. These past few days, it seemed, had only been about waiting for the Empire's epic to arrive, planning a surprise attack. If he succeeded, it would be at least half a month before the Empire could send another epic. Cold sweat ran down the commander's forehead. All strategy becomes a farce when faced with overwhelming force. He was out of cards to play. No, there was still one last move. Arlansa touched the tusks at the corner of his mouth, his smile unchanged, clearly sensing something as well. I can sense the Legion commander's presence. To remain conscious after suffering the Night Goddess curse is impressive, something even I can't do. But his voice took on a probing tone. What price did you pay for it? The air suddenly vibrated. A pillar of light shot from within the fortress, piercing the darkness and striking the battlefield. The light was cold, unyielding, merciless, a manifestation of iron law and order. Crystalline. Legion commander. Descent. Inside the fortress, an enormous knight without a helmet crouched beside the fallen Quinn, pressing a hand to his chest to activate a legendary ability. Soldier, you look like you've been through hell. And you are? Quinn looked at him in confusion, then suddenly realized, oh, so that's where you disappeared to. Looking at the Earthdrake commander in front of him now, missing an arm, Quinn finally understood. This commander's legendary power could share injuries, which explained why he hadn't joined in the assault on the boar-headed hero. In other words, from the very beginning, Commander Nightglow never intended to win in a battle between commanders. Those seemingly fierce duels were nothing more than carefully crafted diversions, with a single purposito: keep the orc legend occupied. Even the cavalry he personally led was just a cover, helping the orcs slip into the fortress and use his legendary power to share the burden of damage taken by the Legion commander. But how can legendary power affect epic power? The Earth Dragon commander flashed a bright white grin and gave a confident thumbs up. I can choose to share some of the physical damage. The Legion commander just needs a brief moment of clarity to heal himself with the fortress miracle. Don't underestimate him, his achievements are legendary. Even if you don't know him personally, you've surely heard his story. What story? The Last Prince in Travels in the Golden Empire. That's a classic. Quinn couldn't help but exclaim. That book was the Golden Empire's top-selling fairy tale, found in almost every household. The sixth part tells the story of the youngest prince's adventures 100 years ago, ending with him slaying an evil dragon to earn the people's recognition. But why do I feel like the Legion commander is losing? On the epic battlefield, Arlanza unleashed a breath attack. A jet-black pillar of energy struck the Legion commander Hedon, sending him flying. Even from 100 meters away, you could feel the scorching heat radiating from that force so intense that even the Earth Dragon commander, famed for his defense, couldn't get close. The Orcish epic hero remained calm and collected. Do you know why I was recognized by the council? The divine hand, divine wing, divine blade, divine boots, divine fong, he said coldly. Their names sound impressive, but they're still clinging to faded glory, living in pitiful memories, trapped in a dream they'll never wake from. All the Legion commander could do was dodge, block, and defend. His armored form was like a punching bag, unable to fight back. Every time the black pillar of energy hit him, it left a gaping hole in his armor. The orc hero raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. The clouds parted, revealing a bright full moon. Waves of epic power swept across the land, radiating a dizzying, chaotic aura. Even looking at it with the naked eye threatened to overwhelm the legendary heroes with its chaos. I know full well that inside the Fortress Miracle, you can unleash more than 10 times your usual epic power, Arlanza declared proudly. But do you know what feat I accomplished when I ascended to epic rank? With a thud, the commanders and the giant sheep were thrown into the fortress. There was no need to guess, it was obviously the Legion commander's doing. He didn't care for words, ignoring Arlanza's long speech, and simply poured even more power into his attack. The Legion commander stepped forward, gathering his epic power. Cold metal surged from the ground, making the earth twist and tremble as if it were alive, baring its fangs and trying to bite into the enemy. But the chaotic aura melted the metal with searing heat, and the land, tainted by the orc hero, turned to molten lava. In the pitch-black sea of fire, Arlanza rode the waves, unleashing a crushing force against the Legion commander's steel fortress. The outcome was clear. In less than 3 minutes, Arlanza had utterly overwhelmed and captured the Legion commander. With a final sweep of his hand, the lava surged and shattered the miracle of the crystal fortress. I wield the power of 7 legendary paths. I slew the elven epic hero and endured a month-long trial by fire to reach the epic realm. Forget 10 times your strength. Even if you had 20 times your power, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me. Arlanza's voice was deep and commanding, his tusks flashing as he spoke, and his eyes radiated unshakable confidence. Out of the 20 epic heroes in the council, in terms of pure combat strength, I rank 3rd. That's why the council backs me. His sharp gaze swept over Quinn, then shifted to the person standing nearby. I'm not just saying this for his benefit, it's for you, too. Arlanza stepped forward, his powerful orc frame casting a huge shadow in the sunlight. He stopped in front of Quinn and extended a calloused hand. You're the only hero in the entire orc empire to have passed the trial of seizing followers from the god of the hunt and beasts. His tone suddenly softened, a stark contrast to his rugged appearance. Those old folks love having you as a mascot, and with your looks. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Quinn. Are you sure you don't have orc blood? Before Quinn could answer, he waved dismissively. Never mind, bloodlines aren't important. But the aura of legend and divinity on you is definitely real. If you swear loyalty to me for 20 years, I'll forgive you for ruining the plans of my main Tusk clan. Arlanza's voice grew even lower. This is a gift from the strong, a choice the weak can't refuse. Then, his expression unexpectedly softened, his tusks glinting coldly in the sunlight. But I still want to ask, would you consider it? If not for the sharp tusks at the corners of his mouth, no one would have guessed such gentle words could come from an orc. No, it wasn't Quinn who answered. It was the commander. Quinn stood there, already wondering if he could ever get used to being surrounded by orcs. After all, Arlanza's strength was overwhelming, but Quinn didn't really mind orcs, figured it was just like a civil engineer going to work in Africa. Earn some money, then come home. Besides, he had his own advantages. As long as he was careful, he was confident he could take down this pighead in 5 years. But just then, the commander, who had somehow regained consciousness, slowly got up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and, looking down at Arlanza, declined the epic hero's offer on Quinn's behalf. Arlanza regarded the commander coldly, extending a hand as a faint glow gathered at his fingertips, ready to deal with him directly. Royal blood, he sneered. Judging by your build, you must have inherited only the shell and not the strength. If you'd inherited the strength, you'd be a giant king, but you're just a leftover scrap. You'll never reach the epic realm in this life. Discipline thyself. The commander whispered an incantation, and a subtle aura shimmered around him. Seeing him invoke a legend, even Arlanza, usually composed, couldn't help but laugh. Don't you understand the gap between legend and epic? He shook his head. Relax, I won't harm him. In fact, he'll be worshipped by a bunch of old men as the god's representative on Earth, a role countless people dream of. A wave of invisible force erupted from Arlanza, slamming into the commander and pushing him back again and again, yet unable to knock him down completely. Legend descends royal blood. Stage 2. Blood. Legend manifestation discipline thyself too. Buddy, what's the point of unlocking 2 paths of legend now? He's epic. Let me spend a few years and take him out myself and throw your life away. Quinn was sweating on the sidelines, but there was no way to stop the commander's legend from manifesting. The commander gritted his teeth, his feet planted firmly like roots in the ground, unmoved by the storm. His eyes, fierce and predatory, locked onto the epic hero. I won't let my family suffer. His voice was broken by the gale, but his resolve was unshakable. At first, Arlanza seemed unmoved, but within 3 seconds, his expression changed. Behind the commander, space suddenly twisted, tearing open a rift, not an illusion, but a real rupture in the fabric of reality. A pair of hands, clad in ornate gauntlets, reached through. Crack, crack. The gauntlets tore the opening wider, making it large enough for an adult to pass through, then released their grip. A figure stepped out of the rift. She had eyes like icy crystals and shoulder-length silver hair that fluttered in the breeze. Her distant expression was identical to herself now. Even her features and figure matched Hersel's perfectly. Quinn could tell that her proportions were exactly the same, but it was obvious at a glance she was not Hersel. This woman possessed the power of 8 legendary paths. Not 7, but 8. She stood by the rift, and when she noticed Quinn staring, she frowned slightly, puzzled, but said nothing. She simply bent a little, as if waiting for the next arrival from the rift. Another woman stepped out gracefully, high heels clicking crisply on the ground. Because of the angle, Quinn couldn't see her face, only that she approached the commander who had just awakened his 2nd legendary path with a faint, elusive smile. Quinn had no idea who she was, but Arlanza recognized her instantly, his surprise turning to shock. Giant King Claire, why are you suddenly here? His voice quivered with barely contained fear. The woman turned with elegance, every movement infused with perfect courtly grace, neither distant nor familiar, a gesture of condescension from one of higher status. If I hadn't come, my sister, Clayton, would have died at your hands. Her voice was smooth as silk, yet carried undeniable authority. And if she died, I'd lose my source of power. The title of Giant King was bestowed upon you after you defeated the legendary descendants of the Titans. It's similar to my own honor, Arlanza exclaimed, his eyes burning with fervor. Though he looked down on the commander of the Crystal Line, he couldn't hide his admiration and respect for this epic hero. The Giant King's smile vanished as quickly as melting ice, replaced by a look of disdain and disgust. She ignored Arlanza and turned instead to the woman beside her, who looked identical to Hezel, and snapped coldly. Lesser races are revolting. Even when you take human form, you still have those 2 fangs. The woman at the Giant King's side had skin so pale, it was almost translucent, and she wore a set of shimmering silver armor. A silver cloak draped from her shoulders, fluttering in the night wind like a bolt of moonlit silk. Unlike Hezel, whose cold exterior hid a passionate heart, this woman exuded a chill that seemed to freeze everything around her, a coldness that came from deep within her soul. Strangely, she carried no weapon. Instead, a 6-sided crystal hovered at her side, flashing with 8 different colors. It was this crystal that allowed Quinn to instantly recognize her as someone who had achieved the legendary status of 8-fold legend, her proof of legend. Is it really possible to take that out? Quinn wondered in shock. And if it's out, is she still a legend? But what happened next was even more astonishing. The legendary token began to spin, absorbing its owner's power and gradually taking on the glow of an epic force. Then, together with the woman, it shot toward Arlanza like an arrow loosed from a bow. Their speed was incredible. Quinn's eyes couldn't even follow them. All he felt was a sudden rush of wind at the gate, and then both figures vanished. In the sky, 2 streaks of light crashed into each other like meteors, each collision sending out shockwaves of terrifying energy. As my twin sister, this is the 2nd time I'm warning you. Leave this country and never come back, the woman said, her voice icy cold. With your strength, you could live comfortably among the barbarian tribes to the south. Claire, the woman addressed as her sister roared in fury. Bang! With a deafening crash, her helmet shattered, revealing the true face of the commander. Even pinned to the ground, hair in disarray, her natural nobility was impossible to hide. Her delicate, jade-like cheeks were flushed with anger, and her brows dark and arched like wings added a sharp edge to her handsome features. Yet at that moment, she looked more like a fierce little bear cub being held down, desperate to bite, but powerless to resist. Claire, using her epic power to subdue her sister, looked down at the fallen commander with a cold, arrogant smile. That's all I have to say. As soon as the words left her mouth, her figure vanished from the ground. A thunderous boom echoed from the sky, and a storm swept through like a natural disaster, shredding everything in its path. Legend unleashed the eternal, unyielding fortress. With this declaration, walls sprang up to cover the entire crystal fortress. Thanks to the legendary power of the Earth Dragon Commander, the fortress was able to withstand the catastrophe. Thud! A massive pig head, over 10 meters in diameter, crashed down in front of the crystal fortress walls. Its eyes, wide with disbelief, remained open even in death. A majestic female voice echoed from the sky. The crisis at Crystal Fortress has been resolved. By imperial decree, 11th Prince Giraffe, for allowing pig-headed invaders to breach the crystal line and causing disgrace to the Golden Empire, will, in 1 month, lead all commanders to hand over command to the 6th Legion of the Azure Wood in the Southlands. He is demoted to Deputy Chief of Staff, assisting the 6th Legion commander. The position of Crystal Line commander will be temporarily filled by 19th Princess Claire. Once the voice had completely faded, the oppressive power of epic energy finally lifted from the commander. She was furious, practically tearing herself apart with rage. I'm going to explode. That woman is way too arrogant. Arg. Unrestrained by the epic force, she totally lost control, rolling on the ground like a madwoman and cursing nonstop. That wretch. I swear I'll crush her under my feet. Commander, isn't she your sister? The big sheep asked cautiously, worry written all over its face. So what? That doesn't make me any less angry. Quinn roared, then took a deep breath and changed her tone. Never mind, you keep complaining. Come here, sweetheart. The suddenly clear-headed big sheep approached as if facing a great enemy, anxiety churning inside it. The memories of being controlled by a god still lingered, and it was terrified that Quinn might string it up and give it a beating. Bowing respectfully, it kept its head low. Hold her down. Don't let her embarrass herself any further. Ba the big sheep bleated in grievance, instinctively shrinking back. Potion, come help. Get away. Don't stick your face so close, it muttered under its breath. But in a flash, Quinn grabbed its cheeks and started to knead and pull at them, oblivious to its protest. Hey, this is pretty soft. The poor big sheep could only stand there in silence, letting the commander do as she pleased. Deep down, it thought to itself, your sister, she didn't seem to hurt you that badly. In fact, she came to rescue you. Maybe she's not all that bad. They'll talk to you about it when I get back. The God of Order is a supreme and magnificent being. Centuries ago, its descendant founded the Golden Empire and imposed unbreakable rules upon the land. This descendant, the eldest son of the god, soon bestowed his power upon his children. The strong were given wisdom, the weak received willpower, the incomplete gained wings, and the blind were granted a single eye. According to legend, this descendant declared that 100 years later, his descendants would compete against one another, and the victor could claim the power of the defeated. The last one standing would become the Golden Emperor. Time passed, and a century later, the second Golden Emperor rose as foretold. She, too, was a legendary hero, flawless and, thanks to her many trials, even stronger than the previous emperor. Within just 3 days, she quelled all the threatening foreign powers into silence. Centuries later, she followed her father's example, establishing a new rule. 100 years from then, her heirs would compete for the throne. Once again, the challenge was set for a century in the future. The Golden Emperor took his 13th wife, and together they had twin daughters. The elder sister was born strong and powerful. At just 3 years old, she killed a grown water buffalo with her bare hands. The younger sister, by contrast, was frail and sickly, but her senses were extraordinary. She could perceive miraculous forces in the air even before reaching legendary rank. The sisters were inseparable, with the elder always protecting the younger. Their close bond was the envy of all who saw them. Yet, everything changed when they turned Savina sudden. Severe fever struck them both. After her illness, the younger sister began to speak in strange, incomprehensible ways, as if cursed by a witch. Finally, at age 10, she used her legendary power to pierce her sister's body, forcibly seizing a portion of her sister's strength ahead of time. In that moment, the elder sister lost all the miraculous blessings granted by the God of Order. Though her own body was frail and unable to wield this power, the younger sister could easily control it and even bestow it upon her own personal guards. When the Golden Emperor learned of this, he was furious. He forced the twins to swear an oath. Until she achieved mythic status, the younger sister must protect her elder sister, and was forbidden from harming, imprisoning, or killing her. If the elder sister were to die, the younger sister would lose all her powers. With the help of the Golden Emperor, the elder sister, stripped of the power of order, was granted her mother's vocation. The power of order cannot be taken so easily. Even though the elder sister's legend was blessed by the gods of the hunt and beasts, she still couldn't suppress the seed growing inside her. For a child of order to ascend to the rank of legend, she must walk the path of order. While she could draw on the power of other gods, the core of her strength remained rooted in order. In time, that seed grew larger, gradually intertwining with the power of beasts. The elder sister always feared that her younger sister, who had already become an epic, would steal her power once again. That's why she never chose to advance to the second tier of legend. The younger sister understood this, so she left a mark on her Sublinga brand that ensured if the elder sister's legendary power ever increased, her younger sister, far away in the capital, would sense it immediately, knowing her sister was facing a crisis she could not withstand. After hearing the story, Quinn gave the big sheep's head a pat and couldn't help but exclaim, "She's truly awful, isn't she? Just plain wicked." The captain shot back coldly, "Watch your words." "But, Captain, you're just too kind," Quinn teased with a smirk. "I'm not fierce enough for you." The captain gritted her teeth, glaring at Quinn. Her eyes flashed sharp as blades. Her nostrils flared. There was something almost flirtatious about the tension in the air. Quinn's smile vanished. His face darkened, eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity. He clenched his fist to his chest and spoke in a low voice. "Then, as repayment for the humiliation you suffered to save me, I swear I'll kill that woman myself and bring you her head." "No, no, don't." The captain quickly reached out, grabbing his fist tightly. "I don't want her head." Quinn let out a cold laugh and shook his head. "See, you're still too gentle. You're missing that edge. When you take off your helmet, you seem like a completely different person. Put it back on, and you're a bit more intimidating." "Really?" The captain suddenly leaned in, searching his eyes intently, as if trying to spot the slightest trace of insincerity. She was used to this kind of back and forth, whether it was with Quinn or anyone else. Such close contact didn't faze her. But today, with both of their helmets off, when her golden eyes met his brown ones, a strange flutter ran through her chest. Her heart raced, and she quickly pulled away, nearly tumbling off the big sheep's back. The first light of dawn once again spread across every corner of the defensive line, casting long shadows on the ground until the last rays of the setting sun shone through the highest conference room of the Crystal Fortress, illuminating the spacious chamber. Seated in the Legion commander's chair was the mysterious and noble 19th princess. Poised and graceful, her fair, slender fingers turned through mountains of reports, a strange gleam flickering in her calm eyes as she casually used the power of epic legends to scan the accumulated documents. Regarding the orcs' movements, intelligence showed that they had launched a fierce assault within just 2 short months. At first, no one had anticipated the outbreak of war. Most believed it to be just another minor conflict started by the orc tribes to thin out their surplus population. After all, such skirmishes had occurred countless times in history, rarely attracting much attention. Yet no one expected these cunning orcs to bypass the defenses of the Blackblood Divine Net and launch a sudden, violent attack on the Crystal Fortress. Before this, all the reports had been as routine as they had for decades: daily patrols, supply inventories, soldier training and uneventful, with no sign that a storm was brewing. After finishing the reports, the princess set them aside. Sensing this, her personal guard immediately summoned legendary power and, with a wave of his hand, moved the cold conference table away, replacing it with a single-person dining table that had long been prepared. The princess sat down and began her simple breakfast. She nudged her guard with her foot and spoke casually. "My sister is still the same as ever, silly as always. Do you want to see your little sister?" The guard's face remained expressionless as he replied coolly, "Yes." The princess picked up a piece of fatty meat, piercing it with her fork. The hot fat dripped onto the plate, catching her interest. "But that other one, the one named Quinn, turns out he's actually human. I thought he was an orc my sister had bound with legendary power. You know, the god of the hunt and beasts has a vocation that lets you form contracts with animals, right?" The guard's expression didn't change as he silently used legendary power to catch the splattering oil. He answered calmly, "If he's with your sister, he's probably also with Hesser. Your little sister might have already shaken hands with him." The princess' gaze grew a little deeper. She said softly, "Shaken hands, isn't that normal? Even nobles train their pets to shake hands as a gesture." Her eyes flickered. "But the way he looks at you isn't quite right. There must be something between him and Hesser." The guard's face remained cold, as if he didn't understand her joke at all. Still, he replied in a low voice, "I'll go see my little sister." The princess nodded. "All right, go ahead and see her. It hasn't been easy for her, staying by my sister's side. She's just reached the legendary rank, so be gentle with her. Don't keep everything bottled up." The guard bowed his head in salute. "Thank you, Your Highness." The royal guard nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the dining table vanished, leaving the princess alone in the quiet meeting room. Humming an unfamiliar tune, she deftly traced a circle in the air with her fingers. Sparks danced from her fingertips, weaving swiftly into a brilliant halo that enveloped the space around her. In an instant, the scene before her shifted. It became a view of the royal capital. As the only member of the imperial family whose bloodline could rival that of the god of combat, the princess never let down her guard. Even though she had left the capital for a few days, she kept a close eye on her adversaries, eager to see who might put on the most ridiculous and comical performance. "I'm back," she said with a light laugh. But in the distance, something unusual caught her eye. There, across a vast stretch of land, was an enormous crater nearly a kilometer wide. Standing atop the walls of the Thorn Spear Fortress, Quinn's gaze was fixed on the gash in the earth, as if the land itself had been torn open. The pit seemed bottomless, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Inside, rotting flesh was piled high, the murky red forming sinister shadows that glimmered eerily in the sunlight. Amid the carnage, the occasional corpse of a lizard man could be seen, their bodies already melted into pools of blackish red blood, the stench of decay making the air heavy and oppressive. Don't worry, my attack won't harm the ley lines. A sudden chill swept over Quinn from behind. He spun around to see Herschel standing with a woman who looked exactly like her. The two seemed a bit awkward, and Herschel gave Quinn a small wave. Herschel began hesitantly. Quinn, this is my sister, Martina. So you're the elder sister. Quinn immediately stepped forward and offered his hand. To him, it was just a friendly gesture. Martina glanced at him, seeming to ponder for a moment, then removed her gauntlet, revealing slender fingers, and shook his hand lightly. Your name is Quinn? She asked. That's right, ma'am. Quinn replied with a smile, his tone light and slightly teasing. Martina withdrew her hand and quickly put her gauntlet back on, turning her gaze back to Herschel. Her eyes were as cold as frost, as if to remind Herschel that even legends have responsibilities that cannot be neglected. Yes, Herschel replied quietly, a hint of resignation in her voice. Quinn noticed the subtle change in Herschel's expression, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. This was only the second time he had seen Herschel look so meek. The first was that night, when she began to question her own beliefs. Martina, seemingly unfazed, continued, I understand your interests, but if your hobby is keeping slaves, I'd prefer you kept someone like Melis. This one barely passes as a fighter. Her tone was calm and direct, without a trace of contempt. Before she had finished speaking, Herschel muttered, Quinn isn't a slave. A flicker of doubt crossed Martina's eyes as she quickly reassessed the situation. Not a slave? She repeated softly. She quickly came to a new conclusion, her gaze turning slightly apologetic. My apologies, sir. I mistook your profession. Then, with an easy smile, Martina added, you look like a sturdy barbarian, and anyone who can tame a siege ram must be a skilled handler. Quinn couldn't resist giving Herschel a playful wink, his eyes brimming with silent mischief. Is your sister always like this? Herschel frowned, shooting him a sharp look in return. You're the one who's odd. My sister is perfectly normal, she retorted indignantly. This exchange, with its subtle tension and lively dialogue, vividly captured the complex relationships and underlying tension between the characters. Martina looked at the two of them in confusion as they exchanged glances. She frowned slightly and asked, what's up with you two? Did you get something in your eyes? Not at all, big sis. Hesser quickly waved her hands. Are you staying for breakfast? If not, I'm heading to bed. I was fighting all night, and I'm exhausted. My apologies, I didn't think of that. The personal guard of the 19th princess nodded lightly, grabbed Hesser by the shoulder, and in an instant, the two of them vanished, leaving only a faint breeze behind. Quinn was left standing alone on the wall, or rather, not quite alone. There were still two others, Lily and Melis, who had been thoroughly disciplined. Judging by their anxious expressions, they seemed even more intimidated by the army medic's sister than Hesser was. Has she always been like this? Quinn asked curiously. Absolutely. She's terrifying. Lily nodded so hard her head looked like a bobblehead, then started listing Martina's legendary deeds with animated gestures. Being dragged out of bed at 6 every morning for training, being forced to stand in the corner for 2 hours after getting caught sneaking snacks from the kitchen, and being sent to chef training camp because her cooking was so bad. Well, she wasn't wrong to do any of that. Quinn had barely finished speaking when, with a yelp, Lily bumped her head against Quinn's armor, leaving her dazed. Now that you've had your turn, it's mine. Quinn chuckled, then shifted to a more serious tone. My original plan was to have the protagonist sacrifice both legs as bait to lure the legendary boar-headed hero into a trap, then have the little lamb charge in on a bolt of lightning to land the final blow, letting them both earn the legendary title. That would have taken at least 3 chapters, but some readers felt the pacing was too slow, so I sped things up a bit. Then others said it felt too rushed. This is the first time I've run into a situation where I just can't please everyone. I've never dealt with this before. Quinn said firmly, so from now on, unless there's a bug, I won't change the plot anymore. Of course, if I ever write something completely unreasonable and don't realize it, please call me out. This book is meant to be fun, absolutely no pretentiousness. The Order Knights of the Fortress had just survived a brutal cavalry charge. Though everyone was wounded and utterly exhausted, the loss of 5 elite knights had come at a steep price in the fierce clash with the enemy. Compared to the other 150 soldiers, whose riding skills were lacking, the training Quinn had organized in advance proved crucial, keeping his squad's casualties to a minimum. After a brief meeting, the team members dispersed to rest. There are no battles without casualties. Even with their victory, the mood wasn't overly somber. Only the close friends of the 5 fallen knights were quiet and downcast, but with encouragement from their companions, they gradually regained their spirits. They agreed that, in 10 days, once everything was settled, they would celebrate together with their captain and hold a feast. Ever since Martina arrived, Herschel had refused Quinn's request to spend more time with her. She made it clear that Martina carried a spatial teleportation device, meaning she could appear at any moment to check whether Herschel was fulfilling her duty to assist the imperial princess. Quinn gradually realized that Herschel wasn't as cold as had thought. She simply treated everyone equally. Whether facing the captain or an ordinary soldier, her expression remained cool and reserved. Never arrogant or submissive, she simply focused on her work. Like a flawless machine, she was skilled in nearly everything: cooking, painting, architecture, horse care, training, and commanding troops. Quinn concluded that she was like a perfect humanoid machine, carrying out the 19th Princess orders without hesitation. As for the 19th Princess herself, Quinn hadn't seen her in days, nor had he seen the captain meet with her. Clearly, there was deep conflict between the two. Not long after, Quinn, who would later become a legend, was promoted to vice captain, still reporting to the captain and not yet given independent command of a legion. The promotion was due to the short time frame. The captain wanted him to stay by his side for another 6 months before being evaluated again. Only after strong recommendations from the other captains did the 19th Princess assign Quinn this nominal position, otherwise she wouldn't have cared. Herschel had mentioned that Martinez's most important daily task was to prepare 3 meals a day for the 19th Princess and listen to her talk about the political struggles in the capital. Although Martina had left the capital, her device allowed her to return at any time for inspections. Thornlance Fortress, Quinn's room. Hurry, pen. I need to write a letter. I have to tell my father the good news. Weiss was so excited he could hardly keep still, finally remembering to write home. Do we have any ink? Quinn turned and asked. Let's go find Miss Herschel. She's the only one who can help us. Weiss grabbed Quinn's arm without hesitation, his eyes shining with excitement. At Thornlance Fortress, besides Quinn, Herschel was the only high-ranking officer Weiss knew. Strangely, there seemed to be an unspoken understanding between them. Lately, Herschel hadn't seemed herself. Was it because of her strict sister? Martina was certainly demanding, but she was also kind. Weiss had interacted with her before, though they never found much common ground. To be honest, Weiss hadn't dared greet her. The woman was like an iceberg, and she certainly wouldn't strike up a conversation with a stranger. Let's go find her. Weiss pulled Quinn along, heading quickly toward Herschel's office. When there were no patients, Herschel usually spent her time conducting research using her abilities. Lately, she had been trying to see if she could use the blast furnace to develop new products. At the moment, she was sitting at her workbench, brow furrowed, fingers tapping on the table clearly. Her latest experiment had failed again. I honestly have no idea what the next step for this item should be, she muttered to herself, propping her head up with one hand. Is there an even more advanced or efficient way to smelt? Quinn stood nearby, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall, a note of confidence in his voice. You're heading in the wrong direction from the start. The blast furnace is already about as good as it gets. Tweaking it further won't lead to any major breakthroughs. What you should be focusing on is what this item can create. Besides iron, there are other byproducts. If you're stuck, I can give you a hint. I don't need your hints, Herschel retorted, but her tone softened a moment later. Well, if I can't figure it out in another 2 weeks, maybe I will. She knew her own limits and then changed the subject. So what brings you here? The medic shot Quinn a sidelong glance, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Can I just stop by for no reason? If you had no reason to be here, your hand would already be under your shirt, Quinn replied bluntly, though there was a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Not that I would mind, of course. Feeling exposed under her gaze, Quinn raised his hands in surrender, revealing his real reason for coming. Actually, Weiss wants to write a letter home, but he doesn't have ink, paper, or anyone to deliver it. That's easy enough, Herschel replied right away. Once he's finished, give it to me. He'll make sure it gets sent to Crystal Fortress. Letters are delivered in bulk at the end of each month. Officers of elite rank and above get this privilege. Standing awkwardly in the doorway, Weiss offered a sheepish smile, understanding that Herschel was subtly hinting at his own rank. Herschel stood up and gave her seat to Weiss. Paper, pen, and ink are all right here. Go ahead and write. Her petite frame was almost completely hidden by Quinn's tall figure. Weiss eagerly sat down, but as soon as he picked up the quill, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to turn and ask Quinn for help, he felt a hand rest gently on his arm. Start with, Dear Father Elby. It's been a long time. How have you been? Quinn's voice sounded from behind him. Weiss carefully dipped the quill in ink and began to write as Quinn instructed. His handwriting was remarkably similar to Quinn's, though much slower. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but he kept writing. Whenever I think of you, I remember Miss Michelle's freshly baked bread. Thoughts always been my favorite breakfast, Quinn continued, his tone steady and sincere. The distance between us is like the snowy mountain peaks and the water grass deep in the valley, so close, yet unreachable. These 2 months apart have left me feeling a bit down, but as the sole heir of the Sonley clan, they'll claim honor as easily as a hunter parts the grass. Weiss' pen glided smoothly across the paper, Quinn's words flowing into ink. Quinn, my retainer, a child of Uncle Darka, has now become a legendary hero and still chooses to serve our family loyally, standing by my side as my right-hand man. Yours always, Weiss. At last, the letter was finished. Weiss carefully blew on the ink to dry it, turning around with a bright smile, eager to see if his friend thought had made any mistakes. Perfect. Leave the letter here and let Herschel take care of sending it, Quinn said, giving Weiss a satisfied pat on the shoulder. Lord Quinn, Captain, you're incredible. Whoa. At the bonfire party, the knights' cheers rang out one after another. In a contest of pure physical strength, the arm wrestling match between Quinn and the captain reached a fever pitch. With the order's knights as witnesses, the stone stools beneath them shattered one after another. They'd already gone through several. In the end, both had to admit it was a draw. Sweat slid down Quinn's forehead, but he didn't hesitate to announce, "Next up is a to-go-for with my little one. He'll let you all team up." As soon as he spoke, the siege ram sheep strutted proudly onto the field, each step radiating its overwhelming strength. Having ascended to the legendary realm, its intelligence was no longer at the level of a 3-year-old child, at least 6. Now, don't underestimate us, one knight shouted. Even if you're a legendary hero, there are dozens of us. And me. I wanted to, piped up tiny Lily, who, when she jumped, could reach nearly 1.8 meters, making herself the star of this round. Unfortunately, the result was disappointing. Even with more than 40 elite knights and the naturally strong Lily, they couldn't overcome the little lamb's legendary might. As a creature blessed with legendary power, it could now be considered a mixed blood dragon. At the same level, aside from Quinn, there was hardly anyone who could match its strength. Whack! Quinn habitually patted the little lamb's head, laughing heartily to celebrate its victory. The banquet lasted nearly 3 hours, with many order knights leaving in a drunken haze. Quinn, who had planned to head back, was suddenly grabbed by the captain, who seized him by the neck and dragged him into her room like a piece of luggage. The captain's room wasn't much different from an ordinary soldier's, except that the furniture was built on a larger scale and soft wool rugs covered the floor, making it pleasantly comfortable underfoot. Others were present as well, the captains for personal guards: Herschel, Melis, Lily, and Polypo. Need a hand sobering up? Herschel raised a finger, now red as a beet, and gently poked Quinn's side. No. That's hot. Really hot. Quinn, who had still been a bit dazed, instantly sobered up, glancing around and realizing he couldn't play drunk any longer. The sound of armor being removed echoed. The captain took off her helmet, revealing her face and the collar of her shirt. She wore a plain training outfit. Nothing fancy, so simple it hardly seemed fit for a princess, especially compared to her sister's elaborate gowns. Her features were striking, a natural blend of strength and beauty, with an enigmatic smile that gave her an air of mystery so different from her usual boisterous self. If the Herschel sisters were like snow lotus, stone cold on the outside but soft within, the other cold through and through, then the captain was like a tulip, elegant and noble, but still open to friendship, with a bright and sunny disposition. She wasn't just beautiful. Her neck was long and graceful, reminiscent of a swan, every line flawless. Under the light, her skin glowed with a pearly luster. It suddenly dawned on Quinn, the armor I'm wearing used to belong to the captain. So when I went into battle, was I actually wearing women's armor? Just then, the captain pulled Quinn to her side just like she always did, tucking him under her arm, so his head knocked against her steel armor. For tonight's second event, we're here to officially welcome Quinn as my personal guard, the captain announced enthusiastically, then turned to Polypo and Lily. You too, take off your armor as well. With a crisp clatter, the plates of armor fell away from the little iron tin, revealing her pajamas adorned with a cute white rabbit. She bounced happily on the wool carpet before settling into a comfortable spot. Polypo, on the other hand, clung tightly to her helmet, determined not to comply. After all, the captain still hadn't revealed the secret Quinn discovered that night. Still, the captain didn't push her and swiftly moved on. Quinn, from today, you are my 5th personal guard, she declared solemnly, raising her hand. Do you know why? Unlike other captains who travel with a retinue of servants, I seem to be all alone. Before Quinn could reply, the captain launched into an animated introduction. She pointed to Lily, who was busy munching on snacks. Lily flashed a playful peace sign. She's my chef. And I'm the servant, Polypo said, puffing out her chest with pride. This is my only slave, the swordswoman Maris said calmly. I was sold off when I was very young, so being bought by Lady Caledon is an honor. The others seemed entirely unfazed by her statement. And this is my steward, but I'm sure I don't need to introduce them. As the captain affectionately nuzzled Quinn, Hessel's palms gradually grew warmer. Quinn, the captain suddenly grew serious. In our big family, what role would you like to take on? Hearing this, Quinn remembered what Hessel's sister, Martina, had once said about him. Stable hand, he ventured. The captain paused, deep in rare contemplation. She had to admit, the position suited Quinn perfectly, not just because of his impressive riding skills, but also because he was the only one with a legendary mount. Most importantly, his giant sheep was now big enough to comfortably carry 6 people at once. Perfect, the captain declared, clapping her hands. In recognition of your outstanding horsemanship, I officially appoint you as the exclusive groom to the 18th princess. Ha ha. The 6 of them chatted late into the night. It wasn't until Lily, growing sleepy, climbed onto the leader's lap, and let out a yawn that the gathering finally came to an end. The leader wanted Quinn to stay the night, but both Polybo and Hazel firmly objected. Disappointed you couldn't stay, huh? As soon as they stepped out of the room, Hazel pinched Quinn's ear, her tone dripping with jealousy. Bueno, of course not. Quinn stammered, trying to explain. TCH, Hazel scoffed. Not far away, Melis quickened her pace, silently reminding herself not to let this pair of lovers distract her from her sword training. Once Melis was completely out of sight, Hazel's voice softened as she nestled in the man's arms. Quinn, let's go to the confinement room. Understood. Night had fallen, and most of the Order Knights were asleep. Patrols around the fortress had thinned out. With Martina away on a mission for at least 5 days, Quinn boldly swept Hazel up and let her sit on his shoulder. Her curvaceous figure pressed against his right side, and with every step, he could feel the intoxicating softness. The medic savored these private moments, humming a tune with her eyes closed, tracing idle patterns on his chest with her toes. Since childhood, she had been taught to place divine authority above all else, followed by royal power. Her life's purpose was to devote everything to the gods, serving the royal family to fulfill this mission. For over 30 years, this belief was carved deep into her bones. But ever since a crack appeared in that faith, Quinn had filled part of the void. She began to give him some of the time that once belonged solely to her gods. Bit by bit, that time grew, for aside from submitting new knowledge, she realized the gods had never truly cared for her. Quinn, yeah? Put me down. All right. The medic landed lightly on the empty street, where only the two of them remained. In the distance, the sound of patrolmen's footsteps faded. She stood barefoot, draped in a black and red robe, her eyes shining with warmth and spirit. A dancer of abundance should offer her most passionate dance to the gods, but tonight, the gods were absent. Dressed in a gauzy gown as light as a whisper, she moved with grace, her dress swirling around her like velvet cut from the night. Flames flickered and curled around her, sending waves of heat through the air. This was the primal mating dance of the dancer of abundance, the very foundation of civilization. A soft exhale slipped from his lips, sweat beading gently on his nose, only to be seared away by a flicker of flame. In the darkness, the dancer's silhouette swayed like fire, her slender waist setting layers of petals spinning, wrapping around the man's body like a deadly web. From a distance, the sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps approached. Drawn by the unusual blaze, they followed the noise to its source. But when they arrived, only an empty street greeted them. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, chalking it up to tricks of the night, and scratched their heads before leaving. High above, the dancer had already flown away with her trophy, vanishing into a secret, shadowy hideout. The next morning, Quinn tried to get up as briskly as usual, only to find his whole body drained of strength. Puzzled, he asked, "You cheated, didn't you? The fight was barely an hour, but you just kept getting stronger." "It's just the power of legend at work," the medic replied, coiling around him like a water snake, her face glowing with vitality. "The goddess of abundance has many talents. Whether it's healing wounds or restoring energy, it's effortless. I am a doctor after all. Is that really how doctors work?" "That's exactly how it works." Quinn didn't bother arguing about the details. It was all within his tolerance anyway. After breaking through the final layer of their relationship, not much changed in their daily routines. During the day, Quinn trained the elite knights, while Herschel managed the fortress logistics. More than half a month later, Thornlance Fortress was preparing to head south toward the verdant ancient woods. This time, only the captains and their elite knights were needed. Regular soldiers could stay behind, maybe bringing along 1 or 2 at most. This was to prevent the enemy from targeting each captain with a countering legendary hero, as they had done before. It was an old tactic of the Golden Empire. Whenever the situation changed, they would rotate legendary heroes along the front lines. The rare piece left Quinn feeling a bit uneasy. If he wanted to hunt orcs now, he'd have to travel at least 200 kilometers north to the Bearman's camp, where he'd face at least 10 legendary heroes even stronger than the boar-headed warriors, not to mention the epic heroes of the Bearman tribe. With no other choice, he poured all his energy into training the elite knights. "Get up, all of you. Anyone who dares fall, they'll give them a punch." Quinn barked, keeping a close eye on Polypo. "You're a former commander, you should be setting an example, not being the cautionary tale." The training itself was tedious, but Polypo's stubborn gaze was genuinely entertaining. Ever since Quinn became a legendary hero, the Order Knight who used to badmouth him behind his back had become astonishingly obedient in his presence. And how did Quinn know about her gossip? Aside from the captain and Lily, Polypo was always alone. So if Quinn wandered through the conference room with some homemade snacks, he could dig up everything, even embarrassing stories like how old she was when she last wet the bed. July's blazing heat was already fading, signaling that more than half of summer had passed. The commanders of the entire Crystal Defense Line, each accompanied by their personal guards, embarked on a massive migration spanning 1,000 miles. Though the journey sounded daunting, it would actually only take 20 days to complete. All of this was thanks to one person, the Earth Dragon commander. In the previous battle, the Earth Dragon commander had distinguished himself with outstanding achievements. As a reward, the higher-ups granted him a legendary piece of equipment, the Earthcore Great Wheel of Melodic Stone. True to its name, this weapon was a mobile fortress fitted with over 20 massive, continuously turning wheels, allowing it to travel smoothly across the plains while drawing energy from the land's ley lines. The Grand Fortress boasted a vast interior, easily accommodating over 1,000 people with room to spare. In addition to the Earth Dragon Commander's unit, a group from Thornland's fortress had separate arrangements. Martina delivered a legendary luxury carriage for them, the Imperial Glory Carriage of Imagination. Outwardly, it appeared understated and classical, but inside, it offered over 100 square meters of living space, ample enough for 10 people to stay comfortably. However, aside from the personal guards, all other Order Knights were assigned to the Earth Dragon Commander's mobile fortress. The value of this carriage lay not only in its travel features, but also in its ability to transform into a suit of armor exclusive to the commander. Its defensive capabilities were so formidable that even Quinn couldn't break it barehanded, making it the perfect choice for both travel and battle. Its only drawback was that, unlike the Earth Dragon Commander's fortress, it couldn't draw energy from the ley lines on its own and had to be powered either by the commander's legendary strength or, let's go baby, charge, bah, or by a little sheep pulling it along. Quinn rode on the back of the small sheep, directing it to keep pace with the mountain-like mobile fortress ahead. He carried 2 swords across his back, hunting Evil and Bane, legendary weapons left behind after Hetchella's death and awarded to him as a prize. He was actually entitled to 2 pieces of legendary equipment, but the higher-ups had decided to distribute some of the credit to the commander, hence the separate allocations. The commander had no use for dual blades, and Quinn couldn't wear the armor. These 2 weapons, along with the Earth Dragon Commander's mobile fortress, were the only 3 legendary pieces of equipment in the entire former Crystal Legion. Not even the Legion commander possessed such gear, mainly because he looked down on legendary equipment and couldn't obtain anything of epic tier, leaving him with nothing decent to wield and ultimately getting crushed by the boar-headed epic hero. Although the Legion commander was also a prince, princes except during their childhood rarely received any favors from the emperor. They were expected to become leaders of the nation, with no exceptions, commanders included. Aside from their class, they received no special gifts from the emperor. Herschel, come out and join us. Don't just stay inside. The field medic gave a helpless smile, nodding apologetically to everyone before slowly stepping out of the carriage to sit on the other side of the sheep's head. Lately, it seemed their relationship had grown closer. Weiss sat gloomily on a chair, displeasure written on his face. Though Quinn had brought him onto the carriage, the others didn't seem easy to get along with. Melis had already appeared several times, but aside from her sword, she seemed indifferent to everything else. If he accidentally offended her, he might even get beaten up. The knight named Polypo was equally arrogant, constantly ordering him to do pointless tasks. The person Vis felt most at ease with was the little girl named Lily. She looked younger than him, but in fact, they were the same age. Lily was always smiling and loved to share her snacks. However, despite her cute appearance, she was surprisingly strong. If you accidentally took a punch from her, you could end up lying on the ground for quite a while, unable to get back up. The most intimidating figure, though, was the captain. Clad in heavy armor from head to toe, she resembled an armored beast. Her thick arms and massive fists were even more imposing than Quinn's, and she could easily fill up a 2-seater chair all by herself. To make matters worse, she had a habit of snatching snacks from the younger kids. As Vis sat quietly, lost in thought, the captain suddenly grabbed him by the back of his neck and lifted him up. Her large, round eyes came close as she sniffed him carefully. There's a scent of blood here, but you did a good job cleaning up. Vis' face instantly turned pale with panic. Huh, don't be scared. The captain laughed heartily. I know Hessel helped you out. She used to help me the same way if you didn't pay close attention. Even I couldn't tell. But you're really weak, aren't you? Skinny arms, skinny legs, and your punches are soft as pillows. To Vis, this captain felt uncannily similar to Quinn. Meanwhile, beneath the capital in the Dragon Tomb, a far heavier story was unfolding. This place had once belonged to fearsome dragons, until the first Golden Emperor conquered it with unmatched might. He slew every evil dragon with his own fists, turning their corpses into tombstones that nourished the land and became the foundation of the Empire's very first city. The vengeful spirits of these dragons were protected by both the dragon god and the god of death, making them impossible to completely destroy, even with the power of the god of order. For this reason, someone had to guard the dragon tomb year-round. If the evil dragon souls ever escaped, they would bring disaster upon the current Golden Emperor. This daunting responsibility, equal to that of a legendary hero, was accepted by no one except the Golden Dragon King. Thanks to his legendary feat staring apart ancient dragons with his bare hands and bathing in their blood, the Golden Dragon King was able to absorb the souls of these evil dragons by relying on his own draconic nature. He would use holy water from the sacred church to purify himself, growing stronger while cleansing the tomb. At this moment, the Golden Dragon King was seated at the heart of the tomb, feeling the lingering resentment of those souls from centuries past. Suddenly, golden light flashed and Cecilia, the Watcher of Order, descended from above with her guards. She swept her cold gaze over the terrifying dragon spirits, let out a contemptuous snort, and prepared to unleash her epic power to shatter the land's veins. My dear sister, the Golden Dragon King's single sentence shattered her gathering power. The War of Kings won't begin for another 5 years. I'd rather you didn't lose your eligibility today. Claire has already been gone from the capital for a month. Don't you have anything you want to do? Although Cecilia was petite, her eyes glinted with cunning. The Golden Dragon King scoffed. No one interests me except the god of battle. That woman only managed to tie with him out of pure luck. If she faced me, she'd be no match. If you want to play games with these fools, find someone else. My time is valuable. With just 3 more dragon souls, they'll leave you all far behind. Herschel, your legendary power has been stuck at the first stage for a month now, hasn't it? It's only been a month, Herschel replied calmly. Night had fallen, and a gentle breeze drifted across the fields. Quinn's lips curled into a slight smile. This was his favorite time of day, the scent of fresh grass in the air, his beloved in his arms, and a chance to give the gentlest sheep a playful pat. Herschel shot him a glare, her brows furrowing. She knew Quinn too well. Whenever he suddenly brought up the topic of legendary power, it was never for a good reason. I'm just concerned since you haven't made much progress lately. I want to help you level up faster, Quinn said with a grin, though his hand was wandering mischievously. Save your concern. I've already made some progress using the blast furnace, Herschel replied, staring exasperatedly at the hand inching closer, her expression clearly saying, I knew it. A soft sound escaped Herschel's lips before she could suppress it, immediately drawing the attention of everyone else in the carriage. With their enhanced senses, the women inside perked up, their card game forgotten as their eyes shifted to the couple sitting atop the sheep. Quinn quickly raised his voice, sounding righteous. I'm just trying to help. Any product that benefits civilization, but art, daily necessities, or industrial technology can earn you legendary power from the goddess of plenty, right? In theory, yes, Herschel replied, her tone turning icy as she felt everyone's eyes on her. Well, I happen to know of an incredibly charming work of art that I believe will earn you legendary power, Lady Herschel. Quinn emphasized the title, making it clear to the medic that he was up to no good. They say that in a distant eastern land, there's a type of art called porcelain that's exquisitely beautiful. Since they don't have a tradition of worshipping the goddess of plenty, this kind of elegant vessel never became popular. There are many types of porcelain, but one of the most famous is called roux ware, a truly remarkable craft. To make beautiful roux ware, the choice of clay is crucial. The main materials, clay and minerals, must be crushed, washed, and refined before being shaped. It's not unlike making pottery. Once the piece is shaped, it's fired in a kiln. Your blast furnace can handle TSAT about 800 C. This removes moisture and impurities, increasing strength and hardness. It's an impressive process. Inside the carriage, the others exchanged glances as Quinn rambled on outside. This encyclopedia of information quickly lost their interest, and they returned to their card game. Huh, I win, someone cheered. Lily, come here, I'm drawing a turtle on your face. Just one, okay? Came Lily's resigned voice. She was the only one who would quietly accept her punishment for losing. Polipo would win a round and then opt out, while Melis showed no interest at all. In the end, only 3 remained in the game: the commander, Weiss, and Lily. When Weiss lost, her face was adorned with doodles. When Lily lost, she couldn't escape the same fate. But when the commander lost, she immediately threw a tantrum, rolling around and demanding a rematch. Polipo saw it coming. She glanced at the unlucky pair caught by the commander, then turned her attention back to her pink diary, continuing to write her memoirs. From the tightly clenched teeth and the slight furrow of her brow beneath her helmet, it was clear she was deeply focused on writing something. Not long after, Herzer walked in from outside, her robe pristine and unchanged from when Shed left. However, the commander frowned slightly, as if Shed noticed something amiss. Herzer, is it hot outside? She couldn't help but ask. Not at all, the medic replied instinctively, her tone even. Yet, the commander suddenly leaned in, lowered her head, and took a gentle sniff. If it's not hot, why is your body temperature so high? Did you use a cleaning spell? I can't even smell your scent, she questioned, fixing Herzer with a suspicious gaze. A flicker of guilt crossed Herzer's face. She thought to herself, of all times to be sharp, it had to be now. With a sigh, she patted the commander's head. Stop wasting your energy on this. Get back to the card table. Just then, Lily threw down her cards and, standing on her chair, announced excitedly, I won this round. I lost. Weiss slumped back into his seat, leaning against the backrest and sighing. He seemed to have lost several times in a row already and had no fight left in him. I can't believe I lost too. Weiss shook his head in frustration, but the commander's icy glare quickly silenced any protest, and he quietly admitted defeat. This round doesn't count. There's definitely something fishy going on. The commander looked ready to throw a fit, but seeing Herzer's stern gaze behind her, she reluctantly conceded. Fine, I lost. Lily was overjoyed. She grabbed Weiss' shoulder and shoved a pen into his hand. We won together. Let's draw little turtles on the commander's face, what do you say? There was no fear in Weiss' eyes, only a hint of satisfaction. Of course. The commander said it herself, winner takes all. The commander looked into Lily's bright, sparkling eyes and finally gave in with a helpless nod. Lily bounced with excitement, ready to get started. But just as the commander reached up to remove her helmet, she remembered she couldn't let anyone outside her personal guard see her face. Resigned, she pressed a button on her armor, releasing the upper half and exposing her arm. Sorry, I can't let you see my face, but you can draw here instead, she said with a faint smile. Heh, that's the commander's privilege. They only get to draw on her arm, but I get to draw on their faces. Lily teased. Herzer shot the commander a wordless glance. She was about to reach out and wipe away a layer of excess powder, but instead, her fingers brushed something unexpectedly soft. Frowning, she summoned her legendary power and, in a flash, bundled the commander up and tossed her aside. Then she grabbed Lily by the back of the neck, locked her in place with a legendary level chain, and threw the commander next to her. Finally, without hesitation, she pinched Weiss' cheek and tossed him right out of the carriage. Get moving. No washing your face until you finish today's training. Yes, ma'am. Weiss, tears streaming down his face, did his best to keep up with the big sheep. Catching Quinn's gaze, his cheeks flushed bright red, his ink-stained face made him want to disappear into a hole. Inside the carriage, Melis couldn't help but laugh as she watched Herzer handle everyone with such ease. Our legendary hero Herzer, enjoying yourself so much, you won't let anyone else have a little fun? Melis asked, her hand gripping her sword, her eyes as fearless as ever. Herzer raised an eyebrow. Melis, are you looking to experience my legendary miracle too? Melis gave a cold smile, one eyebrow arched, clearly uninterested in a fight. But the sharpness in her gaze was as fierce as ever. Legendary hero Herzer, shouldn't the knowledge you just gained be turned over to the goddess? Or before she could finish, Herzer pointed at her, cutting her off. Enough. Don't say another word. The entertainment options inside the carriage dwindled one by one, until only the showdown between Belippo and Quinn remained. This wasn't just any game, it was a battlefield simulation using a real-time sand table meticulously crafted by Herzer. On the sand table, each side commanded 5,000 troops, and the only two in the carriage truly skilled in battlefield tactics. Belippo and Quinn faced off in a fierce contest of strategy. They were simulating the defense of Azurewood Fortress. Unlike the sprawling Crystal Line, which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, Azurewood was an isolated stronghold with only 50,000 soldiers. But it was more than just a military outpost. It was a bustling city with a permanent population of over 300,000, serving as the sole supply hub within 50 kilometers and the gateway for countless adventurers heading into the Azurewood. Long ago, Azurewood belonged to the elves. Thousands of years ago, the elves were the continent's most powerful rulers, much as humans are today. But after a mysterious disaster, 99% of the elves were corrupted overnight, becoming dark elves and forming an alliance with the abyssal demons. Now, Azurewood is a paradise for these fallen elves and their demonic allies. No one knows exactly how strong the most powerful beings in the forest are. What's certain is that every 7 days, the fortress faces a new wave of monster attacks. From lowly goblins to formidable trolls, and from mindless dark elves to rampaging demons, the invading forces are both varied and dangerous. Some of these enemies possess raw physical prowess that rivals legendary heroes. Their speed, strength, and resilience are all at legendary levels, making them extremely difficult to defeat. Despite the danger, Azurewood continues to attract waves of adventurers. Treasures left behind by the elves are so valuable that even a single find can make someone wealthy for life. Some lucky souls even gain legendary powers on the spot after accomplishing certain feats. Because of this, in addition to the official forces of the Golden Empire, Azurewood is also home to 8 local legendary heroes. Normally, they keep to themselves and don't interfere with the military, but whenever monsters attack, they always step forward to help defend the fortress. Of course, legendary heroes aren't called upon at the first sign of trouble. Using their powers recklessly would be a waste. When ordinary beasts attack, the regular soldiers are deployed in formation. While the miracle at Azurewood isn't as grand as the ley line miracle that protects the Crystal Line, it still far surpasses that of a typical fortress, allowing 3 fully armored soldiers to fight with nearly elite-level strength. Because the soldiers are so formidable, the commander's skill becomes even more crucial. Belippo had hoped to wrest command from Quinn, but in the sand table simulation, she suffered 10 straight defeats. No impossible, Belippo struggled to accept her losses. I learned to read at 5, studied literature at 7, painting at 9, became a Knight of Order at 14. Before she could finish her dramatic monologue, Quinn flicked her iron helmet and interrupted. All right. Why don't you mention how you wet the bed at 7? How do you know about that? Belippo turned in shock, her gaze sweeping over the few people who were in on the secret. Lily's guilty refusal to meet her eyes instantly gave her away as the informant. I'm going to get you for this. Ah! Filippo roared and lunged at Lily in outrage. As soon as she activated the order barrier, Lily curled up tightly, protecting her vital spots like a turtle retreating into its shell. Fists rained down on her in a relentless storm, but her defense remained completely unshaken. Captain, I want to challenge Lily to a duel. Filippo shouted with confidence, oblivious to the fact that everyone saw him as the rookie of the group could barely scratch Lily's defenses even with a sword. Oh really? That's wonderful. The captain's eyes lit up, ready to approve the match, but was stopped cold by a glare from Hessel. Night fell, and a cool breeze drifted through after dinner, refreshing everyone's spirits. Seizing the moment, the captain and Quinn snuck out together, riding atop the little sheep to enjoy a rare moment of freedom. The sheep was starting to feel a bit cramped for Quinn, like an adult riding on an elephant, but for the captain, it was just the right size. Especially since the legend was unlocked, the duo worked together seamlessly, their combat power impressive. Have you noticed Hessel's been acting a little differently toward you lately? The captain asked, listening to the crisp sound of wind brushing against his armor. In what way? Quinn shot back immediately. She's always like this. Captain, haven't you been slacking off lately? Isn't it normal to get scolded if you're not doing your job? The captain was thrown off by Quinn's barrage of questions and couldn't help but think he might be right. Charge, buddy. The captain raised his arms excitedly. Let's see what's in the woods. The little sheep bleated in agreement and was about to dash into the forest. Captain, it looks kind of dark over there. Quinn squinted ahead. Is that so? Well, to help you see better, Quinn was just about to unlock the legend when the captain quickly grabbed him around the neck. Stop. Stop. If Hessel finds out you're using the legend for something so trivial, she's going to be furious. I'm not afraid. But I am. All right, that's a pretty good reason. Quinn conceded, giving up on the idea. The defense of the left city is in your hands, Vice Captain Quinn. Captain Yiguang's voice echoed through the camp. He paused, then added, Are you sure you don't want a set of armor that can conceal your presence? Quinn waved him off, looking unconcerned. Bare-chested, with only 2 strips of cloth covering him, his muscles stood out in sharp relief. The opponents to the south aren't even intelligent beings, hardly legendary heroes in the true sense. They're just monsters with legendary level strength. He shrugged. Wearing a helmet doesn't make a difference to them. In fact, it just gets in my way. Every time I need to heal on the battlefield, it's a hassle. Captain Yiguang nodded, his eyes full of trust. In truth, he trusted Quinn even more than he trusted his own superiors. Memories of Quinn's achievements flashed through his mind. The sight of him leading a cavalry charge in his prime, the decisive capture of a legendary ogre after his own ascension, and that unforgettable Night-Teach event proved Quinn was far more reliable than the Thornlance captain. Yiguang thought to himself, a soldier with this kind of strength and the ability to command a 1,000-man unit would have been a right-hand man to the Grand Marshal in the founding era. But now, well, he'll do what I can to help. Based on his judgment, Quinn was a vice captain who surpassed most of the captains. Of the 20 captains, only 3 units had 2 legendary fighters, and only the Thornlance captains know. Now the 13th Cavalry Unit had 3. Yiguang turned to look out the window. The bustling streets below were packed with merchants and travelers from all over, living together in this place that was more a city than a fortress. This was no longer the old crystal defense line. Vice Captain of the 13th Cavalry, Yiguang said, turning back, his tone serious. You're free to move about the city most days, but if a beast tide strikes, you have just 1 hour to reach the battlefield. After that, even miracles won't hold. Do you understand? I understand, Quinn replied calmly. With a city of 300,000, distance was never an issue. Even from the farthest edge, he could reach the battlefield in plenty of time. Yiguang, first captain of the Azure Fortress, I'll take my leave now, Quinn said, giving a crisp military salute. Go on and keep an eye on the 13th captain. Don't let her cause any trouble in the city, Yiguang replied, a hint of familiarity in his tone. As a living relic of the crystal defense line, he knew every captain's history inside and out. The military camp of Azure Fortress took up more than half the city, divided into 3 zones, one facing the left side of the ancient forest, one facing the right, and the last blocking the rear, forming a triangle on the plain. Quinn was in charge of the left sector. Making his way down several wide camp roads, Quinn ran into an old acquaintance, the Earth Dragon captain, now the 9th captain, who was busy drilling soldiers. You know how to command? The Earth Dragon captain called out, raising an eyebrow when he saw Quinn. How do you think I earned that legendary rescue of yours? Quinn replied with a shrug, a touch of pride in his voice. Had risked everything for that legend. After saying goodbye, Quinn found his new home a lavish little 2-story villa. He paused in front of the door, taking in the elegant building, and frowned slightly. This is my room. Feels a bit out of place. Each commander's room was newly built, tailored exactly to their preferences. For Herschel, constructing a small Western-style villa was a breeze. She had studied architecture, and with a simple wave of her hand, the earth began to churn, stones were pressed into place, and in just half an hour, a three-story villa stood finished, delicate and impressive even from afar. Most of the other commanders had similar setups. These blonde, noble-born leaders were always accompanied by a few personal guards, and at the very least, each had a resourceful butler who could handle anything. When Quinn opened the door to his own room, he was greeted by a plush bed, blankets that smelled of sunshine, soft cashmere carpets covering the floor, and a vintage wardrobe standing quietly against the wall. He had never stayed in such a comfortable room before. The villa had 3 floors. Quinn lived on the second. The commander occupied the top floor, while Lily and Polipo had rooms on either side of the commander. Melis and Herschel were on the left and right as well. The first floor housed the living room and kitchen, and beside the villa was a huge pen built especially for the little sheep. Ever since it had reached legendary status, only Quinn and Herschel still treated it warmly. Others kept their distance, especially unfamiliar soldiers, who felt an overwhelming pressure from its legendary aura whenever they got too close. A villa with a giant sheep pen was unheard of at the Crystal Line. There, everyone lived in single-story stone houses, and even the biggest sheep had to stay in open-air stables. The reason was simple. The Crystal Line's miraculous ley line was connected to the houses, and tall buildings interfered with its power. But things were different at Azure Fortress. Here, the miracle floated 50 meters above the ground, so any building below that height was fine, no matter how many floors it had. Quinn was enjoying a rare moment of peace, lounging on his soft bed, when Weiss suddenly burst through the door, calling out excitedly, "Quinn, let's go shopping." Weiss lived in the villa's basement. Herschel had said that only after he was promoted to elite would she add a room for him on the 3rd floor. For now, he was too embarrassed to ask Herschel to use her powers to conjure up household goods just for him. As for the other commanders, they were used to having everything handed to them. Shopping? Why bother with money? Herschel, just use your miraculous powers for me. Whenever this happened, the medic would sigh and use her powers to fulfill everyone's requests, though the commander's demands were rarely excessive. The most extravagant thing anyone had asked for was an 18-meter-long broadsword, which was about as wild as their imaginations got. Shopping, huh? Do you have any money? Quinn asked with a smile. That's why I'm asking you. Weiss replied, completely unabashed. Quinn was at a loss for words. It was true he now had over 100 gold coins stashed away, but there was nowhere to spend them in the barracks. He wanted to save up to buy back his family's vineyard. Now that he was vice commander, he was no longer an unpaid honorary guard. His monthly salary of 3 gold coins delighted him. At the old exchange rate, that was about 30,000. 36 gold coins a year, 360 in 10 years. 15 years from now, he'd finally have enough to reclaim the vineyard. Quinn felt grateful to both Lu Guang, the commander, and the Legion leader. He pulled out his wallet. Weiss, let's go shopping, he said with a grin. Actually, I just need a few small things. You don't have to bring so much. Quinn hesitated. No worries. I have plenty of treasure chests. Weiss laughed, slinging 2 swords across his back. Quinn gathered his money, and together, they left the camp. The air in the city was thick with the scent of blood. Most people would never notice it, but for Quinn, now a fully fledged dragon hunter, the metallic tang was unmistakable. Along the corridor, rows of dissected monster corpses were neatly arranged, each one steadily releasing the energy of miraculous power. None of these bodies contained any legendary or epic-level proof, just pure, unadulterated miracle energy, drifting upward in wisps to replenish the city. That's disgusting. It's not so bad, Quinn shrugged. He'd seen far worse messes he'd even made himself. But his best friend clearly hadn't experienced anything like this before. With his head down and a quickened pace, he clung tightly to Quinn's arm as they hurried through the street. Vendors' cries echoed from all directions. Fresh fruit, big and sweet, hot white bread, straight from the oven. Last batch of bone and meat for the day? Only 2 silver coins. They had come to an ordinary market, but it was far livelier than the ones back in their small town. Quinn stood behind Wes, watching as his friend's eyes darted around in excitement. He unfastened 2 coin pouches from his belt and tossed one to Wes. Go buy yourself something you like. I need to pick up some groceries too. I promise I won't waste it. Wes thumped his chest, assuring Quinn. Quinn just shook his head and knew all too well that Wes, who had never lacked money, was terrible at saving it. Still, it was a minor concern. Quinn had plenty of salary to spare. Quinn stopped at a food stall, his gaze sweeping over the wide selection. Onions, taro, pork ribs, beef, potatoes, carrots, purple cabbage, they've got everything. With just 2 silver coins, he managed to buy enough food to feed all 7 of them that night, stuffing a large bag to the brim. When he went to look for Wes, he found his friend sitting by the roadside among dozens of tourists, listening to a bard tell a story. The tale was about a pair of elven brothers who came to the Azure ancient forest 200 years ago, seeking lost glory. After a series of adventures, the younger brother gained a legendary miracle, while the elder could only watch from the sidelines. Consumed by jealousy, the older brother poisoned the younger's wine, killing him. In the end, the elder brother was trapped in the forest, unable to escape the monsters within. It was just a simple fable, but the bard's animated performance made it captivating. Wes sat there, hesitating. After all, this was the first time he was spending the money Quinn had just given him, and using it on a story felt a bit ungrateful. Yet, not paying for the story felt wrong, too. At that moment, a large hand reached past Wes' cheek and flicked a silver coin into the bard's hat. The shiny coin stood out among the dull copper ones. The bard's eyes lit up, and he gave Quinn a graceful nod. "Bought you some candy," Quinn said, handing Wes a bag of sweets. "So sweet," Wes grinned, beaming like a warm little sun. Quinn couldn't resist ruffling his hair. "It feels great," Wes said, basking in the affection. "If possible, I'd like to pick up a few more things, maybe have Hessel run a little experiment," Quinn said. "Wes, do you know where I can find a map?" Wes shook his head, still lost in the story. "I was too caught up listening just now." "Gentlemen," the bard interjected, "if you're looking to buy alchemical materials, you'll want to head to Adventurers Street. That's the city's main trading hub. They say you can even find miracle items infused with legendary power for sale there." The bard who had just been speaking quickly stepped forward at Quinn's question, eager to volunteer. He bowed slightly, his face plastered with a flattering smile. "If you don't mind, young master, I could show you both the way and help you find suitable lodging." With a single glance, the bard had figured out their relationship, master and servant, and a rather close one at that. Weiss wore plain clothes with only a discreet family crest embroidered at the collar, his manners refined. Quinn, on the other hand, had his crest openly displayed on his chest, was nearly bare-chested, and wore only a simple cloth around his waist. Strangely, though he looked like a barbarian, Quinn was the one holding their money and was clearly the anchor for this inexperienced young master. The bard cleverly adjusted his words, showing the proper respect to the noble while not slighting Quinn. His tact was quickly rewarded. Quinn nodded in approval, flipping a silver coin neatly into the bard's pocket. "No need to lead us, just tell me how to get there." "We've already got a place to stay," Quinn replied, his voice deep and steady. With the silver coin in hand, the bard's grin widened even further as he pointed toward a street in the city. "Head that way to reach Adventurer Street. I'd suggest avoiding the Red Hawk Inn and the Drunken Cat Tavern. They are notorious ripoffs. If you want something affordable, the White Dove Inn or Green Leaf Tavern are both good choices." "Let's go check it out," Quinn said simply, turning to leave. "Thank you," Weiss added politely, startling the bard into a series of nervous bows as he backed away. After they'd walked some distance, Weiss asked in confusion, "Quinn, why did he seem so scared of me? Back home, no one's ever afraid of me." "That's because I look scary enough," Quinn grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth. Quinn's appearance was certainly intimidating now, a mix between a barbarian and an orc, as some might guess. His body was all muscle, like a walking beast, and his fierce gaze was enough to keep most people from meeting his eyes. Standing next to someone so fearsome and still able to talk to him normally made Weiss seem impressive in the eyes of others. "Well, you do look pretty scary," Weiss muttered under his breath. "Oh woo." Quinn suddenly howled like a wild animal, making Weiss jump before the two of them burst out laughing together. Joking and chatting, they soon arrived at Adventurer Street. It was originally called Flower Forest Street, named for the wildflowers that stubbornly bloomed along its edges year-round. It had started as a gathering place for traveling merchants, but as more adventurers arrived, the old name faded from memory, though the wildflowers remained as vibrant as ever. Quinn's gaze wandered among the shops lining the street. Alchemy supplies, is it that one?" Suddenly, he turned to Weiss. "Do you think I should buy a souvenir for Heather and the others?" At the mention of Heather's name, Weiss instinctively perked up, but relaxed when he realized Quinn was only talking about souvenirs. He smiled. "Miss Heather probably doesn't need one. She can make all this stuff herself, so it's probably not that important to her." "That's where you're wrong. Weiss, you're still too young," Quinn said, shaking his head knowingly. "I'm only 2 months younger than you." Weiss retorted immediately. "Yeah, but you don't understand women," Quinn said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "If I gave her something she made herself, she'd slap me. But if I pick out a gift just for her, she might grumble a little, but she'll still be happy." "TSK," Weiss scoffed, a bad habit had picked up from Melis. Quinn's eyes continued to scan the stalls until he spotted his target. A bronze necklace set with little green flowers, its rustic sheen catching the sunlight. "I think this one's nice," he said, stepping forward. "How much for the necklace?" The stall owner, a wrinkled old man, brightened at the question. "You've got a good eye, young man. That's an antique. Buried underground for thousands of years. I paid 10 gold coins for it myself. It's a precious elven heirloom." Quinn cut him off before he could get into his sales pitch. "1 silver coin. Deal. Pay up," the old man said instantly, his eyes lighting up as he quickly wrapped up the necklace and handed it over. Weiss watched as Quinn carefully tucked the necklace away, unable to resist muttering, "Still feels like we got ripped off." After wandering through the streets for a while, Quinn and Weiss finally entered the largest and most prominent trading guild in the area. It looked like a supermarket at first glance, but inside it resembled a sprawling marketplace, filled with various stalls and vendors. There was no need for loud hawking. Each stall owner quietly tended their own corner. Instead of immediately searching for the minerals they needed, the two found some chairs and sat down for a short rest. I need a few common minerals, Quinn said, ones that aren't rare, but not particularly useful either. He paused before continuing. One is a pale yellow crystal, very fragile. The other is a colorless, transparent crystal that dissolves in water. The female attendant smiled and nodded, heading to the shelves to look for the minerals. Meanwhile, Quinn leaned back in his chair, relaxing as he waited for her return. Sitting there, however, his imposing figure inevitably drew the attention of those nearby. Outwardly, Weiss and Quinn looked like the typical pair of noble and barbarian servant, but it was rare to see them sitting together as equals, something that left the onlookers incredulous. Just as the atmosphere began to grow tense, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the manager of the guild approached. He offered Weiss a polite nod, his tone courteous but carrying an unmistakable edge. "Excuse me, may I ask your servant to stand?" Weiss glanced at Quinn, gently tugging at his sleeve, already anticipating trouble. But Quinn had no intention of getting up right away. Instead, he smiled, looking completely at ease. "No problem. He's not moving," Quinn replied casually, his tone full of defiance but entirely unruffled. The manager, not fully aware of the situation's gravity, tried to persuade them again. "We don't provide seating for barbarians here. It affects our business. Please reconsider." Quinn muttered under his breath. This old guy's pretty polite. His words were light, but his gaze remained steady and unyielding. He stayed put, showing no intention of moving. Weiss sensed the shift in Quinn's demeanor, feeling a growing unease. He knew Quinn wasn't someone who would back down easily. As a warrior who had survived countless battles, Quinn was no stranger to fear. Seeing that Quinn hadn't budged, the manager's smile grew strained, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He added, "We're the largest guild in the entire Chuanqing fortress, and Lord Goodenown of the 8 legendary heroes often visits us." His tone became more anxious, trying to impress them with the mention of a powerful name. But when Quinn heard the words legendary hero, not a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly and closed his eyes, replying in a dismissive tone, "A legendary hero? How many legendary powers do they have?" There was a mocking edge to his words. Confident that the name would intimidate Quinn, the manager raised his voice. "He possesses 2 legendary powers. One is surviving a beast tied unharmed, and the other is capturing a high-level magical beast's offspring from the Chuanqing ancient forest." He clearly expected this to make Quinn back down. Instead, he was met with Quinn's deep, rumbling laughter. As a heavy tension filled the air, Quinn's overwhelming presence suddenly erupted. The atmosphere grew suffocating, invisible force scattering nearby stalls and sending goods flying. In that moment, Quinn stood up abruptly. His entire presence was like a beast awakened, blood surging, a wild and untamed aura radiating from him. His skin seemed hardened by the wind, his eyes glowing red as if he could tear anything apart. The manager's smile vanished instantly. He could no longer withstand the pressure radiating from Quinn. Weiss Quinn spoke, his voice rumbling like an ancient beast's roar. "I understand the rules of this world. The gap between people is enormous, and this world, which feeds on the weak, only makes people colder. We're no longer servant and master, just companions." With every word, his aura intensified. "That's what I call luck." He turned abruptly to the manager, his gaze asking, "Do you want to try me?" Sweat poured down the manager's face as he finally began to doubt whether all those so-called legendary heroes and strongmen were anything more than paper tigers. "He actually has one more mark than I do. I wonder how strong he is. Tell him to come down here, or he'll kill you." The voice didn't sound human at all. It was more like the low growl of a wild beast. Quinn stood there, radiating a suffocating sense of menace, as if he might tear out the throat of anyone before him with his fangs at any moment. "Are you the new commander of the Azure Legion?" Before the guild manager could go upstairs, a legendary hero had already sensed the unfamiliar legendary power on his turf. Quinn turned his head and was surprised by what he saw. The legendary hero looked nothing like had imagined. Squinting eyes, a neatly trimmed mustache, sharp cheekbones, and dressed like an ordinary merchant. There was legendary power emanating from him, but it was feeble, barely stronger than that Ratman Quinn had faced before. "Is this what a 2-mark legend looks like?" Quinn wondered. "I'm just the deputy commander," Quinn replied, his tone laced with danger. "Your subordinate wouldn't let me sit down. What do you think about that?" The merchant-like legend frowned at Quinn's words, glanced at the manager who was pinned to the floor by the pressure of legendary power, and, without hesitation, kicked him out the window. The wooden frame shattered, and the man crashed into the street below, barely conscious. "Is this satisfactory?" The merchant legend kept a polite smile and spoke with measured calm, seemingly unfazed by Quinn's intimidating presence. But only he knew how shaken he truly was. Terrifying. Is this the kind of person who can stand against Orcish legends? Just his aura alone could crush anyone below legendary rank. If not for the miracle artifact he carried, he'd be trembling like any ordinary person. The gap between legends was simply overwhelming. The merchant knew today was the day the 2 legions of the Golden Empire were swapping command, so this legendary hero was almost certainly a high-ranking officer from the north. What shocked him, though, was that someone with such terrifying presence was only a deputy commander. Quinn withdrew his aura and gave a twisted grin. Not bad. Don't you have any good friends you want to team up with? Maybe you all could take me on together. I'm just a businessman, not much of a fighter, and I don't care for conflict, the merchant replied, still poised. He added, the garrison at Azure Fortress can submit supply requests every week if the fortress has it. We'll do our best to provide it. And if you need anything, Deputy Commander, just send word I'll have it prepared immediately. The merchant's cautious and proper response left Quinn with no excuse to start a fight. It had been a long time since Head killed anyone, and his hands were itching for action. Even sparring with the commander was always restrained. If they really fought, it would end badly for both. It seemed his only hope for a good fight would be the beast tide 2 nights from now. Vis, let's go. Huh, what about your supplies? Aren't you supposed to help Miss Heezer with her experiment? Tell them to send everything over. I'll pick through it myself. Is that the monster horde? Standing atop the walls of Azure Fortress, Quinn gazed out at the endless sea of monsters before him. Countless creatures surged together like a living tide, stretching as far as the eye could see. The scene was strikingly similar to the previous orc invasion. Wild beasts driven by frenzy, their numbers seemingly without end. Unlike the Crystal Line, the strategy at Azure Fortress was far more conservative. The soldiers relied on the fortress' unbreakable walls for defense, never venturing out to meet the enemy heat-in. As the commander, Quinn's main responsibility was to eliminate threats on par with legendary monsters. While the fortress' miraculous defenses could withstand attacks from epic-level creatures, repeated assaults from legendary monsters would eventually take their toll. Using his farsight ability, Quinn clearly spotted anomalies within the horde. The larger the monster, the more terrifying its presence. 7 legendary monsters stood at the heart of the swarm, their gazes sharp as blades, surrounded by elite followers. At their command, countless lesser monsters surged forward, shaking the earth with their charge. On the front wall, 8 commanders, including Quinn, stood guard. 6 of them were legendary defenders, steadfast and unmoving, while Captain Nightglow hovered above, observing the enemy from the air. The rear wall was guarded by 5 high-ranking legendary leaders. Though strong, these 5 had performed poorly in the previous battle at the Crystal Line, defeated by Arlansa, even with the fortress' miraculous support, and nearly getting the Legion commander killed due to falling for the enemy's false intelligence. Now, they were relegated to guarding the rear, leaving the main battlefield to the other commanders. After the last orc ambush, the Legion commander had become acutely aware of the gap in strength between their forces and the enemy. He used this opportunity to let his commanders gain experience. If the front lines truly couldn't hold, these leaders would take action, fusing their power once again to reach epic-level strength and block the enemy's advance. In front of the fortress, the 8 commanders stood like an unbreakable second wall. Their overwhelming presence left the 8 legendary heroes of the fortress in awe. Though these heroes were notorious for slacking off, they now clearly felt the vast difference in power between themselves and the commanders. Compared to previous commanders, the fighting strength of these 8 was simply staggering. The fortress heroes still had to fight to maintain their status, but they usually stayed back, relying on the power of miracles to strike from a safe distance. They never dared to face legendary monsters heat-in, instead luring them into the range of ballistae and using the fortress miracles to take them down. Some had even earned legendary titles related to retreating. This is getting interesting. Quinn cracked his knuckles, itching for battle. Although his farsight couldn't reveal the exact strength of the enemy, he could sense their ominous presence growing ever closer, and that only made him more excited. Judging from what he could see, the individual strength of these legendary monsters was likely on par with Shorky, the female boar-headed warrior. Vice Captain of the 13th Knights, please return to your post. I repeat, Vice Captain of the 13th Knights, please return to your post. In the sky, the Nightglow commander instantly locked onto the restless Quinn, immediately unleashing his legendary power. His voice thundered across the battlefield. Why do we even need to defend the walls? If I keep them from getting anywhere near, isn't that as good as victory? Deep new wrinkles appeared on the old man's already weathered face. Head always thought Quinn was more reliable than the Thornlance commander, but now he realized Head overestimated the guy. In the end, he could only compromise, though reluctantly, don't move more than 500 meters away from headquarters. If this had been an ordinary officer, disobeying orders on the battlefield would have meant immediate demotion or worse. But legendary heroes always had their privileges, especially someone like Quinn, whose combat prowess could turn the tide of war. As long as things didn't get out of hand, letting them have their way was tolerable. After all, most legendary heroes had their own peculiarities. The Nightglow commander tried to comfort himself. At least there are only 2 people like this in the whole Legion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, are those 2 both together right now? He turned to his adjutant. Palapo, keep an eye on them. You know how important the defense of the wall is, right? Really? The mid-sized knight next to him nearly jumped for joy, her armor clanking with excitement. Shed thought she'd never have the chance to command, but Quinn was handing her authority in the very first battle. Quinn snorted. Don't get too happy. I haven't had a reason to beat you up lately because Heather's always been around. But if your command is sloppy this time, you'll find out exactly what a legendary hero's fist feels like. At that, the face beneath Polypo's helmet instantly fell. Still, she clenched her fists and tried to encourage herself. I'll be fine. Quinn's changed since becoming a legend. She doesn't just beat me up for no reason anymore, but then worry crept in again. But if I really mess this up, her future suddenly looked bleak. With that, Quinn let out a long howl. A massive white shadow surged from behind and landed heavily below the city wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was his mount Little Lamb, already eager for battle, its great horns practically radiating anticipation. Lightning crackled in Quinn's hand, legendary power forging a mighty spear. The weapon was long and straight, as sturdy as an ancient pine, its surface a cold, metallic black that shimmered under the moonlight. Lightning seemed to slither along its shaft like living serpents. Thunderclap, that was Quinn's first, incomplete legendary form. Since Head once called the lightning down with his spear to slay orcs, his first legendary manifestation was this cross-shaped spear, each strike accompanied by a surge of electricity. Paired with his Summer Splash skill, conducting electricity was easy. He had never used his legend's fully released form. And thanks to this spear, Hetchela's twin blades had barely seen action. Maybe He'd get to use them if he picked up a new skill later, perhaps one for a red-haired dual-blade archer. Quinn, they're coming. The commander stood at the front, snapping Quinn out of his thoughts. Bah! The little lamb bleated, raring to go. Good girl, good girl. The commander stroked the lamb's soft head and scratched her chin with the other hand. Off to the side, Quinn muttered to himself. Ever since they teamed up to beat me up, they've gotten along way too well. Smack! Quinn slapped the lamb's head to snap her out of it, then raised his spear. Charge! Charge! Before the monsters could even get close, with more than a kilometer still between them, Quinn spurred his mount and plunged straight into the horde. His target, the nearest legendary monster, the king of trolls. These thick-skinned, slow-moving brutes were perfect for testing his current strength. Let's go? The little lamb instantly understood, and a blood-red frenzy enveloped them both. Double-frenzied dance. Monsters filled his entire field of vision. In front of him, behind him, to his left and right, everywhere he looked, there were monsters. But it didn't matter. They would all die by his hand. Quinn erupted with fury, his spear whirling in his grasp as lightning snakes crackled through the night, bringing with them a storm of blood and violence. The tip of his weapon sparked with electricity, melting anything it touched. He wielded the spear like the blade of a massive windmill, spinning it to conjure a raging vortex. The air twisted and churned, dust and debris tearing across the battlefield. This was what it meant for a legendary hero to charge into the Freya massacre. A beastly roar split the chaos. The king of monsters, a hulking brute with no ability to speak, locked eyes on Quinn from the very first instant. With arms like tree trunks, it swung a massive fist. Standing over 4 meters tall, its body was naked and featureless, lacking any sign of gender. Its bloated belly and thick limbs made it look like a giant, upright ape. The punch wasn't charged with any magical power, but the sheer force of it ripped through the turbulent, charged air in an instant. Quinn steered his sheep in a sharp turn, pressing his body close to its back and narrowly dodging the deadly blow. Instantly, a flurry of buffs and skills surged through him. His cross-shaped spear became a blur in his hands, the tip moving faster than the speed of sound. The weapon struck before its sound could even be heard, a flash of cold light reflected in the Monster King's eyes. Faced with this life-or-death attack, the monstrous creature's survival instincts exploded. It opened its jaws and snapped down, catching the spear tip between its teeth with uncanny accuracy. The king of monsters then swung its massive fists again, launching a relentless assault at Quinn. Each punch sent gusts of wind whipping past, ruffling the warrior's hair. But Quinn's legendary power was already at work, channeling lightning straight through the creature's mouth, targeting its brain. The Monster King howled in agony, thrashing about in a frenzy, trying to drive off any further attacks with its overwhelming strength. But Quinn wasn't fazed. An ordinary legendary hero might have been driven back by such wild blows, but Quinn needed only a glance to spot the gaping weakness at the creature's center. This was the battle awareness granted to him by the Ashina school. With unmatched strength and spirit, Quinn gathered all his power into a single strike, perfectly blending legendary might and physical force in one seamless motion. Die! His fist landed squarely on the monster's chest. Quinn saw the thick layers of fat ripple like waves, the shockwaves spreading through its body as if a boulder had been thrown into still water. The gigantic creature, over 4 meters tall, was sent flying, crashing down and crushing a horde of lesser monsters beneath it. The Monster King's defense was stronger than the captain after legendary liberation, its attack power nearly equal, and it was even faster. If the captain and the Monster King fought unknown with all buffs active, the captain would have only a 60% chance of victory. After all, even the captain couldn't withstand Quinn's overwhelming strength, and though this monster took the full force of his punch, all it did was collapse to the ground. Its tenacious vitality had already begun healing its wounds. These things are absurdly tough, Quinn thought to himself. No wonder everyone's so afraid. Ordinary legendary heroes would probably be flattened by this creature in a single exchange, forced to run and rely on ballista support. But Quinn was different. He hadn't used his full legendary power right away. His plan was to kill one legendary monster with his raw strength before using a legendary miracle on the second. Yet even the first one was this tough. Alright, time to unleash my legend. I want that kill. Bah. The little lamb let out a cry, its body swelling against the wind in the darkness. A wingless horned dragon following the will of the gods, chasing the ancient glory. Its physique, its bones and sinews, wild, unrestrained growth. The other legendary monsters noticed the battlefield and, without hesitation, shifted their targets, aiming to take down this charging leader first. An ancient aura descended. The lamb's four hooves transformed into dragon claws, crushing any ordinary giant beasts in its path, its mighty horns piercing through the bodies of the monsters unstoppable, charging straight ahead. This was the legendary power of the little lamb, overwhelming even legendary monsters and utterly dominating anything less. At last, it reached the fallen king of giant beasts, driving its curled horns into the creature's chest, with Quinn following up with a finishing shot. Burst kill archer system at your service. 72 until the next skill charge. Feels great. The progress bar is already over 70%, just one more kill to go. Howling 2 legendary demon wolves, each the size of a mammoth, had led their pack to surround Quinn. Hundreds of demon wolves darted around, using their numbers and size to form a deadly trap for their prey. Of the 7 legendary monsters, Quinn had already drawn 3 away. The remaining 4 engaged the other commanders. It was much like the night they clashed with the orc hero. 2 commanders could barely hold back a single legendary monster. But thanks to the fortress' miraculous defenses, they were holding the upper hand, pressing their attacks. The real trouble with these legendary monsters was that each one was like a permanently enhanced hero, their bodies unnaturally strong. The commander's attacks barely left a scratch, and even those minor wounds healed almost instantly. The commander herself was swinging her axe with all her might, but against a 2-headed ogre, her blows barely left a mark, and the next moment it was as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the legendary monsters couldn't break through the commander's defenses either. From a distance, the fight seemed almost comical, like children play acting at war. To the uninformed soldiers, the commanders were the epitome of tough, relentless warriors, holding the walls against mighty monsters in epic battles of endurance. But to Commander Nightglow, it all felt like a child's game, more for show than for real fighting. No one was holding back, yet neither side could truly hurt the other. It was clear they needed some attack-type legendary weapons, but such rare treasures were hard to come by. Quinn's twin blades had been issued to him on the way up, only because of a last-minute report. Otherwise, even with his military merit, he would have received something more supportive than offensive. Still, Quinn was confident in his own strength, and he was the only one dealing real damage to the legendary monsters. Now, one man and one lamb faced off against 2 legendary demon wolves. Both Quinn and the little lamb were pressing their advantage. Compared to the king of giant beasts, the demon wolves had weaker defenses, but they were much faster, and elite wolves constantly harassed them, making it hard for Quinn and the lamb to go all out. Buddy, hold them off for me. They'll finish them all, Quinn shouted. Bah. The little lamb, sensing its master's determination, didn't hesitate. With a shake of its horns, it braced itself against the wolves' ferocious attacks, refusing to yield an inch. A spear appeared in Quinn's hand once more, aimed at the wolves and the lamb. Legendary release. Thunder God descends. Bow down in awe. Recall the lingering fears in your heart. Will they awaken at the heavens' mighty song? In the presence of the gods, let reverence drive you to your knees. Thunder rumbled across the night sky, right on cue. What is that? The bewildered soldiers stood frozen, their eyes unable to pierce the distant smoke of battle. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot up into the sky. In that instant, a deep, primal awe welled up from within them, as if etched into their very bones. It was the will of the heavens, a sign of divine authority. Yet, this power erupted not from a god, but from a legendary hero. It was as if invisible thunder gathered in his hands and crashed down to earth, unleashing the fury of the heavens. Boom! Lightning tore across the sky. The soldiers first felt the searing heat of the flash, then the deafening roar of thunder, and finally the violent shockwave of legendary power sweeping over them. Serpents of lightning writhed and twisted together, forming an unstable sphere of energy that engulfed the legendary demon wolf. Its howl was twisted and swallowed by the storm. In an instant, its blood evaporated in the intense heat, and its body was reduced to a charred heap. Thanks to the power of legend, the commander, Yi Guang, managed to catch a glimpse of the nearly shredded corpse in the shallow crater. It was unrecognizable, nothing left but a blackened husk radiating waves of scorching air. Such power was truly worthy of the legendary force behind it. The old man could feel it in his bones. This blow was no less potent than the strongest strike he had delivered back when he himself was at the height of his legendary power. Boom. Another thunderclap split the air. Lightning crashed down again, striking the second legendary demon wolf with perfect precision. In a flash, the lightning exploded, swallowing everything in its path. With no physical resistance to dilute it, the sheer force of legend was merciless. Even the slightest touch of that power could utterly erase anything, wiping out even consciousness in an instant. All that remained was another scorched crater and a charred corpse. Bah! The little lamb's tongue trembled as it pressed close to Quinn. Although Quinn hadn't attacked it directly, the aftershocks of that lightning strike had rippled through its body. Being so close, the lamb had borne the brunt of the impact that felled the demon wolf. The fact that it was still standing was a miracle. Had it been in its former, less robust state, it would have collapsed on the spot. Hey, are you still with me? Quinn gently stroked its wool, his tone light. The little lamb panted, its tongue hanging out, its legendary state fading away. All it had left was enough strength to run, while Quinn sat comfortably on its back, checking his system notifications. Berserker Archer system at your service. Time until next skill draw, 100. Skill draw in progress. Battlefield insight. This skill comes from a red-haired, dual-blade archer who had crossed countless battlefields without a single defeat, a warrior whose skills could rival a demigod. His insights encompassed the secrets of a powerful magic. Looks like my luck's turning around. Whatever I wish for seems to come my way, Quinn chuckled, a hint of joy in his eyes. While the legendary skill of the Ashina school was formidable, it no longer held much sway against other legendary heroes among legends. It was fairly ordinary, and couldn't satisfy Quinn's ambition to become a true powerhouse. This new skill, however, was entirely different. Its potential was immense. The description even suggested the possibility of defeating a demigod. Quinn's spirits soared, a thrill of excitement running through him. I'm so happy. Can you feel it, buddy? He laughed, patting the little lamb's neck. Bah! The little lamb seemed to sense his joy, and its body relaxed a little. It dashed through the swarming monsters, carrying Quinn swiftly back toward the city walls. Along the way, the enraged legendary monsters tried desperately to block their path, but the other commanders held the line, not letting them advance an inch. It had to be said, the commanders had a real knack for buying time. Even so, the results of the battle were still falling short of expectations. Legendary monsters clashed with legendary heroes. Elite beasts roared as they charged the city walls, but a forest of spears kept them at bay. Behind the ramparts, the Order Knights stood in perfect formation, executing every command with mechanical precision. When one knight fell, wounded, a comrade immediately leaped forward to fill the gap, without a moment's hesitation. Though the number of injured grew, the medics worked tirelessly, their healing spells flickering, allowing the wounded to quickly return to the front lines. 8 legendary heroes, each wielding their own unique powers, swept across the battlefield like the wind, seeking out the most formidable elite monsters and clearing the way for the commanders. The former Crystalline Legion made a strong showing in their first battle at Azure Fortress, at least at the outset. Even without deploying their ballistae, they held back the onslaught of hundreds of elite monsters, preventing even the legendary beasts from nearing the walls. Quinn even managed to snatch up a stunned, woolly sheep and leap back onto the rampart with ease. However, it was only in the second half of the night that the true test began. Deep within the azure ancient forest, more than a dozen bloodshot eyes glowed, burning with a hunger for flesh. The Goblin King, the Ogre, the one-armed giant, and dire wolves, one legendary monster after another, emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with savage light. Their bodies were covered in festering boils, and with each step, corrupted fluids dripped to the ground, leaving smoking craters in their wake. It was said that a one-way passage linked the abyss to the mortal world somewhere within the azure ancient forest, one that let only darkness flow outward. The miasma pouring from this rift was the source of the monster's corruption. Ordinary beasts, when exposed, would evolve into elite monsters, while elite monsters would ascend to legendary status. The miasma could transform flesh, but could not bestow true legendary power. Only those who could resist its corruption could harness that immense strength and retain their sanity. These corrupted monsters had bodies far stronger than their minds. Their organs couldn't supply enough energy to their brains, leaving them dull-witted, driven purely by instinct to gather and periodically assault the Azure Fortress. The Golden Empire had once dispatched an epic hero to investigate, but he returned empty-handed, driven back by a coalition of epic-level dark elves and demons within. As for the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal, one was needed to maintain prosperity in the capital, the other to defend the Yellow Earth Road from invasion. Fall back, close ranks, and stay within the fortress' protective range, came the command from Captain Nightglow. The commanders battling the legendary monsters wasted no time. They immediately began a tactical retreat. Though the beasts were tough to break through, their sheer numbers made the situation dangerously unpredictable. The Legion commander did not take the field, remaining instead in the war room, observing the unfolding battle. He would only intervene if the enemy's epic-level champions joined the fray. If he moved first, their epics would surely respond. The greatest threat was that their epic champions were also heroes, wielding epic powers of their own. Only their faith was pledged to the demon gods. The demons of the Azure ancient forest worshipped the four horsemen of the apocalypse: plague, famine, war, and death. Each aspect was a formidable force. To face them was to risk one's life, even if one survived. As usual, the sounds of battle raged outside the fortress, but the Legion commander was focused on carving wood, a small hobby of his, as an epic hero. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Why did the enemy possess legendary power this time? As soon as Quinn sat down, his attention was immediately drawn to a strange phenomenon 2 kilometers away. Among the legendary monsters emerging from the forest, a one-armed giant stood out. He was nearly 10 meters tall, surrounded by an eerie silver glow, but his arms were shockingly unbalanced. His left arm was barely a meter long, while his right stretched an incredible 7 meters, as thick and imposing as a pillar. At that moment, the giant's powerful right hand was clutching a massive boulder, aiming it across the 2-kilometer distance at the commanders locked in fierce battle ahead. The commanders were fully focused on fending off the first wave of legendary monsters, with even Commander Nightglow circling overhead, using her legendary power to protect them. None of them noticed the distant threat. Normally, an attack from over 2 kilometers away would require the use of legendary power. However, these monsters managed it through sheer physical strength alone, which is why even Commander Nightglow failed to anticipate the strike. By the time the boulder came hurtling toward them, it was already too late. With a thunderous crash, the boulder struck one of the commanders dead. Sparks flew as legendary power detonated on impact, causing a secondary explosion. Through the swirling dust, a massive hand suddenly reached out, sweeping away the debris. It was the commander, now unleashing her legendary power. Even with the fortress's miraculous protection, the attack had left her injured. It was enough to make her resolve to use their ultimate weapon. Vice Commander Quinn, notify the 13th Night Regiment's logistics chief to bring the Imperial Fantasy Chariot to the front lines immediately. She ordered with determination. I'm going to use the ultimate weapon to end this. The difference between 2 levels of legendary power and just one was immense. Emotional suppression was even stronger, all physical attributes more than doubled, and attacks could now even neutralize legendary energy itself. Quinn knew that if the commander combined this power with legendary armaments, he would have no chance unless he released his own legendary power as well. Just then, Commander Nightglow called out urgently from above. Cancel that order. If the enemy can unleash legendary power, they're either devout followers of a god or have accomplished feats worthy of divine recognition. We don't have enough information to act rashly. In this world, there was only one way to gain legendary power. The sum of one's resolve, deeds, and reputation had to reach a level acknowledged by the gods. But these gods weren't deities of specific domains. They were the primordial creator king. After shaping the world, the creator king turned his body into the land, his blood into the seas, his hair into the night, and his skin into the day, scattering his power throughout the world. Other gods could only manipulate fragments of these gifts, mingling their own power within. Take the siege ram sheep incident, for example. The little sheep's achievements alone weren't enough to trigger a legendary miracle. But the god of the hunt and beasts, wanting to eliminate Quinn, exploited a loophole. He made it seem as if the Creator King's power had witnessed a champion slaying a legend, and, combined with the sheep's faith, managed to grant it the faintest trace of legendary power. Because determination is hard to measure, it often becomes an opportunity for loopholes to be exploited. Yet the current situation left Commander Yegwang deep in thought. Although the little lamb possessed only a faint trace of legendary power, the beastly might within it was not to be underestimated. At first, he had assumed that only a handful of these monsters had completed certain legendary feats, thus gaining the ability to perform legendary miracles. However, the distant scene instantly shattered his theory. 9 newly arrived legendary monsters suddenly radiated with the light of legend at the same time. This sight sent a chill through Commander Yegwang as he hovered above. Was the intelligence from Chuanqing Fortress wrong? He squinted, studying the scene closely, and soon realized it wasn't faulty intelligence. Rather, the enemy had simply had no reason to deploy these legendary monsters before. After all, in the past 200 years, unless an epic hero intervened personally, opportunities to slay a legendary monster were extremely rare. The legendary champions of the Golden Empire were never known for their offensive strength. Relying on the fortress walls for defense was usually enough. If it weren't for Quinn's slaying of those 3 monsters as strong as legendary heroes today, these legendary beasts likely would not have appeared at all. These monsters not only possessed physical power on par with legendary heroes, but also wielded legendary miracles. Earlier, if the miracle of the fortress hadn't weakened that stone's power by 90%, the 13th commander would probably have been seriously injured or even fallen. Attacks of this caliber meant the commanders could not risk leaving the fortress protection. Commander Yeguang gazed at the seemingly tranquil forest, realizing the hidden threat lurking within. It was as if these creatures were warning humanity. Cross their line and face their wrath. But as long as people stayed behind the walls, the monsters would not attack. Are these monsters starting to develop intelligence? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Xuanqing Fortress was the only stronghold within 50 kilometers, making it just as vital as the crystal line. If it fell, there would be nothing left to shield the rear. No matter how many monsters you send, I'll never let you break through this line, Commander Yeguang declared resolutely. He immediately unleashed his legendary skill, Stellar Domain Beyond the World. Countless starlights rained down, striking the legendary monsters. But from their howls, he could tell the attack had little effect. These legendary monsters, with their formidable defenses, were nothing like the offensively focused pig head he had faced before. Commander Yeguang pinned his hopes on Quinn, the only vice commander with an offensive legendary power. But Quinn could only shake his head. Helpless Lie had exhausted his legendary strength. Unable to cleanse the demonic energy from the monster's blood, he had to stop after slaying 2 demon wolves. His original plan was to wipe out all 7 legendary monsters, but after killing a giant king and 1 demon wolf, he had just enough for 1 skill. The second demon wolf gave him 50 more progress points. Just 1 more would have earned him another skill. If Head had any strength left, he would have kept going. After a night of relentless attacks by monsters, the battle finally ended with only minor casualties. The legendary monsters never fought at full strength. Instead, they commanded their underlings to launch the assault. Thanks to the precise defenses led by the captains, the lesser monsters were swept away with ease, as insignificant as dust. As dawn broke, the monstrous army gradually retreated from the battlefield. The city gates slowly opened, and several squads of soldiers filed out in an orderly fashion. They quickly gathered the corpses of the monsters scattered across the ground, dragging these future sources of energy back to the fortress. Once processed, these remains would become valuable resources to keep the fortress miracles running. With the first battle won, Quinn could finally get some well-deserved rest, especially since the captain had been called away for a meeting, leaving him, the vice-captain, with free to me a rare luxury that left him in an exceptionally good mood. Palapo was just as excited. Her role in the battle had been fairly straightforward, simply directing the elite knights to raise their spears, thrust forward, and rotate positions, but this was her first time leading such a large elite force. 200 elite knights on the left side of the main wall. The honor of it all made the medium-sized knight walk with a noticeable spring in her step. When she returned to the villa, Palapo saw Weiss enjoying breakfast at the dining table and immediately announced triumphantly, "Weiss, you can only stay in the basement or not allowed upstairs. Got it." Palapo was one of the few in the house who didn't know the good brother's true gender, and she was also the second weakest among them. Weiss was startled by the sudden command from this not-so-familiar elite knight and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why? You're a boy. Letting you stay in the basement is only because of Hers or otherwise. I'd have made you share a room with it." Palapo pointed beside her. Weiss followed her finger and saw the siege ram sheep, devouring its breakfast. The big sheep noticed someone pointing at it and immediately let out a fierce bleat. "Bah! I'm a legendary warrior. How dare a little elite like you point at me? I'll headbutt you if you keep it up." Palapo, intimidated by the sheep's menacing look, quickly backed up to the staircase, but still shouted her final protest. "Anyway, you're not allowed upstairs." "What about Quinn? He's a boy too." Weiss retorted. "That's different. He let me command the troops today." Palapo hummed a cheerful tune as she dashed back to her room, unlocked a drawer, and pulled out her treasured journal. "Today I commanded 200 troops. 200 elite knights. Even the captain might have trouble facing the order's bulwark." She scribbled furiously in her notebook. The great Commander Palapo, who has led over 1,000 elite knights, is just one step away from becoming a true general. Suddenly, a rapid knock interrupted her daydream. Bang, bang, bang. "Palapo." Quinn's angry voice came from outside the door. Palapo's heart skipped a beat, relieved that she was still in her armor. She quickly stuffed the journal back in the drawer, jumped off her bed, and opened the door. Outside stood a nervous-looking Weiss and a furious Quinn. "Were you bullying Weiss?" Quinn demanded. "No," Palapo stammered, unable to meet Quinn's eyes, her hands nervously twisting behind her back. "Not at all. Weiss already told me you wouldn't let her upstairs." "What? Are you scared he'll do something to you? Can't you even handle an ordinary person now?" "That's not it. Let me explain." Palapo tried to defend herself, but her words trailed off. "Explain all you want after you take a punch from me." Quinn raised his fist. "Help! Somebody help me! Captain! Herzer! Lily! Melis!" Palapo's desperate cries echoed throughout the villa. "Can anyone help me? Please, someone help me!" A desperate cry echoed from the infirmary. Hercel, the army medic, sat in her chair and rubbed her forehead, exasperated. In front of her was Palapo, looking aggrieved. Ever since Shed reached the legendary rank, he rarely caused trouble on purpose anymore, but he still ended up coming to her, battered and bruised after another beating from Quinn. "Hercel, my back hurts so much." Palapo whimpered, rubbing his aching lower back. Go home, and try not to provoke Quinn next time. Okay. Polipo nodded obediently and practically scrambled out of the room. Herself saw right through Polipo's act, but she still stopped Quinn, who was about to chase after him. After all, Polipo was already 18. It wasn't worth arguing with a kid anymore. Her thoughts drifted to Weiss. Had been assigned to training, but there was still no progress. Despite his hard work and diligence, it seemed like something inside him resisted the power of the God of Order. He showed no affinity for the token. Every golden-haired person could inherit some of the Golden Emperor's abilities. For example, Lily had inherited strength, making her a match for Quinn at his peak. But according to Arlansa, this kind of inheritance was just a fraction of the real power nowhere near the core legacy. The Golden Emperor's prophecy spoke of a true legacy that included the brilliance of the nine-pointed star, the crown and scepter, physical and mental fortitude, and the power of justice. Inheriting any one of these would be enough to become a legendary figure. The three kings were a special case. They inherited the symbol of 3 pairs of wings, and after reaching the legendary rank, they achieved all their miracles and ascended to epic status in just 5 years. That was why Hercel cared so much about Weiss. If he could inherit the core legacy, he could help the commander withstand political pressure, or even help reclaim lost power. Even if he only inherited a small part, he'd still be a valuable asset. But as things stood, Weiss was still just an ordinary person. Hey, stop it. I'm trying to think, Hercel said, brushing Quinn's restless hand away. Then use a cleaning spell on me first. I'm all sweaty, and you hate it when things aren't clean, don't you? As soon as she sensed the familiar restraint in her heart, Hercel lost the ability to think, completely overwhelmed by the powerful pheromones around her. Hercel, yeah? You're a good person. What do you mean? Good things happen to good people. Before she could figure out the deeper meaning behind his words, Quinn's fingers began their familiar motion. In that moment, she finally understood his hint. Let's set a rule: no using legendary powers to recover our strength, Quinn said seriously, his eyes leaving no room for argument. Whatever you say, Hercel replied, a playful smile tugging at her lips. As a devout follower of the goddess of abundance, she always appeared youthful. Now, her damp silver hair clung to her temples, making her look even more striking. Want something to eat, or should we keep going? She asked with a teasing arch of her brow. He'll eat first. You play dirty, Quinn sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead and shaking his head in mock defeat. He draped his family crest over his shoulders, his movements relaxed with exhaustion. At this hour, Polipo and the captain were resting in camp. Lily was outside playing with the sheep, Wes was still training, and Melis practiced swordsmanship in her room. Only Quinn, still full of energy after returning from the battlefield, was up for sparring with Hercel. The two made their way to the kitchen on the first floor. Quinn expertly pulled out a leftover pork leg from the cabinet. He sliced the meat into evenly sized chops, cleaned and dried them, then poured peanut oil into the pan to heat. As soon as the garlic and onions hit the oil, a rich aroma filled the air. Using only the most familiar seasonings of this world, he waited for the perfect moment to lay the pork chops gently into the sizzling pan. As they cooked, the fat rendered into the shallot oil, releasing an irresistible fragrance. When one side turned golden brown, he quickly flipped them, oil and flames crackling in harmony. Hercel couldn't help but swallow, already savoring the taste in her mind. Hey, Quinn, are you sneaking food again? Suddenly, Lily appeared at the window, perched atop a giant sheep, her eyes glued to the pork chops in the pan. Lunch. Want some? Quinn asked with a smile, waving a glistening chop in her direction. Yes. The petite knight cheered, waving her arms excitedly. Then wait a bit longer. He'll come get you when it's ready. Okay. Lily called back, riding her sheep off to encourage her teammates, humming a tune as she went. As one of the elite knights, she knew exactly how to train a proper order knight. Hercel, you're here too. Lunchtime had arrived. The petite knight was always easily startled, and everyone had grown used to it. Although Lily was 2 months older than Quinn, her cheerful and innocent personality never failed to bring a lively atmosphere to the team. What's that layer you're wearing? It looks all dark and strange, Lily asked, curiously leaning closer to Hercel and widening her eyes for a better look. It's a new kind of fabric I've been working on. Kids shouldn't wear it, Hercel replied, crossing her arms and putting on a serious face. I would never wear socks on my body. Lily shook her head vigorously, but her attention was soon completely captured by the large pork chop on the table. Suddenly, something came to her mind. Oh right, Hercel, weren't you supposed to be researching those ores a few days ago? That reminded Hercel of a certain weapon. Ever since Quinn returned from town, people had been delivering various ores to her. That very night, she had received instructions on how to craft a special weapon. According to Quinn's description, this weapon was incredibly powerful, so much so that even an ordinary person could use it to defeat a legendary warrior. At its peak, it could even instantly kill an epic-level foe. Although it was useless against mythical beings, Quinn's tone suggested that even the gods themselves would struggle to withstand the knowledge behind such a creation. However, even Quinn couldn't fully master this knowledge. Following the blueprint in her mind, Hessel summoned the power of legends. Under her control, steel twisted and spun, wood intertwined, and finally, she crafted an iron tube with a trigger. Once you understand the principle, it's not hard to make. I was just about to show it to you, Hessel said calmly, a flicker of pride in her eyes. But when she tried to offer the knowledge of the flintlock to the goddess, there was no response at all, not even the smallest blessing of legendary power. After all, the goddess of abundance only cared about the flourishing of civilization, and a weapon of war like this would bring nothing but destruction. By now, Lily had finished her pork chop and was gazing longingly at Quinn's plate, her big eyes pleading for another bite. Lily, put your helmet on, Quinn said suddenly, her tone turning serious. What's going on? Lily asked, confused, but she obediently fastened her visor, transforming herself into a little tin can. Quinn raised the flintlock, aiming it at her, a mischievous grin curling on her lips. If you're still hungry, I'll let you taste a purple egg. And don't even think about stealing my food. With a spark, the gunpowder ignited. Bang! The power of the flintlock was far below Quinn's expectations. The bullet merely glanced off the solid steel armor, leaving behind a shallow dent before dropping weakly to the ground. In this world, the steel industry was so advanced that the hardness of the metal rivaled, or perhaps even exceeded, that of his previous life. While such a weapon would have been a serious threat when he was just an ordinary person, it posed little danger to an elite. Its power was no greater than that of a bow and arrow. It could catch someone off guard and strike a vital spot, but for someone like Quinn, orcs, or other legendary beings with high defenses, even a well-placed shot might not be enough. Of course, for targets with weaker defenses like the human legend they had encountered earlier, a bullet to the eye or mouth could still be fatal. Lily ran her hand over her armor, looking at Quinn in confusion. Was this some kind of joke? But on second thought, there wasn't much difference between a bullet and an arrow. After reloading the powder and bullet, Quinn aimed the gun out the window at the giant sheep outside. The 4-meter tall creature was far too large to enter the small building and could only watch longingly from outside. But as Quinn pointed the black barrel at it, a strange sense of dread washed over the animal. Years on the battlefield had made Quinn a master of dual blades, archery, and gravity magic, and had also learned how to imbue projectiles with magical power. But now, he sensed something unusual. The sheep seemed to have detected the flow of legendary power. It spun around in a flash and let out a frantic warning. Run. The master is up to something again. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and the spinning bullet shot toward the sheep's head before it could react. It struck true, and a surge of gravity magic was unleashed, sending the massive animal soaring into the air as if it weighed nothing. Despite its size, the sheep landed softly, bouncing lightly a couple of times as if it were made of cotton. This new power isn't bad, is it? Quinn murmured, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though the force seemed gentle and almost weightless, its effect was impressive, even if he hadn't fully grasped its mysteries yet. Legendary power could be dazzling, but it was still different from the overwhelming strength he felt after achieving his own legendary breakthrough. Whenever someone reached the legendary level, there was always the temptation to create new skills for even greater power, but true success stories were rare. Perhaps the first few pioneers had succeeded, but for those who followed, the path only grew narrower. The dragon lance wielded by the commander was one such legendary skill, its power proven countless times. Yet in all the centuries, only a handful of dragon hunter skills had ever been developed, which showed just how difficult it was to create new ones. Still, Hessel had always respected Quinn's passion for innovation. After sending away the annoying little knight, she nestled into Quinn's arms, tracing gentle patterns in the air with her fingertips. Sparks of flame danced before her, and grains of sand gathered with her movements, quickly feeding into the fire. The intense heat melted them in an instant, turning them into glowing liquid that radiated with energy. I think I'm starting to get the hang of the blast furnace process you told me about, Hessel whispered, her breath forming a cloud in the air. She skipped the natural cooling time, reheating the slag and removing impurities to create something entirely new. From her pocket, she produced a square piece of glass, clear, flawless, and shining as brilliantly as the finest crystal. Look at this, Hessel said with a gentle smile. Who would have thought that something as insignificant as grains of sand could become so beautiful? I haven't offered it to the goddess yet. He wanted to show you first. Although Heezer's approach was a bit off, her results were impressive. This was the fruit of several days of diligent research. Now that the Legion at Ultramarine Fortress had been fully organized and each barracks had its own dedicated physician, Heezer, as the priestess of abundance, mainly contributed to the logistics department, unable to personally go to the front lines to treat the soldiers. In the logistics division, she was the only legendary figure, which meant she had very little actual work to do. Knights from other orders were eager to help lighten her load. After all, transcendent rank was what truly mattered. Even among those of the same rank, there was still a significant gap between legends and elites. So, over the past few days, she had been working in her private office, fully focused on her research, and her efforts paid off. She had actually managed to create glass, a rare material. Quinn had originally hoped she could invent cement, but by a twist of fate, she ended up producing glass instead. Still, it was a pleasant surprise. Wrong direction? What do you want me to do then? She thought. Quinn had described a powder that becomes sticky when mixed with water, dries hard, and can be used as a building material. When combined with steel rods, it could be used to construct buildings over 100 meters tall without relying on legendary power and at an incredible speed. Take their own cottage, for example. With just 10 ordinary people, it could be built in half a month. Heezer listened to this description of a special material, only half understanding, but she trusted that if Quinn mentioned it, it must be real. She knew she needed to work even harder. But before she threw herself back into her research, she hoped Quinn would praise her accomplishments. Downstairs, Weiss struggled to lift his weapon with his small arms, swinging it with all his might under the watchful eye of the petite knight. After just 5 swings, the 10-pound spear left him completely exhausted. No, I really can't, he collapsed onto the sand, looking utterly defeated. If Heezer were supervising, she would have made sure the training intensity was reasonable and not too much for him. But Lily had no concept of fatigue. The moment he stopped moving, she would prod him with her rock-hard helmet. It hurt so much he could barely stand it. You can't even handle this little bit of training? Look at me, I'm blonde too, but I'm not as weak as you. You're even worse than Polipo. At least he didn't give up after just a few moves. That night? No, I'm just an ordinary person. But Lily wouldn't accept that, lecturing him in a comically serious tone. The captain says our strength comes out when we're pushed to the limit. Once you reach your breaking point, you'll discover your true power. With that, Lily hopped over and smashed a boulder with a single punch, then took off her gauntlet and struck a bodybuilder pose, showing off her soft pink fist. Just like me. Weiss thought to himself, no way. I could never do that, Miss Heezer. Please save me. Speaking of which, what was Miss Heezer doing right now? As a legendary hero, she must be incredibly busy, with countless things to deal with every day. Inside the room. No using legendary power. I can tell if you do. Heezer said sternly. You're recovering so quickly you must be using it. Nor are you using it or not. Tell me the truth. The commander of the 13th Night Order, known as the Nightglow Commander, respectfully invited the commander to take a seat and solemnly presented her with a mission briefing. This wasn't an order from the military higher-ups, but rather a personal request. 3 days after the onset of the Beast Tide, the leader of the First Night Order was scouring the markets for any offensive legendary armament that might appear. He was prepared to spend every last resource, even at the expense of the Order's funds, to acquire it. If the entire Order had only a single weapon capable of standing against a legendary monster, it would be a disgrace refused to repeat the mistakes of his predecessor. The orc attacks had left the Nightglow commander deeply anxious, haunted by the fear of another disaster like the one in Azurewood Forest. Still, he didn't seek help from the commander, believing this matter wasn't significant enough to disturb someone who spent hours each day in meditation. After all, the commander's daily meditation was essential for maintaining the vitality of his epic power, preparing for any threat that might arise. To the Nightglow commander's surprise, word of his request quickly spread, and within 3 days, he received a response. A seller had posted a long-standing request for a tainted flying dragon's reverse scale. Through contacts in the Azurewood Trading Company, the Nightglow commander immediately tracked down this seller, who was desperate for an offensive legendary weapon. The legendary armament at the heart of this transaction was the Inferno Bull King, Descended, a weapon of immense destructive power. In the Nightglow commander's hands, it could have incinerated every legendary monster that appeared that day. However, to obtain it, he had to trade for a specific item demanded by the seller. That was the real Chalinja flying dragon, descendant of ancient dragons, possessed legendary combat power as an adult. If tainted by dark energy, its strength multiplied, and its scales became as impervious as legendary miracles. Legendary heroes capable of piercing dragon scales wouldn't be interested in such a weapon, while those who coveted it lacked the means to breach the dragon's defenses. Fortunately, the order included 2 top-ranked dragon hunters. With a brief lull before the next Beast Tide, they had a window to venture deep into Azurewood Forest, hunt down the flying dragon, and return in time to prepare for the next onslaught. The Nightglow commander felt a surge of pride at his own sharp thinking, still keen even at 100 years old. But now, persuading the commander would require all the persuasive skills he had amassed over the years. After reading the report, the commander quickly grasped the situation. Realizing why the Nightglow commander had come to him, he couldn't help but let his tone turn a little proud. You think Azurewood Forest is dangerous? He said, a touch of mockery in his voice. He knew that, after a Beast Tide, legendary monsters in Azurewood Forest were so sparse that you might only find one every 10 kilometers. As long as you didn't provoke them, they rarely caused trouble. There were rumors that every so often, an abyssal rift would spew dark energy, driving hordes of monsters outward. Once the energy faded, the monsters would retreat to their own territories. Otherwise, how could Azurewood Fortress support so many adventurers? If legendary monsters truly roamed everywhere, survival would be impossible. The Nightglow commander smiled faintly, his anxiety fading, but he remained vigilant, ready to face the adventure that awaited them. So, in theory, as long as the wyvern's habitat route is correct, all you need to deal with are those communal wyverns. You don't have to worry about anything else. Captain Yegwang pulled a heavy leather pouch from his pocket and poured out 5,000 gold coins, forming a small golden mountain on the table. This is the payment for medical services. There was a trace of reluctance in his voice. The commander picked up a coin and turned it between her fingers, frowning slightly. 5,000 gold coins, is that a lot? This naive question deepened the wrinkles on Captain Yegwang's face. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head. It had taken him more than 100 years of frugal living, plus some official compensation, to scrape this money together. His monthly salary was only 6 gold coins, and he had to regularly send money home to his children. Saving up this much hadn't been easy. With 5,000 gold coins, you could buy a weaker legendary weapon on the market. For an ordinary farmer, without some stroke of luck, earning even 10 gold coins in a lifetime was impossible. This sum could even raise a small private army. It does look like a lot. The commander nodded, then shrugged. But I don't really have any use for money. It was true she had no concept of money. Thanks to her status as a blessed dancer, Hazel could get as much money as she wanted with a simple gesture. The commander's hobbies were simple: wrestling with the big sheep, teasing Lily, or occasionally sparring with Quinn. Her days passed just like that, no money needed. In the living room of the townhouse, the round sofa meeting began in earnest. Hazel crossed her arms and frowned. So, why did you take the job? She was clearly unhappy about the commander's decision. She'd been researching cement, as Quinn had suggested, and was finally making progress when a sudden order forced her to drop everything. This trip might completely disrupt her schedule. But the commander was in high spirits, gesturing excitedly in the air. It sounds fun. The Azure Ancient Forest. I've never been there before. A forest? I don't think I've ever been to one either. Me neither. I want to come too. The other 3 female guards chimed in eagerly. Having grown up in the palace, they'd barely interacted with outsiders, let alone gone on any trips or outings. The only thing they'd ever done with their powers was make themselves stronger. Only Quinn sat quietly to the side, saying nothing. When he realized everyone was looking at him, he spread his hands. Of course I'd like to go, but if Hazel says no. Everyone immediately turned to the medic. Feeling uncomfortable under so many hopeful gazes, Hazel finally relented. Fine, but there are a lot of legendary monsters in the Azure Ancient Forest. We have to bring the carriage. Seeing Hazel nod, the commander clapped her hands in delight, raising them high above her head. Absolutely. This time, everyone gets to come along. She turned to the corner. Hey, Weiss, you're coming too. Weiss, who was hiding in the corner of the sofa, pointed at his own cheek in surprise. Me? Yep. If you face a few monsters, maybe you'll awaken your golden royal bloodline. The commander was never short on crazy ideas. That makes sense. Quinn's eyes lit up. In so many fairy tales, heroes only unlock their hidden powers when they're on the brink of death. Maybe Weiss is that kind of prodigy. On the streets of Azure Fortress, a classic carriage moved slowly along the road. Its body was carved from sandalwood, giving off a soft, mysterious glow. Intricate engravings adorned every inch of the wood, as if ancient legends were hidden within each pattern. The canopy was made of luxurious brocade, with gold threads woven into complex designs that shimmered in the breeze, as though every strand was telling its own story. Despite its striking appearance, the carriage itself seemed to possess an aura that concealed it, making it less conspicuous even as it traveled down the busy street. However, the coachman and the creature pulling the carriage were legendary heroes in their own right. With such a magnificent vehicle, it was clear that it must be a fabled artifact. So who, then, was its mysterious owner? No one dared approach or even sneak a glance. It was said that legendary creatures possessed immense intelligence, and any sign of disrespect could lead to deadly consequences. Suddenly, a hurried whisper swept through the crowd. Quick, bow your heads. The people walking along the street lowered their heads at once, a mix of awe and curiosity filling their hearts. Beside the carriage, Quinn's mount, a little sheep, hopped cheerfully down the street, only settling down to pull the carriage after Quinn gave it a firm pat on the head. Even then, the little sheep seemed content. After all, bullying these townsfolk was an easy task for Quinn. But once he reached the small manor house, anyone inside could ride the sheep as they pleased, and it would simply endure in silence. At the fortress gate, 10 order knights stood in a row, guarding the road with strict discipline. They had already cleared away any obstacles nearby. Catching sight of Quinn, whose rugged appearance resembled that of a barbarian, the gatekeepers broke into respectful smiles. Vice Captain Quinn, the commander of the First Knights, has already given instructions. May fortune favor your arms. One of the knights had witnessed Quinn single-handedly tear through an elite squad of orc warriors, fighting like a god of war and earning his place as a legendary hero. That night, Quinn slew the orc champion with a single stroke, becoming a legend on the spot. The knight himself had since been promoted to lead this elite 10-man squad. Quinn didn't recognize the knight, but seeing the friendly smile, he responded politely, "When I get back, let's have a feast together." "My apologies, sir. I'm on duty, so I doubt I'll have time for a party," the knight replied, his expression tightening with hesitation. As a noble, such informal gatherings were beneath his station. Quinn didn't mind, waving his hand as he replied, "Suit yourself. Just buy me a drink when you're free. Let's go, baby." "Bah." Urged on by Quinn, the little sheep began pulling the carriage again, its wheels quietly rumbling as the carriage rolled away. Quinn's first order of business upon entering the forest was to hunt. He raised his revolver and took aim at a formidable magical beast about the size of a grown rabbit. The weapon itself wasn't particularly sophisticated, and its power was only marginally better than a flintlock's, since the black powder Quinn used was far less potent than modern smokeless powder. Even so, the beast was not to be underestimated. Its ears pricked up as it watched the carriage, growling in alarm. It could sense the legendary aura emanating from within, and fear gripped its heart. Still, it couldn't abandon the nest of young creatures it was protecting. But Quinn paid no mind to such things. He leveled his revolver at the rabbit-like beast, channeling gravity magic into the shot. With a sharp report, the bullet struck true, hitting the creature right between the eyes. It collapsed instantly. Before Quinn could fire, Lily poked him lightly in the side from behind, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Quinn, can I take it home and keep it as a pet?" "Probably not," Quinn replied, tightening his grip on his weapon and keeping his eyes fixed ahead. "These things aren't very bright, and they bite." "But it looks so gentle." Lily barely finished speaking when the rabbit-like monster suddenly let out a piercing snarl, baring its savage fangs. If Quinn hadn't been standing in front, it would have leapt at them already. "They'll pick up a little rabbit for you at the market next time. This one just doesn't seem too smart." As soon as he finished, Quinn pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, the bullet charged with gravity magic whistled through the air, distorting it as it struck. A burst of violet energy exploded on impact, shattering the rabbit's head instantly. "All right then." Lily's interest faded as quickly as it had come, soon replaced by curiosity about the toy in Quinn's hands that could fire continuously. She couldn't help but wonder why the same weapon could blow the head off a monster in Quinn's hands, yet couldn't even penetrate a palm when she used it. Their progress through the forest was steady. Aside from that clueless rabbit, nearly all the monsters fled at the scent of the giant lamb, with only a couple of slow-witted creatures sticking around to serve as Lily's moving targets. Quinn examined the remarkable carriage, noting how it could change size and shape at will, while its interior remained unchanged, a telltale sign it was once the relic of a powerful figure, likely someone above the fifth path of legend. Ironically, it was the massive lamb that slowed the group down the most, breaking branches and trampling shrubs with every step. Still, its presence kept most elite monsters at bay. As the carriage delved deeper into the azure ancient woods, everyone transferred to the back of the giant lamb. Sunlight filtered through dense leaves, scattering golden flecks on the ground. The foliage, like finely carved emeralds, swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This ancient forest, cultivated by the elves and nurtured over thousands of years, now dominated the entire woodland. Herschel reported to the captain, "There's a solitary legendary ogre 6 kilometers ahead, just one head. We can either fight it heat-in or detour 20 kilometers around." The captain put her hands on her hips, lifting her chin with pride. "Herschel, how many legends do we have on our side?" "4," Herschel counted. "You, Captain, Quinn, and the lamb. Then what are we waiting for?" The captain ordered decisively. "They'll hold it down, Quinn. You finish it off." "Understood." Carrying out the order, Quinn replied at once. "Let's go, buddy." Bah. The giant lamb tore through the forest at full speed, its sturdy horns knocking aside ancient trees and its hooves crushing the undergrowth as it charged straight toward their target. When the demonic energy was dormant, it was said that legendary monsters would stay within their own territory. This ogre holed up in a cave thick with the scent of blood, its feeble intellect just enough to decide how much meat to eat that day and which shiny trinkets from its prey to use to decorate its den. Just 2 days ago, it encountered 3 reckless intruders in its cave. One slap was all it took to reduce them to pulp, providing it with a hearty meal. Suddenly, faint tremors rippled through the ground. With the keen senses of a legendary beast, the ogre detected a massive prey approaching at speed. Excited by the prospect of fresh meat, it slapped its belly, grabbed a wooden club, and trudged out of the cave over the blood-stained earth. At that moment, a powerful sense of danger washed over it. A flash of white darted through the forest, a figure riding atop, spear in hand. Almost simultaneously, the spear shot through the air, striking the ogre's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Electricity crackled along the shaft, instantly paralyzing its muscles. From the side, a giant stepped over the bushes, bringing a massive axe down on its neck. The blade bit deep, but was stopped by the ogre's tough bones and dense muscles, unable to go any further. Above, a figure in black and red robes hovered in the wind, chanting the epic of human evolution. Sharpened wooden spears, fire from friction, plowing with blades, cities rising from the wild. With the incantation, a beast-faced furnace of glowing molten metal appeared, intricate runes swirling across its surface as if lava was flowing within. The beast's mouth gaped wide, swallowing the ogre whole. Amid its shrill screams, searing heat like molten rock poured from every orifice, instantly sapping its will to fight. Herschel, that's enough, save your legendary power, Quinn called out, not wanting to miss out on the experience points. The medic responded, tossing the now-charred ogre aside for Quinn to finish off. That was terrifying. I don't think I could withstand that myself, the captain remarked, stunned by the display of legendary might. Even as a second-tier legend with legendary gear, she realized she might not survive such an attack. How is Herschel's miracle so strong? Wasn't the bountiful dancer supposed to be bad at combat? Nearby, Melis, quietly observing, seemed to notice something. She sidled up to her best friend, giving her a teasing look. Why do I get the feeling that your legendary miracle looks a lot like a certain someone's face? Haha, what are you talking about? There's no such thing. Herschel crossed her arms and tried to look calm, but her composure was clearly slipping. When she ascended to legend, her mind was filled with everything Shed learned from Quinn. How could she not resemble him? Do you really like it that much? Melis frowned, her voice tinged with obvious confusion. You just don't get it. Herschel blurted out, her tone firm and unwavering. Even she didn't understand why she was so adamant. But her inexplicable certainty only left Melis even more puzzled, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. How did I never realize she was this kind of person? Melis wondered, her gaze lingering on Herschel's face for a moment. Meanwhile, not far away, the captain was intently studying the heavily armored ogre. She nudged its bloated belly with the tip of her boot, then turned to see Quinn already slipping into the creature's den. Quinn, what are you doing? She called out, a note of caution in her voice. I found something good, Quinn's voice echoed from deep within the cave. Moments later, he emerged from the ogre's lair, triumphantly holding up a massive longbow as tall as himself. The burst-shot archer system is at your service. Next draw, 100 complete. Drawing now, the system notification chimed in Quinn's mind. Dragon Hunter Longbow, once wielded by a bowman whose eyes were sealed by earth. In ancient wars, it was used by a legendary archer who shot down elder dragons. It can pierce dragon scales and strike at their vital points. Extra damage against dragon-type enemies. Dispensing now, please wait. I just picked up a legendary weapon. Quinn lied without missing a beat, raising his new prize high for all to see. The beast-bone longbow looked rugged and ancient, its body crafted from two thick animal bones, rough and weathered with age. Its bowstring was woven from sinewy, resilient tendons, stretched taut between the limbs, like a serpent ready to strike. A faint aura shimmered around the boa, clear sign of miraculous power. The captain's eyes went wide, her gaze nearly glazed over. Wait, is this for real? My carriage, I only got it thanks to you, but you just found this? Her words tumbled out, muddled by sheer disbelief. With Herschel's explanation, the captain finally understood the true value of 5,000 gold coins, enough to buy a legendary weapon. Even the most basic legendary weapon was a hero's lifelong pursuit, never something mass-produced. She herself had only received a carriage, and that was a support tool, not a weapon, thanks to Quinn's achievements. And now, this unmistakably offensive legendary bow had just been pulled out of a filthy ogre's nest by Quinn, as if by chance. Suddenly, the captain realized, no wonder. No wonder adventurers love coming to the Azure Forest. Desire flared in her heart. She wanted her own legendary weapon too. Let me try it. She blurted out. Wait, do you even know how to shoot a bow? Quinn asked, puzzled. Just let me hold it. I just want to feel it. I won't break it. I promise. The captain's tone softened instantly. Please, let me try it. Just once. I don't care. I just want to play with it. At that moment, the captain was like an adult version of Lily, throwing a tantrum without a care for her surroundings, leaving everyone both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, Herschel knew exactly how to handle her. With a gentle but precise move, she hit the captain right where it hurt. Okay, hot. That's enough. The captain surrendered immediately. We're still out in the field. Settle down. You can try it at the training grounds when we get back, all right? The medic's voice was gentle, but left no room for argument. Fine. The captain still eyed the bow in Quinn's hands longingly, but at least she stopped rolling around on the ground. A grown woman acting like a child. You're not Lily. You know? Herschel sighed, shaking her head. Huh, what about me? On the carriage, the petite knight Lily suddenly poked her head out, sensing someone was talking about her, but unable to catch exactly what was being said. The Azure Ancient Forest was once a playground for the elves, but as their civilization declined, the woods became tainted by dark magic, turning into a domain for demons, dark elves, and legendary monsters. Now, danger lurks everywhere. Mosquito bites, monster attacks, food shortages. Every detail carries the threat of death. In such a perilous environment, it's best not to expect too much. Making do with what's available and saving the supplies in the wagon is the wisest choice. Inside a hastily dug cave, a campfire crackled and popped. The group gathered around the flames sat quietly for a moment before raising their wooden bowls in unison. A little wild fruit juice to start the meal. Quinn hugged his large wooden bowl and gulped the juice down in one go, his face lighting up with satisfaction. He exhaled contentedly. The captain, not to be outdone, lifted her bowl just as big as Quinsand finished her drink alongside him. Herschel had inspected the berries beforehand. Their sweet and tart flavor was refreshing, but they contained trace amounts of toxins, so only Weiss had to abstain. Herschel had once said she wouldn't waste her legendary powers on something as trivial as an upset stomach. Weiss could only watch them, shaking his leather canteen, which gave off a strange odor, a sign it hadn't been properly treated. Quinn shook his head, as if sympathizing with his friend's misfortune. Spending the night outdoors was always tough. No one expected comfort. Dinner was just about getting by. Braised rabbit heads, spicy rabbit, smoked wild boar haunch, and honey-glazed venison, enough to fill their bellies for now, with the promise of vegetables when they returned. Lily, the petite knight, nodded eagerly. Herschel always encouraged her to eat more vegetables, but tonight, she could finally indulge in as much meat as she wanted. Having the medic around was a blessing. Any raw meat she handled instantly became safe and delicious, even without seasoning. The legendary power she wielded was enough to purify any lingering dark magic. The only challenge was the trace toxins, which couldn't be removed and would have to be treated if symptoms appeared. Meanwhile, Weiss was stuck with dry rations. He muttered between bites, "Munch, munch, I'm so jealous, munch. Munch, you all get to eat munch. Munch real food. I munch, munch, I'm stuck with munch. Munch this munch, munch junk." He chewed his plain bread, grumbling with every bite. His frustration was so intense, he ended up giving Quinn a friendly but hard punch on the chin. Quinn just grinned sheepishly. Thinking his friend was being a bit dramatic, Weiss nearly sprained his own wrist. Herschel, meanwhile, looked on with a completely unmoved expression, as if to say, "You brought this on yourself, don't expect me to fix it." Weiss, feeling dejected, sat in a corner with his dry bread. Only Lily seemed to bring any warmth to the moment. She pulled a piece of candy from her pocket, her fingers still sticky with sauce, and offered it to Weiss. "Do you want one?" Weiss stared at the candy. With his mouth full of dry bread, he nearly blurted out, "If you want to kill me, just say so." But when he saw Lily's earnest eyes, all his irritation faded away. He sighed, swallowed his words, and replied softly, "I'm not really a fan of sweets." "You keep it." Lily blinked, a little disappointed, but put the candy back in her pocket. Weiss turned away, chewing his bread, a surprising warmth welling up inside him. In that fleeting moment of peace, the quiet felt like the only comfort in this perilous forest. "This, you're so nice, hee." Sitting on the other side, Herschel glanced at the sauce smeared all over Lily's armor. As she chewed her roast meat in small bites, she sighed helplessly. "Lily, you've gotten your pockets dirty again." "It doesn't matter. Bath time is almost here anyway," Lily replied without a care. For the guards and the commander, bathing was simple. Herschel only needed to cast a cleaning spell. For years, except for vague childhood memories, their baths had always been handled by the army medic in this way. Once everyone had finished eating, Herschel herded them into the carriage like a flock of chicks. Originally, they were supposed to eat inside the carriage, but the commander had wanted to experience the feel of camping, so they'd lit a fire outside. "Quinn, you stay." Herschel called Quinn aside outside the carriage. "There are some research questions I want to ask you." The commander looked puzzled. "Why can't you talk in the carriage? There's plenty of space." Melis scoffed, immediately seeing through her friend's thoughts. "Huh, it's probably about childbirth or something like that." "That can't be," the commander said in confusion. "A dancer of plenty is supposed to dedicate her life to the goddess and can't get married, right?" "That's true," Melis explained. "That class forbids marriage with mortals. The goddess wants pure procreation, without interference from things like marriage. But discussing medical techniques like midwifery is totally fine. Herschel really is the most diligent. Even when we're out having fun, she's still thinking about her research. I bet she'll earn her second legendary title soon." Melis raised her eyebrows with a knowing smile, saying no more. She hadn't expected her best friend to be so eager. The next morning, the team was still 20 kilometers from where the legendary dragon was said to be. The legendary monsters in the area were noticeably tougher. Some could even withstand Herschel's strongest attacks without falling. Although they eventually collapsed from heavy injuries, their defenses were truly impressive. The beast-faced furnace, with its intense heat and ability to forge and seal, was a natural enemy to these physically powerful monsters. All they could do was take the hits, unable to fight back. In the end, Quinn always delivered the finishing blow. The commander, like a treasure hunter, excitedly searched every cave, hoping to find legendary equipment like Quinn had. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. What should have been a morning arrival dragged on until the afternoon. Exhausted, she found nothing. Quinn, on the other hand, who followed behind and claimed the final strikes, made out like a bandit. After battling 5 legendary monsters, he gained a new skill 3-star archer from a hunter considered the greatest of his era, mastering an ultimate archery technique that surpassed his peers. Wow, This skill actually suits me perfectly. It seemed his luck hadn't run out, he had found yet another treasure. There were still 5 kilometers to go before reaching the wyvern's nest. Through the limits of his far sight, Quinn could clearly see what was happening by the pool. For wyverns were playing together, 3 of them large and imposing, while the 4th was noticeably smaller. This matched the intelligence reports perfectly. These reports came from a few lucky adventurers who had managed to escape. Wyverns, as legendary monsters, were incredibly powerful. Once they set their sights on a target, it didn't matter if the prey was an elite or an ordinary adventurer, very few survived. So, adventurers could only sneak in to gather information when the wyverns left the nest to hunt. From what he observed, this was a typical wyvern family. 2 parents, a half-grown juvenile, and a newborn hatchling. The power structure was just as clear: 2 at legendary level, 1 exceptionally strong elite, and 1 ordinary elite. This family couldn't be older than 50 years, otherwise the adolescent wyvern would have already left to find a mate and start its own nest. Wyverns, while nearly as intelligent as humans and blessed with lifespans of up to 3 centuries, had taken a different evolutionary path in the Azure Ancient Forest. They had traded away some of their intelligence for even greater physical strength, spending their days eating, drinking, and playing. Yet, within a 20-kilometer radius, they were the undisputed rulers, with an endless supply of prey. "Can you shoot a bow? I've never actually seen you use one," the commander asked, eyeing the massive longbow in Quinn's hands with curiosity. "Watch closely." Quinn raised the bow, heavy steel arrows wrapped in gravity magic. He fired 5 shots into the sky in quick succession, the arrows vanishing into the clouds like thunderbolts. The next moment, he had already mounted his little ram and was racing away. "Commander, don't fall behind. What are you up to?" "Whatever, let's just go for it. I need to get myself some legendary gear too." Although puzzled by Quinn's use of legendary power, the commander didn't hesitate to follow, especially since the enemy only had 2 at the legendary level. For legendary warriors, 5 kilometers took only a few minutes. Their strategy remained the same. Quinn would launch a frontal assault, the commander would flank from the side, and Hessel would block any escape from above. Quinn charged straight ahead, smashing through ancient trees and shattering rocks. Branches scratched across his body, but he didn't even notice. With a powerful stomp, his mount leaped forward, covering over 100 meters in a single bound. Legendary release wingless horned dragon. By the will of the gods, pursue the glory of the ancients. His body surged with power as muscles and bones reshaped. In midair, his little ram instantly transformed into a terrifying beast with a dragon's head and claws, lunging straight at the wyverns by the water's edge. The wyverns had already sensed danger. The male wyvern let out a thunderous roar and met the attack head-on, using its massive body to block both dragon claws. In that moment, ancient bloodlines clashed: wyvern and horned dragon, both descendants of the primordial dragons. Wyverns inherited wings and scales. Horned dragons, also known as earth dragons, gained horns and claws. Sea dragons retained the ancient bones and blood of their ancestors. Each was a product of the ancient dragon's mutations, carrying different legacies of power. In the era when Gulong had faded into legend, these 3 beings were already the closest anyone had ever come to embodying the concept of a dragon. The little lamb's horned dragon form enhanced the dragon horns atop its head, but when it came to sheer physical strength, it was still a bit weaker than the flying dragon empowered by demonic energy. At last, Quinn made his move. The blade, longer than Quinn himself, was guided by gravity magic and flew naturally into his hand. He gripped it tightly for a moment, then, with a low shout, he swung. The attack, bolstered by gravity magic, came crashing down, landing squarely on the flying dragon's neck. It didn't slice through, it smashed down. With raw, overwhelming force and no fancy technique, the blow shattered the dragon's scales. The flying dragon was sent reeling by the impact, and the little lamb seized the opportunity, driving its massive, spiraled dragon horn straight into the dragon's chest. But the female flying dragon, seeing her mate beset by 2 legendary heroes, rushed forward. Her piercing screech tore through the air as her wings beat furiously, ready to come to his aid. At that moment, the armored giant captain arrived. His heavy armor was impossible to ignore. He took 2 strides, twisted his waist, and launched a punch that landed squarely on the flying dragon's head. The dragon, hit hard, was forced to change direction. Meanwhile, Herschel had finished preparing the high forge summoning. A strip of black cloth shot out like a streak of light, aiming to bind the flying dragon. This was the power wielded by followers of the goddess of women, the holy body sash, the legendary saint's robe, renowned for its formidable binding strength. But the flying dragon was incredibly swift and agile. Herschel knew she couldn't afford to waste her legendary power without a guaranteed hit. Yet she underestimated the dragon's demonic might. With a twist of its body, the dragon tore the holy sash apart. Its massive wings, each 10 meters long and marked with mesmerizing patterns of demonic energy, beat fiercely. Acidic saliva dripped from its jaws, making the scene even more terrifying. Analysis: Herschel, Control your power and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Quinn's voice rang out, calm and concise. Just then, the captain punched the flying dragon's head again. This time, the beast didn't dodge instead. It opened its jaws wide and bit down on the captain's fist. Both dragon claws lunged at the captain, denting his heavy armor with their crushing grip. Analysis. We need the Imperial Glory artifact to control it. Quinn's eyes glinted coldly. Herschel, bring it here fast. Without a word, Herschel swept her robe and sped off into the distance. As she raced forward, she suddenly sensed a surge of legendary power descending from above. She looked up sharply. It was the arrow Quinn had fired earlier. Piercing through the clouds like a meteor shower, the arrow streaked across the sky, heading straight for the flying dragon cornered by Quinn and the little lamb. The whistling wind screamed in her ears. This arrow's power was even greater than the miracles found in most legends. Thud, thud, thud. 5 arrows rained down. These were no ordinary arrows. Each carried the crushing force of gravity magic, slamming into the flying dragon one after another, pinning it down and leaving it barely able to move. Immediately after, Quinn raised his twin blades high. Powerful gravity magic swirled around the edges, as if he meant to smash the dragon's skull into a bloody ruin. But just as the blades were about to fall, Quinn was seized by a strange auditory hallucination. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. As expected, such overwhelming power. Suddenly, an unfamiliar legendary force erupted. Is this what you would call a permanent legend? Its purpose is to absorb divine power, protect itself, and, when needed, release that power. The dragon, pinned to the ground by the huge sheep, not only started speaking but also managed to flip over and throw the sheep off just as it was unleashing its legend. It easily dodged Quinn's blade, demonstrating exceptional combat skills. The wounds on its body, caused by arrows, were healing rapidly, new scales visibly replacing the damaged ones. An invisible aura swirled around it, repelling any foreign energy. In less than 3 breaths, the dragon had fully recovered from the injuries Keen had inflicted. Its renewed body spread its wings wide. Its densely packed scales shimmered in different colors, forming the pattern of a pair of eyes that glowed eerily. Surprised? The dragon landed steadily on all fours, casting a proud glance at Keen as it folded its wings. I was granted wisdom by Lord Wulu and strength by the gods themselves. I am one of the 10 candidate divine attendants of this ancient forest. You're just a human, so it's only natural that you don't understand. But daring to enslave one of my kind, that is your crime. The dragon's wings spread again, releasing a demonic aura from the depths of the abyss that made Quinn's heart itch restlessly. The Mani Pearl protected against negative mental states, and thanks to its power, Keen could clearly sense the unsettling force within that orate could shake the very soul. The little sheep, battered by the aura, staggered and wobbled, then voluntarily ended its legend release. Its head drooped, and it collapsed to the ground, instantly falling into a deep sleep. This is my first legend, and it's a symbol of my faith, but it seems to have no effect on you, the dragon said, still speaking with lofty confidence, as if it had already won and had no fear of revealing its secrets. Keen jumped down from the little sheep and landed on the ground, glancing over at the captain. The female dragon on that side hadn't revealed her own legendary power. Whether she didn't have it or simply hadn't used it was unclear, and was locked in close combat with the captain. Don't worry about them. I am the only candidate divine attendant in this area. But for you, this will be your final encounter before meeting the gods. Keen sighed, tightened his grip on his twin blades, his face growing grim. He shouted angrily, "Enough with the talk. Are you going to fight or not?" Boom. Keen charged at full speed, matching the giant sheep's pace. Twin blades crossed in front of his chest. He blocked the male dragon's neck at once. Gravity magic attract. The dragon suddenly felt its body being pulled by an invisible force, its head driven straight toward the blades. Weighing nearly 10 tons, the dragon was flung as if struck by a 100-ton truck, sent flying backwards into the dense forest. Without hesitation, Keen extended his blades, unleashing a surge of legendary power that coursed through his arms into the swords. Trees and rocks nearby were drawn in, fusing to the shape created by his gravity magic, forging a pair of twin blades over 20 meters long. With a sweeping motion, the massive blades tore through the forest, shattered boulders, and crashed down violently on the dragon's body. Come on, make another sound. Let's see how tough you really are, Keen shouted, his attacks thundering through the woods. He swung his massive stone blades relentlessly, smashing them down on the wyvern's body again and again. The frenzied figure was like a berserk war machine, hammering away at the creature as it struggled to climb out of the crater, striking with ruthless precision, like a game of whack-a-mole. The moment the wyvern showed itself, a brutal blow would follow. At last, the tables turned. Legendary power unleashed three-headed dragon. As a guardian of the gods, it finally awakened the ancient power slumbering in its bloodline. Black mist surged and boiled under the clear sky, threatening to swallow the world and shroud the wyvern's form completely. With a crack, one dragon head burst from the mist, its sharp fangs clamping down on the giant blade coming from the left. Another snap, the second head bit into the blade on the right, jaws clashing with a sound of grinding steel. In the next instant, a pair of jet-black wings unfurled with a thunderous gust, scattering the swirling mist. The three-headed dragon soared upward, wings beating as it shot into the sky. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over Quinn, a primal instinct warning him. In close combat, there's no way to defeat this monster. It was simply too powerful. No matter how massive his twin blades were, no matter how skilled his fighting technique, he couldn't find an opening against this beast. Quinn quickly shifted his strategy. He'd have to rely on ranged attacks instead. Though the wyvern wasn't built for close quarters brawling, its slender form lacked the brute strength of an earth dragon. It had one major advantage: its wings. Now, it not only could fly, but had two extra heads and a new ranged attack. Both new heads opened wide, spewing torrents of dark magic. Black flames roared out, exploding over a wide area enough to tear even legendary monsters apart. The blast radius now stretched over 200 meters. Human, you've added another crime to your name. The three-headed wyvern roared. You've angered Meth, guardian of the gods. Swirling darkness condensed in its mouth, spinning and compressing into a visible sphere of magical energy, which shot out with a shriek. Quinn watched the projectile's path and simply tilted his head to the side. The blast skimmed past his cheek, ruffling his hair and sending a few loose strands across his lion-like face. Boom! The magic missile exploded, sending chunks of rock flying and gouging a crater more than 10 meters wide into the ground. The shockwave rippled outward, and another, even stronger gust surged at his back. But Quinn didn't flinch, only gripped his twin blades tighter. He was out of arrows. The last one Hazel had crafted had already been fired. And Hazel wasn't there. There was only one path left. He bent his knees, coiling like a spring ready to snap. Calf muscles tensed, veins bulging under the strain. Gravity magic activate. He lunged forward, leaping with explosive force. Quinn shot into the sky like a hawk, wind roaring around him. He closed the 100-meter distance in an instant. Blades raised high, he brought them crashing down. Die. Too fast. Way too fast. How could a human move like that? With that size, wielding such heavy blades, how could anyone explode with such speed, like a shadow or a bolt of lightning? The wyvern didn't have time to react. The twin blades sliced cleanly into its neck, sending a torrent of dark red blood mixed with magic pouring out. The wyvern and Quinn plummeted together, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The legendary form was forcibly dispelled. Only one head remained, coughing up bloody foam. You will never leave here alive. I've already sent a distress signal. 3 candidate god guards are on there. Thunk. The dragon's head flew off, blood spurting. Quinn stood over the severed neck, reaching in to pry out a still warm scale. Explosive archer system at your service. 60 until next skill draw. So, after all that, you were just a loudmouth weakling. At the same time, the commander struck down the female wyvern. In that moment, she seemed like a completely different person. Her once silver armor was now coated in gold, making her figure appear even larger, nearly twice her original size. All of her attributes had increased by at least 50%. She lifted her massive axe and, with ease, severed the wyvern's head, then quickly removed a scale and stored it in her inventory. Several of her personal guards and a few of her brothers were squeezed into a small pouch at her waist, the space inside compressed so tightly that they could only huddle together. With every step the commander took, her enormous golden form sent a deep, thunderous rumble through the ground. When she reached Quinn, she gently pinned him down with one hand and grabbed Hazel, who was floating in midair, with the other. Quinn, stay alert, her mechanical voice sounded. I have detected 3 large heat signatures and 13 smaller ones approaching. I repeat, do not let your guard down. Hazel, make sure you can fully unleash your legend and restore stamina to both me and Quinn, as well as our siege ram mounts. She continued, issuing commands. The enemy is expected to arrive in 4 minutes. There are 7 kilometers left. The commander's unleashed legend had clearly made her even more formidable, and Quinn couldn't help but be impressed. However, a few minutes later, the commander spoke again. Quinn, take Hazel, Lily, Polybo, and Weiss in retreat. We don't have enough strength to hold them off. They'll cover you, and he'll attempt a 3rd-level ascension and beg Claire for help. Though her voice was still calm and rational, Quinn sensed a hint of anger beneath the surface. Her sister Claire, the Golden Empire's top epic hero alongside the god of war, still evoked a strong sense of distaste in the commander. Yet reason told her that, given the strength of the approaching enemy, summoning reinforcements was the only option. Are any of the enemy's epic heroes? Quinn couldn't help but ask. The commander answered without hesitation. No. Quinn frowned and pressed further. Is there anyone as strong as Martina among them? Martina, the one who could match epic heroes with her legendary power, had left a deep impression on Quinn. The commander paused, a complicated emotion flickering in her eyes. She knew that mentioning Martina would inevitably remind her of Claire, the fearless ruler of the Golden Empire. No, she answered again, her voice icy. Quinn's gaze sharpened, confusion clear in his tone. Then what exactly are you afraid of? He leaped onto the commander's shoulder, locking eyes with her and lowering his voice. Listen, Commander. I hate owing people. Lily saved me before, so I pledged my loyalty to you. When we faced Hechalu, I was willing to summon even your worst enemy if it meant you wouldn't have to watch me get taken away, and am grateful for that, too. But this time, these aren't enemies we can't defeat. Besides, Quinn paused, his brow furrowed. He continued, I don't like leaving everything for you to handle alone. I don't know what you've been through, but right now, when we're not strong enough, it shouldn't be your burden alone to decide what happens next. Perhaps it was her years spent as a legendary figure that made her accustomed to bearing everything alone. Her eyes, cold and devoid of warmth, swept over the surroundings mechanically as she analyzed in an emotionless tone, our combat strength is insufficient. This could lead to death. They'll hold them off, head south, and escape. The south leads deep into the azure ancient forest. Are you really suggesting we take that route? Quinn frowned. My analysis shows I can summon that scoundrel Claire within 10 minutes at most and complete the rescue. Enough. Quinn suddenly stabbed both his broadswords into the ground and sat down stubbornly. If anyone's running, let Herschel take the others. I'm not leaving. What? You think you can toss me aside? The commander had saved his life twice. There was no way he'd just stand by and watch her walk into danger. She made it sound simple, breaking through to the third tier of legendary power on the brink of death, summoning her sister. But who knew what kind of danger awaited? If the enemy managed to kill her instantly, the summoning would be meaningless. Herschel, help me make some arrows. Quinn turned to the medic. I want to give them something to remember. Under the commander's icy gaze, Herschel quickly crafted 10 arrows. That's enough, Quinn said, taking the arrows. He added, Herschel, take them to hide in the dragon's nest. And you, he looked at the horned dragon. I remember you can dig. If things go south, get everyone out. Got it. The little lamb gently nudged Quinn's head, bleating softly in reluctant farewell, then was the first to slip into the wyvern nest. Although horned dragons were natural diggers, the lamb had never used this skill. It found it too destructive and disliked getting dirty. Still, this instinct, ingrained by legendary power, was its forte. The coming battle would be fought by Quinn and the commander alone. Are you really not afraid of dying? The commander suddenly asked. Quinn gave a wry smile. Of course I'm afraid. Death easily ranks up there with Uncle Elby on my fear list. He went on, Elby is Wes' father. Every time I snuck off to play with Wes, he'd get furious and say nobles shouldn't mess around. Even when we were just hanging out as friends, he'd call the guard captain to punish me. He always made sure I got the beating, never Wes. Yes, Quinn feared death. But there were things more important than his own life that needed protecting. Besides, he didn't think he'd die here. That wyvern earlier had pushed him, but not even managed to injure him. They're almost here, Quinn said, sensing the approaching presence. He gripped his weapons tighter. Let me give them a proper welcome. Clairvoyant, 3-star archer, gravity magic. A massive giant stood among the dense forest, his skin, rough and furrowed like ancient tree bark, catching the sunlight with a rugged texture. With hands crisscrossed by bulging veins, he carefully parted the thick foliage, his gaze sweeping past layers of branches into the distance. Behind him, an equally large buffalo gorilla scratched its rear in boredom, then absent-mindedly rubbed its head. In a voice that was comically high-pitched for its bulk, it sneered. They're just a few humans. Why are you making such a fuss? Every movement stirred up a gust of wind, sharply contrasting with its childlike tone. The giant remained calm in the face of mockery and explained, don't underestimate them. Last time, I sensed a sharp gaze, someone with power that could rival my own. An even match? The buffalo gorilla snorted. Those so-called human heroes are more cowardly than turtles. If it weren't for the protection of the Fortress of Miracles, we would have crushed them long ago. Contempt and disdain for humans colored its words. In its eyes, a true battle should be a contest of equals, not a one-sided massacre. At that moment, an old lizard with wings on its back ran its claws through the air, a cold gleam flashing. Don't look down on them. Taking down a wing-scale divine attendant candidate is no small feat that one could fly, and even I would need 10 rounds to defeat them. The buffalo gorilla remained unconvinced, wiping some sticky grime from its palm onto a nearby legendary beast. You dragon types just love praising each other. That one couldn't even withstand a single punch from me. Behind them, nearly 20 legendary creatures, each as powerful as a female wyvern, watched with predatory intent. The giant stayed composed. Better safe than sorry. Don't repeat the mistake of the winged scale divine attendant candidate. You've only lived 100 years, and you're lecturing me? I could be your great-great-great-grandfather. The buffalo gorilla scoffed. Just then, the giant suddenly bent down, picked up a massive boulder, weighed it briefly, and hurled it with force. Before the other two could react, a purple, lightning-like arrow collided with the rock midair, exploding in a burst of legendary energy. That was fast. The old lizard's eyes darkened. If the giant hadn't reacted in time, one of us would have been seriously hurt. No wonder this one could take down the winged scale divine attendant Hedon. The buffalo gorilla, however, was thrilled, charging through the forest on all fours, its eyes blazing with battle lust. Finally, a worthy opponent. Whoosh! 3 more arrows tore through the air. The buffalo gorilla slammed its forepaws into the ground and leapt upward, finally catching sight of the distant figure wielding a great bow. Behind him, the one-armed giant took 2 arrows Hedon, clutching the wound on his chest as he rapidly healed. He had only managed to block the first arrow. The second and third pinned him to the ground without mercy. If not for his legendary regenerative abilities, he would have been down for good. The old lizard grinned mockingly and taunted, "Bloodhand acolyte, your stone-throwing skills can't compare to his archery." The one-armed giant thought to himself, "I don't need you to remind me of that." Taking a deep breath, he yanked the bloodied arrows from his body and tossed them heavily to the ground. He knew he had to find a way to neutralize the enemy's archery. This was too dangerous. If he had faced off against this archer in a shootout that night, he'd probably be dead already. Thankfully, some fool had tested the archer's strength for him in advance. "Idiots, pick up the pace and go help the Wind Fist acolyte," he barked. The legendary beasts around him barely reacted to the order. Typical, just a bunch of idiots. Frustrated, the one-armed giant's hand flared with black light as he swung it forward. Suddenly, the previously unresponsive legendary beasts charged ahead like they'd been shocked, black veins bulging in their eyes, their muscles swelling with renewed power. "What about you, Wyvern acolyte? He'll wait a bit longer." "I'm in no hurry," the old lizard said slyly, his gaze fixed ahead. He didn't have the one-armed giant's keen eyesight, but he could still sense that something was off. Their opponent this time was likely far stronger than expected. As the buffalo ape barreled forward, it tore through thickets and fruit trees, jaws wide open, and finally leaped in front of Quinn. "I'm going to kill you," he roared, punctuating the threat with a barrage of punches, each one wrapped in invisible force. Quinn, holding his great bow, didn't dare stand his ground. Despite his muscular build, he kept retreating, looking for a chance to let loose an arrow at the buffalo ape. "Such obvious attacks would never hit me," the buffalo ape thought, dodging each shot with ease, predicting the arrow's trajectory before they even left the string. "Come on, fight back. Show me your strength," he shouted, growing frustrated as Quinn darted around nimbly, impossible to pin down. "You must be stronger than this, right? Land a punch on me, let me feel your power." Quinn frowned, clearly uncomfortable. "There's no way I'm getting into a fist fight with someone who smeared filth all over his hands," he muttered to himself, disgusted. "How did I end up fighting someone this gross?" Unable to win fairly, the buffalo ape had smeared excrement on his fists to force Quinn into close combat. Even from a distance, Quinn's sharp sense of smell picked up the stench. It was revolting. Out of curiosity, Quinn asked, "Is there some legend about you and filth? Do you really have to swing that stuff around to prove your strength? I can't imagine many people would accept your challenge. Honestly, I doubt anyone, but you would smear that on their fists to fight. Even I know to use a mop for that." The buffalo ape's forehead tightened, veins bulging in rage. "How dare you insult a warrior? No real fighter would cover his fists in filth and punch just to get both of you covered in it." "Shut up." The raging wind tore everything in its path, only driving the already furious buffalo gorilla into a greater frenzy. "He'll kill you," he roared, as if channeling all his rage into brute strength. When it came to sheer combat power, he was confident he wouldn't lose to any of the 10 divine attendants. Quinn rolled across the ground, deftly dodging the buffalo gorilla's heavy punch. "I'm guessing, halfway through your fight, he noticed something nasty on your fists and decided he didn't want to keep going. So he begrudgingly called it a draw?" Quinn taunted, a smug grin hidden in his heart. "You're dead today?" The buffalo gorilla's fury flared again, his strength surging to its peak. Power of the 4 gods. This was the fundamental legend behind every divine attendant, the source of their ability to control the abyssal magic and enhance their own strength beyond their natural limits. Gale Fist unique to the buffalo gorilla. This legend allowed him to empower his fists with minimal energy, imbuing them with wind's slicing force, and the effect could last for over half an hour. With the constant boost from these 2 legends, every move the buffalo gorilla made radiated terrifying destructive power. A casual punch from him was the equivalent of a miracle unleashed by an ordinary legend. Even the commander wouldn't dare meet him Hedon. Though the bulky golden armor greatly increased his defense, it couldn't withstand 4 or 5 consecutive legendary miracles. "By the way, just a heads up." Quinn raised a finger at the buffalo gorilla. Even as he dodged with some difficulty, he remained in control, while the buffalo gorilla couldn't even graze his clothes. Consumed by his wild assault, the buffalo gorilla paid no attention to Quinn's words. "I had 10 arrows, shot 4, so there should be 6 left. Why is there not a single arrow near me?" Quinn wondered silently. The buffalo gorilla didn't care, only throwing punch after punch, determined to beat the man who insulted him to death. What a boring fight. Quosha meteors streaked through the sky, tearing through the air under the pull of gravity, plummeting straight down at over 500 meters per second. "Die, human!" the buffalo gorilla bellowed. Quinn stepped back, opening a space for what was coming. Send my regards to your god. Thwack. An arrow pierced straight through the buffalo gorilla's skull, pinning the massive legendary beast to the ground. Even his eyeballs burst and rolled across the earth, spinning several times. Too weak defensively, or maybe my attack was just too strong. Without offensive legendary armaments, it's hard to break your defenses, but I have more than one way to shatter them. After killing the buffalo gorilla, Quinn turned, his farsight revealing a horde of legendary beasts charging toward him. With Heathel's earlier help, his legendary power had recovered to 80%, but even he found it daunting to face so many legendary monsters at once. In his prime, he could dominate the battlefield, thanks to his fairy blood siphoning ability, but now, their blood was probably poisonous, so he couldn't rely on that skill. He'd have to take them down one by one, step by step. Otherwise, he would have already unleashed a legendary miracle, maxing out the damage, and if that hadn't worked, he'd follow up with another earth-shattering punch. No need for all this hassle, just lure them into his carefully laid traps, one step at a time. These small fry are mine. The commander stepped forward without hesitation, gripping her massive axe with both hands. Her sturdy frame stood as a shield before Quinn. Her defensive strength rivaled Quinn's, and with her imposing stature and long-handled weapon, she effortlessly swept away swathes of legendary monsters with each swing. Although equipped with the imperial mastery of illusory glory, her attacks still couldn't deal fatal damage to these legendary creatures. Still, it was enough to buy Quinn some valuable time. Go take care of those two legends, the commander said succinctly, her gaze unwavering as she continued to block the monster's physical assaults with her own body. Meanwhile, the old lizard's eyes flashed with panic as he saw the man abandon the legendary monsters and charge toward him instead. A rain of arrows fell from above, cutting off all three escape routes and leaving only a heated confrontation with Quinn as his sole option. You should never force a dragon-blooded being, human, the old lizard roared, unleashing his legendary power. Legend unleashed ancient dragon's remains. A colossal dragon body, 20 meters tall, soared into the sky, its wings stirring up violent storms. Scorching dragon fire erupted, incinerating ordinary trees to ash in an instant, and even melting rocks into magma beneath its breath. I have a brand new idea, and I'm going to test it on you, Quinn said, mounting the Rygene crossspear onto his dragon-hunting bow. The old lizard sensed death closing in, eyes wide as he watched Quinn loose the bowstring from beyond the reach of the dragon's flames. With a hum, the lightning-fast crossspear sliced through dragon scales and pierced the old lizard's throat. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. He desperately tried to channel his legendary power to recover, but Quinn's second shot went straight through the dragon's skull. A system prompt immediately appeared. The burst kill marksman system is at your service. 100 until next skill draw. Drawing skill. Skill acquired. Crane wing triple strike, a technique from a certain magical girl archer, using 3 interlocked blades words to strangle the target. While not as powerful as overwhelming strength, it excels in speed and low energy consumption, and gravity magic can compensate for its setup requirements. These legendary monsters are surprisingly weak, Quinn mused to himself, finding that they couldn't even make him feel the helplessness he once knew. As he turned his gaze to the last remaining legendary creature, the one-armed John the Saw the Giant had already fled nearly 2 kilometers away, kneeling on one knee before his superior. Lord Yinzai, please intervene. Be careful. That human possesses power that can break through our defenses. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.